Transcending into the world of Dragon Ball, Li Xiaolong harnesses his extraordinary innate talent to lead the people of Earth to resurgence, ultimately dominating the Dragon Ball realm. Raditz. My battle power is merely 5. Farmer. Where did this wild Saiyan come from? Behold my mighty heavenly dragon. Raditz. This is not how the script goes. Farmer. Focus on plowing the fields and perfecting your craft. Frisia. I am Frisia. I have always been flamboyant, until one day I encountered a Terran named Li Xiaolong, and my arrogance was shattered. I had always believed Terrans to be weak. Destroyer God Bylus. I have met my match in Li Xiaolong. Zeno. Oh no, my home has been stolen, and I am powerless against him. His abilities are truly unprecedented. As Li Xiaolong delves deeper into this world, he increasingly realizes the complexities of the Dragon Ball universe, uncovering the secrets of the Earthlings within it. Chapter 1. Year 699 of the Age of AI. In a remote mountain village, Li Xiaolong sweats profusely on the martial arts arena. Although he appears youthful, each move he executes carries immense power, effortlessly shattering boulders. After 2.5 months of training, my strength has surged. It's time to prepare for what lies ahead, he muses, standing still after his training. Originally an ordinary person from the Blue Star, Li Xiaolong never anticipated that a climb up Tiamen Mountain would lead him to be transported to this world, regaining his youthful form upon arrival. Li Xiaolong finds himself in the square of a secluded village, which he discovers is part of the Dragon Ball Earth. This village is not ordinary. It has developed into a martial arts family hidden from the world, and coincidentally, every inhabitant shares the surname Li. After discussions with the village elders, Li Xiaolong is incorporated into the family genealogy of Li Jia village, thus gaining acknowledgement in this world. Over the past 2 months, he has demonstrated astounding martial arts talent, mastering the accumulated skills of the Li family, and within just 2 days he has sensed his own chi. Currently, his battle power is among the highest in the village, estimated to be around 150 when fully unleashed. While 150 battle power after 2 months may seem insignificant compared to the Saiyans, who can increase their power with each breath, Li Xiaolong understands that he is laying a solid foundation. Great towers rise from the ground up, and with a sturdy base, he will have ample time to enhance his strength in the future. Initially, Li Xiaolong felt disoriented upon realizing he had arrived in the Dragon Ball world. Upon learning that it is the year 699 of the Age of AI, with 50 years still until Bulma and Goku embark on their quest for the Dragon Balls, and even longer before the arrival of the Saiyans, he found himself completely engrossed in his training, leaving such thoughts behind. In the Dragon Ball world, destruction and cataclysms are commonplace, and Earthlings appear feeble in the face of those with extraordinary abilities. Even Krillin fades into obscurity in later stages. The infamous phrase, weak as a 5-fight loser, uttered by Raditz, has become etched into the consciousness of Earthlings. Thus, Li Xiaolong plans strategically to elevate Earth's overall strength, ensuring that no lowly beings dare wreak havoc on their home, and that no clowns like Satan emerge to seek attention. Over the past 2 months, Li Xiaolong has drafted a rough plan using Chinese characters and noted the Dragon Ball storyline from memory, fearing that time would cause him to forget it. He is acutely aware of the gap between himself and the Saiyans, and thus does not set his goals to directly compete with the Saiyans, Destroyer Gods, or Angels. His first goal is to enhance his own strength and talent. Only with greater power can he effectively execute his plans. If he is not the strongest on Earth, how can he hope to implement his strategies? The second objective is to elevate the overall battle power of Earthlings, starting with strengthening those around him and their martial foundations. This step is already in motion, as the children training alongside him in the arena are his chosen disciples, the most gifted youths of Li Jia village. In a few years, once he and his disciples have grown stronger, they can proceed to the next phase of the plan, ushering in an era of martial arts on Earth. The third goal is to vigorously advance Earth's technology. Within the Dragon Ball universe, Earth's technological prowess is notably specialized. While Dr. Gero has created formidable androids and Bulma has developed time machines, Earth's weaponry, defensive systems, and even space vessels remain woefully outdated or non-existent. Li Yun, Li Hao, Li Xian, you 3 continue training the younger ones. I must step out for a while. Do not slack off, for I shall return to assess your progress. Li Xiaolong instructs the leading trio, who are the most talented among the 15 in the arena, and have already begun to sense their chi under his guidance. Dragon Brother, rest assured, we will train diligently. When you return, we will surely astonish you. The eldest, Li Yun, promises, thumping his chest. Dragon Brother, can you take us outside next time? The adults say the world beyond the village is truly exciting. We wish to see it too. The cheerful Li Xian chimes in. Very well. but I shall only agree to take you once you have attained my current strength. While the outside world is thrilling, it is also fraught with danger. If you are not strong enough, you may suffer greatly, Li Xiaolong warns them. In truth, only a century or two has passed since the earth endured the cleansing of the demon king Piccolo and his demonic horde. Many martial arts masters have perished, and knowledge of martial arts has suffered a severe decline, leaving a dearth of powerful warriors. In order to fortify the strength of his future cadre, it is imperative that they exert themselves diligently. Having conveyed his intentions to his cadre, Li Xiaolong arrived at the home of the clan elder. "Grandfather, I have arrived," he declared upon entering, as a kind-hearted old man gestured for him to take a seat. "You have come once again to discuss your desire to venture out and experience the world," the clan leader observed, having been approached by Li Xiaolong no less than 20 times this month, each time broaching the same subject: leaving the village for training. Li Xiaolong nodded, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he awaited the response he yearned to hear from the clan leader. "After conferring with the other elders, we have ultimately decided that you may embark on your journey. We consent," the clan leader articulated slowly, and, as he uttered the final 3 words, Li Xiaolong felt as though his heart had leapt into his throat. Li Xiaolong could easily have chosen to leave without a word, but that was not his desire. His cadre was present, and having just arrived in this world of Longzhu, the clan leader had already included him in the family lineage and allowed him to study the martial arts accumulated over a century within a clan. Truly, they were like new parents to him. Walking away silently would be utterly against his principles. "Thank you, grandfather." Li Xiaolong bowed deeply to the clan leader, recognizing that the sooner he planned, the more he could alleviate future pressures. "My child, you must take care of yourself while you are away. Eat well, drink well, and do not neglect your own needs. If you encounter someone formidable, lead them back to the village. This old body still has a few years left to protect you," the clan leader imparted with a gentle admonition before his departure. "Grandfather, I will. My strength is among the top in the village now. It is only I who bullies others, and no one would dare to challenge me," Li Xiaolong replied, feeling a twinge of reluctance at his grandfather's concern, yet he knew he must execute his plans. Having experienced warmth in Lijia village that he had never known before, he felt compelled to carry on for the sake of its people. "Child, take this. I believe you need it more than we do." The clan leader produced a sphere radiating an orange glow from behind him. "Longzhu!" Li Xiaolong exclaimed in astonishment. Not hesitating, he accepted the Longzhu with both hands and examined it closely, discovering it to be the 6-star ball. "During this time, you have been inquiring about the Longzhu. Coincidentally, someone in the clan has obtained one. So take this 6-star ball with you," the clan leader revealed, having learned of Li Xiaolong's inquiries and subsequently locating the 6-star ball upon deciding to allow him to go forth for training. Chapter 2. Departing in search of the Dragon Balls. After receiving the 6-star ball from the village chief, Li Xiaolong swiftly embarked on his journey. Before his departure, the chief imparted a unique sensing technique to him. While this technique may not seem particularly significant, it greatly facilitated Li Xiaolong's forthcoming endeavors. This method was specifically designed to sense the locations of the Dragon Balls by using the Dragon Ball in his possession as a guide. He could roughly discern the positions of the others. The closer he approached a Dragon Ball, the more precise the location became, allowing him to accurately sense its whereabouts within a radius of 10,000 meters. Upon leaving the village, Li Xiaolong cast a reluctant glance back at his home, then employed the secret technique to sense the positions of the remaining Dragon Balls. Selecting a direction, he activated his flight technique and soared toward it. As he watched the vegetation rush past beneath him and the birds in the sky fall behind, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom akin to that of a bird soaring high above. However, just as Li Xiaolong was reveling in this rare moment of tranquility, an unforeseen disturbance arose. On the ground, a figure hoisted a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, aiming it at the sky. As Li Xiaolong's silhouette appeared in the crosshairs, the assailant pressed the launch button. A chill ran down Li Xiaolong's spine, and an instinctive sense of danger surged within him. Glancing down, he saw a fiery projectile hurtling towards him. What a ridiculous situation! Li Xiaolong couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Here he was, flying high above, while a rocket was being launched from the ground below. He mused about the irony of thanking the iron contraption for its uninvited gift. Caught off guard, he knew that a surprise attack from the rocket could cause serious injury, but with his awareness now heightened, he effortlessly obliterated the missile with a burst of energy and descended before the individual who had launched it. "Why did you attack me?" Li Xiaolong's cold tone, coupled with his formidable presence, left the man crumpled on the ground in fear. "Speak," he commanded, turning his gaze to another accomplice nearby. We are from a Mei-Jun Legion. Please spare us for the sake of Mei-Jun. The man hesitated, failing to answer Li Xiaolong's question directly, instead opting to identify himself. Surveying the area, Li Xiaolong noted the village was engulfed in flames, clearly having been recently pillaged by these marauders. Disregarding the wastefulness of their actions, he dispatched the first man with a swift energy blast. Next, he directed, fixing his gaze on another accomplice. My lord, we were ordered by Mei-Jun to search for the Dragon Balls. Our instruments detected a signal approaching rapidly, and upon confirming you were the one in possession of a Dragon Ball. The man faltered, unable to finish his explanation. Very well. Since you dared to attack me, prepare to meet your fate. Are you ready? Initially intending to punish only the ringleader and depart, Li Xiaolong decided to eradicate these vile elements after witnessing their rampant destruction. My lord, we apologize for our offenses, but may we know your esteemed name? At that moment, another individual emerged, seemingly intent on reporting to their headquarters about the situation, likely to orchestrate a retaliation against Li Xiaolong. Title, you say? I had not considered it before. I'm merely a passerby. Li Xiaolong held no interest in titles and felt no fear towards the Mei-Jun Legion. After dispatching the marauders, he retained one individual to guide him to the headquarters of the Mei-Jun Legion. Since this legion was also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls and could distinctly sense their locations, it was evident that they possessed at least one Dragon Ball. With such an opportunity presented, Li Xiaolong reluctantly accepted it. He did not impede the individual from activating the communication channel, confidently allowing him to lead the way to the Mei-Jun Legion. In the past, when little Wukong faced Pilaf, his combat power was quite low, yet he resolved his difficulties with ease. Now, with a combat power of approximately 150, there was no reason for him to fear a mere small legion. Upon entering the territory of the Mei-Jun Legion, Li Xiaolong observed a diverse array of individuals, creating an almost fantastical atmosphere. He encountered multiple waves of ambushes, all of which were effortlessly dismantled by him. Ultimately, he arrived before a white structure, where, through his sensing technique, he discerned two Dragon Balls resting quietly upon an office desk within. At that moment, a frail-looking man, seemingly on the verge of death, gazed greedily at the two spheres. When I gather all 7 Dragon Balls, I shall wish for immortality, and then I will reign over the earth, the decrepit man murmured. Dream on. How can someone like you change anything? You are destined to be swept into the annals of history, leaving a stench for eternity. Li Xiaolong declared as he shattered the walls of the white building and entered the office. Who goes there? Guards! Guards! Quickly, eliminate this intruder. The old man, clearly terrified, slumped helplessly into his chair, unable to rise, and could only feebly call for the guards as he lost control over his bodily functions. Oppressing the local populace and squandering rice. May you find eternal slumber. Li Xiaolong declared as he secured the 2 Dragon Balls and swiftly dealt with the leader of the Mei-Jun Legion. Following this, he purged the Legion's ranks, discovering many individuals steeped in sin. To avoid wasting food, he granted them eternal rest. With these matters resolved, Li Xiaolong continued on his quest for the Dragon Balls. After flying for a time, he sensed the location of the Dragon Balls ahead becoming increasingly clear. A vast array of buildings came into view on the land ahead, and as he drew closer, he confirmed that the Dragon Balls he sensed were within that complex. The architectural ensemble before him was distinctly a representation of traditional Chinese symmetry. Li Xiaolong formed a hypothesis in his mind. Upon landing at the main entrance, he observed the inscription Dolan Temple above the grand doors. In the Dragon Ball saga, Krillin emerged from Dolan Temple, often bullied by his fellow disciples, until he sought the tutelage of Master Roshi, ultimately becoming the strongest Earthling. Li Xiaolong approached the 2 gatekeepers, hoping to gain entry to pay his respects while simultaneously searching for the Dragon Balls. After gaining access to the Daling Temple, Li Xiaolong was aware that there existed many forbidden areas within where outsiders were not permitted. Abbot, I seek to locate an object within your temple, he stated, having confirmed that the Dragon Ball was hidden in the temple's restricted zone. The abbot replied, if you wish to search for what you seek in the forbidden area, there is but one way. You must defeat me. It was evident that the abbot would not allow a mere outsider to freely explore the sacred grounds of his temple, where centuries of heritage lay. Clearly, the abbot was a formidable opponent. He boldly challenged Li Xiaolong, confident in his own abilities, despite not knowing the young man's true capabilities. With the Dragon Ball firmly in his sights, Li Xiaolong had no choice but to accept the challenge. Chapter 3. Offending the abbot, yet still wishing to depart. The abbot led Li Xiaolong and another disciple to the training ground, where monks gathered, intrigued by the prospect of a challenge against the abbot. Where does this audacious youth derive his confidence to challenge the abbot? He even hopes to enter the forbidden zone. This lad is akin to a grandmother sneaking in a bed. Amusing to behold. Just wait, the abbot will soon have him searching for his teeth, the onlookers murmured, clearly skeptical of Li Xiaolong's chances. Undeterred by their mockery, Li Xiaolong remained resolute, knowing that strength would ultimately speak for itself. Standing seemingly unprepared for combat, the abbot could no longer contain himself and launched an attack. Li Xiaolong's eyes followed the abbot's movements, and he resolved to strike with thunderous force. Just as the abbot's fist approached, Li Xiaolong feigned a move, only to reappear behind the abbot in an instant. What? How is this speed possible? The abbot sensed a presence behind him, but his reflexes faltered, leaving him drenched in sweat. However, the abbot demonstrated remarkable skill, narrowly evading Li Xiaolong's surprise attack. Youth, you disregard the principles of martial ethics by attempting to strike my vulnerable spot. Should you succeed, how would I engage with the patrons? The abbot, clearly irked by the young man's tactics, decided to reveal his full prowess in response to Li Xiaolong's displayed strength. With a swift motion, a powerful aura erupted, shredding the fabric of his robe. Li Xiaolong assessed this force, estimating it to be slightly less than his own full might, perhaps 2/3 of his capabilities. Child, if this is the extent of your abilities, prepare for defeat, the abbot declared as he advanced with full force. Li Xiaolong, no longer hesitating, unleashed a comparable level of energy to confront the abbot's incoming strike, engaging in a solid exchange of blows. The abbot staggered back, retreating several steps, as the bricks beneath him shattered under the impact, struggling to dissipate the force of their clash. What? How can this be? This young lad has actually repelled the abbot? It must be a trick. He looks no older than 7 or 8 years. The onlooking monks were utterly astonished. It is well known that the abbot has spent decades honing his skills to attain such formidable prowess. The fact that this child could force him back is truly astounding to the gathered crowd. Abbot, do you wish to continue? Li Xiaolong clearly did not intend to prolong the contest. The recent exchange had decisively demonstrated their respective strengths, and the abbot could sense that he had yet to unleash his full power. After a moment of contemplation and a series of expressions flitting across his face, the abbot ultimately conceded defeat. Indeed, heroes emerge from the young. It is surprising that such a young practitioner possesses such strength. Given time, he may achieve greatness on par with the martial titans. Though a flicker of dissatisfaction lingered in his heart, the abbot still uttered words of praise for Li Xiaolong. Uncertain if the abbot's agreement held any weight, upon witnessing the opponent's capitulation, Li Xiaolong refrained from being overly aggressive. He had accomplished his purpose for being there. May I inquire what the young master seeks? I shall send 2 of my disciples to guide you. The abbot quickly accepted his defeat and decided to dispatch 2 disciples alongside Li Xiaolong to ascertain what he was searching for before determining their next course of action. Without delay, Li Xiaolong proceeded directly to the location of the Dragon Balls, only to discover that the 2 Dragon Balls had been fashioned into the eyes of a statue of the Buddha. This was one of the reasons the statue was situated within the forbidden area. The orange glow emanating from the 2 Dragon Balls imparted a divine aura to the statue. Extending his hand, an irresistible force emerged, and the 2 Dragon Balls soared from the Buddha's eyes into Li Xiaolong's grasp. With his objective accomplished, he did not intend to linger, but he still sought to bid farewell to the abbot. Abbot, I have found what I came for. As for the loss to your temple, in a few days I shall procure 2 luminous pearls of similar size to replace them, Li Xiaolong assured. Acknowledging that taking the 2 Dragon Balls rendered the statue incomplete, and he would need to find 2 luminous pearls to restore the Buddha's eyes. If that is the case, let it be as the young master suggests, the abbot replied, clearly unaware of the true nature of the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, he would not have been so generous, treating them merely as glowing orbs. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's promise to seek 2 luminous pearls as compensation, the abbot's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, revealing that he was indeed an interesting character. After bidding farewell to the abbot, Li Xiaolong made his way toward the mountain gate. Upon reaching a plaza, he noticed 18 individuals blocking his path. Judging by their expressions, they seemed to have come to cause him trouble. What can I do for you, gentlemen? Li Xiaolong inquired. You little brat, having offended the abbot, you think it would be easy to escape? The leader bellowed, and instantly 12 individuals surged forward, surrounding Li Xiaolong. Intriguing. 18 bronze men, are we? Li Xiaolong chuckled lightly, realizing that every abbot was not to be trifled with. I am eager to learn your skills. Li Xiaolong stood his ground, awaiting their assault. Beat him up good. The leader, seeing Li Xiaolong's demeanor, clearly felt that he had not taken his 18 men seriously. With a commanding shout, the 18 rushed forward. The 18 individuals unleashed their full momentum, and Li Xiaolong discerned that their auras were interconnected. Individually, each possessed a combat strength of approximately 40. However, when united, their collective force surged to over 140. Fortunately, their strength did not merely add up, or Li Xiaolong might have faced a significant challenge. Indeed, one must not underestimate the prowess of the world as warriors. The Duolin Temple undoubtedly held profound heritage. As he contemplated the future of martial arts on Earth, Li Xiaolong resolved that he would require the support of the Duolin Temple. With remarkable agility, Li Xiaolong entered a state of combat, weaving skillfully among the 18 adversaries. Each evasion and strike was executed with precision. The winds of their punches howled with tremendous force, yet Li Xiaolong moved like a graceful dragon, deftly sidestepping their relentless attacks. The coordination among the 18 was impeccable, and their offensive grew increasingly fierce. Beads of sweat began to form on Li Xiaolong's forehead, but for him, it merely served as a warm-up exercise. He began to apply the techniques he had observed from them, each move infused with profound energy. His figure flickered in and out of sight within the throng, each strike accompanied by the sound of slicing wind. Despite the formidable strength and coordination of the 18, cracks in their defense began to emerge under the brilliance of Li Xiaolong's exquisite techniques. As the battle escalated to a fever pitch, each of Li Xiaolong's attacks became more precise and forceful. Having nearly mastered their martial techniques, he resolved to conclude this contest. After another deft evasion, he seized the opportunity presented by a few of their vulnerabilities and delivered a powerful palm strike, sending several opponents careening backward. With the disruption of their formation, the collective strength of the 18 was immediately shattered. The outcome of the battle was unequivocal, and Li Xiaolong, unwilling to prolong the engagement further, turned and soared away, utilizing his sky dance technique towards the location of the remaining Dragon Ball. Chapter 4. Summoning the Dragon. Upon departing from the Duolin Temple, Li Xiaolong soared through the skies. This era had already witnessed the advent of automobiles, airplanes, and televisions. However, the development of nature had yet to reach its later extents. Throughout his journey, Li Xiaolong relished the breathtaking landscapes. Ultimately, he discovered a Dragon Ball nestled within a mountain that bore a striking resemblance to the Baozi Mountain from the Dragon Ball saga. Li Xiaolong was certain this was the very location where Sun Wukong would later settle, though, at this moment, the quaint dwelling had yet to be constructed. Sun Wukong was likely still in his youth. Once his tasks were complete, Li Xiaolong intended to seek out and nurture the martial talents of the world, ensuring that early cultivation would eventually assist him. Memorizing the location of Baozi Mountain, Li Xiaolong continued his pursuit of the final Dragon Ball. He arrived in the southern region, where a serene, secluded valley cradled an architectural complex resembling an academy. Li Xiaolong descended at the main entrance, where the words Superpower Academy appeared before him. To his astonishment, it was indeed the Superpower Academy, a place shrouded in mystery, its enigmatic nature rivaling that of the Kaling Tower, with its origins as elusive as those of the latter. The Academy of Superpowers recruits students from the outside world every few years, yet its location remains a mystery, even to those who have graduated and left. Whether this is due to a confidentiality agreement or a unique method employed by the Academy to ensure that students forget its whereabouts is unknown. In the original tale, Wulong and Pool had both attended a kindergarten, but Wulong was expelled for stealing a female teacher's underwear, while Pool's reasons for not entering the Academy of Superpowers remain unclear. On Earth, as depicted in Dragon Ball, an air of mystery pervades, with portals leading to the demon realm and the underworld, and even to some astonishing locations. Even formidable entities like Bu have been sealed on Earth. Stop. This is the Academy of Superpowers. Please leave if you have no business here. A security guard immediately approached Li Xiaolong upon noticing him. Good sir, I am Li Xiaolong, here to meet your principal. Kindly announce my arrival, Li Xiaolong insisted, hoping to persuade the guard to inform the principal. If that did not work, he considered forcing his way in, for his ultimate goal was the Dragon Balls. Although his visit to the Academy of Superpowers was unexpected, it certainly held significance in his future plans. In the martial arts-centric world of Dragon Ball, superpowers also shine brightly. For instance, Buu's dark magic is a branch of superpowers, just as the body change technique used by Frieza's Jinyu Force is another form of innate superpower. Transformations, such as turning into a carrot, also fall under the category of superpowers. Should the Academy of Superpowers invest in nurturing these abilities, there may be an alternative path for those who cannot excel in martial arts, potentially yielding extraordinary results down the line. As the guard considered expelling Li Xiaolong, He seemed to hear something and nodded towards the academy. "Follow me. Our principal wishes to see you," he said, turning to lead the way. Li Xiaolong deduced that the principal must have sensed his arrival and communicated something to the guard, prompting him to escort him. Soon, Li Xiaolong was led to the top floor of the academy's tallest building, where he entered an office. A tall and beautiful woman awaited him, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a mesmerizing glow, as if they contained the entire cosmos. "Greetings, Li Xiaolong. I am Maifia, the current principal of the Academy of Superpowers." She introduced herself as the guard departed. "Hello, Maifia. How did you come to know my name, my arrival, and my purpose?" Li Xiaolong inquired, noticing the Dragon Ball in her hand, which indicated she was indeed aware of his intentions. "My eyes have just glimpsed fragments of the future. Your arrival, your purpose, your impact on our academy, and your contributions to Earth. I saw all of this the moment you touched down at the academy's entrance," Maifia explained, pointing to her captivating eyes, leaving Li Xiaolong somewhat astonished. In the original text, the elder captain possesses the ability to glimpse fragments of the future. However, his foresight is limited. Similarly, the prophetic fish nurtured by the god of destruction is capable of perceiving a few future events. Yet, despite the subtlety of her aura, Maifia is able to foresee an abundance of future occurrences, indicating that the president of the Academy of Superpowers is indeed not merely a figure of empty reputation. As Li Xiaolong prepared to express his gratitude upon receiving the Dragon Ball, Maifia interrupted him. "No need for thanks. In comparison to the deeds you will accomplish, my gift of the Dragon Ball is insignificant," she remarked, her cheeks slightly flushed. Observing her blush, Li Xiaolong refrained from persisting with his gratitude, feeling a stirring within him. Even amidst the beauty of Blue Star, he had never encountered a woman as striking as Maifia, whose formidable powers further enhanced her elegance. "Ah, Li Xiaolong, since you have gathered all the Dragon Balls, why not summon the dragon in the clearing behind our academy?" Maifia suggested, noticing Li Xiaolong's transfixed gaze upon her. Clearing her throat to redirect the conversation, she added, "Forgive me. Let us proceed as you suggested." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his own lack of composure, Li Xiaolong agreed, and the two made their way to a clearing on the rear mountain. They placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground, exchanged nods, and with a heart full of anticipation, the culmination of his childhood dreams inspired by anime, Li Xiaolong stepped forward. Taking a deep breath, he shouted toward the Dragon Balls, "Come forth, dragon." This phrase had been practiced countless times in his youth, and after he called out, he stood quietly in expectation. Almost immediately, the Dragon Balls began to flicker intensely. Dark clouds swiftly gathered overhead, transforming the previously clear sky into an ominous gloom. With a rumble, lightning streaked across the darkened sky, while the Dragon Balls radiated a golden light that pierced through the clouds. Soon, a majestic and elongated green dragon spiraled into view, its eyes glowing with a crimson brilliance. "You have gathered the Dragon Balls," the dragon proclaimed. "Now, speak your wish, and I shall grant you one. However, it must be a singular wish." Taking a moment to compose himself, Li Xiaolong glanced at Maifia, and they exchanged nods of understanding. "Dragon," he said, "can you transform my bloodline into that of a Saiyan? Preferably the legendary Saiyan." "I apologize, but I cannot fulfill that wish," the dragon replied, a few beads of sweat forming as it realized the enormity of its previous boast. "Changing one's bloodline is beyond my capabilities. Please, choose another wish. Allow me to learn all the cultivation methods from ancient times to the present within the cosmos." Li Xiaolong mused, "Indeed, the abilities of the Earth-S dragon cannot fulfill such a desire. It is likely that even the Dragon Balls of Namek would be unable to grant such a wish." Chapter 5. Dimensional Cultivation Method. "I apologize, but I cannot fulfill your wish in its entirety. The multitude of cultivation methods throughout the cosmos is simply too vast, including numerous advanced divine cultivation techniques. Moreover, if I were to bestow them all upon you, the sheer volume of information would be unbearable. I can, however, provide you with the cultivation methods from Earth-S history, as well as select techniques from the planets Audrat and Medamo." The dragon, perspiring, thought to itself how this boy consistently wished for that which exceeded his capabilities. "Is that so? I suppose I had not considered it fully. In that case, let us proceed as you suggest, dragon." Li Xiaolong then realized that if he were to have all the cultivation methods from the universe crammed into his mind, it would likely overwhelm him to the point of collapse. Fortunately, the dragon was unable to fulfill that wish. Otherwise, his fate would have been dire. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." The dragon's eyes glimmered with red light, and Li Xiaolong felt an influx of martial knowledge flooding his mind. After speaking, the dragon swiftly ascended into the sky, transforming into 7 points of light that scattered across the world, illuminating the once darkened sky. Li Xiaolong, are you all right? My Fia inquired. Concern for the still closed-eyed Li Xiaolong. Though she could foresee the future, it was not immutable. I am fine. It is merely that the influx of information has been overwhelming. A moment of respite is all I need. Thankfully, the dragon only imparted a portion of the knowledge. Otherwise, I would have faced grave consequences, Li Xiaolong reflected with relief. Now that your purpose has been achieved, what are your plans moving forward? My Fia asked with genuine concern for Li Xiaolong. I wonder if there are any vacant rooms in your academy? I would like to digest this martial knowledge and perhaps select a few key techniques to begin my training. Li Xiaolong replied, feeling both shy and pleased at My Fia's sudden attentiveness, as it was the first time a woman from either world had shown concern for him. Fortunately, our academy has several available rooms, as well as a practice arena. You can train here without fear of disturbance, My Fia assured him, guiding Li Xiaolong to an unoccupied room. Having secured a temporary sanctuary, Li Xiaolong set aside other thoughts and commenced organizing the myriad martial knowledge within his mind. After more than 10 days, he managed to distill the most significant information, which constituted only half of the total knowledge. He would attend to the remainder when time permitted. The information he organized was categorized into 3 main areas: martial cultivation, supernatural abilities and magical techniques, and technological knowledge. Upon review, Li Xiaolong discovered that both Earth and the planets Adrat and Medamo shared a particular cultivation method known as the dimensional cultivation method. This ancient technique, originating billions of years ago, was prevalent across the 3 planets. Li Xiaolong speculated that this method might have been widespread in the universe eons ago, only to be obscured by the sands of time for reasons unknown. Perhaps the planets Yadarat and Medamo still retain such cultivation methods, but Earth certainly does not possess such techniques. The dimension cultivation method, as its name implies, is a practice aimed at enhancing the cultivator's dimensional level. This method can elevate a practitioner from the 1st to the 12th dimension, and with each advancement, the practitioner's lifespan and innate talents explode exponentially. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the higher dimensions are represented by deities. For instance, the dimension of the Supreme Kai is the 1st. The dimension of the King of Worlds is the 5th. The dimension of the God of Destruction is the 11th. And the angels embody the 12th dimension. Hence, this dimension cultivation method can ultimately lead to the dimensional realm of angels. Li Xiaolong was aware that there must be further cultivation methods beyond the 12th dimension, as it is undoubtedly not the ultimate limit. After all, above the angels, there exist the Grand Priests, and above them, the Omni King. In Dragon Ball, the dimensions of the deities are inherently tied to their divine positions. Upon attaining a divine rank, one acquires the corresponding dimension. Thus, these deities, aside from receiving the benefits of their dimensional life, do not possess enhancements to their innate talents. It is presumed that the dimensions of angels are cultivated through their own efforts, rendering each angel extraordinarily powerful. After organizing the dimension cultivation method, Li Xiaolong began to practice this undeniably divine technique and shared it with My Fia, alongside the crucial cultivation methods pertaining to super abilities and magic. Over the past few days at the Super Ability Academy, the figures of the two have been frequently seen together as they collectively explored these cultivation methods, gradually fostering a deeper bond. Through this period of training, Li Xiaolong once again reassessed his own cultivation aptitude. My Fia, regarded as the most talented individual in the academy over several centuries, was unable to match the rapid pace of Li Xiaolong's progress. They commenced their dimension cultivation on the same day, yet after more than 10 days of practice, while My Fia had barely scratched the surface, Li Xiaolong felt he was on the verge of reaching the threshold of the 1st dimension. Remarkably, during these 10 days, Li Xiaolong had not devoted himself entirely to dimension cultivation. He had also allocated some effort towards mastering super abilities and magic. Nevertheless, even with this divided focus, his powers had already surpassed those of most top-tier students at the academy. It is worth noting that during this period, Li Xiaolong's combat prowess skyrocketed, as if propelled by a rocket, likely due to his imminent breakthrough into the 1st dimension. His energy surged rapidly, becoming intimately connected with the ambient forces of the universe. Even without actively cultivating his energy, it seemed to rush into his body uncontrollably. In just a matter of days, Li Xiaolong's combat strength soared to over 5,000, imparting to him the sensation of gaining power with every breath. This left My Fia envious and somewhat humbled, unable to maintain her pride. During this time, Li Xiaolong also conducted an experiment, summoning one of the Academy's most gifted students to impart the first level of the dimension cultivation method. However, after more than 10 days, the student had made less than 1% of Myphia as progress, indicating that the absence of this cultivation method on Earth was not without reason. This further corroborates the descriptions within the dimensional cultivation method, affirming that this practice indeed relies heavily on innate talent. Li Xiaolong had initially intended to disseminate this cultivation technique widely across Earth. However, upon witnessing such results, he found it necessary to reassess his plans. Li Xiaolong resolved to create a more accessible cultivation method based on this dimensional technique, integrating the advantages of enhanced talent and longevity to devise a simplified version of the practice. Future martial artists on Earth would first master this method, and once they achieved proficiency, they could then ascend to the dimensional cultivation technique. Nonetheless, Li Xiaolong realized that he presently lacked the capability to develop this new method. He decided to wait until he fully absorbed and comprehended the knowledge imparted by the Dragon God before proceeding, as he was determined to lay a robust foundation for Earth's future strength, an endeavor that required meticulous care. Resolute in his decision, Li Xiaolong continued to immerse himself in dimensional cultivation, sensing that his dimensional prowess would reach the first tier within a matter of days. Chapter 6. First-tier dimension time flew swiftly amidst pleasant exchanges. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this time, Li Xiaolong had not diverted his focus to other practices, dedicating himself entirely to the dimensional cultivation while guiding Myphia in her training. In the dense forest behind the Superpower Academy, Li Xiaolong sat cross-legged, with Myphia vigilantly watching over him, her expression tinged with concern. At that moment, an indescribable and peculiar wave emanated from Li Xiaolong, creating ripples that radiated outward into the depths of the universe. The celestial beings on Earth sensed this wave immediately. It then traversed to the underworld before reaching the North Realm King. By the time it arrived at the North Realm King's location, it had diminished to a mere whisper, yet he still perceived its presence. The North Realm King, who had been engrossed in a novel, set it aside and gazed in the direction from which the wave originated. To his astonishment, someone was breaking through to the dimensional realm of their own accord. After countless eons, he was surprised to once again feel such a wave. Curiosity piqued. He wondered which mortal from a distant planet possessed such talent, glancing nostalgically towards Earth. Following the wave, the North Realm King soon beheld Li Xiaolong, who was in the midst of his breakthrough, along with Myphia by his side. I never expected to see 2 such prodigies emerge in my domain. That girl, under his tutelage, will likely achieve the first tier of dimension in a year or so. When they both mature, those 3 fellows will undoubtedly be envious of me. This is far more delightful than any joke I've heard in a century. The North Realm King's hearty laughter echoed across the North Star. Meanwhile, on Earth, Myphia, who was protecting Li Xiaolong, felt her understanding of the dimensional technique significantly deepen as she was swept up in the wave. At that moment, Li Xiaolong experienced a profound elevation. Even his soul seemed to soar in a realm of bliss, as the ethereal energies of heaven and earth surged into him like a torrent. After a quarter of an hour, the unusual wave subsided, and the aura radiating from Li Xiaolong reached a magnitude 100 times greater than before. Myphia found herself compelled to retreat, unable to continue her protective vigil for Li Xiaolong. As Li Xiaolong consolidated his strength, the formidable pressure he exuded gradually receded. Slowly, he opened his eyes, perceiving the world around him as transformed since his breakthrough. Li Xiaolong, have you succeeded? You are incredibly strong now. The aura you just released made it impossible for me to remain by your side. Myphia approached him, her eyes sparkling with admiration, contemplating how she too could attain such power upon reaching the first-dimensional breakthrough. Her motivation for cultivation invigorated. I have successfully transcended to the first dimension. Thank you. Myphia. I feel my talents have significantly amplified, and my lifespan has experienced a monumental leap. I distinctly sense that I can live for at least 1,000 years. And I believe I will maintain my youthful peak until the very end of my life. Li Xiaolong expressed his feelings regarding his breakthrough, particularly when he mentioned remaining eternally youthful. Myphia's eyes gleamed with excitement, her attention fully captivated. For someone as exquisite as her, nothing was more alluring than the prospect of everlasting youth, fueling her determination to master dimensional techniques. Li Xiaolong, you have already made your breakthrough. What are your plans now? Are you intending to leave? Would you consider staying here for a while to guide my cultivation? Mei Feiya posed a pivotal question. Having perfectly achieved his goals during this journey, Li Xiaolong had also uncovered a genuinely powerful path for martial arts on Earth. Initially, he intended to seek the Dragon Balls for a wish and then head to the Kalen Tower for divine guidance in his training. Now, having transcended to the first dimension, his combat power had soared to 500,000. The martial knowledge he possessed far surpassed that of the divine. At this moment, he realized he could independently cultivate his dimensional abilities and the martial knowledge housed within his mind. Yet, there remained compelling reasons to visit the divine, particularly due to the miraculous senzu beans that Master Cat possessed. Li Xiaolong felt a deep reluctance to part with Mei Feiya over their time together. He had grown fond of this enchanting and charming woman. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, he was unequivocally certain of his affection for her. However, he was torn between his personal desire and his ambitions, feeling the weight of conflicting loyalties. Li Xiaolong, you could create a simplified, low-tier dimensional cultivation method here and guide me in my training. We could also explore ideas together. You may refine the cultivation knowledge you acquired earlier, and once I break through to the first dimension, we could embark on our journey together. Yes? Mei Feiya remarked, her captivating gaze causing Li Xiaolong to blush slightly. Li Xiaolong considered Mei Feiya's suggestion, recognizing it as a viable approach. Creating the simplified dimensional method would allow him to return to his plans later, while also refining the essential cultivation techniques he had previously learned. Furthermore, the Superpower Academy was an integral part of his future plans, providing an opportunity to begin strategizing its direction. It is certainly not the enchanting beauty of Mei Feiya that renders Li Xiaolong immobile. He reassures himself internally. Succumbing to Mei Feiya's request, Li Xiaolong settled into the Superpower Academy, where he not only guided her in the cultivation of dimensional techniques, but also devised a simplified version of these methods. In truth, after Li Xiaolong's breakthrough into the first tier, Mei Feiya's progress in her dimensional cultivation had significantly advanced due to the waves of energy that enveloped her. Were there a progress bar, it would indicate that Mei Feiya was at 40% towards the first tier of dimensional mastery. Under Li Xiaolong's tutelage, it was likely she would achieve a breakthrough within 6 months. While creating cultivation methods, Li Xiaolong engaged in multifaceted endeavors. He chose to practice the instant teleportation technique from the planet Adrat, a skill he could not impart to Mei Feiya, as even the divine dragon could only barely instill the knowledge within Li Xiaolong's mind. He planned to take Mei Feiya to Adrat for first-hand learning, as this seemingly overpowered ability proved exceedingly convenient. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong took an entire year to master it. However, having recently broken through to the first tier, Li Xiaolong felt his comprehension was far superior to that of Wukong, suggesting he would soon grasp the instant teleportation technique. Upon comprehending the information regarding instant teleportation in his mind, Li Xiaolong felt a surge of joy, for his understanding differed somewhat from that of Sun Wukong. The method comprised 3 stages. The first stage involved sensing an aura and instantaneously moving to its location, akin to Wukong's experience. The second stage eliminated the need for aura sensing. If one had previously been to a location, they could instantaneously teleport there merely by willing it. The third stage allowed for teleportation to any imagined coordinate, irrespective of prior visitation, by establishing a personal coordinate system. This final stage bore similarities to the instant teleportation of the Kaioshin and theoretically permitted interstellar travel, albeit at the cost of tremendous energy. In Chapter 7, titled The Secret of Longevity, Mei Feiya achieves a breakthrough. Li Xiaolong speculated that Sun Wukong's mastery of instant teleportation was limited to the first stage due to temporal constraints. Given sufficient time, Wukong could likely attain the second or even third stage. After embarking on his training, Li Xiaolong's predictions held true. Within 2 months, he successfully mastered the first stage of instant teleportation. These 2 months proved to be the busiest period for him, as he balanced teaching Mei Feiya, practicing instant teleportation, and mentoring students at the Superpower Academy while laying out future plans for the institution. In Li Xiaolong's vision, the Superpower Academy would serve as an alternative pathway for those endowed with superhuman abilities, as well as for individuals lacking martial and scientific prowess. During battles, adversaries would undoubtedly underestimate a group of seemingly non-threatening individuals. When a practitioner of superpower magic suddenly unleashed a powerful technique, it remained to be seen whether the enemies would be taken aback and how they would respond. As Li Xiaolong imparted his wisdom to the academy, he discerned the shortcomings of the Super Ability Academy. The methods employed for cultivation were rather rudimentary and disjointed, lacking a systematic approach to the mastery of super abilities. Li Xiaolong resolved to collaborate with my Fia once she achieved a breakthrough, aiming to establish a coherent training methodology for superhumans. The dimensional cultivation technique and its simplified counterpart could serve as foundational practices for the populace. However, super abilities exist within a distinct framework. Only through the establishment of a structured training regimen can the ranks of superhuman mages be perpetually replenished with formidable individuals. Although Li Xiaolong possessed an ancient tome on the cultivation of super abilities in his mind, his experiments revealed that, apart from the exceptionally gifted my Fia, even his own aptitude for such training paled in comparison. The progress of others could be likened to a tortoise's pace. Li Xiaolong's next endeavor was to simplify the cultivation methods outlined in the super ability tome. Initially, his authority at the academy was met with skepticism. Some complied merely out of respect for my Fia. However, following Li Xiaolong's demonstration of his super ability techniques, he earned the unwavering respect of his peers, establishing himself as the preeminent figure beneath my Fia. 2 months elapsed after Li Xiaolong mastered the art of instantaneous movement. Seated cross-legged in the serene expanse of the super ability mountain, he exuded a prolonged aura, while my Fia sat beside him in meditative tranquility. At that moment, Li Xiaolong gradually opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, a flicker of joy illuminating his gaze. He had finally devised this simplified, low-tier dimensional technique, marking the commencement of humanity's ascent to greatness. Since this dimensional technique could extend human lifespan, he aptly named it the longevity technique. In his contemplation, Li Xiaolong envisioned a future day when Raditz descended upon Earth, encountering a farmer in the fields. As he prepared to utter his infamous line about the farmer's meager battle power of 5, the farmer might suddenly unleash his fury, pinning Raditz to the ground. The thought of Raditz's expression in that moment was surely delightful. Amidst his musings, an unusual energy emanated from my Fia, drawing Li Xiaolong's attention. Today truly was a double blessing. Not only had he created the longevity technique, but my Fia had also transcended dimensions. Observing her progress, he anticipated that her enhancement would likely rival his own. As Li Xiaolong prepared to safeguard my Fia during her breakthrough, the fluctuations of her dimensional ascent were soon detected by King Kai of the North. Ecstatic, he leaped joyfully upon North Kai's planet. The North Galaxy now boasts 2 super geniuses who have broken through dimensions. I shall take great delight in flaunting this to that fellow, and watch as he turns green with envy over those 3. Alas, this curd has grown increasingly arrogant of late. I hope these 2 swiftly mature and eradicate such villains. King Kai eagerly anticipated the growth of Li Xiaolong and my Fia, hoping they would vanquish Curd. My Fia took a quarter of an hour to break through, and Li Xiaolong found himself increasingly affected by my Fia's aura, which had intensified 100-fold. Although my Fia lacked any supernatural abilities or magical talents pertaining to this aura, her combat power had nonetheless reached the significant threshold of 100,000. According to the standards established by the 2 regarding aura, my Fia's supernatural power value had soared to over 400,000. Li Xiaolong, I have broken through. Thank you. My Fia exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Li Xiaolong's embrace. She was elated not only for surpassing her limits, but also for the promise of eternal youth that lay ahead. Their happiness was palpable as they spun together, their excitement gradually fading, leaving them blushing and gazing at one another, an air of intimacy enveloping them. However, at that moment, an unexpected intruder disrupted their moment. Out of nowhere, a dinosaur appeared, having traversed the mountain, its massive form creating resounding thuds against the ground. Li Xiaolong felt a surge of anger. This foolish beast was intruding upon their precious moment. A decision crystallized in his mind. Tonight, they would feast on roasted dinosaur meat. Wait for me, he said, his irritation propelling him toward the dinosaur. As it sensed his aura, the creature attempted to flee, but in an instant, Li Xiaolong delivered a decisive blow, bringing it down effortlessly. With swift precision, he severed the dinosaur's tail, employing magic to staunch its bleeding. The creature, appearing as though it had encountered a devil, fled in terror once Li Xiaolong released his aura. Returning to my Fia, Li Xiaolong carried the dinosaur's tail, chuckling softly. Tonight, we shall enjoy roasted dinosaur meat, he declared, waving the tail playfully. Absolutely. My Fia admired Li Xiaolong's culinary skills immensely. She believed no one could rival his cooking. Not even the finest chefs in the West City could compare to his prowess. Soon, the aroma of roasting meat wafted around the bonfire, and my Fia watched Li Xiaolong, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Xiaolong, your simplified version of the dimensional technique is aptly named the longevity technique. It sounds quite melodious. I never imagined you possessed such talent for naming. How about you bestow a name upon our future supernatural magical cultivation methods as well? She praised him as she savored her meal. Li Xiaolong felt a sense of flattery wash over him. In truth, he was hardly adept at naming. He considered himself quite inept in that regard. The name was merely a nostalgic nod to Blue Star. As the dimensional cultivation method resonated with his previous vision of the longevity technique. However, he had also conceived a name for the weakened version of the supernatural magical techniques, the celestial demon strategy, which perfectly encapsulated the essence of this cultivation method. Yes, let's call it the celestial demon strategy, he proclaimed between bites. Chapter 8. Celestial Demon Strategy. The name sounded undeniably powerful. Li Xiaolong, you truly excel at naming. Maifia lauded him once more, wholeheartedly endorsing the title Celestial Demon Strategy. The biography of the Blue Star chronicles the origins of the Celestial Demon Strategy, tracing back to the ancient era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It is said to be the supreme magical cultivation technique left behind by the god of war. Chiyu. Li Xiaolong harbors great expectations for the superpower magic training method he and Mei Fia have created together. Moreover, with the existence of the longevity technique, the emergence of the celestial demon strategy feels all the more auspicious. Subsequently, Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia began to teach the longevity technique at the Superpower Academy. Indeed, the longevity technique proved to be more accessible for the students than the dimensional method. Once these individuals perfected the longevity technique, they would then be able to embark on the study of the dimensional method. As the Superpower Academy began to find its footing, Li Xiaolong prepared to bid farewell to the institution. Having been away for nearly a year, he wondered about the state of affairs in Li family village and felt concern for the elders who might be worried about him. He also found himself missing the kind-hearted clan leader. Just as Li Xiaolong was preparing to say goodbye to Mei Fia, she had already organized her affairs and packed her belongings, ready to depart with him. This delightful surprise brought him immense joy. Li Xiaolong made arrangements for the academy's teachers to continue their training and also to participate in recruitment efforts, aiming to attract and nurture individuals with latent magical talents. With the creation of the longevity technique, even those without extraordinary gifts could gradually cultivate and enhance their abilities. Eagerly, Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia returned to Li family village. Upon seeing the familiar ancient roads and buildings, Li Xiaolong marveled at how swiftly time had passed. In the blink of an eye, he had spent a year in Dragon Ball, now possessing a certain level of strength and companionship with like-minded individuals. Look, Brother Long is back, and he has brought along a fairy sister. As they strolled along the ancient path toward the clan leader's home, a sharp-eyed youth in the training ground spotted them. Soon, they were surrounded by 15 eager individuals, bombarding them with questions. Brother Long, you've been away for so long and returned with such a beautiful sister-in-law. You must introduce me to someone as lovely as her. Li Xian, who had grown considerably taller, remained as cheerful as ever. The crowd echoed their agreement with Li Xian's words. All right, let me first pay my respects to the clan leader. I'll share my experiences with you all later, and I have some wonderful things to impart as well. Li Xiaolong felt delighted by the warm reception from his friends. Although Mei Fia felt a bit shy being referred to as sister-in-law, she did not object. Amidst the throng of well-wishers, Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia made their way to the clan leader's home. Good child, you have returned. Upon entering, the gentle smile of the clan leader warmed the hearts of both Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia. Grandfather, I'm sorry for worrying you. This is Mei Fia, the head of the Superpower Academy, and my girlfriend, Li Xiaolong said, scratching his head and introducing Mei Fia with a hint of pride. Xiaolong has grown up. After venturing out, he has returned with such a beautiful girlfriend. Henceforth, he must treat her well. Xiaoya, should Xiaolong ever dare to mistreat you, do not hesitate to inform us, for we shall stand by your side. The chief and the esteemed elders beamed with delight upon seeing Li Xiaolong return with such a graceful and lovely companion. Grandfather Chief, Li Xiaolong has been extraordinarily kind to me. Our relationship is truly harmonious. Mei Fia blushed as she spoke on his behalf. At that moment, Li Xiaolong realized that his cherished position had been somewhat overshadowed by Mei Fia. Nevertheless, witnessing her popularity among the elders brought him great joy. Soon, the hall resonated with laughter and merriment as Li Xiaolong shared his experiences and encounters, particularly captivating everyone with tales of the divine dragon, which ignited a yearning among his peers to witness its magnificence. Subsequently, Li Xiaolong unveiled the dimensional cultivation technique, discovering that only Li Yun, Li Hao, and Li Xian among the younger generation exhibited remarkable talent in this discipline. However, they still paled slightly in comparison to my Fia. The remaining 12, although gifted, progressed at a slower pace, likely requiring a decade to master the first tier of dimensional cultivation. The village elders, due to their advanced age and declining faculties, found themselves somewhat overwhelmed by the rigors of the dimensional technique. Among the middle-aged generation, 3 individuals possessed talent in this realm: Li Zhongxian, Li Zhongquan, and Li Zhongshu. The fathers of Li Yun, Li Hao, and Li Xian, respectively. It appears that talent indeed runs in the blood. After imparting the dimensional technique and the longevity method, Li Xiaolong and Mai Fia settled into the village, simultaneously teaching martial arts while creating a systematic and accessible method for mastering superpower magic. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Under Li Xiaolong's guidance, the villagers made tremendous progress, particularly Li Yun, Li Hao, Li Xian, Li Zhongxian, Li Zhongquan, and Li Zhongshu, who had all successfully reached the first tier of dimensional cultivation. Their rapid advancement can be attributed to the joint instruction of Li Xiaolong and Mai Fia, as well as the significant influence of Li Yun's unique energy waves, which greatly aided the others. Despite minor disparities in talent, the cascading breakthroughs fostered a collective elevation, resulting in all 6 achieving the first tier within half a year. The most remarkable progress, however, was made by Li Xiaolong and Mai Fia themselves. Originally at the first tier, they now stood on the brink of the second tier, influenced by the special energy fluctuations from the 6 breakthroughs. Li Xiaolong estimated that with some consolidation, he could ascend to the second tier within 2 months. In the wake of these 6 fluctuations, the remaining villagers had spent the past 6 months perfectly cultivating the longevity method and were now engaged in the dimensional technique. With the 12 not far from reaching the first tier, Li Xiaolong recognized the extraordinary talent present in Li family village. It was astonishing to uncover so many gifted individuals within one village. Their aptitude for the dimensional technique and martial arts was unparalleled compared to others on Earth in the Dragon Ball realm. During these 6 months, through the concerted efforts of Li Xiaolong and Mai Fia, they successfully created the complete heavenly demon measurement. The celestial demon strategy, created by 2 individuals, is divided into 4 volumes: spiritual energy, magic, techniques, and formations. Spiritual energy serves as the foundation for cultivating the celestial demon strategy, akin to how martial artists cultivate their chi, providing a means to enhance the internal energy of superhumans. Meanwhile, magic, techniques, and formations represent the methods of application. Throughout the past 6 months, neither Li Xiaolong nor Mai Fia engaged in deliberate training. Nevertheless, their combat power has significantly increased. Li Xiaolong now boasts a combat strength of 700,000, with a superpower value of 300,000, while Mai Fia has achieved a combat strength of 250,000 and a superpower value of 650,000. The 6 individuals who have recently broken through the dimensional barrier possess combat strengths of Li Yun at 250,000, Li Hao at 250,000, Li Xian at 200,000, and Li Zhongxian, Li Zhongquan, and Li Zhongshu all at 300,000. These individuals do not possess remarkable innate talents and superpowers. Despite having their abilities enhanced after the dimensional breakthrough, their superpower values remain modest, with the highest among them barely exceeding 1,000, while the others linger around 100. This lack of interest in superpowers led them to abandon the pursuit in favor of focusing on martial arts. In Chapter 9, Kailinta, as Li Xiaolong observes everyone settling into their routines, he begins to contemplate the establishment of martial arts on Earth. He notes that aside from the residents of Li Family Village, the other inhabitants of the Dragon Ball Earth are progressing slowly in their cultivation of the longevity technique. Even those with better talents require 1 to 2 years to fully master it. After imparting the longevity technique and dimensional law to the villagers, Li Xiaolong visited the Dulin Temple, where, after discussions with the abbot, he successfully persuaded the temple to join his cause, contributing to the martial arts development on Earth. The abbot was particularly enticed by Li Xiaolong's offerings. Upon hearing of the longevity technique and dimensional law, he immediately expressed his willingness to participate. The abbot assured Li Xiaolong of his genuine intention to alleviate the suffering of all beings and contribute to the martial arts of Earth, denying any ulterior motives regarding the techniques. Li Xiaolong merely chuckled, content as long as the efforts contributed to the martial arts of Earth, knowing that he created the longevity technique to empower the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball world. He planned to eventually announce it to the world. Li Xiaolong later observed the progress of the longevity technique at Dulan Temple and found that their training was not as swift as that of Li Family Village. To ensure accuracy, he and Mei Fia returned to the Superpower Academy for further observation, only to discover that the students there were also progressing at a similar slow pace. However, Li Xiaolong decided against simplifying the longevity technique further, given its and the dimensional law's effects. The innate talents of the Dragon Ball Earth inhabitants would significantly improve over 2 generations. With the Celestial Demon strategy now fully developed, Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia returned to the Superpower Academy to impart the strategy to the students. After a period of guidance, Li Xiaolong confirmed that the Celestial Demon strategy indeed suited the superhuman talents of the students better. Nonetheless, the longevity technique and dimensional law remain vital, as they form the foundational training methods essential for enhancing the overall potential of Earth, while the Celestial Demon strategy, though beneficial, only augments the practitioner's spiritual energy and does not extend their lifespan. After the Superpower Academy and the Doran Temple were firmly established, Li Xiaolong prepared to journey to Corin Tower. His first task was to consult with the Corin regarding martial arts matters, and the second was to discuss the mystical sense of beings. These strategic resources must be under his control. Ideally, he would have the cat sage cultivate them abundantly or uncover the cultivation methods to improve upon them for his subordinates to nurture. In the original narrative, senza beans served merely as a means of sustenance in the early stages, often squandered by Yachirobe, to the point where the Dragon Ball warriors had no choice but to split a single bean in half for use. Each time Li Xiaolong witnessed this, he felt an overwhelming urge to chastise Yachirobe, lamenting the plight of the Dragon Ball warriors. Now that he found himself in this Dragon Ball world, such circumstances must be altered. He resolved to intensify Yachirobe's training to assuage his own resentment. Accompanied by Mei Fia, Li Xiaolong arrived at Corin Tower and sought out the cat sage. Upon seeing the couple approach, the cat sage refrained from inquiring whether they had come to discuss the ultra-divine water, for the aura of their breakthrough was palpable even from within Corin Tower. The divine pressure emanating from them was unmistakable, and though the cat sage initially sensed only the fluctuations of their ki, the dimensional suppression was now evident. Greetings, cat sage. I am Li Xiaolong, and this is my girlfriend, Mei Fia. Li Xiaolong introduced himself, aware that the cat sage would not recognize him. Ah, so you're the famed Li Xiaolong, the young deity that the god spoke of. It is indeed impressive to see such talent arise from the younger generation. The future of Earth rests upon individuals like you, the cat sage acknowledged, recalling the god's previous mention of 2 extraordinary talents, even meriting the attention of the Kais. Is it truly an honor to be remembered by you, cat sage? Li Xiaolong humbly responded. Now, may I inquire what brings you to seek my counsel? The cat sage asked. Cat sage, I have heard of a miraculous item known as the senza bean. I hope you might provide me with some, and, ideally, the cultivation methods as well. I am willing to offer something in exchange. Li Xiaolong articulated earnestly. Ah, the senza beans. They are not particularly rare, so I can certainly spare some for you. However, the cultivation conditions are rather stringent. I shall divulge the details, but it would depend on your ability to find a suitable environment for their growth. The cat sage generously agreed. In that case, cat sage, I present to you my long life technique, a method of dimensional cultivation. I hope you will practice it to contribute to the strength of Earth. I sense that formidable adversaries will soon arrive. Li Xiaolong offered the long life technique and the dimensional method to the cat sage. Initially, the cat sage, known for his laid-back demeanor, hesitated to accept Li Xiaolong's teachings. However, upon hearing of the impending threats to Earth, he decided to take them. Cat sage, I implore you to intensify the cultivation of the senza beans. Their significance for Earth will be paramount. Please do not refuse my request. Li Xiaolong earnestly urged the cat sage. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's words, the cat immortal reluctantly acquiesced to the request of this unscrupulous master for the sake of Earth. The cat immortal, embodying great righteousness, assured him, rest assured, I shall ensure that fresh fish, your favorite delicacy, will be delivered to you each month as compensation. Li Xiaolong, not wishing to exhaust the cat immortal's resources all at once, offered a tempting promise. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the cat immortal's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the fresh fish that would arrive monthly. Now, cat immortal, let us first seek the heavenly deity and secure the divine beings. Li Xiaolong declared as he and Mei Fia soared towards the temple. In the original narrative, the location of the temple remains shrouded in mystery. It was only through the golden staff that Sun Wukong managed to reach it. As the Dragon Ball warriors grew in strength and received teachings from the heavenly deity. The temple gradually lost its enigmatic aura. However, for Li Xiaolong and Maifia, locating the temple proved rather straightforward. Upon their descent, they encountered a shadowy figure awaiting them. Mr. Bobo, greetings. Li Xiaolong initiated the conversation. I've been expecting you. Please follow me. Bobo replied courteously, leading them into the temple. As they walked, Li Xiaolong and Maifia curiously surveyed their surroundings. The temple, whose age remains indeterminate, was steeped in an aura of mystery. Although Li Xiaolong had seen it in his previous life, experiencing it in person was an unparalleled sensation, far beyond any cinematic portrayal. When they finally met the heavenly deity, Piccolo, both Li Xiaolong and Maifia were taken aback. Despite having seen the heavenly deity countless times in the media, the impact of encountering him in reality was profound. However, they quickly regained their composure. Ah, my dear children, you have finally arrived. The heavenly deity began, his voice resonating warmly. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Since your dimensional breakthrough, I have been monitoring your endeavors and am aware of your contributions to Earth. Even King Kai has expressed great admiration for you, urging me to pay you close attention. I have long awaited your presence, and now, here you are. Forgive us for keeping you waiting, heavenly deity. I had intended to visit you sooner, but I was beset by numerous matters and could only now carve out time to meet, Li Xiaolong replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed that the heavenly deity had waited so long for them. You have done remarkably well, far surpassing my own efforts. I wonder if you would be interested in the position of the heavenly deity. If so, I would be willing to pass this mantle to you. The heavenly deity suddenly proposed. Haha, dear heavenly deity, you have performed excellently already. We have grown accustomed to a more leisurely existence and would not suit the role of the heavenly deity. Besides, as long as you cultivate the eternal technique and the dimensional law, you will only grow stronger. I implore you not to entertain thoughts of relinquishing your divine position. We must continue to strive together to bolster Earth's strength in preparation for future crises, Li Xiaolong earnestly conveyed to the heavenly deity Piccolo. Desiring to ascend to the status of divine beings, one cannot truly undertake menial labor in this lifetime. Rather, it suffices to be a guiding light for Earth's inhabitants. A tranquil life shared with Maifia, devoid of such celestial responsibilities, seems far more appealing. The notion of divinity is rendered trivial. Li Xiaolong plans to facilitate the fusion of the formidable demon king and the deity Piccolo, coupled with the immortality technique and dimensional arts he possesses, thus potentially creating the most powerful deity. With his assistance, perhaps one could even ascend to the position of Supreme Kai. The prospect of serving another is inconceivable. Instead, Li Xiaolong envisions a reversal of roles, compelling the deity to serve him throughout eternity. Prior to this meeting, he informed Maifia about the divine circumstances, revealing that one of the deity and their attendant must always remain within the temple, and that the departing individual may only leave for brief intervals, which struck Maifia as a peculiar flaw in their existence. Seeing that both were disinterested in the divine position, the deity ceased to press the matter. Ultimately accepting the techniques, Li Xiaolong offered with a sense of resignation. Deity, you must diligently cultivate the knowledge I have bestowed upon you. For the forthcoming crises on Earth are exceedingly formidable, Li Xiaolong urged, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. What crisis do you speak of? The deity's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness upon hearing Li Xiaolong mention future tribulations. Allow me to present to you the foreseen calamities, Li Xiaolong declared, extending his hand to conjure a holographic projection, a manifestation of his supernatural abilities that vividly depicted his envisioned scenarios. The initial image revealed the invasion of the Saiyans, followed by the emergence of Frieza, Cooler, and Goku. Then came the threat of the androids, succeeded by the harrowing Cell games, and subsequently the appearance of Majin Buu. The final vision showcased an apocalyptic deity whose mere whim could annihilate planets, a being whose capricious nature led to the destruction of countless celestial bodies. The scene culminated with this god descending upon Earth, though the vision abruptly ended there. The individuals present were left in a state of shock, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Li Xiaolong, are these visions truly authentic? Maifia was the first to regain her composure, as her thoughts raced with the daunting question of whether Earth could withstand such crises. Both the deity and Bobo turned their gazes towards Li Xiaolong, awaiting his response. These are genuine occurrences that will transpire. I possess a precognitive ability, having foreseen these visions long ago, which is why I have made the necessary preparations. However, this foresight has not manifested again, Li Xiaolong fabricated, concealing the truth that these images were merely the product of his anime-watching experiences. Can we truly overcome these crises? The deity's voice wavered, betraying a hint of uncertainty. Heavenly deity, one must have faith in one's own abilities. As long as you diligently cultivate my techniques, I shall facilitate your fusion with the short flute. Your innate talent is indeed formidable, and coupled with the efforts of both myself and Myphia, we have ample time ahead. Earth will undoubtedly overcome these crises. Li Xiaolong began to encourage everyone, fearing they might succumb to despair upon witnessing that harrowing scene. Li Xiaolong, that cataclysmic deity? Myphia inquired with curiosity. That deity is known as the god of destruction, one of the supreme gods of the universe, on par with the king of worlds. However, his dominion lies in annihilation, tasked with purging civilizations detrimental to cosmic development. The god of destruction is notoriously capricious. Even the obliteration of other planets often bears little consequence. Li Xiaolong explained with an air of seriousness. From the original text, these so-called deities appear to be aloof, regarding humanity as mere playthings. For instance, the gods of destruction, Bairusu and Kampa, exhibited disdain and a cavalier attitude towards mortals as they competed for the Super Dragon Balls in a martial arts tournament. Li Xiaolong believed that humanity's fate should rest in human hands, unlike the Omni King, whose displeasure could obliterate entire universes, a catastrophe far too great for humanity to endure. Lesser threats, such as Zamasu, harbored an even more profound prejudice against humanity. Li Xiaolong refrained from divulging information about the angels, the Grand Minister, and the Omni King, as even the god of destruction was sufficiently astonishing. Heavenly deity, my purpose in coming here is to request that you bestow a divine decree upon the king. This would facilitate my actions, as our time is precious, and I prefer not to squander it on trivial matters. Li Xiaolong finally articulated his intent. Though the king of Earth is merely a figurehead, the title still holds legal weight. Li Xiaolong did not wish to waste time persuading or exerting pressure. While he could easily use force, it would be more prudent to act in the name of the heavenly deity. Very well. I shall issue a divine decree to ensure that the king cooperates with you. As for the remaining matters, it appears you are well prepared. In that case, proceed with confidence. I hope that under your guidance, Earth flourishes and navigates through these trials. The heavenly deity solemnly declared. There is no need for excessive pressure. I am here to shoulder everything. You must have faith in me, Li Xiaolong encouraged, sensing the atmosphere had grown heavy. His unwavering confidence inspired those around him, lightening the mood considerably. After a thorough discussion regarding the process and details of the martial arts event, and feeling that nothing further needed to be added, Li Xiaolong and Myphia departed from the temple, making their way to Li Family Village. Soon after their return, the heavenly decree descended upon the palace where the king resided. Chapter 11. Ancestor of Martial Arts. Just as Li Xiaolong and Myphia arrived back at Li Family Village, the heavenly decree reached the king's palace. The world is on the brink of chaos. The martial ancestor Li Xiaolong, feeling the plight of all beings in their struggle for survival, established the Longxing martial arts to impart wisdom to the world. Accompanied by 6 guardians and 12 attendants, Li Xiaolong's wife, Myphia, serves as the head of the Superpower Academy, where she will also pass down extraordinary abilities to assist the martial ancestor in his mission. A divine decree has been issued, commanding the king and his ministers to wholeheartedly support Li Xiaolong in spreading martial arts across the realm. The populace is urged to heed the martial ancestor's call. For those who defy, it will face the wrath of heaven and earth. Above the royal palace, a colossal celestial canopy radiates divine light. As the deity employs the magic taught by Li Xiaolong to create this magnificent spectacle, enhanced by spiritual suppression and infused with the deity's own aura, the cumulative effect leaves the king and his ministers in awe, bowing in reverence. The spectators, witnessing this divine edict, are engulfed in fervor, eagerly anticipating the martial ancestor Li Xiaolong and Myphia, for the pursuit of evolution and strength is deeply embedded in human nature. Li Xiaolong perceives the transformations occurring within the palace through a spell that displays the scene as if it were a live broadcast. The deity has aptly bestowed upon him the title of martial ancestor, a designation that resonates with his heart, especially as Myphia is now recognized as his wife. This new title brings him joy, and he resolves to be a little less demanding of her. As he contemplates the divine decree, his heart swells with happiness, while Myphia blushes beside him. The idea of manifesting this divine decree was conceived by Li Xiaolong, with much of its content reflecting his thoughts. However, the title of martial ancestor was the deity's own creation. Reflecting on his actions, he recognizes his capability to embody this esteemed title. What delights him most is the deity's introduction of Myphia as his wife, a public declaration before all, affirming their deep connection. With this proclamation, he feels compelled to plan a grand wedding with Myphia. Without delay, upon returning to Li family village, Li Xiaolong gathers 18 individuals, including Li Yun and Uncle Qian, assigning them to oversee martial affairs in the western region centered around Li family village. Li Hao and Uncle Kuan are tasked with the southern area, while Li Xian and Uncle Zhongshu will manage the northern sector. He and Myphia will oversee the eastern region along with the Superpower Academy. The Earth is divided into 4 major regions: Northeast, Southeast, Southwest, and Northwest, with each group of 4 chosen individuals assigned to a specific area, primarily to assist in the 3 regions they are designated to support. Although Li Xiaolong and Myphia appear to have limited manpower, they are both adept at teaching others, their martial arts experience surpassing that of anyone else. Thus, their direct assistance is not required. Moreover, Li Xiaolong is intent on cultivating their independence, for the responsibilities will only multiply, and without nurturing talent, how can he continue to lead a carefree life in the future? First, you will establish a martial arts school, subsequently categorizing your disciples into external and internal students. Annually, assessments will be conducted, with those who excel being promoted and those who do not being demoted. Li Xiaolong shared his vision with everyone to prevent them from spending time devising their own plans. Furthermore, each year, a minor competition will be held among the martial artists of each region, and every 5 years, a grand tournament will take place among the 4 regions, serving to invigorate the motivation for training. The audience listened attentively to Li Xiaolong's proposal. Additionally, I will establish a martial arts task alliance, where martial artists can accept missions for substantial rewards, thus averting the predicament of financial hardship among practitioners. Li Xiaolong recalled the circumstances of son Wukong's family in the original text. Initially, after Chi-Chi married into the family, they enjoyed relative wealth, thanks to the accumulated riches of the Bull Demon King. However, Saiyans are notorious for their prodigious appetites, especially with the addition of son Gohan and Wutian. Chi-Chi's desire for Gohan to pursue academia was partly to earn money to support the household. It is imperative to prevent such a situation from arising here. We cannot allow Gohan to become like Nobita. It would be a pity for such a promising martial arts talent to be forced into a mundane existence. Brother, this approach is splendid. We will no longer have to worry about martial artists abandoning their path due to financial constraints, which will foster a virtuous cycle, Li Yun remarked, his eyes lighting up in agreement with Li Xiaolong's proposal. The others nodded in consensus upon hearing Li Yun's analysis. Indeed, Xiaoyan, you are perceptive. You grasp my intentions so swiftly. Li Xiaolong expressed his delight at Li Yun's insights. With this momentum, Li Yun would soon be able to stand independently, alleviating some pressure from both himself and Myphia. Additionally, I have persuaded the Duelin's Temple to assist us in spreading martial arts across the world. If you require personnel, feel free to recruit from Duelin's Temple, but ensure that their compensation is adequate. Finally, Li Xiaolong informed everyone about the developments with Duelin's Temple. Over the past year, the strength of the entire Duelin's Temple has seen remarkable growth. Although none have reached the pinnacle of cultivation, their power has undeniably increased. With over 1,000 monks, their contribution will be a significant advantage, ensuring that no one is left without support. The group swiftly set forth to execute their plans, with Li Xiaolong and Myphia heading to the eastern region. Li Xiaolong chose to oversee this area alongside Myphia due to its population being the largest, surpassing the combined populace of the other 3 regions. Initially, they will lead the instruction, and later, once Li Yun and the others are capable, they will pass on the responsibility. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, it had been 11 years since Li Xiaolong arrived in the Dragon Ball world, marking a decade since the commencement of martial arts. During this time, Li Xiaolong and his companions devoted themselves tirelessly to the advancement of martial arts on Earth. A decade characterized by rapid development in martial arts and significant growth in their own abilities. In the past decade, the Earth has witnessed the emergence of numerous martial arts prodigies. Although no individuals have yet transcended the first-dimensional barrier aside from those from Li Family Village, Doring Temple, and the Academy of Superpowers, the foundational prowess of humanity has been elevated manifold. Presently, there are over 100 individuals on Earth whose combat power exceeds 10,000. Apart from those newly introduced to martial arts or newborn infants, even the least formidable possess a power level well above 100. excluding Li Xiaolong and his cohort. The average combat power of Earthlings has surpassed 200, marking it as a remarkably advanced planet within the cosmos. The most notable breakthroughs belong to Li Xiaolong and his team, both of whom have ascended beyond the fourth dimensional threshold. Li Xiaolong's combat power has reached an astonishing 25 billion, while Myphia stands at 24 billion. The advancements of those from Leaf Family Village, in comparison to the rest of the Dragon Ball Earth inhabitants, can only be described as terrifying. Chapter 12. Journey to Adralat Star. The residents of Leaf Family Village are now all individuals above the first dimension. Notably, Li Yun, Li O, Li Xian, Li Zongqian, Li Zongkun, and Li Zhongshu have all achieved the third dimension, with their collective combat power exceeding 12 million, displaying only a few million variations among them. Meanwhile, the remaining 12 members are all at the second dimension, each with a combat power exceeding 100,000, rendering this assembly a formidable force within the universe. As 10 years have elapsed, Doring Temple has seen one individual break into the first dimension, and similarly, the Academy of Superpowers has also celebrated a breakthrough, with several others nearing the threshold. It is believed that it will not be long before Doring Temple and the Academy of Superpowers produce more first-dimensional beings. Initially, Earthlings exhibited little interest in martial arts, believing only the denizens of Leaf Family Village could breach dimensional boundaries. However, following the breakthroughs of the esteemed abbot of Doring Temple and the gifted instructor Cyrus from the Academy of Superpowers, Li Xiaolong fervently promoted their achievements. The two were arranged by Li Xiaolong to share their experiences globally. Witnessing their presence and hearing firsthand the benefits of transcending dimensions ignited a fervent enthusiasm for martial arts among Earthlings. After all, the potential to extend one's lifespan and enhance innate abilities was a compelling incentive that few could ignore. Following the inaugural grand tournament among the four major regions, Li Xiaolong and Myphia entrusted the eastern region to Li Yun and others, allowing them to enjoy a more leisurely existence while they continued their training and monitored the progress of the populace. Should any insurmountable challenges arise, Li Xiaolong would step in to assist. Additionally, it is noteworthy that over the past decade, the deity has advanced to the third dimension through the cultivation of a longevity technique and dimensional laws imparted by Li Xiaolong. The rapid ascension of the deity can be attributed not only to their exceptional talent, but also to the fact that, upon inheriting their divine status, they were already at the first dimension and had immersed themselves in it for centuries. Although it is said that this dimension is inherently divine, once the celestial deity perfected the long life technique, the speed at which he cultivated dimensional laws could only be likened to a rocket. Following the completion of the long life technique, he swiftly ascended to the first level of the dimension and, shortly thereafter, achieved the second level in a remarkably brief period. It was only after 7 or 8 years that he attained the third level, yet this endeavor nearly exhausted the profound foundation he had accumulated over several centuries. To reach the fourth level, it would likely require an additional decade or more of accumulation. Upon advancing to the fourth level, Li Xiaolong discerned that the transition from the fourth to the fifth level represented a significant watershed. After all, those below the fifth level are considered lower-tier deities, whereas those at the fifth level and above are classified as mid-tier deities. Through observing the breakthroughs of others into the dimensional levels, it became evident that, aside from the first level, which afforded a remarkable 100-fold increase, the subsequent levels from 2 to 4 yielded increments of 10-fold for himself and Myphia, 9-fold for Li Yun and his companions, and an 8-fold increase for Li Xingqian and the remaining 12 individuals. The others from Li Family Village experienced an increase of approximately 7-fold, though not quite reaching 8. Combining the initial talents of everyone involved, Li Xiaolong concluded that the multiplicative increase was entirely reliant on one's inherent capabilities, eagerly awaiting the breakthroughs of the abbot and Celis into the second level to determine their potential enhancements. After witnessing the second grand tournament among the four major regions, Li Xiaolong resolved to explore the cosmos, initially setting his sights on Adralat Star. After all, relying solely on the divine dragon's wishes to learn martial arts from others was rather limited, and he also desired to take Myphia along to master teleportation. Currently, the development of martial arts on Earth had entered a steady trajectory, with the Superpower Academy establishing branches across the four major regions, fervently educating those endowed with magical talents. Moreover, Li Xiaolong provided substantial support for advancements in technology. A decade had passed, and Earth's technological progress was nothing short of astonishing. Although miraculous companies like Universal Adhesive Capsule had yet to emerge, Under Li Xiaolong's patronage, applied technology advanced rapidly. Based on the celestial deity's spacecraft, they had successfully developed spacecraft that surpassed the original in sophistication, alongside a plethora of technological marvels such as laser weapons and civilian aerial vehicles. After addressing his companions, Li Xiaolong embarked with Myphia aboard the most advanced spacecraft on Earth, heading toward Raditz star. Influenced by Li Xiaolong, the spacecraft did not resemble the grotesque designs from the original narrative. Instead, it harmoniously aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities, exuding both beauty and a cutting-edge technological essence. Unlike the original saucer or sphere shapes, the vessel he boarded appeared strikingly aggressive. Rather than a mere spacecraft, it was more aptly described as a cosmic battleship. The main tower of the battleship was equipped with the latest Earth-designed annihilation cannon, capable of obliterating planets as large as Jupiter with a single shot. Li Xiaolong had initially intended to journey in a conventional spacecraft, but after fervent insistence from numerous technological experts, he found it difficult to decline their enthusiasm. Additionally, he planned to present this spacecraft to Raditz star as a token of gratitude for his martial arts education, while also forging a bond, as he intended to impart the long-life technique to them. After the conquest of the Earth, it was evident that Li Xiaolong was no longer satisfied. Contemplating the future power conference, he could not guarantee that Wukong would emerge victorious, nor could he ascertain whether, in the event of Wukong's defeat, other universes might resurrect their own. Even if they did, would that individual still be himself? Such uncertainties were not worth gambling on. It was wiser to hold his own fate in his hands. Establishing a good rapport with the planet Raditz was the first step in Li Xiaolong's grand scheme. Once the martial artists of Earth grew strong, the advancement of the martial universe could also be set in motion. Entering the coordinates of Raditz into the console, a surge of energy pierced the void, and the cosmic battleship vanished into the abyss. This technology was conceived by Li Xiaolong himself, having realized that spacecraft required an inordinate amount of time to traverse the cosmos. He drew inspiration from various works of his past life that featured void teleportation or wormhole traversal. Building upon the foundation of instantaneous movement, he devoted 5 years to the complete development of this technology, which would ultimately benefit the universe. Outside Raditz, a fantastical vortex materialized, and a cosmic battleship slowly emerged from its depths. It was the very ship Li Xiaolong occupied. As the vessel fully exited the wormhole, Li Xiaolong noticed a group of individuals before him, standing boldly in a vacuum of space without any protective gear. A mental transmission resonated within the ship. Esteemed Earth Martial Ancestor and Martial Ancestor Lady, I am the chieftain of the Raditz people. I have just foreseen the future, and it is my honor to welcome you to our planet. The former chieftain and a cadre of elders lined up in a welcoming formation. Upon closer observation, Li Xiaolong discerned that the Raditz people enveloped themselves in auras of energy, enabling them to sustain life for extended periods in the cosmos. After issuing commands to the ship, he followed suit, wrapping his own body in energy and instructing Myphia in the method. Together, they exited the battleship to stand before the assembly of elders. Chapter 13. Discussion of plans. Amidst the warm welcome from the people of Raditz, Li Xiaolong and his companion enter the planet. Chieftain, this battleship is a token of goodwill from Earth, as well as a gesture of gratitude for the martial knowledge once sought by the dragon. I kindly request that you allow Li Xiaolong to dock the ship at the harbor, he stated. The chieftain accepted the offering without hesitation. It turned out that 11 years prior, it was the martial ancestors' influence that enabled the chieftain to acquire martial knowledge from their planet. It was a privilege for them, and they vowed to follow the martial ancestors' lead and serve at his discretion. The chieftain's sudden declaration left Li Xiaolong somewhat astonished. However, reflecting on the extraordinary martial prowess of the Raditz people and the chieftain's earlier mention of foresight, he regained his composure. Esteemed Master Wuzhu, I previously foresaw your intentions, as well as the magnificent vision of our planet's future under your guidance. After much deliberation, we have unanimously decided to follow you, Master Wuzhu, and contribute to your noble aspirations. Witnessing the transformation in Li Xiaolong's demeanor, the chieftain of the Raditz star clan stepped forth to elucidate. In light of this, I shall impart the techniques of eternal life and dimensional law to you. Henceforth, diligently cultivate these arts. When I establish the martial universe, your contributions will be invaluable. Li Xiaolong has also gained insight into the future of the Raditz star. Through a mental transmission of power, he conveyed the eternal life and dimensional law to the assembly. Upon reaching the 4th level of dimensional mastery, Li Xiaolong experienced a profound enhancement of his mental prowess, subsequently unveiling abilities from his past life as narratives, rendering the transmission of these teachings far less cumbersome. The gathering was astounded upon receiving the eternal life and dimensional law, showering Li Xiaolong with accolades for his genius and charisma. Though the Adrat star possessed the dimensional law, it had become fragmented over the eons. Truly, what a brilliant notion. Master Wuzhu, you are indeed destined to lead us toward unparalleled glory, as exclamations of admiration resonated among the crowd. You must diligently practice these teachings. My companion Maifia and I have also come to learn some of your secret arts. Please designate someone to escort Maifia. I shall further discuss our future plans with you. Once the crowd had calmed, Li Xiaolong revealed another motive for their visit. I shall arrange that immediately. The chieftain replied obediently, and soon enough, an individual escorted Maifia to a towering edifice, where it was revealed that all secret arts of the Adrat star resided. The tower loomed majestically, from which the vastness of the Adrat star's secret arts could be discerned. Master Wuzhu, for ordinary individuals, it is said that learning more than 3 secret arts exceeds the limits of their mental capacity. However, both you and your esteemed spouse possess inherently powerful minds, and as individuals who have transcended dimensions, I am uncertain where your limits lie. The chieftain's words addressed a long-held curiosity of Li Xiaolong. It was not that Goku refrained from learning more secret arts, but rather that his mental fortitude could not support the acquisition of additional techniques. Li Xiaolong discerned that the general mental strength within the Dragon Ball universe was rather lacking. Vegeta serves as a prime example. Initially, he was under Babbidi's control. Though there may have been some intentionality involved, had his mental strength been formidable, Babbidi would not have easily succeeded. Furthermore, Bell, who was overtaken by such a lowly being, would never have been able to dominate Trunks, Gohan, and Goten, ultimately controlling Vegeta as well, had his mental prowess been strong. Li Xiaolong, I shall enter to study now. You may deliberate in my absence. I am eager to learn instant transmission. Maifia expressed her impatience to begin her studies. Over the years, she had been envious of Li Xiaolong's ability to manifest it, and now, the moment had finally arrived. She could not bear to wait any longer. Maifia and Li Xiaolong are both individuals irresistibly drawn to the study of martial arts, sharing an ardent passion for their craft. Following Maifia's entry into the tower for her studies, Li Xiaolong convened with a group of elders and the clan leader to deliberate various matters, ranging from martial knowledge to management strategies, from the future development of martial arts on the planet Adralat to the affairs of the Cosmic Federation. Upon concluding their discussions, Li Xiaolong commenced instructing the group in the cultivation of the eternal life technique. Adralat, renowned for its unbroken lineage of martial arts, proved to be exceedingly conducive to rapid advancement in this discipline. Li Xiaolong speculated that the planet harbored numerous prodigies capable of directly practicing dimensional techniques. However, the elders, advanced in age, faced significant declines in their innate talents, necessitating the foundational training of the eternal life technique. During this period, Li Xiaolong ventured into the secret technique tower, discovering that it was not merely a library as he had envisioned, but rather a grand hall adorned with numerous stone tablets. Additionally, luminous points resembling starlight floated in the air. These tablets, crafted from a unique stone indigenous to Adralat, were capable of encapsulating martial knowledge and were remarkably resilient, making them suitable as vessels for secret techniques. By merely touching the stone's surface, information would flood into the mind, akin to the transmission of knowledge through jade slips, as Li Xiaolong remembered. The floating lights were not mere embellishments. They represented stored secret techniques, with information accessible upon contact. The inhabitants of Adralat, true to their nature as a peace-loving and martial arts-promoting race, welcomed numerous extraterrestrial visitors within the tower, where they were observed diligently studying secret techniques, with new arrivals and departures occurring almost daily. After completing discussions with the elders, Li Xiaolong also entered the secret technique tower to select techniques for study, while the elders gathered the Adralatians to relay Li Xiaolong's endeavors, passing down the eternal life technique and the complete dimensional technique. The entire planet of Adralat soon became engulfed in a fervor for cultivation, and indeed, several super geniuses capable of directly practicing dimensional techniques emerged, notably named Moore, Cecilia, and Gord, whom Li Xiaolong took special care to summon. He had not anticipated the emergence of 3 such extraordinary talents on Adralat. Aside from the residents of Li family village on Earth, Maifia was the sole individual who could be strictly classified as a super genius. Upon entering the secret technique tower, Li Xiaolong initially intended to select a technique that could foresee the future. However, Upon discovering that this technique was only accessible to those who had not yet advanced to the dimensional level, he lamented the absence of such foresight among the techniques bestowed upon him by the divine dragon. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this, and instead chose a selection of over 10 significant techniques, mastering them all within 2 months, much to the astonishment of the elders. Meanwhile, Myphia, after 2 months, successfully advanced to the second stage of her teleportation technique. The reason for Myphia's swiftness compared to Li Xiaolong's earlier progress lay in her current status as a 4th-tier dimensional being, her talent having geometrically multiplied. Had Li Xiaolong embarked on his studies now, he estimated that he could complete the 3 stages of teleportation within a fortnight. Upon completing the second stage of teleportation in Myphia, Li Xiaolong contemplated his departure, considering that the 3rd stage of teleportation could be mastered elsewhere, relying solely on the accumulation of energy. His next destination was Namek, for the grand cosmic plan of domination would undoubtedly involve this planet. Chapter 14, Namek. After bidding farewell to Yadarat's star, Li Xiaolong executed a teleportation directly to Namek. The planet, having suffered from past calamities, had yet to recover, presenting a somewhat dilapidated appearance. Future has altered. Nasha, a distinguished guest, has arrived. Go and welcome them, remembering to address him as the Grand Elder of the martial ancestor. The Grand Elder suddenly opened his eyes and uttered words that left Nasha somewhat perplexed, before instructing him to receive Li Xiaolong and his companion. Li Xiaolong, is this truly the homeland of the deities, Namek? How extraordinary! 3 suns and a green sky. Myphia joyfully surveyed the environment of Namek. The planetary system of Namek is unique, with 3 small stars orbiting the planet, ensuring perpetual daylight. As Li Xiaolong and Myphia continued to admire their surroundings, a figure resembling a deity approached them from a distance. You must be the esteemed martial ancestor, Li Xiaolong. Our Grand Elder requests your presence. I am Nasha, the Grand Elder's guard, he announced promptly upon receiving the Grand Elder's directive. Nasha? Yes, please lead us to the Grand Elder. Thank you. Li Xiaolong reflected that it was now the year 710 of the Aiki era, while Nella was born in the year 744, indicating a span of 34 years until then. Under Nasha's guidance, they soon arrived before the Grand Elder, who, contrary to his portrayal in the original narrative, appeared not as aged, but rather benevolent and vibrant. Upon meeting the Grand Elder, Li Xiaolong respectfully bowed. Esteemed martial ancestor, there is no need for such formalities. I had foreseen fragments of the future upon your arrival to Namek, and these glimpses reveal that your presence would usher in a wondrous change, the Grand Elder expressed, his excitement palpable. That is merely my duty. However, I must also express my gratitude for your support, Li Xiaolong mused inwardly, slightly bemused by yet another individual claiming to foresee the future. Namek shall fully commit to supporting you, martial ancestor, the Grand Elder assured, brimming with enthusiasm. Given that, I shall impart the longevity technique and dimensional method to you, enabling Namek to regain its former glory, Li Xiaolong declared, channeling his spiritual energy to transmit the techniques to the Grand Elder, while Nasha also received the teachings. Grand Elder, I have come seeking the Dragon Balls, and I would also appreciate your assistance in unlocking the potential of both myself and my companion, Li Xiaolong stated, prepared to explore the possibilities of enhancing their abilities. Very well, please step forward. I must make contact with your head, the Grand Elder requested, placing his hand upon Li Xiaolong's head, releasing a wave of extraordinary energy. Soon, the aura emanating from Li Xiaolong surged forth, yet in an instant, he reined it back in. Had this energy erupted fully, both the Grand Elder and Nasha would likely have sustained injuries. Presently, Li Xiaolong possesses remarkable mastery over his own abilities. Although the energy harnessed by the Grand Elder is new to him, it remains within the confines of his control. The inhabitants of Namek stared curiously at the Grand Elder's residence. Even though the aura had only flared momentarily, the terrifying essence left an indelible impression on their minds, prompting many to hasten towards the Grand Elder's abode. Your potential is truly profound, martial ancestor. I can only reach this level. I cannot even begin to tap into 1/10,000th of your potential, the Grand Elder said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, halting his guidance once his physical strength waned. Thank you, Grand Elder. You have already done more than enough. Here are some celestial beans, which can instantly restore your stamina and wounds. I hope you can also assist my wife, Myphia, in unlocking her potential, Li Xiaolong said, presenting the celestial beans to the Grand Elder. Upon consuming them, the Grand Elder was rejuvenated almost instantaneously. Forgive me, my lady. The Grand Elder apologized before continuing to guide Myphia in unlocking her potential. It is truly astonishing. I never anticipated the martial ancestor's wife possessed such formidable potential. While it may not match that of the martial ancestor, few can rival her capabilities, the Grand Elder remarked in awe as he assessed their strengths. Myphia's mastery over her power was not as formidable. After a brief breath, she too retracted her aura. This time, the people of Namek felt her profound energy akin to an ocean's depth. In proximity to Namek, a spacecraft was present, where the combat power detection instruments of two individuals exploded, as if they had encountered an ancient beast, prompting them to frantically retreat. The moment Myphia's aura erupted, Li Xiaolong ensured the safety of the Grand Elder and Nasha. Otherwise, both would have been harmed, and the Grand Elder's incantation would have been interrupted. Thank you, Grand Elder. Myphia expressed her gratitude after sensing the energy, while Li Xiaolong once again offered the celestial beings to the Grand Elder. Now, following the Grand Elder's guidance in unlocking their potential, their strengths had undergone a remarkable transformation. Li Xiaolong's combat prowess surged by 500 million, reaching a staggering 30 billion. While Myphia's increase surpassed even his, rising by 600 million, thereby achieving 25 billion, her first surpassing of the superpower threshold. The reason for Li Xiaolong's lesser increase in combat power was due to the sheer magnitude of his potential, even with the Grand Elder's utmost effort. Only a fraction could be harnessed. This was akin to a tug-of-war, wherein the Grand Elder faced resistance from Li Xiaolong's body during the process. Akin to the detrimental effects of hastening growth, only the development of potential by the old Kaioshin could simultaneously unlock combat power and enhance one's potential. In the present day, the combat power of the two individuals has surpassed that of the lightning cell in the original narrative. However, this enhancement is attributed to the special methods employed by Li Xiaolong and his companions. Should one consider their inherent strength, a considerable gap remains between them and the lightning cell. Li Xiaolong could not help but exhale in relief, realizing that as long as he adhered meticulously to his plan, the emergence of a substantial number of individuals from Earth who could transcend dimensions, coupled with the presence of exceptional talents, would render them formidable. While it may not be feasible for everyone to match the strength of the androids within the cosmic realm, they would indeed be terrifying. By the time Raditz arrives on Earth, it is likely that any random individual would possess combat power in the range of tens to hundreds of millions. The mere thought of Raditz's expression upon this realization caused a smile to grace Li Xiaolong's lips. Xiaolong, what brings that smile to your face? Are you pleased with your increased power? Myphia inquired, observing his expression. Haha, it's nothing. I simply recalled an amusing thought. I shall take you along to witness it. To share in the joy, Li Xiaolong responded, looking forward to sharing this delightful moment with Myphia. Great Elder, what has transpired? We sensed a powerful aura emanating from your residence, and were concerned for your well-being. A voice called from outside. A group of elders and their kin had gathered at the door of the Great Elder's abode. The Great Elder, having survived a cataclysmic event, later fathered at least 108 children, who have since become the current elders or guardians. These elders continued to procreate, breathing life into the planet of Namek. Among the Great Elder's offspring, one must mention Shrag, a super Namekian. He too is a child of the Great Elder. However, during the calamity on Namek, the Great Elder entrusted the infant Shrag to Shragstar. Yet, Shrag possesses an extraordinarily malevolent heart, making him a formidable adversary, unbeknownst to Li Xiaolong. As Myphia radiated her aura, two cosmic beings nearby were Shrag's subordinates. Initially intending to invade a planet near Namek, they were paralyzed with fear by Myphia's presence. In their panic, they hurried back to report their encounter to Shrag. Chapter 15. The Invasion of Shrag. On Shragstar, Shrag was currently listening to reports from his subordinates. After decisively defeating the stronghold of Shragstar, he had fully dominated the realm, establishing a base from which he extended his dominion over all nearby celestial bodies. Strategically situated at the intersection of the northern and eastern galaxies, he and his minions roamed the cosmos, committing acts of villainy, with their combat strength and malevolence growing alongside their age. Born with an inherently wicked disposition, Shrag became increasingly malevolent, arrogating to himself the title of Cosmic Emperor as he aggressively invaded planets. Your Majesty, number 7 and number 8 have returned. They claim to have important matters to report. A personal guard announced. Oh, what have these two imbeciles discovered? Bring them forth, Shrag ordered impassively. Soon, the trembling number 7 and number 8 entered. The very same individuals who had encountered Myphia outside Namek. Is it possible to conquer that planet? Slag's indifferent voice resonated. Reporting to your majesty, we. Number 7 stuttered, faltering before he could finish his sentence. Useless. What purpose do you serve? With a mere flick of his energy, Slag obliterated number 7. Your majesty, I have crucial intelligence to report. While we were en route to that planet, we encountered a sudden aura in the vicinity of that star system. Our detectors exploded before we could reach it, prompting our hasty return to inform your majesty. Number 8, witnessing the effortless annihilation of number 7, crouched in fear, trembling as he relayed the information. Oh, I recall that the detectors you were equipped with had a detection limit of 60 million in combat power. Thus, there must be a formidable foe nearby. Just when I was in need of a capable subordinate, having refrained from action for years, my strength is on the verge of rusting away. I shall pardon your transgressions this time. When I subdue that individual, I will reward you. Slag expressed with a hint of excitement. At present, Slag had yet to enter his twilight years. In the original narrative, the Elder Slag was remarked by the King of Worlds to be more powerful than Frisia and the Super Saiyans. Currently, Slag's physique was at its zenith, boasting combat power far surpassing that in the original tale, reaching a staggering 2 billion. Though Slag was malevolent and arrogant, one could not deny that he possessed the foundation to be proud. A combat power of 2 billion positioned him among the elite in the universe, especially with so few ancient beings active. Under the guidance of number 8, they swiftly approached the vicinity of Namek. When Slag manifested near Namek, Li Xiaolong and Mai Fia instantly sensed his formidable aura, akin to a firefly illuminating the night. In their perception, the intensity of that aura hovered around 24 million in combat power. Li Xiaolong conjured a magical projection to reveal the situation outside Namek. Shlach! I cannot believe this child is still alive. The elder recognized Slag, his face lighting up with joy. Elder, do not celebrate too soon. Take a closer look at Slag's aura, Li Xiaolong cautioned, having a deeper understanding of Slag. How can this be? How could Slag possess such a malevolent heart? Given his exceedingly wicked aura, is he here to invade Namek? The elder exclaimed in disbelief after observing for a while. The elder could not fathom that his own child bore an evil heart, leading a faction to invade his home planet. Do not worry, elder. Slag is in our capable hands, Li Xiaolong assured, equally exhilarated by Slag's appearance. The combat prowess of both he and Mai Fia had surged dramatically, leaving them without rivals for practice. The emergence of Slag presented an opportunity for them to unleash their full power in battle. Li Xiaolong had just discerned that Slag harbored immense energy within him. Li Xiaolong recalled from the original text that Xiaolong could transform into a Super Namekian, enhancing his strength tenfold. Given the aura radiating from Xiaolong, his battle power would reach an astonishing 240 million after the enhancement. However, Li Xiaolong sensed a latent power within him, amounting to an incredible 2,400 million. Li Xiaolong speculated that Xiaolong might possess an even further transformation, capable of amplifying his strength tenfold once more. Great Elder, your kin have arrived. Allow them to wait here. Xiaolong's formidable strength means that your current clan members stand no chance against him. Just observe our performance, Li Xiaolong instructed. Currently, the Namekians were rather feeble, and they would likely be unable to withstand even the slightest ripple of battle. After making arrangements, Li Xiaolong chose a location to emanate his aura. However, he refrained from unleashing his full power, instead releasing an intensity of 20 million. If he were to unleash it all, Xiaolong would likely be frightened away. Allow me to handle this, and next time, you may take your turn, Mai Fia said excitedly, eager to confront a worthy opponent, unwilling to let Li Xiaolong steal the spotlight. Just moments ago, Li Xiaolong had briefed her on Xiaolong's information to prevent any mishaps during the encounter. Li Xiaolong planned to provide cover for Mai Fia while also safeguarding the Namekians. Upon detecting Li Xiaolong's released aura, Xiaolong commanded his subordinates to pilot their spacecraft towards him. And soon a fleet of vessels appeared in the sky. You two are the strongest on this planet. I am Xiaolong, the Emperor of the Universe. Will you not consider becoming my subordinates? Xiaolong declared arrogantly as he descended from his ship, hovering imperiously above. Defeat me first, and then we can talk, Mai Fia retorted, taken aback by his audacity to speak down to her from above. Haha, your battle power must be around 20 million. Such strength certainly qualifies you as a notable force within the universe, Xiaolong smirked, stroking his chin as he regarded Mai Fia and Li Xiaolong. Unfortunately, you remain unaware of the vast chasm separating us. My battle power stands at 24 million. Why not join my ranks? I have great appreciation for talents, such as yourselves. Li Xiaolong noted that Sherlocker, like many other formidable beings in the Dragon Ball universe, had a penchant for verbosity. It seemed that after a prolonged period of solitude and invincibility, encountering a worthy adversary prompted him to boast about his strength. Sherlocker, you claim your battle power is 24 million. Do you truly believe you can still defeat me? Myphia challenged, noticing Shillager's arrogance. She decided to elevate her aura further. Upon sensing the increased intensity of Myphia's aura, Sherlocker felt not fear but exhilaration. At this moment, Myphia unleashed an aura of approximately 200 million. Unlike Goku in the original narrative, who preferred to test his opponents gradually, Myphia sought to compel Sherlocker to reveal his strongest form for a proper battle. A potent aura emanated from Myphia, instilling fear in Slag's subordinates and the Namekians alike. Haha, now this is truly entertaining. I feared you were too weak to allow me any enjoyment. Behold, for I possess two forms. My first form amplifies my strength tenfold, and now my battle power stands at 240 million. Slag excitedly transformed into a super Namekian, a colossal figure materializing before the onlookers. Chapter 16, Purification of Slag. How do you intend to respond now, my esteemed opponent? Slag gazed at Myphia with anticipation, hoping she would further elevate her aura, thus enabling him to engage in a thrilling battle. Hee, if that is what you desire, then your wish shall be granted. Myphia chuckled lightly, finding Slag's exuberance amusing. Surprised by his loquacity, an earth-shattering aura erupted from Myphia, sending dust and debris swirling. Slag's weaker subordinates were hurled away by her overwhelming presence, some even crushed beneath it, making the minions realize that watching the battle could be perilous. Myphia's aura escalated to 2 billion before ceasing, causing Slag to break into a cold sweat, relieved that it did not rise further, or he would have faced dire consequences. Haha, splendid. I had no idea such formidable beings existed in the universe. I have decided, each of you must perish. I have no need for subordinates of your caliber. Slag, humbled, concealed his arrogance, aware that he could not afford to have such a powerful being as a subordinate. In that case, allow me to showcase my ultimate form. It is a privilege you shall not soon forget, for I have never unleashed this transformation before. You should feel honored to meet your demise in my hands. With clenched fists, Slag began to mimic the stance of a powerful leap. He roared, reminiscent of Goku's transformation, emitting deep, guttural sounds. A force even more formidable than Myphia's began to radiate from Slag, causing the ground to shatter and lightning to strike from the sky. The scene echoing Goku's transformation in a Super Saiyan 3. After several minutes of agonizing roars, Slag's physique gradually diminished, returning to its original size, but appearing considerably more robust and muscular, with his skin now exhibiting a blend of green and orange hues. This form, why does it remind me of the orange Piccolo from Dragon Ball Superheroes? Could he have tapped into a fraction of that orange form's power? It seems likely. This individual is undeniably a genius. Upon witnessing Slag transformation, Li Xiaolong couldn't help but think of the orange form from Dragon Ball Superheroes. Yet, it was apparent that Slag's current state barely scratched the surface of that orange form's potential. Li Xiaolong had to admire Slag's innate genius. Do not kill him. This one is a prodigy, and I need him to work for me. Such talent would be a waste to eliminate. He is a natural-born laborer. Very well. Since that is the case, allow me to deal with him thoroughly before handing him over to you. Myphia harbored no objections regarding how to handle Slag. If Li Xiaolong required this laborer, then it sufficed for her to subdue him. How dare he underestimate me? Prepare to meet your demise. Infuriated by their blatant disregard, Slag launched a ferocious attack towards Myphia. He scrutinized her closely, searching for any sign of apprehension upon her visage. Yet to his disappointment, Myphia exhibited no fear. Instead, an expression of exhilaration graced her features. Myphia refrained from unleashing her full strength, as she frequently sparred with Li Xiaolong and had mastered numerous martial techniques and offensive maneuvers. Dealing with a brute like Slag, who relied solely on rudimentary displays of strength, was remarkably straightforward. As their clash ensued, the surrounding terrain rapidly transformed under the force of their combat, with dust and debris scattering and the landscape shattering. Were it not for Li Xiaolong's protective measures, the shockwaves from their skirmish could have obliterated planet Namek. How infuriating! I did not anticipate you would prove to be such a formidable opponent. Realizing his attacks were ineffectual and that he had sustained losses at Myphia's hands, Slag retreated in fury. Observing this maneuver, Li Xiaolong surmised that Slag was preparing to employ his prince-style combat technique. In the next instant, Slag unleashed a multitude of energy blasts aimed at Mephia. Oomph. Such trifling skills dare to challenge me. Mephia evidently had absorbed Li Xiaolong's signature phrase, and with a mighty shout, she raised her shield, enveloping herself in a transparent, spherical barrier. A cloud of thick smoke arose, obscuring her figure from view. Was she struck? Slag eagerly watched the plumes of smoke. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Such crude attacks could never harm me. Have you not heard of the law that states smoke inflicts no damage? Prepare to be defeated. Mephia's voice resonated from behind Slag. Having been often told by Li Xiaolong that smoke caused no harm, she was finally able to unleash her frustrations on Slag. What? When did that happen? Slag swiftly turned around, astonished to find Mephia had silently appeared behind him, evading his powerful assault. You must be sweating profusely, my dear brother, Mephia teased, observing the pallor of Slag's face. This fellow is already green, and it seems he is green from head to toe, Li Xiaolong internally scoffed. Who on earth are you two? Schloch, drenched in sweat, finally inquired about the origins of Mephia and Li Xiaolong. I am merely a passing mast rider, so remember that. Cough. No, I'm simply a traveler from Earth. So take note of that. Mephia awkwardly scratched her nose, having inadvertently revealed some of Li Xiaolong's eccentricities during their training sessions. What? A masked rider? An Earthling? Does that sound impressive? Slag's expression was one of utter bewilderment, expecting a grand revelation of their backgrounds. Enough with the chatter. Receive my thunderclap palm. Mephia unleashed a powerful strike. A colossal surge of energy propelled towards Sherlager. The air crackled with countless arcs of electricity, and the sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered. Accompanied by the reverberating roar of thunder, bolts of lightning descended, striking Sherlager as if meting out divine retribution. What? How could this be? How could I be defeated? Sherlager's face turned a ghastly shade of green as numerous bolts of lightning scorched his body blackened. The immense energy strike drove him deep into the ground, leaving a massive imprint on the surface. Within the imprint, Sherlager, filled with resentment, raised his arm, his throat constricting as if he wished to utter something. But once again, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, rendering him unconscious. There lay Sherlager, charred and oozing green blood, his complexion a ghastly green. In the center of the palm print, a pitiful sight. Xiaolong, your technique is overwhelmingly powerful. I hadn't realized it before. I wasn't finished playing yet, and this fellow collapsed the moment I got serious. Mephia expressed her frustration as she had finally found an opponent of some strength, only to see him fall so quickly. Are you not satisfied? Such intricate techniques are rare to find in the universe. Allow me to handle this one. I have just learned an improved purification technique. It would be beneficial to purify this fellow's malevolent heart and make him serve me, Li Xiaolong stated, clearly outlining the future that awaited Sherlager. During their journey to the planet Adalath, Li Xiaolong had acquired a secret technique imbued with purifying abilities. After his modifications, the purification became even more potent, evolving into a transformative process. Originally intended for future adversaries like Sheru, he had not anticipated employing it so soon. Chapter 17, Planet Metamor. Eager to observe the effects of the purification technique, Li Xiaolong approached Sherlager, radiating divine light from his hands, enveloping Sherlager's body in a luminous embrace. Gradually, Sherlager's charred form began to undergo a metamorphosis within the divine glow, turning a deeper shade of green as the malevolence within him dissipated. Should this malevolence continue to spread unchecked, it could have endangered the inhabitants of Namek, giving rise to numerous fiends throughout the cosmos. Under the divine light's shelter, the malevolence melted away like snowflakes under the sun, and Sherlager's visage transformed, becoming increasingly benevolent. After thoroughly purifying Sherlager's wicked heart, Li Xiaolong assessed the outcomes of his technique. Not only had the purification cleansed the malevolence, but it also mended Sherlager's injuries. To Li Xiaolong's surprise, he discovered that Sherlager's innate talents had even increased post-purification. Are you suggesting that this fellow's talents could surpass his previous limits? If that is the case, might the talents of the celestial beings be comparable to his? Mephia inquired, her gaze fixed on the still unconscious Sherlager. After all, Li Xiaolong had previously informed her of the circumstances surrounding the celestial being, Baikou. With the emergence of the short flute, the celestial beings possessed such formidable talents. If Li Xiaolong were to purify the short flute and facilitate their fusion, it might very well result in the birth of a super genius on par with Sherlager. The matters concerning the celestial deity and Dend must await several decades. I must devise a meticulous plan. Li Xiaolong is determined not to allow the second generation of Piccolo to vanish without a trace, for he is, after all, the dedicated caretaker of Sun Wukong, and a rare genius in his own right. A careful strategy must be orchestrated to ensure the birth of Piccolo II while facilitating the fusion of Dend and the celestial deity. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, the Grand Elder, accompanied by a multitude of Namekians, approached to investigate. Is the child unharmed? Sensing the malevolent essence within Shrag had dissipated, the Grand Elder cast a gaze filled with uncertainty toward Li Xiaolong. Rest assured, Elder, his malevolent essence has been purified by me. Upon awakening, he should recall his former memories. Moreover, his innate abilities have been enhanced. Li Xiaolong elucidated the situation. It was unexpected to discover that this individual was one of their kin. It was likely that after being sent away, he had been tainted by the forces of darkness. Acquiring a malevolent heart, the Namekians began to murmur amongst themselves. Indeed, we are fortunate that Lord Wuju intervened. Otherwise, our Namek would have faced annihilation. Many breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, had Shrag been permitted to roam freely on Namek, it is likely that these Namekians would have been assimilated by his dark heart. In such a case, both I and my Fia would have been left with no choice but to flee. After all, given Shrag's inherent talent, the growth resulting from absorbing his kin would have been formidable. We owe our gratitude to Lord Wuju. Otherwise, this child may have been lost to us. While the Grand Elder was not a paragon of virtue, he felt immense gratitude toward Li Xiaolong for rescuing his child. You are my father, Shrag soon awakened, recognizing the Grand Elder immediately. My child, you have finally returned. I cannot fathom what transpired after your departure that led to the emergence of your malevolent heart. The Grand Elder, elated by Shrag's recovery and recollection, inquired with concern about the events of your father. After I was sent away, a portal appeared on Shrag's star. I ventured within to explore, only to become ensnared, and thereafter, my memories became a void. Upon my emergence, I found myself imbued with a malevolent heart. Since that moment, my temperament shifted dramatically, and it was only today, thanks to this esteemed individual's purification, that I regained my former memories. Shrag recounted the events succinctly. The portal you entered was likely the gateway to the demon realm. Once inside, you may have been transformed by that powerful demon. Even as I purified you, I sensed a unique aura of the demon realm within your malevolent heart. Li Xiaolong speculated, piecing together the circumstances. The demon realm holds considerable weight within the Dragon Ball universe. For instance, Dend himself was tainted by its denizens, and now, with Shrag's emergence, it is evident that the realm harbors countless formidable beings. Though Debiura's portrayal in the original text may be lackluster, he faced Majin Buu, making him a formidable presence for Li Xiaolong and his companions. My child, this is Lord Wuju, known as Li Xiaolong, and this is Lady Wuju, my Fia. Were it not for Lord Wuju's intervention, we would have had no choice but to eliminate you. The Grand Elder finally introduced Li Xiaolong and his wife. Thank you, Master Wuzu, for your gracious rebirth. I am willing to follow you closely to atone for the sins I have committed over the years. Sherlake half kneeled on the ground, expressing his desire to become a follower of Li Xiaolong. Very well. It is said that you have established a territory at the junction of the East and North galaxies. Manage that area diligently, and I shall instruct you on your duties later. Additionally, you shall also guard Namek, as it is fitting for a descendant of your father to do so. Seeing Shylake's willingness to follow him, Li Xiaolong felt a great sense of joy. Shylake's current combat prowess was formidable, and his innate talent was undeniable. Having him as a subordinate would certainly bolster Li Xiaolong's strength. I will impart the dimensional technique to you. I hope you will cultivate it diligently. Furthermore, I shall also share the longevity technique with you. Li Xiaolong entrusted Sherlake with both the longevity technique and the dimensional skill, as his expansive territory necessitated Shylake's assistance in management. Li Xiaolong and Mai Fia lingered on Namek for a period, teaching the Namekians the art of cultivation, while also instructing Sherlake on how to oversee his domain. Additionally, Li Xiaolong guided Sherlake's followers to ensure a solid foundation for his leadership. The following day, Li Xiaolong utilized the Dragon Balls of Namek to make 3 wishes, to fortify Earth and Namek to the utmost, and to restore the Saiyan homeworld, planet Sadala. When planet Vegeta eventually exploded, he intended to relocate the Saiyans to Sadala. In truth, the homeworld holds immense significance for any race. Should a race become detached from its home, and that home be destroyed, it may face various abnormalities, potentially leading to its extinction. Recently, Li Xiaolong discovered that Earth constantly nourishes its inhabitants. Initially, he believed this to be an anomaly, but upon arriving at Yardrat in Namek, he realized it was a common phenomenon. A homeworld nurtures its indigenous people, and over time, those who grow on their home planet become increasingly powerful. The stronger the planet, the more pronounced this effect becomes. Had it not been for Li Xiaolong's formidable spirit, he might not have discerned this attribute. Planet Sadala is located in the South Galaxy, which aligns perfectly with Li Xiaolong's intention to develop this region first. The South Galaxy was scarcely mentioned in the original narrative, making it a prime candidate for expansion as he sought to cultivate the universe. Once the South Galaxy is flourishing, he could then disseminate talent, taking advantage of this interim period for human resource accumulation. As for the East, North, and West galaxies, he planned to dispatch the talents he had gathered there following Goku's defeat of the Frieza family. After arranging matters and witnessing that everyone had embarked on their martial paths, Li Xiaolong set off with Myphia towards another destination, planet Metamor. Chapter 18. The Demon Realm invades planet Metamor. In the vastness of space, Li Xiaolong and Myphia soared swiftly. The original text did not mention planet Metamor, but it was noted that Goku sought knowledge from the Metamorans during his time in the afterlife. As the saga of Dragon Ball transitions into the Majin Buu arc, Goku receives an invitation to return to the realm of the living to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. During this interval, Goku not only intends to compete, but also plans to impart his techniques to Vegeta and Gohan. He hopes that should formidable adversaries arise when he cannot return to the living world, Vegeta and Gohan might employ these techniques to counteract such threats. However, during the course of events, Vegeta, in his battle against Buu, opts for self-destruction, resulting in his demise, while Gohan is mistakenly believed to be dead. In truth, he has been rescued by the East Kai. Goku's time in the living realm diminishes due to his transformation into a Super Saiyan, and just as he contemplates surrendering in despair, he observes his son Goten and Vegeta's son Trunks. Recognizing their potential suitability for the technique, he shares it with Piccolo and Krillin, urging them to teach it to Goten and Trunks. Meanwhile, Li Xiaolong finds himself on a commercial planet, inquiring about the whereabouts of the planet Metamor. Much like Yardrat, Metamor is renowned across the universe for its dedication to martial arts. Initially, Li Xiaolong plans to teleport directly to Metamor or travel there by spaceship, but Myphia suggests traversing the void of space in their physical forms. Previously, Li Xiaolong witnessed the leaders of the Yardrat clan greeting him in the vastness of space, after which he developed a method for temporary survival in the cosmos, refining it further during his time on Namek. Now, the cosmic breathing technique he has created allows for prolonged existence in space. Requiring minimal conditions, one merely needs to possess a ki level exceeding 500 to utilize it, expending only a small amount of ki to linger in the void for an hour. As Li Xiaolong and Myphia journey through the cosmic expanse, their ki consumption is outpaced by their recovery, allowing them to enjoy the celestial scenery while heading toward Metamor. However, as they approach the planet, Li Xiaolong detects an anomaly, a potent surge of malevolent energy. Alarmed, he realizes that Metamor may have been invaded by the demon realm. Recalling certain accounts from his past life, he remembers that Goku learned the Metamoran fusion technique in the afterlife, and that Metamor was absent from the Dragon Ball narrative due to its destruction. Witnessing the overwhelming dark energy surrounding Metamor confirms the accuracy of those records, and he resolves not to allow the demon realm to obliterate this planet, for its invaluable inhabitants are essential to his martial universe. Li Xiaolong and Myphia teleport directly to the epicenter of the dark energy. Leader, the demon clan is incredibly powerful. Take the children and flee. We must not allow Metamor to fall, implores an elder, battered and bruised, having repeated this sentiment numerous times. Without the secret recovery techniques of the Metamorans, they would not have endured thus far. No, as the leader of this clan, I vow to stand with my people. You must escape with the children. I will hold off this demon, declares the weary leader, also gravely injured. Amusement bubbled forth as the declaration echoed. None among you shall escape. You must either submit or face complete annihilation. There exists no alternative. The forces of the demon realm displayed an audacious arrogance, having already claimed numerous lives of the Metamor Star clan. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos. The clan leader and elders of Metamor were valiantly holding back the demon scourge, while the remaining clansmen confronted the other demon minions. Yet, it appeared that the minions held the upper hand, and the Metamor people were steadily retreating. Despite this dire predicament, not a single Metamor warrior faltered, none quailed in fear. Even when injured, They employed secret techniques to swiftly recover and rejoin the fray. Is it so? What grants you such audacity? A voice thundered across the battlefield, belonging to Li Xiaolong. Who dares to meddle in the affairs of my demon realm? Do you wish to court death? The demon, startled by Li Xiaolong's proclamation, initially hesitated, but emboldened by the might of the demon realm behind him, he bellowed defiantly. The demon realm shall inevitably transform you all. Such trifling skills dare not contend with me. Behold the might of the great dragon, Li Xiaolong proclaimat. This demon, with a mere combat strength of 1 million, posed a considerable challenge to the Metamor warriors. Had Li Xiaolong not appeared, this day might well have marked the end of the Metamor star. A surge of dragon-shaped energy surged towards the demon, inflicting grievous wounds with a single strike. Witnessing this, the Metamor people recognized that their savior had arrived. You have shown remarkable valor. Your perseverance bears significance. You are all your own heroes. Now, allow me to become your champion and rescue you from this sea of suffering. Remember my name. I am Li Xiaolong. His voice resonated throughout the battlefield as a divine light descended. Under this radiant glow, all demons relinquished their resistance and sat cross-legged in surrender. Li Xiaolong forcibly transformed these demons, as they were not considered beings of the seventh universe. The demon realm existed independently beyond the entirety of the King's universe system. Yet it clung to it like a parasite, absorbing its energy to grow stronger. This was the reason the king had not obliterated the demon realm. He could only eradicate universes within his own system, not those beyond it. Since these demons were not counted within the cosmic framework, even if they were strengthened, they would not enhance the overall power of the universe. Their low innate capabilities meant that their strength relied solely on the demon realm. The purpose of their transformation was strategic. Li Xiaolong intended to utilize these demons as cannon fodder, as the emergence of the martial universe would inevitably infringe upon certain interests, making these demons the vanguard. However, for those demons with higher potential or no sins to bear, Li Xiaolong was willing to extend an opportunity. Though they might not contribute to the universe's foundation, they would bolster his own strength. To Li Xiaolong, these demons were woefully weak, and he swiftly transformed them all. Their appearances underwent a dramatic change, resembling bald figures with hands clasped before their chests, reminiscent of the Asuras transformed by Western influences in past legends. Gratitude is owed to Lord Li Xiaolong for rescuing our Metamor star. We are willing to follow the great martial ancestor and contribute our humble efforts to his noble cause. The chieftain of the Metamor star, battered and bruised, kneels before Li Xiaolong. Witnessing their leader's actions, the others from his tribe also kneel in deference to Li Xiaolong. Do you know me, chieftain? Li Xiaolong inquires, puzzled by the chieftain's reference to him as the great martial ancestor. Great martial ancestor. I possess a unique talent, perception, that allows me to sense crucial information at specific moments. However, this gift is inconsistent. Just now, I sensed information pertaining to you and glimpsed aspects of the great endeavors you will undertake. The chieftain of the Metamor star explains earnestly. Chapter 19. Entering the Demon Realm. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaolong feels a twinge of envy. Why cannot he possess such foresight? Although Maifia shares this ability, it is only activated during significant events or particular scenarios. Thus, she too cannot foresee everything. Thus far, she has only demonstrated this capacity during their first encounter. Rest assured, you shall not regret the choice you have made today. Together, we will witness an unprecedented era, proclaims Li Xiaolong as he casts a healing spell, restoring all the Metamor star inhabitants' wounds. The crowd's respect for him deepens. I shall first impart to you the longevity technique and the dimensional method. Devote yourselves to diligent practice so that you may contribute to our future endeavors, Li Xiaolong states, bestowing the teachings upon them. The Metamor star has been left in ruins due to the recent conflict. Li Xiaolong resolves to seek assistance from the Adirat star and the Grand Elder to aid in the restoration efforts. This will not only allow the inhabitants of the three stars to become acquainted, but also leverage their respective strengths. In terms of construction, the Metamoxians and the Adorations can collaborate, while the ecological restoration of surface vegetation is best suited for the Namekians, who have successfully revived their planet after its own severe trials. After a brief wait, Maifia remains on Metamor star to prevent any unforeseen changes. Li Xiaolong then teleports to meet the Grand Elder and the chieftain of Adirat star, explaining the situation. Both leaders dispatch their kin to assist in the reconstruction of Metamor star. Li Xiaolong utilizes teleportation to bring these helpers to the Metamor star. Chieftain, this is the second elder of Adirat star, and this is an elder from Namek. Like you, they have chosen to follow me, and I have brought them here to aid in your planet's reconstruction. Take this opportunity to become acquainted. Li Xiaolong introduces the three parties. Under the command of the great martial ancestor, we are honored to meet you. Esteemed representatives of Namek, Metamox, and Aderat, the three groups exchange pleasantries. All three factions are renowned in the cosmos and belong to peaceful races, having heard of each other's illustrious names. Days later, seeing that everyone has acclimated, Li Xiaolong decides to explore the demon realm. Although he currently feels inferior to the Demon King, he believes that if he sets his mind to it, the Demon King will not be able to hold him back. Xiaoya, will you remain on Metamox or accompany me to the demon realm to explore its true nature? Li Xiaolong inquired symbolically, for it was clear that Mai Fia had declared her intent to follow him wherever he went. The notion of shedding a companion for an adventure was implausible. I shall undoubtedly join you. Mai Fia's response was predictably unwavering. First, you must establish the planet, while Mai Fia and I venture into the demon realm to gather intelligence. And remember, diligent training is essential for all of you. Li Xiaolong instructed the group before approaching the passage through which the demon race had initially arrived on Metamox. This passage resembled a vortex, emanating a sinister purple glow, exuding an aura of malevolence. Inquiries made with the demons revealed that this portal was bidirectional and could remain open for approximately 2 weeks. The time constraint was instituted to prevent formidable beings from invading the demon realm, although generally, ordinary individuals would refrain from such incursions. The two stepped into the vortex, a wave of dizziness washing over them. During this disorienting transition, Li Xiaolong sensed something elusive, as if he were on the verge of grasping a profound insight. Yet, as the scenery shifted before his eyes, that sensation dissipated, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of loss. Perhaps the duration of the traversal had been too brief. Had it lasted a little longer, he might have unearthed something extraordinary. Nevertheless, he dismissed his preoccupation, recognizing that their immediate objective upon entering the demon realm was to ascertain the situation and return promptly. The fleeting glimmer of understanding could be pursued later. Surveying their surroundings, Li Xiaolong and Mai Fia noted the oppressive crimson sky. They had materialized in a square, evidently designed as the designated area for the activation of this teleportation portal, where numerous guards were stationed. "Welcome back, officer. I wonder if Metamox has been conquered," one demon approached to inquire. Upon entering the passage, Li Xiaolong had altered his appearance to that of the demon leader. Prior to their departure, he had gathered information about the demon realm from this leader. Though it was clear that the demon was not of a high rank and possessed only rudimentary knowledge of the demonic hierarchy. In this realm, where ranks were strictly observed, the lowest tier was known as Demon Ash, aptly named as cannon fodder, followed by demon soldiers, demon captains, demon generals, and beyond. The demon leader was an advanced demon soldier, possessing a modicum of status in this domain. Mai Fia had transformed into another demon form, accompanying Li Xiaolong closely. "Now, I must meet with the chief. I need to report the situation. Furthermore, the passage need not be closed, as it will be required again." Li Xiaolong commanded the demon before him with authority. "As you wish, officer. Please follow me," replied the demon, leading Li Xiaolong to their leader, a formidable being with a combat strength in the millions. Without hesitation, Li Xiaolong unleashed a mental secret technique, causing all demons within the city to instantly lose consciousness and collapse. He then brutally employed a soul-searching mental technique on the demon general, directly accessing the general's memories. Soon, Li Xiaolong grasped the essence of the memories concerning the demon realm. According to this recollection, there exist 4 demon kings within that realm, one of whom is the notorious Dapula. Each demon king commands 4 demon lords, beneath whom lie the demon generals, with each lord capable of leading 100 generals. While the demon general lacks comprehension of the demon king's strength, he is well aware of the varying capabilities of the lords, each of whom possesses strength exceeding hundreds of millions. Notably, there are numerous demon generals whose power surpasses 100 million. According to the rules of the demon realm, one may ascend to the rank of demon lord by either defeating or slaying a lord. Li Xiaolong discovered that the combat prowess of this particular general is 110 million, placing him in the lower middle tier among his peers. The prevalence of such formidable beings in the demon realm was unexpected. Had they not transformed their appearances, they would likely have faced pursuit and assault from these powerful entities. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong recount the information about the demon realm, Mai Fia expressed her trepidation. These formidable beings from the demon realm must possess certain limitations, or perhaps fear venturing into our universe. Otherwise, it would have been conquered long ago. Possibly due to their dread of the destroyer gods and angels, Li Xiaolong ventured. Indeed, his speculations held merit. Should all the powerful beings from the demon realm attempt to invade the seventh universe, they could swiftly overpower it. However, the presence of a destroyer god, Beerus, serves as a stabilizing force. No matter how numerous the demon realm's warriors may be, they would not withstand Beerus's might. Historically, the demon realm had engaged in similar invasions. But following a massacre by the destroyer gods, its strength has diminished significantly over the years, recovering only slightly since that time. The scarcity of powerful beings in the seventh universe can be attributed to this very history. Chapter 20. Redeeming the Demon General as an Undercover Agent. Of course, Li Xiaolong was unaware of these historical intricacies, as even the Demon King Dapula was oblivious to such events, let alone a mere demon general. Xiaolong, with so many powerful beings in the demon realm, why not redeem them? This way, we can prevent them from wreaking havoc across the universe, while simultaneously enhancing our own strength, Maifu suggested. That approach holds merit. However, my current ability to redeem can only forcibly convert individuals whose strength is below 2 billion. I suspect that the demon lords possess power exceeding that threshold. Engaging in battle within the demon realm at our present strength would be precarious. So let us first focus on redeeming the demon generals. Li Xiaolong concurred with Maifu's proposal. Given our current capabilities, facing the Demon King would indeed be unfeasible. However, we can redeem this general as an undercover agent. Once our strength is bolstered, we can encourage this general to entice the demon lords into our universe. At that point, we shall act to redeem them, proceeding gradually. Eventually, the demon realm shall transform into our stronghold. Maifu reiterated her insights. Let us split our efforts, for the passage can be sustained for 9 more days. Regardless of how many demon generals we have converted by then, we shall teleport directly to the passage's location. I will ensure that the demon general guarding this passage remains oblivious. With their thoughts aligned, Li Xiaolong swiftly made arrangements, and soon, Maifu departed to act independently. Maifu had also acquired Li Xiaolong's conversion technique, albeit with slightly lesser proficiency. However, converting demon generals was well within her capabilities, as their strength was significantly inferior to hers. The demon realm is vast and boundless, comparable in size to the seventh universe, and upon closer examination, the density of powerful beings within the demon realm is remarkably low. Li Xiaolong and Maifu executed their teleportation, arriving at a location where they sensed a presence akin to that of a demon general. Within the demon realm, the demon race, like other powerful beings in the universe, superficially harnesses their energy, neglecting to contain it. This energy is as a beacon to the martial arts experts Li Xiaolong and Maifu. After converting one demon, the two hastened to their next location, but alas, the demon generals were scattered far and wide, numbering a staggering 1,600. Moreover, some demons shun conflict. Even if they possessed the strength, they would not vie for the positions of demon general or demon lord, which posed a significant inconvenience for the duo. Nevertheless, even if these beings were not demon generals, they would still invest time in converting them. The two adopted a differentiated approach towards these demons. Those who ascended to the rank of demon general bore heavy karmic burdens, while those disinclined to battle possessed low or even negligible karmic taint. When forcibly converting a demon general, the potential for future development would be constrained, whereas those demons who shunned conflict underwent hypnosis followed by conversion, preserving their potential. The 9 days swiftly elapsed, and just an hour before the passage was set to close, the two, in perfect synchrony, teleported to its location. Sharing a glance, Li Xiaolong issued a command to the demon general to close the passage, and together they stepped into the portal, returning to Metamok Star. Their eagerness to return to the seventh universe stemmed from their growing discomfort with the demon realm's environment. The ever-present crimson sky was a relentless sight, and even in the vastness of space, it was not the pitch-black expanse of the seventh universe, but a uniform blood-red hue. The oppressive atmosphere of those 9 days weighed heavily upon them, which was hardly surprising given that they were in the demon realm, home to a race that revels in slaughter. Both began to admire the demons who, despite their nature, remained averse to conflict. However, with their current mental fortitude, even a lifetime spent in the demon realm would not corrupt them into becoming demons. They simply needed time to adjust. Xiaolong, how many demons have you converted? Maifu inquired. I have only managed to convert a little over 50. These demons are far too scattered, and most of our time was consumed by travel and sensing energy. She expressed a hint of regret, for this was a rare opportunity to visit the demon realm. In her heart, she felt a vague premonition that if they returned to the demon realm without sufficient strength, it could prove perilously dangerous. I have a foreboding sense that our next venture into the demon realm may prove perilous if our strength remains insufficient. It would be prudent to wait until we have fortified our capabilities before embarking on such a journey, lest we encounter unforeseen dangers. Mephiya, feeling anxious, candidly shared her apprehensions with Li Xiaolong. "Very well, I hear you," he replied. "Upon our return, let us take the time to consolidate our powers. We shall not venture into the demon realm until we possess ample confidence. My own efforts in redeeming the demon race have not yielded significantly more results than yours. I have only managed to convert just over 60. Li Xiaolong attentively heeded Mephiya's counsel, and for good reason. During his recent attempt to redeem a demon, he unexpectedly encountered an ancient consciousness left behind by a primordial demon. Had it not been for Li Xiaolong's formidable soul, he might have perished in the demon realm. He chose to keep this incident to himself, not wishing to cause Mephiya undue concern. Fortunately, it was not Mephiya who encountered that consciousness. Had it been her, even the Dragon Balls might not have been sufficient to resurrect her, save for the Super Dragon Balls. Li Xiaolong was determined to ensure Mephiya's safety. It seemed wise to delay their conquest of the demon realm until he had amassed considerable strength, so that, should Mephiya find herself in danger, he could shield her from harm. Based on Li Xiaolong's deductions, that consciousness likely belonged to Mechikabura, or at the very least, it was a remnant of one of his ancient subordinates or equals. Mechikabura was indeed a formidable presence, a king of the demon realm, vastly superior to the Supreme Kai under the Omni King's hierarchy. Even the mightiest of destroyers would find themselves outmatched by him, though they might contend with his subordinates. Excluding the Demon King of the present era, in Li Xiaolong's recollections, it was long ago that Mechikabura, driven by ulterior motives, was imprisoned by the Grand Supreme Kai, then a mere demon master of the heavenly realm. In the confines of this temporal isolation, Mechikabura forged the dark demon realm, harnessing dark powers and attracting numerous heavenly demon masters, including the likes of Demigra, Putine, and Giribi. These three were capable of challenging even the weakest of destroyers, though not including the strongest, Beerus. In his quest for temporal power, Mechikabura contended with the then Kishin Kurnoya for the throne of the Kaishin of Time, repeatedly employing the forces of the demon realm and creating the Time Birds. However, his machinations were uncovered by Kurnoya, who preemptively ascended to the position of Kaishin of Time and sealed Mechikabura and the Time Birds within the interstice of time. To this day, Mechikabura remains confined within that temporal rift. Yet as time progresses and certain mysterious forces wreak havoc, it is likely that the seal will not endure much longer. This incident served as a clarion call for Li Xiaolong, not only to remain vigilant against the deities and the tournament of power within the Omni King's domain, but also to guard against the ancient demon gods and enigmatic forces. Chapter 21. The Invitation of the Galactic King. Li Xiaolong and Mephiya lingered on Midamore Star for a while, both to delve into its arcane secrets and to instruct the inhabitants in the art of the longevity technique and dimensional laws. To Li Xiaolong's surprise, there were actually 4 individuals on Metamok's star capable of directly cultivating dimensional techniques: the clan leader and 3 others, Angzayala, Melior, and Sales. While their numbers still paled in comparison to that of Namek's star, it surpassed that of Yadrlet's star by 1. One must not underestimate this additional individual, as each person carries the potential for greatness. The presence of one more individual bolsters the foundation, rendering the planet even more formidable. Given time, these individuals are destined to evolve into unparalleled existences within the cosmos. After lingering for some time, Li Xiaolong and Mephiya prepared to return to Earth. However, just as they were about to approach the clan leader of Metamok's star, the leader sought them out instead. Esteemed martial ancestor and martial ancestress, the Galactic King has heard of your exploits and has sent a messenger to request your presence at the Galactic Center, as there is a matter of importance to discuss. Should you wish to decline, I shall send them away immediately. In response to the puzzled gazes of Li Xiaolong and Mephiya, the clan leader elaborated on the visit. The Galactic King, the one known as the auspicious figure? In that case, I shall reluctantly agree to meet him, Li Xiaolong mused, deciding it would be prudent to visit the Galactic King and to witness the true nature of the Galactic Center. Despite its name, the Galactic Center does not represent the actual center of the Milky Way. Instead, it is merely a designation akin to the so-called Northern Galaxy, which does not genuinely refer to the northern region of the Milky Way, but rather divides the universe into 4 quadrants based on a central point, labeled as East, South, West, and North, with the center referred to as the Galactic Center. Li Xiaolong was also aware that, unlike the expansive realms of the previous universe, the seventh universe, represented in Dragon Ball, is considerably smaller, likely encompassing only a little over 100 billion star systems. He recalled that the Galactic King was associated with a deity named Mels, the son of the High Priest and brother of Whis, who was likely undergoing training within the Galactic Patrol. Li Xiaolong's intention was to discern the truth of Mels and to gauge the disparity between himself and the angels, fostering good relations with them, as interactions with angels would undoubtedly be necessary in the future. Under the guidance of the clan leader, Li Xiaolong met the envoy sent by the Galactic King. However, the envoy left little impression on him, although their power reached millions. They appeared to Li Xiaolong as merely an extra in the grand narrative. To be candid, while the Galactic King is nominally the ruler of the universe, his power and that of his subordinates are rather unimpressive. Any random antagonist could easily eradicate them. Their prolonged hold on power is solely due to the endorsement of the Kaioshin and the gods of destruction, the supreme deities of the universe. Let us proceed. Take me to meet your Galactic King, Li Xiaolong declared, avoiding unnecessary dialogue with the envoy, knowing that in a few decades, these individuals might very well be under his command. He refrained from acknowledging the Galactic King as his own, referring to him simply as their Galactic King. Li Xiaolong did not board the vessel of that individual. Instead, he directly teleported with him to the center of the galaxy. The coordinates of the galaxy's center are readily accessible in the cosmos, and Li Xiaolong was already well aware of them. Accompanying him was, of course, my Fia. The strength of the Galaxy King's subordinates seemed rather lacking. It was perplexing how they had managed to maintain their position for so many years. Upon arriving at the galaxy's center, my Fia wasted no time in vocally criticizing the weaknesses of the Galaxy King's entourage. Xiaoya, you ought to show them a bit of respect. Sometimes it's better to see the truth without voicing it, Li Xiaolong interjected. The individual accompanying them wore a face of embarrassment, internally lamenting the straightforwardness of the martial ancestor. Must you be so blunt, Your Highness? It would be better if you remained silent. If it weren't for the fear that your temper might frighten the people of the galaxy's center, I would have surely retorted, esteemed martial ancestor, I shall escort you directly to meet the Galaxy King, the individual said, concerned that any indiscreet remarks might provoke these formidable beings. Very well. I also have matters to discuss with your Galaxy King, Li Xiaolong replied. The three of them soon arrived at the Galaxy King's council hall, where the Galaxy King was idly seated upon his throne. Welcome, esteemed martial ancestor. I have long admired your prowess, he greeted, though his abilities were rather unimpressive. He was exceedingly concerned with appearances. Enough of that. You have only just heard my name. Perhaps your superiors informed you. Pray tell, what business do you have with me? Li Xiaolong expressed his disdain for the Galaxy King, who seemed uninterested in governance. It was utterly unbecoming for one in such a position to neglect the development of the universe, preferring instead to remain idle. Esteemed martial ancestor, I have summoned you primarily to request your assistance in apprehending cosmic criminals. As you know, I lack formidable warriors among my ranks, and I humbly seek your aid for the sake of the universe. Rest assured, we shall not neglect your subordinates. The Galaxy King awkwardly chuckled, caught off guard by Li Xiaolong's directness. Indeed, the information Li Xiaolong possessed came from the King of the Northern Realm, who had mentioned Li Xiaolong's formidable strength, leaving the Galaxy King wary that a moment of anger from Li Xiaolong could lead to the destruction of the Galaxy Center. Li Xiaolong had anticipated the Galaxy King's request, recognizing that managing the entire universe with such feeble subordinates was an impossible task. Their influence barely extended beyond the Galaxy's center, and they received little respect beyond their confines. My Fia remained attentive to Li Xiaolong, holding little regard for this so-called Galaxy King. I am willing to cooperate with you. However, our collaboration will be limited to matters concerning the Galaxy Patrol and technological advancements for the time being. Other aspects can be addressed later, Li Xiaolong stated. His initial intent in meeting the Galaxy King was to finalize a partnership regarding the Galaxy Patrol. The King's proposal inadvertently allowed him to seize the initiative. Li Xiaolong has further enhanced his plans by incorporating technological collaboration. The Earth is home to numerous brilliant scientists, and the cosmos undoubtedly harbors many advanced technologies. Given sufficient time, these prodigious minds will undoubtedly yield substantial returns for Li Xiaolong. His current strategy involves the integration of martial prowess with technological advancement, initially enabling warriors to secure resources and technology for scientific talents. As these talents grow in strength, they will, in turn, assist the warriors in resource acquisition, creating a symbiotic relationship where both parties advance together. Thank you, great martial ancestor. Our Galactic Patrol headquarters possesses a mission distribution device capable of allocating tasks across the universe. We will provide your command with a task acquisition device, allowing your subordinates to select missions as they see fit, each accompanied by generous rewards, the Galactic King explained promptly. This task distribution device is rumored to be a divine artifact, facilitating real-time task allocation across the cosmos. It is essential to recognize that even at the speed of light, communication across the universe is slow. Without such a device, by the time news arrives, opportunities may be long lost. Shop 22 parallel universes. The task distribution device also serves as evidence of divine support for the Galactic King. Xiaolong has already devised a plan for how to handle the Galactic King in the future. Although he commands few strong warriors, his technological prowess is formidable. He intends to send representatives to negotiate technological collaborations with the martial ancestor. When discussing technological matters, the Galactic King exuded confidence. Despite a scarcity of strong subordinates over the years, his technological capabilities have established him as a dominant force in the universe. Very well. You may send someone directly to Earth. Should any insurmountable issues arise, do not hesitate to contact me. Understanding the necessity of reciprocity, Xiaolong decided to offer the Galactic King a token of goodwill. Thank you, great martial ancestor. Now that our discussions are concluded, why not indulge in some of our exquisite cuisine? Our food is renowned as the finest in the universe, the Galactic King exclaimed with enthusiasm. We must decline the culinary invitation, as we have urgent matters to attend to back on Earth. Since our agreement is finalized, we shall take our leave. Additionally, please expedite the dispatch of scientific talents to Earth, Xiaolong stated, aware of the true nature of the Galactic King's so-called delicacies, promptly refusing the offer. It seems he must further promote the culinary arts in the universe. Rest assured, great martial ancestor, I will dispatch someone as swiftly as possible, and the task acquisition device will accompany them. The Galactic King took Xiaolong's request seriously, realizing that as long as Xiaolong's subordinates accepted missions to eliminate cosmic criminals, his own burdens would significantly lighten. Xiaolong and Maifia instantly teleported back to Earth. The reason he refrained from imparting the longevity technique and dimensional method to the Galactic King's subordinates was rooted in caution. The Galactic King, being the nominal ruler of a universe with the endorsement of the God of Destruction and the God of the Universe, could potentially claim those teachings as his own, leaving Xiaolong's status as the martial ancestor in jeopardy. Inevitably, a divergence will arise between the universe and the Galactic King, a scenario that Xiaolong would rather not witness. The universe he envisions must embody a singular will, one that holds him in the highest regard. As for the transmission of dimensional techniques, it is of little consequence. After all, the Galactic King likely possesses such knowledge. However, the weakness of his subordinates indicates a lack of innate talent among them. Conversely, the longevity technique is indispensable, serving as the ultimate key to unlocking dimensional methods. With his own longevity technique, the number of practitioners within the universe will undoubtedly surge, resulting in an exponential increase in formidable beings. Xiaolong, why not savor the delicacies offered by the Galactic King before returning? There may be exquisite dishes unknown to our Earth, suggested Maifia. Upon their return to Earth, she pondered why Xiaolong was so eager to come back, especially when there seemed to be no pressing matters awaiting them. You cannot fathom the nature of the Galactic King's so-called delicacies. Just envision the essence of humanity, and you shall understand. Xiaolong recounted the culinary information he had acquired from the universe. Ugh, how revolting. Thank goodness you informed me beforehand. Otherwise, I would have been utterly appalled. Maifia expressed her distaste. In that case, I shall take charge of transforming the cosmic culinary realm. I am determined to spread the culinary delights of our Earth throughout the universe, she declared, demonstrating her unspoken understanding of Xiaolong's intentions. Although he had not yet articulated his plan for culinary transformation, Maifia accurately inferred it and proactively volunteered for the task. Very well. This will also help mitigate the destruction of planets in the universe, Xiaolong mused, recalling the destructive god Beerus, a being who, in pursuit of culinary pleasures, had annihilated many innocent worlds. How can the development of cuisine be tied to the destruction of planets? Maifia inquired, recalling that Xiaolong had not mentioned Beerus during their discussions of future crises. After all, the overwhelming might of Beerus, an apex being in the universe, had once seemed utterly despairing, though now a glimmer of hope had emerged. The cosmos is inhabited by numerous deities categorized from low to high as heavenly gods, Kaiashins, apprentice Kaiashins, and Kaiashins. The latter are the highest-tier deities in the universe, alongside the gods of destruction, each wielding distinct responsibilities. The Kaiashins are creators, whereas the gods of destruction, as their name implies, preside over annihilation. Li Xiaolong meticulously detailed the information about these cosmic beings. The gods of destruction possess far greater power than the Kaiashins, existing on an entirely different level. A god of destruction can obliterate the entire universe at full strength. Our universe's god of destruction, aside from his penchant for slumber, is an Epicurean, perpetually seeking culinary delights upon awakening. Should he find a dish unsatisfactory, he would not hesitate to annihilate the offending planet. Li Xiaolong vividly recounted the scenes of Beerus destroying planets. What? He is so powerful that even a mere fraction of his aura can obliterate a planet? If he were to visit our Earth, we would stand no chance of resistance. Mei Fia expressed her concern. Rest assured, Xiaoya, Beerus will not awaken for several decades. Each of his slumbers lasts for dozens or even hundreds of years. By then, we may have acquired the strength to contend with him. Furthermore, the god of destruction operates under specific rules. A planet is destroyed only if its civilization obstructs the advancement of the universe, or if it possesses a zero regeneration rate, thereby preventing a defunct planet from adversely affecting others. Even if we cannot defeat Beerus, our contributions to the universe will ensure that even a god of destruction would think twice before recklessly annihilating our Earth, Li Xiaolong reassured. We must hasten our training to enhance our strength and expedite the development of Earth, allowing us to advance the universe sooner. Mei Fia felt a sense of urgency rising within her. By the way, you mentioned our universe. Does that imply the existence of others? It was only then that Mei Fia recalled the additional information in Li Xiaolong's earlier words. Indeed, you discern it correctly. There is not just our universe. In fact, there are 11 universes akin to ours, known as the 1st to the 12th universes, while ours is designated as the 7th universe. The universe parallel to ours is the 6th universe, with others corresponding to parallel universes. Since Mei Fia had caught on, Li Xiaolong decided to elaborate further. Moreover, besides our series of universes, there are parallel universes created by alterations in history, 12 universes that run parallel to our series. To my knowledge, there are already 3 universes that exist parallel to ours. Li Xiaolong continued to share what he knew about the cosmos. How fascinating! The notion that altering history can give rise to parallel universes suggests the potential for infinite creation of universes. Mei Fia mused with wonder. However, that is not permissible. Altering history and traversing time is a grave offense, strictly prohibited by all deities. The emergence of parallel timelines would weaken the power of the gods. And even we would be diminished should we create such timelines, Li Xiaolong cautioned, hoping to prevent Mei Fia from undertaking any reckless actions. I see. I had thought it might provide a shortcut. Do we have counterparts in other timelines? Mei Fia, still concerned about the ramifications of parallel timelines, inquired further. According to my senses, we do not possess temporal counterparts, which presents us with an opportunity and an advantage. We can leverage this to swiftly grow stronger, Li Xiaolong noted. Having sensed the absence of counterparts in his and Mei Fia's timelines upon reaching the 4th tier. Fortunately, neither of them had generated temporal counterparts. The emergence of such counterparts would result in a comprehensive weakening, diminishing strength, soul, and talent across the board. The more counterparts that arise, the greater the diminishment. Then we must devote ourselves to training without delay, lest we inadvertently create parallel timelines that could weaken us. Mei Fia remained deeply committed to her cultivation and innate abilities. Rest assured, Xiaoya, I believe that once I immerse myself in the 5th-dimensional realm for a while, I will be able to devise a secret method to prevent the emergence of temporal counterparts. At that point, we shall no longer fear the birth of parallel dimensions. Long before Li Xiaolong could sense the temporal counterparts, he had already gleaned some insights into this secret art, though he could only access the 5th dimension to bring it to fruition. Therefore, let us hasten our cultivation, advancing to the 5th tier as swiftly as possible, so that we may create this method and avert any unforeseen circumstances. Mei Fia is already eager to begin her cultivation. After all, her innate talent is inferior to Li Xiaolong's. And if she were to be further diminished, she would surely fall behind him. Under Mei Fia's urging, the two of them entered a period of seclusion for cultivation. Before they did so, however, Li Xiaolong informed Li Yun of his cooperative endeavors with the Galactic King, entrusting the matter entirely to Li Yun and his team, for their prowess is considerable even within the cosmos. Moreover, it would be beneficial for them to engage early in this domain, thus facilitating their development into the universe. A few days after the two entered seclusion, the Galactic King's entourage arrived on Earth. Li Yun was surprised at their swift arrival. Yet he did not take the reception lightly, welcoming them with utmost regard, as they were here to contribute to Earth. Alongside these technological talents came the task acquisition device. Following Li Xiaolong's instructions prior to his retreat, Li Yun placed this artifact in Li Family Village for easier management, as the village is destined to evolve into a martial arts center. Thus, its placement there is most fitting. Brother Long's recent endeavors yielded unexpected bounties, not only connecting Earth with the cosmos, but also acquiring renowned civilizations such as Namek, Adrat, and Metamor. I shall expedite the dispatch of individuals to establish communication with them. With Li Xiaolong currently in seclusion, many matters fall under Li Yun's jurisdiction, with the other 5 assisting him. Li Yun promptly dispatched the 3 brothers, Li Zhongxian, Li Zhongquan, and Li Zhongshu, to Namek, Adrat, and Metamor respectively, also assigning 6 of the 12 from Li Xingqian's group to accompany them. Presently, the majority of Earth's affairs are managed by these 12 individuals, and reallocating 6 of them suffices, as the younger generation of Li Family Village must also partake in management and training. As their responsibilities increase, cultivating the youth is essential to avoid a talent shortage. After the exchanges with Namek, Adrat, and Metamor, Li Yun plans to bring all personnel specializing in technological exchange from Earth to the Earth Technology Institute established by Li Xiaolong. Indeed, the technological offerings Earth has for interaction with the Galactic King's personnel are rather limited. Initially, the Galactic King's subordinates were quite disdainful of engaging with Earth's technology personnel, perceiving it as Earthlings taking advantage of them. Had it not been for the Galactic King's directive to foster goodwill with Earth, these technological talents might have returned to the Galactic Center long ago. However, this perception underwent a complete transformation within a year, as these technological experts became utterly astounded and numbed by what they encountered during this time. Reflecting on a year ago, I recall the spirited enthusiasm with which my companions and I arrived on Earth. Each time I encountered the eager, inquisitive gazes of the Earthlings, I could not help but hold my head high with pride. However, the tables have now turned. The once subordinate position of my kind has been completely upended by the remarkable advancements of Earth's inhabitants. The scientific talents dispatched by the Galactic King have reached a point where they can no longer impart knowledge, for they now find themselves learning from the very individuals they once taught. This is not due to their own lack of generosity, but rather because the technological prowess of Earth's scholars is astonishingly superior. The knowledge they impart is swiftly absorbed and ingeniously expanded upon by the Earthlings, who have now surpassed their instructors. It is a quintessential example of a complete reversal of roles. When Li Xiaolong eventually emerged from his seclusion, he too was taken aback by this development, astonished at the prowess of his technological team, albeit crediting their achievements to the long-life technique. A year later, the first batch of talents from the Galactic Center returned, having significantly advanced their respective fields of technology. Consequently, the Galactic King sent a new wave of experts from diverse domains, this time numbering tenfold compared to the previous group. Through this continuous exchange, Earth's technology has soared like a rocket, experiencing comprehensive enhancement. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the scholars from the Galactic Center, after their culinary experiences on Earth, have developed a profound affection for its cuisine. Upon their return, they brought elements of Earth's rich culinary culture back to the Galactic Center, which subsequently disseminated this knowledge throughout other regions of the universe. In doing so, they indirectly assisted Myphia in her mission to promote the culinary arts she was set to inherit. By the time Myphia emerged from her retreat to promote culinary delights, she discovered that Earth's gastronomy had already gained considerable fame across the cosmos. She found that minimal effort on her part was required, as her subordinates could easily elevate Earth's culinary reputation throughout the universe. Fast forward a decade. This period has been one of rapid development for Earth, Namek, Adrat, and Midamo. During these 10 years, Earth has made substantial strides in martial arts. Now, another decade has passed since Li Xiaolong initiated a martial arts renaissance on Earth, marking 20 years since that pivotal moment. Excluding the residents of Li Family Village, Earthlings have carved out a significant position within the universe. The abbot of Dolan Monastery and the esteemed Cyrus of the Academy of Superpowers have both ascended to the second tier, while 2 others from Dolan Monastery and 3 from the Academy have reached the first tier. Additionally, apart from these institutions, the 4 territories delineated by Li Xiaolong have flourished, yielding 15 individuals who have attained the first tier, one of whom has remarkably surged to the second tier, none other than Wu Tian, known as the god of countless in the original narrative. Furthermore, the Grand Elder of Namek, Neza, and Shrag have all ascended to the first tier, along with 5 others. On Adrat Star, apart from Moore, Cecilia, and Galt, 3 individuals have also reached the first tier. Meanwhile, on Metamor Star, the Patriarch and Shura, Muriel, and Silas have all attained the first tier, with 2 additional individuals joining their ranks. The number of ascendants to the first tier on Adrat Star and Metamor Star remains equal, although Li Xiaolong and Mai Fia have been in seclusion. Their fame in the universe has been steadily rising over the years, as Li Yun has dispatched personnel to develop cosmic endeavors, with the focus centered on the southern galaxy, as indicated by Li Xiaolong. Additionally, over the past decade, Earthlings have formed teams to undertake missions as galactic patrol officers, eradicating crime. As a result of these activities, the reputation of Li Xiaolong, the martial ancestor, has spread alongside them. In Chapter 24, the 5th tier dimension, Li Yun's efforts in the southern galaxy are nearing complete control. However, in terms of martial development, it is still in its nascent stages. The name of Li Xiaolong, the martial ancestor, has gained widespread recognition as martial arts initiatives take shape in the southern galaxy. On this day, a tremendous and peculiar wave emanated from Earth, rapidly expanding into the cosmos. The North Realm King sensed this wave and looked towards Earth in astonishment. This wave continued to propagate into the deeper reaches of the universe, perceptible only to those who had entered the dimensions. The other 3 galactic kings quickly sensed the wave, astonished as they sought its source. Soon, even the supreme king of the realm, Xian, along with his subordinates, felt this wave and swiftly located its origin. To his astonishment, he marveled at the emergence of such a prodigious talent among mortals. Meanwhile, in the Destroyer realm, Whis was savoring delicacies, and upon sensing the wave, a staff materialized in his hand. At the staff's apex, akin to a projector, an image was cast forth, revealing 2 individuals seated in meditation, one of whom was emanating the peculiar wave, none other than Li Xiaolong, who had been in seclusion for 10 years. After a decade of cultivation, Li Xiaolong had finally stepped into the 5th tier dimension, a journey that took considerably longer than he had anticipated. This realization led him to acknowledge that the transition from the 4th to the 5th tier represents a formidable threshold. Others may require even more time and deepening to achieve such a breakthrough. Only those possessing extraordinary talent might succeed. Those relying solely on the longevity technique to access the dimensions would likely find little chance of ascending to the 5th tier. Even if thousands were to break through beside him, it would not guarantee their ascent to the 5th tier. Nevertheless, Li Xiaolong held optimism for the next generation on Earth, as their parents had enhanced talents. He anticipated a surge of prodigious talents emerging from the upcoming generation. What a remarkable young individual. I never imagined that after all these years, such a level of genius could arise. When Lord Beerus awakens, he may very well have a rival. Oh, how I wish to witness Lord Beerus's discomfiture. Whis mused, seemingly delighted at the prospect of witnessing Beerus in a challenging situation. As Li Xiaolong pondered, a peculiar wave emanated from Mai Fia, swiftly resonating throughout the cosmos. This unexpected occurrence astounded the deities, as 2 prodigious talents had manifested in such proximity within a brief span of time. It seemed the universe was on the brink of a monumental transformation. However, Mai Fia's rapid breakthrough was significantly aided by Li Xiaolong's own advancement. Had it not been for this, she would likely have required an additional year to solidify her progress. Before long, the waves surrounding them dissipated, and Li Xiaolong's followers, now aware of both his and Mai Fia's breakthroughs, utilized teleportation to return to Li family village from various corners of the universe. Upon exiting their retreat, they discovered themselves encircled by throngs of onlookers. They summoned everyone to the conference hall. As Li Xiaolong was eager to comprehend the developments that had transpired during his decade-long absence, while others had numerous inquiries for him. Within the conference hall, Li Yun meticulously reported the advancements made over the past 10 years. The inhabitants of Li family village had experienced remarkable growth. Li Yun and the other 5 had all ascended to the 4th dimension, while 12 others, including Li Xingqian, had reached the 3rd dimension. The remainder of the villagers had all achieved at least the 2nd dimension. Such a formidable assembly would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the universe. If the strength of Li family village were to be publicly revealed, it would surely instill fear in all. Currently, the combat prowess of the villagers exceeded 1 million on average, with Li Yun and his peers registering as follows. Li Yun at 1. 5 billion. Li Hao at 1. 5 billion. Li Xian at 1. 5 billion, Li Zhongxin at 1. 7 billion, Li Zhongquin at 1. 7 billion, and Li Zhongshu at 1. 7 billion. Although there were discrepancies among their levels, they were merely in the millions. The 12 members of Li Xingqian had all reached the third dimension, with their combat strength exceeding 11 million. Brother Long, your breakthrough took quite some time. Given your innate talent, we are left wondering how long it will take us to ascend to the fifth dimension. Li Yun voiced the concerns shared by the group. Li Xiaolong observed their conditions and noted that, even after practicing the longevity technique and subsequently training in dimension laws, their talents were markedly superior compared to other Earthlings. Initially, he had worried that others might lack the aptitude necessary for advancement to the fifth dimension. I have assessed your situations, and it appears that everyone in Li family village possesses the potential to advance to the fifth dimension. However, those with relatively lesser talent may require several millennia to solidify their standing in the fourth dimension. As for you, exceptional geniuses who have directly practiced the dimension laws, you will likely need only around 20 more years of solidification in the fourth dimension before entering the fifth. Li Xiaolong conveyed his findings to the assembly. Could there be a unique reason behind Li family village's circumstances, or perhaps it stemmed from my influence? Others on Earth, unless they are super geniuses with extraordinary fortunes, would find it nearly impossible to ascend to the fifth dimension without direct training in dimension laws. Yet, this was not the case for the people of Li family village. Li Xiaolong fell into deep contemplation. Moreover, let me elaborate on the situation regarding the fifth stage. Once one attains the fifth stage, the enhancement is a remarkable hundredfold across all aspects. My lifespan has now surpassed 1 billion years. If you dedicate your time to this endeavor, entering the fifth stage will grant you at least 10 million years of life. You must strive diligently, as I eagerly await your company to witness a more splendid world together. Li Xiaolong encouraged the crowd. The prospect of such a significant enhancement was astonishing. No wonder even Brother Long needed 10 years to consolidate his progress. Fellow clan members, we must also exert ourselves, for we are destined to accompany Brother Long in exploring a more extraordinary realm. Li Long, filled with determination, rallied the others. We shall not allow Brother Long to leave us behind. He shall not venture alone into this wondrous world. The group exchanged words of encouragement, each voice resonating with confidence. After understanding the developments of the past years, Li Xiaolong was most surprised by the advancements of the Technology Institute. Presently, Earth's technology has surpassed that of the later stages in the original narrative by countless magnitudes, though the Universal Capsule Company has yet to emerge. The unparalleled genius, Brevis, resides within the Technology Institute, and Li Xiaolong estimated that within a year or two, Brevis would likely invent the Universal Capsule, significantly ahead of the timeline in the original story. Li Xiaolong commanded the Technology Institute to fully support Brevis's research, both in manpower and financial resources, directing all efforts towards him. Today, Earth's technology stands as a dominant force in the cosmos, exemplified by its advanced space warships and combat robots. Notably, the intelligent robots serve not only in combat, but also in domestic capacities. Earth's warships, even against combatants with formidable powers exceeding 100 million, remain impregnable, and their main cannons can unleash billions in combat power. With the aid of an integrated smart targeting system, even the mightiest adversaries cannot evade their strikes. However, the ship's considerable size limits their agility. In contrast, the intelligent combat robots circumvent this limitation, boasting astounding defensive capabilities and a combat power exceeding 100 million. Both Li Xiaolong and Maifia were incredulous upon hearing this. It was astonishing that Earth's technology could evolve so rapidly within just a decade. This remarkable progress is largely attributed to the unwavering support from the galaxy's technological talents. For Earth to achieve such a monumental leap in technological advancement again would require decades, if not centuries, of consolidation, unless extraordinary geniuses emerge. However, soon there will be several, such as Brevis, Dr. Gallo, and Bulma, among others. Chapter 25, A Return to the Demon Realm. Furthermore, civilian technology on Earth has also advanced rapidly. Various rapid transit systems have become ubiquitous in every city, while rural areas now utilize flying vehicles as swift modes of transport. The aspects of daily life, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation have transformed dramatically compared to a decade ago. Xiaolong, let's spar for a moment. This time, I am confident I can defeat you. I shall pin you to the ground, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. After the others had ventured out to attend to their affairs, Mafia issued a challenge to Li Xiaolong. Previously, every time she made a breakthrough, she would challenge him, only to be soundly defeated each time. Xiaoya, I see you believe in your own capabilities again. Come, let me witness how much progress you have made this time. Li Xiaolong was equally eager to assess the advancements they both had achieved. Although he could sense a tangible enhancement in his abilities after the promotion, it was only through sparring that he could gain a clearer understanding of his prowess. The two of them instantly transported themselves to a desolate region of a universe devoid of life, unleashing their full power, causing the entire cosmic expanse to tremble. Their auras radiated throughout the universe, akin to the most resplendent stars illuminating the cosmos. Countless powerful beings, gripped by trepidation, sought the source of the overwhelming energy emanating from their clash. Though the vastness of space rendered sound transmission impossible, the grandeur of the scene profoundly astonished the formidable onlookers who had come to witness the battle. However, they dared not approach the epicenter of the confrontation. Even a mere fraction of their released energy could obliterate those cosmic titans. Previously, someone had been foolish enough to obstruct their path, only to be annihilated by the sheer force of their auras from thousands of miles away. Those two, who would have thought mere mortals could attain such heights. Not only have they ascended to the realm of the divine in a short span, but their terrifying strength is also extraordinary. I wonder how Bu perceives these two. However, with their presence on Earth, Bu is unlikely to stir up much trouble. In the Kaioshin realm, Kaioshin and Xiaolong gazed gravely at the sight of their battle. Even from the vast distance separating the divine realm and the universe, he was deeply shaken by their overwhelming presence. With Li Xiaolong and Mafia on Earth, he felt less compelled to focus on Bu, though he still contemplated reminding them at an opportune moment. The area of their conflict was adorned with dazzling lights, reminiscent of a grand fireworks display, as the aftermath of their skirmish triggered the explosion of countless abandoned planets. Once all the celestial bodies in the vicinity had been obliterated, the region transformed into a complete vacuum. Both warriors gained a clearer understanding of their strength and, disregarding the spectators, swiftly returned to Earth through instantaneous movement. At present, their capabilities stood as follows. Li Xiaolong boasted a combat power of 350 billion and a super ability value of 320 billion, while Mafia possessed a combat power of 300 billion and a commendable ability value of 320 billion. Although it took a decade to achieve their fifth breakthrough, the explosive growth resulting from it was undeniably worthwhile. Li Xiaolong now possessed a measure of self-protection in the universe. As long as they did not encounter the formidable deities and enigmatic beings from the latter parts of the original narrative, both he and Mafia could stride confidently. Even against the Super Saiyan Blue Goku, Li Xiaolong and Mafia would be formidable contenders. At last, Li Xiaolong felt a sense of security within this Dragon Ball universe. Xiaolong, having achieved a breakthrough, shall we not proceed directly to the demon realm to convert the Demon King, Demon Lords, and Demon Generals? I surmise that the source of our previous sense of crisis can no longer pose a threat to us. Mafia, eager to act, harbors lingering feelings from our hasty retreat from the demon realm. Initially, I had intended to use the converted demon generals as insiders, enticing the demon lords and the demon king to come to the universe, allowing us to strike together. However, the magnitude of our recent advancement to the 5th tier is formidable. We can now exert our dominance within the demon realm itself. Let's wait a couple of days. I must devise 2 secret techniques for added security, as we cannot ascertain whether ancient demon remnants linger in the demon realm. Li Xiaolong felt a shiver at the thought of Mika Kapura and his subordinates, for those beings are beyond his current capabilities to confront. The memory of the previous psychic attack still haunts him. Although his mental and spiritual fortitude is substantial, Mafia's spirit and psychic prowess do not match his extraordinary level, and he is unwilling to place her in peril. Now that Li Xiaolong has reached the 5th tier, his comprehension has exponentially increased, enabling him to effortlessly grasp the secret techniques he had long anticipated. Within 2 days, he has created 3 exceptionally powerful techniques. The first is a psychic defense technique. Although he initially aimed to develop a soul defense method, his limited understanding of souls necessitated the creation of a psychic defense technique instead, which suffices. For the narrative of Dragon Ball does not delve into matters of the soul. The second technique is an ultimate concealment method. Once enacted, even if the two were to stand before a god of destruction, they would remain undetected. The third is a psychic attack technique, which, as its name implies, utilizes psychic energy to assail opponents, a pivotal weapon for battling beyond one's level. should one find themselves outmatched and unable to escape. Deploying this technique could diminish the opponent's prowess by at least 50%, with those of weaker mental fortitude potentially facing annihilation from a single strike. For instance, the captain of the Jinyu force, whose strength is not particularly impressive, relies on his innate talent to seize control of his adversary's body. Should he encounter a psychic attack, he would surely meet his demise. Additionally, Li Xiaolong took the opportunity to visit the apprentice Angel Melz, who serves under the Galactic King. Previously, during his discussions with the Galactic King, Melz was absent, possibly called away by his father, the High Priest. Now, upon his return, Li Xiaolong, accompanied by Maifia, arranged a meeting. Both parties exchanged pleasantries, establishing a familiar rapport. When Li Xiaolong inquired about the current situation and ancient powers or matters concerning other universes, Melz remained reticent, offering little insight. Unable to extract further information, Li Xiaolong and Maifia returned to Earth to prepare for their journey to the Demon Realm. While Melz kept Li Xiaolong in mind, but refrained from reporting this encounter to the High Priest. Upon returning to Earth, Li Xiaolong mentally commanded the nearest demon general to Earth, and soon a purple vortex materialized in the cosmic expanse beyond. Li Xiaolong, a portal to the demon realm has manifested beyond your world. You must investigate promptly to prevent an invasion by the demonic forces. The urgent voice of the North Realm King resonated in Li Xiaolong's mind. Thank you for your concern, my lord. But it is I who facilitated the opening of this portal for the denizens of the demon realm. Maifia and I intend to venture into the demon realm to address this looming threat directly. Li Xiaolong candidly conveyed his intentions to the North Realm King. Exercise caution. The ancient demon realm was home to several deities. Though they're now sealed away or banished, one cannot dismiss the possibility of their retaining some hidden power. The North Realm King warned. Oh, might I inquire for further details, esteemed king? Li Xiaolong asked, sensing that the North Realm King possessed deeper knowledge. I can only divulge so much. Any further inquiries will be met with silence. What you seek must be uncovered through your own exploration, the North Realm King interjected, abruptly halting their conversation. These deities must surely be privy to some secrets, Maifia pondered, having attentively listened to the exchange. The wary demeanor of the North Realm King suggested that perhaps a higher-tier deity had acted against them, which left him reluctant to share more. It appears that the profound mysteries of these realms must be unraveled by us alone. Once we attain sufficient strength, the truth shall reveal itself. For now, let us proceed to the demon realm and enlighten our subordinates. We cannot keep them waiting. Moreover, exercise caution regarding the ancient deities mentioned by the king. Should any anomalies arise, employ the secret technique to escape and contact me immediately. Li Xiaolong was only aware of Mechikapura and his minions among the ancient deities of the demon realm. The existence of any other concealed deities remained a mystery. Upon entering the demon realm, they sought out the demon general responsible for opening the portal. My lord, here are the coordinates for all the demon generals, demon lords, and demon kings. Please accept this, and may they join your ranks swiftly. It is our honor to serve you. The demon general reverently presented a spherical device. This enlightenment technique is indeed extraordinarily potent. Each of these demons is notorious for their heinous deeds, yet now they are transformed. This technique must remain confidential, otherwise our own people might fall under its influence. Maifia remarked in awe, voicing her concerns. Rest assured, this secret art cannot be learned by anyone without my consent. Li Xiaolong, he had anticipated the potential hazards of the technique's exposure and had incorporated protective enchantments into its design. Without his acknowledgement, no one could ever master it. Should an ancient deity attempt to derive their own enlightenment technique from it, they would find themselves at an impasse. Upon activating the spherical device, a luminous screen materialized, revealing 4 tree diagrams. At the apex of each diagram were the demon kings of the realm. East Demon King Dapula, West Demon King Daxus, South Demon King Dantai, and North Demon King Dars. Beginning with the 4 demon kings, each is accompanied by 4 demon marshals, whose names range from Demon 1 to Demon 16, aptly corresponding to the 16 demon marshals. Each of these 16 marshals commands 100 demon generals, culminating in a grand total of 1,600 generals. Each name is accompanied by imagery and specific descriptions. Although the introductions of the 4 demon kings are not as elaborate, as it is somewhat challenging to gather information about the kings solely through their generals. Well done. You have earned this reward, Li Xiaolong declared, raising his hand. An abundance of primordial energy surged into the body of the demon general. Upon the influx of this energy, the general's aura soared rapidly, stabilizing at approximately 5 billion. This ability was acquired by Li Xiaolong after his ascension to the 5th tier, allowing him to draw the natural energy of a universe into the bodies of specific individuals. However, the physical form of the individual must be robust, and the capacity to contain this energy is contingent upon their foundational combat power, or essence. The demon general possessed around 1 billion in combat strength, which accounted for such a significant enhancement. Nevertheless, Li Xiaolong refrained from employing this ability on Earthlings, as the enhancement comes at the expense of the individual's latent potential. Earthlings, having cultivated their own longevity techniques and dimensional laws, would find this method unworthy, perhaps seeking his assistance centuries or millennia later when their potential has been exhausted. The rationale behind utilizing this method on the demon general stemmed from Li Xiaolong's discovery that all members of the demon race are incapable of practicing the longevity techniques and dimensional laws, possibly due to restrictions imposed by the laws of the world or deeper underlying reasons. Previously, the transformation of these demon generals had been forced, resulting in the depletion of their potential, thus necessitating this crude method for augmenting their strength. The two individuals each selected 2 demon kings along with their respective demon marshals and generals for transformation, then promptly teleported to their designated locations. Their current prowess allowed them to traverse the demon realm with ease, rendering even the 4 demon kings unable to evade the fate of being forcibly transformed. Although these 4 kings are regarded as absolute powerhouses in the universe at this stage, their capabilities appeared rather trivial in the eyes of the 2. The strength of the 4 demon kings is as follows: Eastern Demon King Dapula at 25 billion, Western Demon King Daxisai at 20 billion, Southern Demon King Danon at 20 billion, and Northern Demon King Dales at 20 billion. Li Xiaolong opted to transform Dapula and Dales along with their subordinates. After transforming all of Dale's subordinates, Li Xiaolong proceeded to transform Dales himself, who was effortlessly transformed without any unforeseen complications. Dapula was reserved for last, as he is not depicted as a weakling in the original narrative. He is one of Micah Kapura's subordinates. Li Xiaolong speculated that the Dapula in the demon realm may be an avatar or a manifestation. Upon arriving at Dapula's palace, Li Xiaolong decided to observe Dapula's condition before proceeding. At this moment, in Li Xiaolong's eyes, Dapura sat in the main seat of the palace, seemingly in a state of slumber. However, what Li Xiaolong perceived was an entirely different scene. Countless transparent threads radiated from Dapura, the majority connecting to other demonic entities within the demon realm. In fact, one of these threads was even linked to himself. This thread was a manifestation of the causal secret art he had learned in his previous life. Notably, 2 particularly thick threads emerged from Dapura, and as Li Xiaolong manipulated them, he discerned that the thickest one was the causal link between Dapura and his true form. It became evident to Li Xiaolong that Dapura was merely an avatar. Without hesitation, Li Xiaolong revealed himself and attempted to transcend Dapura. The moment he materialized, a powerful aura erupted from Dapura. Yet, under the radiance of Li Xiaolong's transcendent light, Dapura fell into a state of unconsciousness. If Dapura had been a true embodiment, Li Xiaolong might have hesitated to act. However, as it was merely an avatar, the connection to its true form was exceedingly tenuous. Even if he were to transcend Dapura, the true form would remain oblivious to it. Suddenly, as Li Xiaolong was engaged in his transcending of Dapura, he sensed a peculiar spatial fluctuation behind him. Intensifying his grip, he successfully transcended Dapura just before the source of the spatial disturbance emerged. Soon, from Dapura's consciousness, Li Xiaolong learned that Micah Kapura had instructed Dapura to wait for him today. Standing before the spatial disturbance, Li Xiaolong awaited Micah Kapura's arrival. To his surprise, the demon realm was currently so devoid of demonic energy. "What on earth are you all doing?" Micah Kapura grumbled as he stepped out of the spatial passage, failing to notice whether the figure before him was indeed Dapura. "What's this, Dapura? Haven't you come to greet your lord yet? Who are you?" Micah Kapura, muttering to himself, finally laid eyes on Li Xiaolong, his fury rising as he questioned him. "Why? Have you forgotten me so quickly, my lord of demons?" Li Xiaolong replied, a smirk playing on his lips. "It's you, you accursed earthling. You extinguished a fragment of my consciousness, and I shall make you pay for it with your life. My consciousness, which I painstakingly dispersed, will exact a toll on you." Micah Kapura's aura suddenly surged, locking onto Li Xiaolong. Chapter 27. Battle with the Demon God, S. Avatar, my lord of demons. If your true form were to confront me, I would undoubtedly flee. "Alas, you are but an avatar now," Li Xiaolong remarked, a hint of amusement in his gaze as he regarded Micah Kapura. You insufferable earthling! Even if my avatar strength is but a fraction of my true form, it is far beyond what a mere mortal like you can contend with. Plapava to die. Enraged by the disdain shown by a mere earthling, Micah Kapura unleashed his attack. With a thunderous roar, a beam of purple light shot forth from the heavens, hurtling toward the standing Li Xiaolong. Is our Lord of Demons all talk? Such a feeble attack merely tickles. Li Xiaolong raised a hand, effortlessly conjuring a shield to block the assault. Humph. With a certain prowess, it is no wonder you were able to extinguish my consciousness. But this is where your journey ends, you pitiful mortal. I shall make you aware of the consequences of offending a demon god. As Micah Kapura witnessed his attack effortlessly thwarted by Li Xiaolong, a serious expression emerged on his face, devoid of the previous arrogance and disdain. This avatar is merely the weakest of his incarnations. He had not anticipated encountering a formidable opponent like Li Xiaolong during its manifestation. A more potent aura erupted forth, shaking the entire demon realm. Micah Kapura understood that if he did not reveal his true strength, this incarnation would likely perish. Zila. A purple flame enveloped Micah Kapura, resembling the visage of a demon god. Whoosh! Micah Kapura vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Li Xiaolong. However, having long been on guard and having cultivated his teleportation to the highest level, Li Xiaolong was not easily caught off guard. He executed a technique akin to the Phantom Fist, leaving behind an identical projection of himself. When Micah Kapura struck at this illusion, it detonated violently, sending him flying. Although Micah Kapura was left in a precarious state, his injuries were not severe. Yet, Li Xiaolong's counterattack followed swiftly, landing a punch directly on Micah Kapura's lower back. You mortal! Not again! A mask of agony overtook Micah Kapura's face, as this was the very technique that had previously dismantled his consciousness. Demon God Body. Li Xiaolong's punch struck true, but Micah Kapura roared, emanating a purple-black glow as his form swelled. His skin displayed scales reminiscent of fish, adorned with sharp protrusions, exuding a deadly aura. This maneuver was exceedingly perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to countless spikes piercing him. The purple-black radiance indicated it was infused with potent venom, and Li Xiaolong, lacking immunity to toxic assaults, faced the venom of an ancient demon god. Oof! With a cold snort, Li Xiaolong teleported away from Micah Kapura's formidable body. Whoosh! A towering demon god form collapsed the ceiling of the Grand Hall. Let us see who is greater, if that is the case. Then I shall employ this celestial intent 4 symbols. Witnessing Micah Kapura's colossal manifestation, Li Xiaolong conjured a secret technique born from his fusion with celestial intent 4 symbols. A verdant giant emerged behind him, exuding divine authority and majesty. Such trivial skills, daring to display them before me. With a mighty surge, the azure giant surged forth, unleashing a torrent of dragon-shaped energy blasts. Mortal, perish before this god. As Li Xiaolong unleashed his technique, Micah Kapura was taken aback. Having lived for eons, he had never encountered such profound abilities. Could it be that, after countless millennia, humanity on Earth had evolved into something so extraordinary? Both unleashed their palms in a fierce confrontation. The terrifying impact sent ripples through the air, resonating outward in waves. This time, it was Li Xiaolong who was astonished. Although he had exerted only 20% of his strength in the recent strike, the outcome was a fierce stalemate between the two. It is worth noting that the manifestation of the celestial intent of the 4 symbols is 10 times the strength of the base spirit, albeit only the wind spirit. The other 3 spirits possess exponentially greater powers, the fire spirit at 20 times, the thunder spirit at 50 times, and the electric spirit at a staggering 100 times. Who exactly are you? How can there be such an extraordinary mortal in this world? Remember this well. I am merely a passerby from Earth. There is no one as kind-hearted as you, Xiaolong Gu, left in this world, Li Xiaolong replied earnestly. You imbecile, what kind of absurd answer is that? Come at me. Capra exploded with rage, sending the wind spirit flying. Experience my black ray. Capra unleashed an attack that combined both magical and physical elements toward Li Xiaolong. Little black ray, since that is the case, I shall be more serious. The wind spirit erupted with an even more formidable aura. The ensuing battle between the magical body and the spirit created shockwaves that obliterated the planet beneath them. As the two engaged in combat within the cosmic realm of the demon world, annihilating countless celestial bodies in their wake. Capra, having lived for eons, demonstrated a remarkable fluidity in his techniques. Every move was imbued with formidable secret arts, unleashing a myriad of martial and magical attacks effortlessly. Swish, swish, swish. In the expanse of space, the wind spirit and Capra's demonic form clashed. Xiaolong, who is this deity? How can he contend with your spirit for such an extended period without faltering? Myphia, having appeared beside Li Xiaolong, inquired about Capra. This fellow is one of the ancient deities spoken of by the Realm King, known as Capra. He is the creator of the Dark Demon Realm, which is the upper realm of this demon world. This is merely one of his avatars, while his true form remains sealed within the fabric of time and space. Li Xiaolong elaborated on Capra's background. If such power resides in just an avatar, how formidable must his true self be? Do you require my assistance? Myphia, having sensed the fluctuations of battle in the universe after pacifying the demon kings and their minions, teleported directly to Li Xiaolong's side upon recognizing one of the auras as his. No need. It's an excellent opportunity to engage further and understand their methods, as we will undoubtedly cross paths with them again. This is a rare chance to learn the techniques of these ancient demon gods. Mighty demon god, is that all you can muster? The creator of the Dark Demon Realm surely possesses more than this. Li Xiaolong taunted once more, though his form continued to shift. You insufferable mortal, you have truly enraged me. Dark force, invade, and meet your demise. Capra bellowed, his demonic form radiating a dark purple glow that illuminated the entire demon realm as it surged toward Li Xiaolong's spirit. He understood that neither ordinary physical attacks nor magical assaults would prove effective against Li Xiaolong. Such attempts would be futile. Yet, his own methods were not within the realm of mere mortal's imagination. Surely, he had a contingency plan. Could this be an attack governed by the very laws of nature? My ethereal form finds itself utterly immobilized, forced to witness this adversary's assault without the means to evade it. In that case, let me try this detonate. Under the radiant purple glow emanating from the demonic form, Li Xiaolong realized that his spiritual essence seemed ensnared by the very fabric of existence. Helplessly observing as the oncoming attack approached, imbued with an essence as terrifying as that of the destroyer, Beerus. With a cold smirk, he acknowledged that although his ethereal form was paralyzed, it was not irretrievably lost. His essence was merely a manifestation of his vital energy, capable of reconstituting itself even if shattered by this foe. However, Li Xiaolong had no intention of permitting Capra to easily obliterate his spiritual essence. He resolved to create some trouble for him and decisively commanded his ethereal form to self-destruct. Boom! Though sound could not traverse the cosmos, the instantaneous release of energy from his spiritual essence painted a terrifying tableau, illuminating the demon realm as if the sun had graced it for the first time. Li Xiaolong's corporeal form conjured a protective barrier to contain the explosive energy within the confines of the battleground. Otherwise, much of the demon realm would have faced annihilation. Cursed mortal, how could this divine being be toyed with by such a lowly creature? I shall ensure your torment spans eons, a fitting retribution for this affront. At the explosion's epicenter, the form of Capra lay shattered and dismal, reduced to little more than a skeletal frame. Yet as a demon god, his vitality remained formidable enough to keep him standing despite such devastation. Demon Lord, how do you find my Li Mei barbecue? Would you care for another taste? Li Xiaolong reformed another ethereal presence before Capra, mockery etched on his visage. Cursed be you, how can you still conjure such an incarnation? We shall see. For when we next meet, I shall flay your very essence and torment you for eternity to satiate my wrath. With a sudden shift in spatial dynamics, Capra's form vanished from before the ethereal presence. This fellow possesses unexpected capabilities. If only I could devise a method to intercept such spatial transitions. Seeing his adversary flee, Myphia felt a pang of regret. This was a rare opportunity to study a demon god. Chapter 28, Conspiracy. Who is this individual? A mere passerby from Earth? Such nonsense is hardly believable. Amidst the chaotic currents of space, Capra struggled to escape. Yet his thoughts were consumed by the adversary who had inflicted such a significant loss upon him. No, I must seek out those allies to deliver it. This individual may very well be an ancient demon god, for how else could a mere earthling have had the chance to rise again following that incident? Dragging his battered form deeper into the turbulent depths of space, Capra resolved to regroup. Uncertain of how long he had been flying, Capra suddenly encountered a diminutive vortex ahead. This vortex was inconspicuous amidst the vast turbulence of the inner space, without prior knowledge. One might not even discern its presence despite diligent searching. Furthermore, inner space is not accessible to just anyone. The most widely recognized realms are cosmic space and the void of the universe. Beyond the cosmos lies outer space, and to reach inner space, one must either pierce through outer space using a special method or possess absolute strength. Kepla's doppelganger had arrived in inner space through a unique means, as his current power was insufficient to breach outer space. He hoped those individuals had arrived. Upon entering the vortex, a miniature universe unfolded before him. Once inside this microcosm, a magnificent palace emerged, exuding an aura that was ominously foreboding despite its grandeur. "I didn't expect you lot to arrive so swiftly this time. It's quite a rarity," he remarked. Inside the grand hall, devoid of any seating, the high walls were adorned with 10 niches resembling shrines, encircling the chamber. Notably, 9 figures stood in the remaining positions, shrouded in dark mist that obscured their features, save for one towering figure whose silhouette bore a resemblance to that of the sovereign, and another whose outline was discernible, marked by a pair of enormous wings. "Who has inflicted such harm upon our lord of the demon realm? Wasn't he dispatched to the demon realm to prepare for an invasion of the 7th universe? I never anticipated his return in such a disheveled state. Surely, our lord is not past his prime," the winged shadow remarked with a sardonic tone. "There's no need for mockery here. The purpose of gathering all of you is precisely this matter," Kepler retorted, taking his place among the remaining figures and detailing the circumstances surrounding his confrontation with Li Xiaolong. "Do any of you recall this individual? He claims to be a mere passerby from Earth. Do any of you recognize such capabilities in an indigenous Earthling?" Not knowing, one shadow inquired, "Could it be that remnants of the primitive Earthlings escaped from that ancient event? That was personally dealt with by that one. How could there possibly be any survivors?" The shadow's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the sovereign's palace as he spoke of that figure. Indeed, if that one intervened, it would be impossible for any primitive Earthlings to remain, the others concurred. Given the presence of that individual, the current plan necessitated a re-evaluation. In that case, let us proceed with our endeavors in the parallel 7th universe, specifically universe number 3. After deliberation, the shadows reached a consensus. Universe number 3 of the 7th universe referred to a derivative parallel universe, while the universe where Li Xiaolong resided was considered the principal universe. The other 3 parallel timelines were designated as number 1, number 2, and number 3 based on their order of emergence. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaolong, the entirety of the Omni King's 12 universes, when viewed from the vastness of outer space, is merely one of many such systems, all of which are under the dominion of the Omni King. Each of these cosmic realms has been meticulously crafted using the primary universe as a template. Furthermore, apart from the Omni King's universes, there exist colossal, singular universes that dwarf a single universe within the Omni King system, though they do not surpass the collective 12. A careful observation of the outer space reveals 9 individual universes, each radiating distinct luminescence. These universes lack parallel counterparts and can thus be referred to as unique universes. From these realms, one can sense an array of energies, some exuding an ominous aura, others embodying divine purity, and yet others brimming with a palpable sense of menace and uncertainty. However, these 9 unique universes are remarkably distant from one another, separated by countless parallel and rogue universes. The rogue universes neither belong to the Omni King's system nor to the 9 unique universes, and they remain unclaimed by any formidable beings. Some of these realms have detached from the Omni King's domain, while others were birthed by ancient demonic deities or emerged naturally. After formulating their plans, the Gathering of Shadows decided to refrain from provoking Li Xiaolong, for their own schemes held greater significance. Subsequently, they dissipated into the ether, and Micah Capula's figure vanished within the palace. I have discerned a path forward. A period of seclusion should allow me to devise this secret technique, Li Xiaolong mused as he gazed at the spot where Micah Capula had disappeared. This venture into the demon realm had reached a satisfactory conclusion. Let's return, Xiaolong. With these so-called gods and demigods looming over us, our power remains insufficient. The recent battle had rendered my Fia acutely aware of her limitations. Her prior pride was now tempered, and her fervor for cultivation surged anew. In truth, my Fia had also practiced many of the secret techniques devised by Li Xiaolong, such as the heavenly intent 4 symbols, though executing them proved far more challenging than it was for him. Li Xiaolong could nearly infinitely coalesce his divine form, for the wandering energies of the universe were intimately attuned to him, as if vying for his utilization. In contrast, She could only condense her essence a maximum of 3 times before her internal energy was completely depleted, leading Myphia to wonder if Li Xiaolong were indeed the favored child of this cosmos. Summoning the demon kings and their subordinates, Li Xiaolong laid out the developmental plans for the demon realm, instructing them to maintain the status quo. For it was certain that demigods would seek them out again in the future. They could serve as his informants, providing valuable intelligence. They then traversed directly back to the void beyond Earth. How could you return so swiftly? Did you encounter some unforeseen incident? Inquired the 2 figures from the North Realm, who had been vigilantly monitoring the passageway. Rest assured, my lord, the demon realm shall likely no longer pose a threat. They have now become my subordinates. Unless ancient demigods were to awaken, they shall no longer endanger the universe. Li Xiaolong felt a sense of comfort upon noticing that the North Kai was still fixated on the passageway. It must be said that among the deities in the Dragon Ball universe, the North Kai and the Supreme Kai were the most reliable. The others were utterly absurd. However, dear Kai, the unexpected event you mentioned has indeed transpired. Myphia decided to tease the Kai. What has happened? The North Kai exclaimed. It is not a grave surprise. We have encountered the ancient demon, Mechikabura. Myphia continued to fan the flames, relishing the spectacle as she frightened the North Kai. What? You have encountered that demon? What should we do? If he invades our universe, we are doomed. The North Kai was in a frenzy, pacing on his North Kai planet. Calm down, dear Kai. Xiaoya was merely jesting. I understand your urgency, but please do not panic, she reassured him. Chapter 29. The Laws of Space. This jest is far from amusing. The North Kai finally settled down. Nevertheless, Xiaoya was correct. They had indeed encountered Mechikabura. What? This is dire. Hearing Li Xiaolong's words, the North Kai began to pace again. Kai, please allow me to finish. We did encounter Mechikabura, but it was merely his avatar, which I defeated and fled. He is unlikely to return to the demon realm in the near future. Even if he does, I will be able to vanquish him once more. Li Xiaolong recounted his encounter with Mechikabura, hoping to extract some valuable information from the North Kai. Excellent. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Could you not relay the information all at once? My lifespan has been significantly shortened by your fright. The North Kai complained about their antics. Is it not the case that you, dear Kai, are too hasty? Myphia replied with a chuckle. Do you not have anything to share with us? Li Xiaolong prasa. Noticing that the Kai was unwilling to divulge what he knew. Alas, do not inquire further. Some matters are not ones I can disclose. The moment I speak of them, they will vanish into thin air. Xiaolong, please do not put me in such a predicament. The North Kai lamented, a frown etched on his face. You must seek the answers you desire on your own. Perhaps those demons hold the clues you seek, but even in your current state, you would appear as mere children before a true demon. The North Kai warned gravely. Is that so? Then I may have gleaned some insight. Thank you for your guidance. Der Kai. Although the North Kai had said little, Li Xiaolong was already beginning to surmise that his inquiries were likely linked to the angels, and perhaps even the Omni King. After breaking through to the 5th tier, Li Xiaolong fortuitously discovered an ancient seal within the bloodline of Earthlings. The purer the bloodline of an Earthling, the stronger the seal within it. Apart from the villagers of Li Family Village and those with Myphia's bloodline, which bore a weak or even non-existent seal, the majority of Earthlings possessed significant seals. Those with exceptional talent were merely those whose seals were somewhat loosened. The seal, even with his current insight and means, remains unbreakable. Based on this doubt, coupled with the myriad wonders of Earth, such as the Kailinta, the Spirit Time House, the Dimensional Law, and the position of the celestial deity, Li Xiaolong surmises that a significant transformation must have occurred on Earth in ancient times. Perhaps Earth was once resplendent, only to suffer a catastrophic change at some point, leaving it severely diminished, to the extent that no remnants or records of that history remain, the sole trace being the solitary Kailinta standing tall. His recent dialogue with the North Realm King further solidified Li Xiaolong's conjecture. He had shared these thoughts with Myphia, who, relying on her intuition, affirmed that Li Xiaolong's speculations were likely correct. The countless experiences over the years have only served to validate Myphia's perceptiveness, deepening Li Xiaolong's conviction. However, given that this matter involves angels and even the Omni King, it is not something that can be unraveled in a short span. Everything must still be grounded in one's own strength. Upon returning to Earth and observing the development of his subordinates, he once again entered a state of seclusion. After a few months, Li Xiaolong devised a secret technique capable of reinforcing space, rendering instantaneous movement impossible under its influence. Nevertheless, he felt unsatisfied. After all, Mechikabura did not escape using this technique of instantaneous movement. By creating this technique, he had brushed against the edges of spatial laws and began to comprehend how Capra had managed to flee. It seemed that the ability Capra employed to bind him was also a form of law power. It appeared that these so-called gods and demon gods possessed their own merits. Surely the god of destruction wielded the destructive law bestowed by the Omni King, yet the methods of the Omni King did not seem to resemble law power. Could they be something of a higher order? In the seclusion chamber, Li Xiaolong muttered to himself, while Maifia entered a deep meditative state, seemingly unwilling to awaken without significant revelations. At that moment, Li Xiaolong sensed Li Yun approaching the seclusion chamber and promptly rose to greet him. "Brother Long, the matter you asked us to pay attention to has transpired," Li Yun conveyed upon entering the assembly hall. "Just 2 days ago, a group of exiled beings known as Saiyans appeared on Planet Plant, ruthlessly slaughtering the indigenous Zufuru people. Thankfully, we intervened in time. Otherwise, that talented scientist would have fallen victim to the Saiyans' malice." Long before deploying across the cosmos, Li Xiaolong had forewarned about the Saiyans. In the original tale, he recalled that around the years 720 and 730 of the age of the universe, the Saiyans had gathered to seize and take control of Planet Plant, renaming it Planet Vegeta. During this tumultuous period, the scientist Dr. Lai Ji of the Zufuru was slain, the Zufuru people annihilated, and their technological advancements appropriated by the Saiyans. Little did he expect that such events would unfold so soon. Li Xiaolong cast a contemplative gaze towards the direction of Planet Plant. "Brother, what did you say?" "It's nothing. Please continue." In contemporary times, the Zufu tribe no longer holds an advantageous position and lacks the military might to rival the Saiyans. I have relocated them to Earth, and the brilliant scientist Dr. Lai Ji has joined our technological institute, ensuring the well-being of his remaining kin. Having concluded my report, Li Yun sat beside us, his face adorned with perplexity. "Are you perhaps wondering why I have allowed the Saiyan race to act with such impunity?" Li Xiaolong gazed at Li Yun with a slight smile. "Brother Long, I perceive the Saiyans as exceedingly brutal, driven solely by destruction, as if this savagery is embedded within their very genes. Why should we permit them to wreak havoc upon the cosmos?" Li Yun articulated his bewilderment, his visage tinged with indignation. Over the years, while overseeing the martial affairs of the Southern Galaxy, he had encountered malevolent individuals, yet none were as contemptible as the Saiyans. The majority of races across the cosmos are feeble and benevolent. He was incensed by the Saiyans' occupation of Planet Plant. Had it not been for Li Xiaolong's prior admonition regarding their utility, he would have already annihilated them. "This matter is a debt I owe to the Zufu tribe. I will create a planet within the cosmos suitable for their habitation. Moreover, you all must diligently teach the martial arts, with Dr. Lai Ji's expertise in technology. Once I have established the planet, I shall invite them all to join. Only then will they be regarded as the indigenous intelligent life of that world." Li Xiaolong held nothing back from the people of Li family village. Aside from his own speculations, they were privy to all that he knew over the years. They were also aware of the concept that a home planet could nourish indigenous intelligent life. "Brother Long, have you truly reached such heights? Can you really create a life-bearing planet? Are you on the verge of ascending to the 6th tier?" Li Yun gazed at Li Xiaolong in astonishment. "Indeed, I expect to ascend to the 6th tier within a year, and I will also gain insights into the laws of life, space, and others. You must strive diligently to reach the 5th tier. In due time, you will be considered formidable within the cosmos." Transitioning from a 4th to the 5th tier is a significant threshold. Once Li Xiaolong reaches the 5th tier, he anticipates a clear path ahead, even without active accumulation. He believes he will naturally ascend to the 6th tier within 5 years. Chapter 30. The creation of a life-bearing planet. The Saiyans are pivotal to our future. Otherwise, I would not wish to retain them to inflict chaos upon the universe. However, in a decade or so, they will meet their demise, and one of their descendants will arrive on our Earth. This individual is crucial. Li Xiaolong did not conceal this fact and explained the rationale directly. "Is it that you do not permit us to expand into the Northern Galaxy, Eastern Galaxy, and Southwestern River, solely to await that young man?" Li Yun appeared to awaken from a dream. "It is no wonder that despite the evident capability of my forces to expand beyond the Southern Galaxy, you have restrained your influence there. It was all for the sake of the Saiyan descendant." Initially, Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia deliberated on the handling of the Saiyans. Li Xiaolong's original plan was to deploy forces across the 4 major regions of the universe, while aiming to purify the violent factors embedded within the Saiyans' genes. Upon Goku's intervention, He intended to take Goku as his disciple and promptly send the remaining Saiyans back to Planet Salad. However, Mei Fia's reaction was notably intense. Her instincts screamed of impending catastrophe, warning her that if Li Xiaolong proceeded with his plan, the very universe they inhabited might face obliteration. This was the intuition she experienced at that moment. Consequently, Li Xiaolong opted for a more prudent approach, choosing to adhere to the narrative arc established in the original work. He resolved not to intervene in Goku's storyline during its early stages, recognizing Goku as an undeniable protagonist of fate, even in discussions regarding Goku's mid to late narrative developments. Any alterations made were devoid of the sense of imminent doom that Mei Fia had initially felt. Perhaps by that time, it would be inconsequential, or they, along with Mei Fia and his own followers, would have become sufficiently formidable. I cannot divulge further information unless you ascend to the 5th tier. Suffice it to say that they will pay the price for their actions. Strive for that 5th tier swiftly, so you may uncover more truths about this world. It is not that Li Xiaolong seeks to be enigmatic, but rather that knowing too much about such powerful entities would impose a significant impact on their martial arts. The narrative surrounding Goku is particularly pivotal. Even he himself sensed that merely uttering a fragment of information regarding Goku to anyone below the 5th tier would cause them to vanish without a trace. This illustrates the considerable value of the 5th tier and explains the challenges in overcoming it. This conviction further solidified Li Xiaolong's belief that the so-called Tournament of Power was a scheme orchestrated by the Omni King, who, contrary to appearances, was not as naive as he seemed. A being wielding the highest authority over the entire cosmic system could not possibly be simple-minded. All right, you may attend to your tasks now. Remember, do not interfere in matters outside the southern galaxy, nor expose the strength of Earth, Li Xiaolong reiterated. I understand, Brother Long. We must also strive to shoulder responsibilities instead of relying solely on you. Li Yun, capable of overseeing numerous affairs without neglecting martial pursuits, displayed his astuteness, gleaning insights from Li Xiaolong's words. Yes, go ahead, and do your best. Li Xiaolong felt a sense of satisfaction at Li Yun's response. Li Xiaolong then turned back to the secluded chamber, and before long, a year had passed. One day, an unusual wave of energy resonated from Earth, marking Li Xiaolong's ascension to the 6th tier, followed closely by another surge as Mei Fia also reached that level. Xiaolong, how was your breakthrough? Have you gained any new insights? Mei Fia inquired immediately after her own ascension. Indeed, it was akin to before, with an overall enhancement of tenfold. However, the gains in other aspects have been substantial, Li Xiaolong said, raising his hand to reveal a brilliantly colored orb of light, within which threads intertwined, some appearing highly destructive while others exuded immense creativity. Is this what you refer to as gains? I gazed upon the scene, feeling a stirring within me. Yet the mysteries eluded my comprehension. Mei Fia furrowed her brow. These are the powers of the laws I have grasped. I have comprehended 12 distinct laws: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, destruction, creation, life, space, purification, demon, and angel. Li Xiaolong was equally astonished by his ability to grasp such a multitude of laws at once, particularly the laws of demon and angel. The notion of naming these laws after their respective races was unexpected, yet subtly underscored the might of both factions. Li Xiaolong was familiar with the angel race, and since the demon law served as the counterpart to the angel law, it stood to reason that the demon race possessed similar strength, even if they had not appeared in the original narrative. Surely, future encounters with them were inevitable. You have comprehended so many laws. I am utterly at a loss. This cannot stand. You must assist me in understanding the laws, for I do not wish to be distanced from you. I feel that even upon reaching the 7th tier, grasping these laws would remain a formidable challenge. You cannot abandon me to forge ahead alone. Upon witnessing Li Xiaolong's vast understanding of the laws, Mei Fia clung to him, insisting he help her. Very well. I promise to demonstrate the powers of the laws to you daily to aid your comprehension. As the softness of her arm brushed against him, Li Xiaolong found his thoughts wandering. After this breakthrough, the disparity between them became increasingly apparent. He was reluctant to see Mei Fia drift further from him, as the path of cultivation was destined to grow ever lonelier, and she was the only companion he had on this journey. However, once he lifted the seal within her bloodline, her talents would surely ascend to new heights, minimizing their differences. I must first settle the Zufu Lu race, as I promised to create a new planet for them. A year has passed. It is time to fulfill that promise. You should come and witness this. It will benefit your understanding of the laws. Li Xiaolong hastily redirected the conversation, aware that continuing in this vein could lead to some awkward moments. Gathering everyone together, including the entirety of the Leaf family from the village and all those under his command who had transcended dimensions. The final group was the Zufu Lu race. You must observe closely. This will greatly benefit your martial path. In the cosmic expanse, amidst the stars' habitable zone, Li Xiaolong's voice resonated within the minds of his audience. This habitable zone had once been a planet, shattered into countless fragments. Perhaps after millions of years, these fragments could coalesce to form a new planet. Li Xiaolong was perfectly positioned to utilize these materials for accelerated planetary formation. As light surged from his hands, the ring of fragmented debris within the habitable zone was enveloped in brilliance, with countless shards traversing space to gather in the void before the onlookers. Countless fragments collided and compressed, and as more shards came together, the outline of a planet gradually materialized, accompanied by an immense gravitational pull that hastened the amalgamation of the fragments. Hasten to ascend this planet, for soon it shall be transformed into your motherland. Li Xiaolong unveiled a portal before the Zufulu people, who obediently stepped into it, enveloped by a divine light. The planet had only just coalesced, and their strength was insufficient to confront the perils of this lifeless celestial body. The next step was to breathe life into this planet, to transform it into a genuine world of existence. Observe closely and learn well. The divine light in Li Xiaolong's hands shifted once more. The laws of life, creation, and the 5 elemental principles of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were promptly enacted, enveloping the entire Dead Star in a rich tapestry of law. With the law of creation at its core, the laws of life and the 5 elements served as its support. Soon, a wave emanated from the planet's core, followed by rapid transformations on its surface. The land began to shroud itself in mist, giving rise to rivers, lakes, and oceans, while humble plants sprouted forth, soon followed by larger vegetation. Chapter 31. The Attention of Whis. What is this wave? Someone is indeed creating a life-bearing planet. Whis grasped his staff as the image of Li Xiaolong and his companions conjuring life in the cosmic expanse unfolded before him. This little one again. I never anticipated such remarkable progress in such a short time. It is truly astonishing, surpassing even the primitive humans of ancient Earth in brilliance. Whis gazed in disbelief at Li Xiaolong's capabilities. While the deities of the universe claim to be creators, they merely guide the emergence of life on planets already capable of sustaining it, directing the birth of intelligent beings. They cannot, like Li Xiaolong, coalesce a lifeless star into a life-giving sphere. Could this child be a remnant of ancient times? Impossible. That was the handiwork of a divine being, leaving no remnants behind. Whis's gaze drifted to the expansive palace of the Omni King, his eyes deep with contemplation. This boy is destined to stir countless ripples in the future. Nevertheless, angels are prohibited from meddling in cosmic affairs. I shall make contact with him. I heard he previously engaged with Meruz, and his character appears commendable. Perhaps I shall take him under my wing. In due time, Lord Beerus shall find himself with a worthy rival. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaolong, his creation of a life-bearing planet had garnered Whis's attention and ignited his interest in mentoring him. At this moment, Li Xiaolong was on the cusp of completing his endeavor, having already birthed a nascent deity within this life world. The final step was to awaken this god. Much like a human's spirit governs the body, a planet too requires a guiding essence, which Li Xiaolong designated as the deity. The laws of creation and life converged at the planet's core. Boom! In the vacuum of the universe, it seemed as if everyone heard a tremendous sound. An arcane vibration resonated, not akin to a dimensional breakthrough, yet it exerted a profound influence on all present within this cosmic space, propelling their dimensional progress forward significantly, particularly for the 6 individuals of Li Yun, who were on the verge of ascending to the 5th tier. They had anticipated it would take them decades of relentless effort to achieve this elevation. However, under the influence of this newfound wave, they felt as though they had condensed their decades of accumulation into a mere couple of years of secluded cultivation, allowing them to ascend to the 5th tier with relative ease. A profound sense of affection emanated from this nascent planet towards Li Xiaolong, the newly birthed deity, akin to the feelings a parent harbors for a child. Such sentiments had never been experienced on Earth. Could it be that the deities of Earth lack the strength of the one I have created? Yet that seems implausible, as the Dragon Ball Earth has long been home to intelligent life. Was it possible that the deity there encountered some misfortune or significant setback? Reflecting on the newly emerged deity, Li Xiaolong could not help but ponder the state of Earth and resolved to investigate its circumstances upon his return. Following the deity's birth, it instinctively sheltered the ancient Zufu people who had inhabited the planet long before, regarding them as its own intelligent progeny. Subtle yet peculiar waves coursed through these individuals, gradually enhancing their innate talents, albeit imperceptibly. With his companions, Li Xiaolong descended upon this newborn planet, which surpassed Earth in size and possessed a gravity approximately tenfold that of Earth. However, for the inhabitants here, this was negligible. You are now reborn, embarking upon a new journey with a fresh home world. Thus, it is time to bid farewell to your past selves and stride towards a magnificent future. Li Xiaolong resolved to bestow a new name upon the Zufu people. I humbly request the esteemed martial ancestor to grant my kin a clan name and name our mother planet. Dr. Lai Ji stepped forward, kneeling reverently. This new planet, forged upon the foundation of the 5 elements principles and endowed with life through the laws of creation, shall henceforth be known as the realm of the 5 elements. As you sever ties with your past, you will be protected and influenced by the realm of the 5 elements. The 5 elements embody 5 virtues, which represent their elevated form. I hope you shall propel yourselves forward, leading the realm of the 5 elements to ascend to the realm of the 5 virtues. Henceforth, you shall be known as the clan of the 5 virtues. Li Xiaolong, recalling elements from his previous life, harbored high hopes for the planet he had created, as well as for the clan of the 5 virtues. Thank you, esteemed martial ancestor. We shall undoubtedly adhere to your teachings, tracing our roots and guiding the realm of the 5 elements towards the ascension of the realm of the 5 virtues. Dr. Lai Ji led his kin in another act of reverence. What manner of principle is this? Why has it never been seen from ancient times to the present? Observing the 5 singular yet immensely powerful principles that seem to conflict with one another, yet witnessing the little one wielding them in a complementary and perpetual manner. It appeared to be a fundamental law of the world that had never been encountered before. In the realm of destruction, Whis looked on with intrigue as he observed Li Xiaolong's creation of a life-bearing planet through the application of the 5 elements principles, a law that had never been manifested before. Li Xiaolong imparted numerous legacies to the clan of the 5 virtues. Apart from the essential longevity technique and dimensional law, much of what he shared consisted of his own teachings concerning the 5 elements and the 5 virtues. Li Xiaolong harbored a premonition that the 5 virtues clan might one day surprise him. After completing his tasks, he eagerly returned to Earth, intent on uncovering its secrets. Why? He pondered. Was there an absence of the 5 elements principles within Earth's divine realm? Was it due to some form of sealing, or perhaps another reason altogether? He resolved to investigate the state of other life-bearing planets. In a profoundly enigmatic space on Earth, Li Xiaolong gazed curiously at the luminous orb before him. This orb represented the essence of Earth, yet it appeared to be in a state of confinement, flickering uncertainly. Each celestial entity was birthed from this primordial source, and upon approaching the orb, Li Xiaolong discovered to his astonishment that the 5 elements principles were conspicuously absent from Earth's essence. Employing ce cotif technique, he summoned forth a series of planets into his grasp, examining the primordial orbs of each. He began with the planets of the northern galaxy, followed by those from 3 other regions, and ultimately the center of the galaxy. It was astonishing to find that the Dragon Ball world lacked the 5 elements principles. Rather, these principles were concealed within all things, yet remained unmanifested. This revelation led Li Xiaolong to a startling conclusion. It is known that the principles of the 5 elements form the bedrock of a world. In historical accounts, even those mighty beings who mastered a singular principle would draw upon the external 5 elements to stabilize their realms during creation. Otherwise, their worlds would inevitably collapse. The absence of the 5 elements as a foundation in the Dragon Ball world, with their principles hidden within all existence, explained why this world frequently witnessed the destruction of stars, and how even the weakest could usurp the bodies of the strong, alongside other peculiar occurrences, such as the emergence of parallel universes. It was perplexing that the absolute sovereign of the entire cosmic system could give rise to its own counterpart while generating parallel universes. Li Xiaolong speculated that those unique worlds must possess some significant principles as support, preventing the emergence of parallel universes. However, these were merely conjectures, and all remained to be validated through his own endeavors. Chapter 32. Restoring the Essence, Resurgence of the Divine. This endeavor of creating planets had indeed yielded abundant rewards. The future development of the Five Virtues clan would undoubtedly surpass the imaginations of the masses. Yet, recognizing that Earth lacked the five elements principles, he felt compelled to restore its essence, for the advancement of humanity on Earth would surely accelerate dramatically thereafter. Within the primordial space, Li Xiaolong felt a surge of exhilaration. Although the creation of planets had taken a significant toll on him, the discoveries he made rendered those costs trivial. While he could not yet unravel the seal, the act of restoring the essence seemed remarkably straightforward. Furthermore, this restoration could weaken the seal, facilitating a more effortless unbinding in the future and saving him considerable time. As the principles of the five elements converged, Li Xiaolong directly infused them into Earth's essence. The entire primordial source of Earth began to thrum with life as the five elements entered, as if it were on the verge of awakening. Did you not feel an overwhelming sense of comfort, as though you were about to ascend? I too experienced an exhilarating sensation, as if a profound transformation had occurred from within. Could it be that the martial ancestor had intervened in some manner? It is said that upon the return of the martial ancestor, he has been engaged in a matter of great benefit to Earth. As Li Xiaolong completed the foundation of the Earth, a profound sensation of transcendence enveloped everyone on the planet. Some individuals, who had been stuck at their bottlenecks for an extended period, experienced sudden breakthroughs, while others, who had lacked sufficient accumulation, found that they could bypass much of the time typically required for advancement. With a resounding boom, a powerful and ancient aura emanated from the source space, accompanied by a unique fluctuation characteristic of the divine. As this sound reverberated across the Earth, a significant portion of humanity experienced tremendous breakthroughs in that very moment. Notably, several thousand first-tier champions were born among the native inhabitants of Earth. The entire village of the Li family achieved breakthroughs simultaneously. Li Yun and 5 others ascended to the 5th tier, while Li Xingqian and 12 others reached the 4th tier, with the rest of the villagers attaining at least the 3rd tier. Even excluding the villagers, Earth has now become an undeniably formidable planet within the universe. Currently, there are 57 individuals at the 3rd tier, 107 at the 2nd tier, and 1,037 at the 1st tier. However, it is anticipated that high-level talents on Earth will not experience significant breakthroughs in the coming decades, as such opportunities are rare and the foundational resources have been largely depleted. It will take decades, if not centuries, for them to accumulate again, unless true geniuses emerge to forge ahead. Within the source space, Li Xiaolong and Maifia sat cross-legged, with both having just ascended to the 6th tier and then unexpectedly breaking through to the 7th tier. This sudden advancement left Maifia feeling unsettled. She was unprepared for such a leap, fearing that it would take her decades to catch up. Her recent transition to the 6th tier had already drained much of her foundational strength, making her discontent palpable as the disparity between her and Li Xiaolong became increasingly evident. "Do not worry, Xiaoya," Li Xiaolong reassured her. "I know of a remarkable place where you can rapidly accumulate your foundation without these concerns. Others would envy the opportunity to break through." The place he referred to was, of course, the hyperbolic time chamber, a detail he had nearly forgotten until Maifia expressed her grievances. In the original story of the Dragon Ball, an individual can only remain in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days, but once one reaches the Super Saiyan 3 stage, they can forcibly break through dimensions to exit, albeit at the cost of damaging the chamber, necessitating time for bubbles to repair it before it can be used again. Given their current strength, it would be quite manageable for them to exit, especially since Li Xiaolong intended to study the chamber further. What other place could offer such extraordinary effects? Maifia mused, always following Li Xiaolong to explore the locations he knew, yet unaware of this one. In the Temple of the Gods, there exists a wondrous room where 1 year spent inside equates to only a single day outside. How does that sound? Li Xiaolong gently stroked her hair, smiling at her. What? Such a miraculous place exists? Surely you haven't forgotten about it, Maifia exclaimed, a hint of regret in her voice. Indeed, it had slipped my mind. However, the spirit time chamber possesses a significant drawback. An individual may only remain inside for 2 days. Yet, with our current capabilities, even if we exceed this limit, we can breach the fabric of space and emerge directly. Thus, entering now presents the optimal opportunity, and I intend to enable others to accumulate experience therein as well. Li Xiaolong candidly shared his plan. He had not previously considered this aspect. If he could rectify the limitations of the spirit time chamber, or discover a means to extend each person's duration within, the rate at which formidable beings would emerge on Earth would be astonishing. Unbeknownst to the two, The gods throughout the universe had descended into a state of frenzy. For the breakthrough wave instigated by Li Xiaolong was nothing short of extraordinary. Even during the ancient era, a time renowned for its prodigies, such a multitude of individuals had never simultaneously transcended dimensions. Moreover, many had ascended to the fifth tier. It is noteworthy that those who can achieve such a breakthrough autonomously are destined for remarkable accomplishments, potentially attaining the status of a destroyer god. The cosmos was on the brink of transformation. This was the prevailing thought among the deities. At this moment, even Whis from the destroyer god realm gazed in astonishment at the fervor of breakthroughs occurring on Earth. What exactly had this young man done? The Earthlings had been personally sealed by that entity. How could they possibly achieve such widespread breakthroughs? Why could he not discern the whereabouts of that young man? Whis marveled at the images projected by his staff. Today, Li Xiaolong had provided him with an abundance of surprises. It seemed he ought to seek out this young fellow. Conveniently, Lord Beerus was still in slumber, so a visit to Earth might go unnoticed by him. Suddenly, a powerful angelic presence emerged within the cosmos, heading towards Earth. In our universe, only Whis and Merus are angels, and such a formidable aura likely belonged to Whis. Given Li Xiaolong's current dimensional status, he could be considered a mid-tier high deity, capable of sensing the unique essence of divinity. Furthermore, angels inherently possess the angelic laws. Having comprehended these principles, he was particularly attuned to this aura. Xiaoya, a supreme being, has arrived in the cosmos. We should go out to greet them. At this moment, both had successfully stabilized their breakthroughs. A supreme being? Are you referring to the destroyer god or the supreme Kai? In Maifi's mind, only these two were worthy of such a title. No, this entity surpasses them. This is the angel of our seventh universe, the mentor to the destroyer god, and also serves as his attendant. However, this supreme being is exceptionally benevolent, in stark contrast to that destroyer god. Oh, the mentor of the destroyer god? I had not anticipated such a formidable figure existed. This time, you must properly introduce me to the supreme beings you are aware of. Now that I have reached the seventh tier, I should be privy to such knowledge. Maifia had long wished to learn about all the powerful beings known to Li Xiaolong. Initially, she understood that there were many pieces of information he had yet to share, but she recognized it was for her own good, so she refrained from asking. Now that she had ascended to the seventh tier, it was time to inquire about these matters. Chapter 33, a reminder from Whis. Very well. Once I have met with this angel, I shall reveal everything to you. Li Xiaolong felt it was time to share his knowledge with Maifia. The two of them made their way to the vast expanse of space beyond Earth to await Whis' arrival. That little fellow's presence has re-emerged. It seems there are indeed corners of this universe that elude my detection. Sensing Li Xiaolong's energy once more, Whis pondered thoughtfully. His speed through the cosmos was remarkable. Though not as instantaneous as teleportation, in terms of sheer velocity, no one in the universe could rival him now. They did not wait long before a figure streaked through the cosmic void. Apologies for the wait, my friends, Whis said as he came to a halt before them. May I inquire about the purpose of your esteemed visit? Whis, please accompany me to my humble abode for a discussion. I have prepared a sumptuous feast in your honor. Li Xiaolong boldly proposed, knowing well that fans of the original story recognize the insatiable appetites of both Beerus and Whis in the universe. Oh, ho, ho, ho. In that case, I shall graciously accept your invitation, Whis replied without hesitation upon hearing of the culinary delights. He paid no mind to how Li Xiaolong knew his name. After all, it was possible he had learned it from Merus during the previous encounter. Oh, this is simply exquisite. The soft, tender texture, the sweet and tangy flavors. Oh, how utterly delightful. I have never indulged in such a feast in my lifetime, Whis exclaimed, his delight evident as he savored the array of dishes laid out before him in the banquet room, while servers continually brought forth more delicacies. Despite his hearty enjoyment, Whis maintained a refined demeanor, unlike the Saiyans who devoured their food with reckless abandon. Thank you for your generous hospitality. I apologize for my lack of decorum. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Finally sated, Whis followed Li Xiaolong to the tea room. Upon his arrival, Li Xiaolong had discovered that Earth lacked tea. But through his efforts over the years, the tea culture on Dragon Ball Earth had flourished, reflecting some semblance of his past life. I must say, Xiaolong, you have quite the appreciation for the finer things in life. Not only do you offer an abundance of delicacies, but this tea is exceptional as well, Whis remarked, savoring the brew in his hand. Since you enjoy it, Whis, I shall prepare some for you to take back. And you are always welcome to visit my Earth for more culinary delights, Li Xiaolong said, keenly aware of the importance of winning favor with such a powerful being. The insights and guidance he could provide would be invaluable to Earth. Oh, I am most grateful, Xiaolong. I hope I'm not imposing, was said, though his body betrayed his eagerness. May I inquire as to the reason for your visit today, Whis? Li Xiaolong finally asked, now that Whis was well fed in content. Xiaolong, would you be interested in studying with me for a time? Whis inquired directly. Li Xiaolong was utterly astonished. In the original narrative, Goku and Vegeta had implored Whis, enticing him with exquisite cuisine, which ultimately persuaded Whis to agree to instruct them. Given your awareness of my existence, it is reasonable to assume you are also familiar with the god of destruction. At present, your power is still woefully inadequate, amounting to less than 1/10,000th of Lord Beerus's strength. If one day Beerus awakens and descends upon Earth, who knows what calamity may ensue. Noticing the Xiaolong's silenza, Whis presumed he was either reluctant or in a state of hesitation, prompting him to evoke Beerus once more. I have consented to Lord Whis's guidance, and it is indeed an honor to be instructed by him. I wonder if Xiaoya could also receive your tutelage? Li Xiaolong was keen to ensure that Whis would not neglect Myphia. Whis remarked that his power was less than 1/10,000th of Beerus, which likely referred to Beerus's ordinary state. The disparity in his god of destruction form would be even more pronounced. Li Xiaolong was acutely aware of his current capabilities. In the original story, Super Saiyan Blue Goku, though stronger than himself now, was noted by Whis to be capable of engaging Beerus in a playful manner. Following this breakthrough, their respective combat strengths were as follows. Li Xiaolong, 450 trillion, psychic power, 400 trillion. Myphia, combat power, 390 trillion, 430 trillion. Li Xiaolong speculated that Beerus's normal combat power likely resided in the range of Jing, 10 to the power of 16, to Gai, 10 to the power of 20. And should he enter his god of destruction form, the difference would multiply by at least 10,000 times. In the original narrative, Goku's Super Saiyan Blue form was approximately 100 trillion, while Vegeta's was around 650 trillion, although they surpassed his normal state. The enhancement brought forth by Li Xiaolong's law bodies would yield a different outcome. Moreover, with his current mastery of multiple laws, should Goku lack comprehension of these laws, no matter how formidable his strength, he would inevitably falter before those who wield them. This is why Whis compared him to Beerus rather than treating him as mere plaything. Whis could perceive Li Xiaolong's significant advancements in the path of the laws, having directly grasped 12 distinct laws. Of course, Xiaoya is indeed a rare genius, and it is my privilege to instruct such a disciple. Myphia's talent now ranks among the finest in the universe, surpassing even the legendary Saiyans or the Frost Demon clan. With that matter concluded, I must issue you a warning, Li Xiaolong. Whis suddenly approached with an air of solemnity, a seriousness that Li Xiaolong had never witnessed in the original narrative. Oh, please, Lord Whis, do not hesitate to speak. In response, Li Xiaolong and Myphia regarded him with earnestness, awaiting Whis's subsequent words. Li Xiaolong, are you aware of the ancient history of your Earth, or are you currently seeking to uncover it? Whis continued his inquiry. I am not well versed in ancient matters, but based on the fragments of knowledge I possess, it can be inferred that ancient Earth was quite splendid, though the reasons for its decline remain unclear. Li Xiaolong refrained from divulging all the information he possessed, such as the seals in the primordial space of Earth and the bloodline seals of its inhabitants. After all, these matters pertain to beings of the highest echelon, even hinting at the All-King. Your speculations are indeed astute. In ancient times, Earth basked in unparalleled glory, arguably the mightiest race in the cosmos. Alas, due to insurmountable circumstances, it met its demise, and today's Earthlings are mere descendants of those ancient beings. A pensive expression graced Weiss's face, yet he refrained from revealing the reasons behind the decline of ancient Earth. It is truly regrettable, but my ambition lies in restoring the ancient splendor of Earth. I wonder what insights Lord Weiss might offer in this regard. Li Xiaolong posited, casting out a bait. I have come to offer you a word of caution. Your Earth currently shines too brightly, which is not advantageous. The ancient Earth was far mightier than your present state, and yet succumbed to the tides of history. Weiss responded gravely. There is much I cannot elaborate on, but it would be prudent for you to temper your brilliance. Otherwise, you may attract unwelcome attention. I trust you understand my meaning. Weiss regarded Li Xiaolong with profound significance. Thank you for your counsel, Lord Weiss. I comprehend your warning and will heed it. Li Xiaolong's mind raced with speculation regarding Weiss's words. On one hand, the ancient glory of Earth was eclipsed by its current strength, which paled in comparison. It was likely that, during that era, Earth harbored formidable beings of at least Tier 10, if not those surpassing Tier 12. On the other hand, Li Xiaolong surmised that the decline of ancient Earth might have been precipitated by assaults from ancient demon gods, possibly even involving the All-King. He suspected that the seals within the essence of Earth and the bloodlines of its people were remnants left by the All-King. Furthermore, he speculated that the attention Weiss mentioned might originate from the demon gods who had once besieged Earth, with the All-King's gaze potentially among them. It appears that from now on, Earth must remain concealed. Otherwise, attracting the attention of such powerful entities could spell catastrophe. All my years of effort would be rendered futile, and even Xiaoya and I could face dire consequences. Li Xiaolong silan li calculata. Realizing that his earlier plan to have Earth strong cultivate in the spirit time room would require re-evaluation after Weiss's warning. Well, it is good that you understand. Since that is the case, I shall not intrude further. I must depart unnoticed by Lord Beerus. Otherwise, he may become enraged. Weiss remarked as he prepared to return to the realm of destruction after satisfying his hunger. Lord Weiss, please accept this small token of my appreciation. A selection of our Earth's delicacies. Additionally, I kindly invite you to visit Earth more often. Li Xiaolong presented a gift box containing 10 universal capsules. In the past 2 years, with Li Xiaolong's unwavering support, Bulma has finally succeeded in developing the universal capsule this year, though it has yet to be mass-produced due to high production costs. Currently, Bulma is diligently researching methods to achieve mass production and reduce costs. Oh, how delightful! I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Xiaolong. Once you have made the necessary arrangements, you are most welcome to visit the realm of the destroyers, where I assure you, you shall not be disappointed. The treatment afforded to Li Xiaolong by Weiss surpasses that of both Wukong and his companion significantly. I shall expedite the matters at hand and seek to learn from Lord Weiss. Li Xiaolong harbors a profound yearning for the realm of the destroyers. Xiaoyan, summon all those on Earth who have recently broken through to the first tier and above. I have an important announcement to make. After Weiss's departure, Li Xiaolong immediately called upon Li Yun. Very well, I shall attend to it at once. Li Yun sensed that something significant was afoot. Having just met the great deity, Li Xiaolong's actions were surely of great consequence, undoubtedly linked to the divine presence. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are curious about the purpose of my gathering you here today. I shall now reveal that a crisis has befallen us. Deities from the cosmos have taken notice of our Earth. In a grand assembly hall capable of accommodating thousands, Li Xiaolong presided at the head of the table. What manner of deity could warrant the summoning of even the martial ancestor? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices. Silence. Li Yun commanded with authority, restoring order. There is more than one deity with their gaze fixed upon our Earth, and each of these beings far surpasses me by countless measures. This is the reason for my summons. What? How can such deities exist in the cosmos, far more powerful than even the martial ancestor? Does this mean our Earth is devoid of hope? Indeed, do we still have a chance? If even the martial ancestor cannot contend with them, how could this be? Our Earth has only just begun to flourish under the martial ancestor's guidance, and now we attract the attention of such formidable deities. Enough! Do not despair. We still have time to grow stronger. I shall stand in front to shield you from those deities, and their subordinates shall be left to you. Li Xiaolong's voice resonated with a calming effect, and the crowd swiftly regained their composure. Next comes my plan. Henceforth, all who ascend to the 4th tier and above must proceed to the time chamber. You shall be the foundation of our Earth, and within the time chamber, you will have the opportunity to cultivate. This arrangement stems from Li Xiaolong's careful deliberation, as progression from the 4th to the 5th tier requires considerable time for consolidation, while those below the 4th tier will not attract the attention of the deities. As for the time chamber, it exists as an alternate space within the divine hall. A year spent within equates to merely a single day outside. This presents us with an opportunity to diligently train and solidify our capabilities. And I intend to astonish all the deities when the time comes. Li Xiaolong refrained from disclosing the ancient history of Earth to these individuals, for most of it comprises his own conjectures, and revealing it might adversely affect their resolve. Thank you, esteemed Lord of the Gods. Li Xiaolong addressed the divine being beside him. All the formidable warriors of Earth have gathered, with the deity seated at the head table, Myphia, to Li Xiaolong's left, and the divine being on his right, separated by Li Yun. It is noteworthy that the current celestial being is vastly different from its former self. The celestial has ascended to the 5th tier and has awakened the power of the dragon god. With the awakening of this power, the Dragon Balls have been significantly enhanced, now capable of granting 3 wishes, and the potential of these wishes far surpasses that depicted in the original narrative. Presently, the combat strength of the celestial has reached an astounding 200 billion, surpassing even Li Yun and his companions. At this juncture, the 6 of them have also attained the 5th tier, with their battle powers as follows. Li Yun, 160 billion, Li Hao, 160 billion, Li Xian, 160 billion, Li Zhongqian, 180 billion, Li Zhongquan, 180 billion, and Li Zhongshu, 180 billion. Li Xinggen, Li Xinshui, Li Xingyu, and Li Xingyun. I urge you to swiftly conclude your current affairs and accompany me to the time chamber. Over the past few years, Li Yun and his companions have entrusted the management of key matters to Li Xingxin and the 12 others, while they remain stationed in the rear to correct any missteps and provide strategic support. However, this phase of the universe has yet to reveal many formidable beings. Had it not been for Li Xiaolong completing the Earth's essence, their 12 would not have broken through to the 4th tier. Li Xiaolong also intends for them to oversee significant affairs for several more years. He has not hesitated, as all members of the Li family village are now above the 3rd tier, not accounting for the new members added over the years. It is high time for them to gain experience and shoulder the responsibilities of cosmic affairs. Furthermore, the 57 individuals who have recently ascended to the 3rd tier are also slated to participate in the governance of Earth and the universe, as the members of the Li family village will undoubtedly pursue an elite path in the future. The numbers of the Li family village are still too few in the grand tapestry of the universe, and the contributions of Earthlings, Namekians, Yardratans, and Metamorans will be indispensable in the future. Chapter 35, The Laws of Time. Moreover, the Namekians, Yardratans, and Metamorans are our allies, having collaborated in the past. In the future, some of them will indeed venture into the time chamber, and I trust that you will not find yourselves too lonely then. After ensuring the proper management of the time chamber, Li Xiaolong plans to journey to Namek, Yardrat, and Metamor. As the significant elevation of Earth has drawn the attention of the gods, Li Xiaolong intends to diffuse this attention. He plans to complete the essence of the planets in these 3 realms, which will undoubtedly attract a considerable portion of the gods' gaze. For the 3-star warriors, Li Xiaolong has resolved to apply the same approach as with Earth, aside from the Grand Elder, an unequivocal supporting character in the narrative. All other 3-star warriors of the 4th tier and above must be summoned to the time chamber. However, Li Xiaolong's immediate priority is to transform the time chamber. In the original narrative, the atmosphere there is thin, stifling, with temperatures fluctuating between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius, while the gravity is 10 times that of Earth, all within a space as vast as that of Earth itself. In moments of wavering will and lack of focus, hallucinations may easily manifest. However, this is of little consequence to those of rank 4 and above. In the original text, it is noted that a maximum of 2 individuals could enter simultaneously, and during his youth, Wukong once endured a month within, though it proved too much for him. Yet, an individual may only enter for 2 days throughout their lifetime. Wukong had previously stated that within the room of spirit and time, one may only spend 2 days in total, not in terms of frequency, but rather the duration of 2 years of time. As long as the 2-year limit is not reached, one may enter and exit freely without concern for the number of times. By the time of the Bu Saga, it appears that Dandy or Mr. Popo had modified the room, which originally allowed only 2 people at once, but during the Bu Saga, 4 individuals entered together. In Dragon Ball Super, Wukong and Vegeta also spent 5 years inside, with normal entry and exit. Vegeta explained that this was due to Bulma's renovations, which improved the room once again. Given Li Xiaolong's current prowess, he could achieve far more than Bulma and others. Li Xiaolong directly led his companions to the temple, where he sensed the area outside the room of spirit and time and discovered that even he could not probe its interior. Any breakthroughs within were shielded from detection. He intended to set up a concealed formation within, one that he comprehended after breaking through to the 6th rank and grasping the principles. One of these formations was the concealment formation. Li Xiaolong planned to establish multiple layers of formations within the room and further encase it with several layers outside. With 3 layers of insurance, success was assured. Under the pretext of attracting the attention of the gods, the Earth's warriors would quietly cultivate within the room, and when the time was ripe, they would surely reclaim their suppressed strength. Please wait a moment. I shall make some modifications first, Li Xiaolong declared as he entered. Upon entering, he immediately felt the rarefied and stifling atmosphere, though such conditions posed no hindrance to him. With a radiant light emanating from his eyes, he swiftly pinpointed the key to control and modified it using the creation principle, thereby removing any restrictions on the number of individuals that could occupy this space. You may enter now, I will be transforming this space, and it will be beneficial for your future cultivation to observe, he invited. Possessing the power of principles, Li Xiaolong found the transformation of this space to be remarkably effortless. Soon, thousands of individuals began to queue and enter this extraordinary realm. As they crossed the threshold, they immediately sensed the rarefied and oppressive atmosphere. Those of the first rank felt some effects, while those above the second rank were hardly affected. Observe closely and learn well. Once all had entered, Li Xiaolong's hands shimmered with the light of principles. Utilizing the space principle as the core, and building upon the creation principle and the five elements principle, the space, initially comparable in size to Earth, began to expand rapidly, soon revealing an expanse nearly 100 times larger than before. Although his abilities could further expand this space, such efforts would ultimately be futile. The current expanse was sufficient for an extended period. With a mere gesture, a formation descended, dividing this space into two distinct sections, one remaining as it was before, and the other representing the newly added area. This bifurcation was the result of Li Xiaolong's careful deliberation. The original section was delineated for the protagonists, while the newly established area would serve as the domain for his followers' future activities. However, immediately after completing this task, Li Xiaolong stood still, eyes closed, emanating a sense of time's passage. In one moment, time flowed forward, in the next, it reversed. Brother Long, are you all right? Li Yun and the others, observing Li Xiaolong's demeanor, assumed that the recent spatial transformation had drained him significantly. Do not approach, Mei Fia cautioned, recognizing Li Xiaolong's current state and intervening to prevent Li Yun and the others from advancing. Aware of his condition, Mei Fia envied Li Xiaolong's innate talent. Although both were at the 7th tier, after he comprehended the power of the laws, she found herself utterly powerless in his presence when he wielded that power. In recent days, Li Xiaolong had assisted her in grasping the laws, yet she consistently struggled to find her way, yielding minimal results. Suddenly, a torrent of temporal energy surged forth, sweeping over everyone and inducing a sensation of temporal disarray. The time law. Li Xiaolong gazed at his hands in disbelief as a mysterious, golden-hued law materialized within his grasp. Congratulations to the martial ancestor for comprehending the time law. The onlookers heard his words clearly and respectfully bowed in gratitude. You honor me, he replied. With my newfound understanding of the time law, I can accelerate the passage of time within the temporal mental space, potentially increasing it tenfold. Pay close attention. Perhaps one of you may later grasp a law akin to mine. Upon mastering the time law, Li Xiaolong discerned the intricacies of the temporal mental space, realizing that at its core lay a time core, composed of nearly perfect time laws. Previously, without understanding the time law, he had been oblivious to this core. But now he recognized that it had been maintaining the passage of time for millions of years. Despite the decay over eons, it managed to sustain a 1-to-1 ratio with the outside world, suggesting that when the temporal mental space was first created, its ratio was likely at least a century or even a millennium. The reason Li Xiaolong could accelerate the flow of time to 10 years was due to his law having reached a minor success level. After comprehending the laws, Li Xiaolong categorized their mastery into 4 stages: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Currently, all 13 laws he had grasped had directly transcended the entry stage to achieve minor success. His objective was to supplement the time core with the time law. With his minor success level understanding, he could restore the time flow of the temporal mental space to a 10-year ratio. Chapter 36, completing the 3-star origin. The laws of time continuously infused into the core, swiftly restoring the flow of time within this space to a ratio of 10 years. Does Xiaoya possess a natural affinity for these temporal laws? Her demeanor suggests she has attained some understanding. While Li Xiaolong was channeling the laws of time into the core, his gaze remained fixed on the crowd, pondering the possibility that someone among them might possess an innate talent for the temporal arts. To his surprise, such a person indeed existed, his very companion, Mei Fia. This discovery filled him with joy, as he wished to spare her from the sorrow of watching him drift further away. Observing Mei Fia's aptitude for the laws of time brought him genuine happiness. Noticing Li Xiaolong's gaze, Mei Fia nodded in affirmation of his conjecture. The laws began to operate once more, as Li Xiaolong prepared to transform the newly created space into an environment akin to Earth. However, the challenge proved far greater than that of creating a planet. For this time, he lacked the materials to coalesce. He would have to conjure them from the void itself. As the creative laws activated, matter began to materialize in the emptiness, largely resembling all the substances found on Earth. according to Li Xiaolong's will. The laws of the five elements, space, and life functioned in unison, gradually forming a planet even larger than Earth. Rivers, lakes, and oceans emerged, along with grassy plains, mountains, and forests, painting a picture of vibrant life. Li Xiaolong projected the sun and moon from the outside world into this space through a formation, ensuring that this planet would experience the same seasonal changes as the external realm. Once these tasks were completed, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Creation was indeed far more arduous than destruction. The effort of conjuring such a planet had nearly exhausted his strength, while obliterating it would require but a mere flick of his wrist. "Are you all right?" Mei Fia rushed forward to support him, having noticed his unsteady stance. "I'm fine. Just fatigued. A celestial bean will suffice." A celestial bean appeared in his hand, and after consuming it, Li Xiaolong felt revitalized. Although celestial beans had diminished in effectiveness for him, they still served to restore his stamina. However, they were ineffective against injuries inflicted by the laws themselves. Previously, he had conducted an experiment, inflicting a wound upon himself with the laws, and found that consuming a celestial bean offered no remedy. Only after retracting the law and clearing the wound did the celestial bean heal it. Under Li Xiaolong's guidance and the diligent efforts of the cat immortal, a considerable quantity of celestial beans had been cultivated over the years. Li Xiaolong planned to modify the celestial beans once he completed his current endeavors. He aimed to create beings capable of healing injuries caused by the laws, as he would inevitably encounter formidable beings who had comprehended the laws. While he could contend with them using his own understanding, his subordinates might not possess the same capability. Additionally, over the years, Li Xiaolong had sporadically researched the mass production of celestial beings. However, he had spent the majority of his time in seclusion, delving into martial arts secrets, leaving the mass production of celestial beings on the back burner, albeit with a few budding ideas. In the future, this planet shall serve as a repository of knowledge for both Earth and the realms of Namek, Adrat, and Metamor. I have chosen to name it the Hidden Essence Star. I hope you all diligently cultivate your skills, preparing to embark on the significant endeavors that lie ahead. We shall faithfully adhere to the wishes of the martial ancestor, committing ourselves to rigorous training so as not to disappoint his expectations. The assembly bowed in unison. The task of constructing this place is entrusted to you. After the formation of the concealment array, Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia set forth directly to Namek. "Long time no see, Elder. It has indeed been a while, martial ancestor. I wonder what instructions you bring on this occasion." The Elder, now rejuvenated, appeared even more imposing. Surely, he is aware of the recent surge of individuals from Earth breaking through dimensions, a phenomenon resulting from my efforts to restore its essence. My purpose here is to similarly restore the essence of Namek. Though Namek, Adrat, and Metamor are all under Li Xiaolong as command, he still bestows the respect that is due. "Thank you, martial ancestor." Despite the Elder's newfound vigor, his benevolent aura remains intact. Without further ado, Li Xiaolong guided Mei Fia into the essence space of Namek. Under ordinary circumstances, even angels would struggle to detect the essence space of a planet. This serves as a prime example of this. Li Xiaolong's entry is facilitated by his comprehension of the five elements principle, which he has unified into a singular, authentic doctrine, a principle unparalleled in this world. By merging the five elements principle with the space principle, Li Xiaolong discerned and entered the essence space. He intended to allow Mei Fia to observe as he restored the essence, and thus enhance her own foundational strength. Initially, he planned to bring the Elder and Sherlager into the essence space, only to discover that their dimensional levels were inadequate to withstand it. Forcing them inside would jeopardize their souls and lead to corporeal disintegration. As the five elements principle flowed, Li Xiaolong carefully infused the essence of Namek. He noted that the essence of Namek is significantly weaker than that of Earth. Although Earth's essence is sealed, it remains fundamentally potent. Nevertheless, while the essence of Namek is inferior, it possesses certain laws absent from Earth, one of which radiates a formidable dragon's might. Li Xiaolong surmised this to be the dragon god principle. While infusing the five elements principle, he simultaneously sought to comprehend this powerful law. Soon, the essence of Namek was restored, yet Li Xiaolong remained motionless, seemingly entranced. How frustrating. Is Xiaolong about to grasp yet another new principle? It's infuriating. Why can't I even comprehend a single law? Observing Li Xiaolong's demeanor, Mei Fia felt a mix of joy for him and envy, crossing her arms in irritation as she watched him. In stark contrast to the serene essence space, Namek was engulfed in a frenzy of breakthroughs, spurred by the restoration of its essence. Strange waves emanated from Namek, radiating throughout the cosmos. The Grand Elder, Shrag, Nasha, and 5 other first-tier beings, upon breaking through to the second tier, swiftly advanced to the third tier. Concurrently, 200 others from Namek ascended to the first tier. These combined fluctuations soon reverberated across the universe, catching the attention of the divine. Was this yet another collective breakthrough in dimensions, possibly orchestrated by Xiaolong, the god of destruction? Weiss observed the scene through his staff, murmuring in speculation. Before long, this fervor of breakthroughs subsided, and all gathered around the Grand Elder, awaiting Li Xiaolong's emergence from the source space. A distinct sound erupted from Li Xiaolong, prompting Mephia to gaze at him with anticipation. Awakened from his meditation, a law coalesced in his hand, emanating a subtle, draconic aura. Indeed, it was the Dragon Goddess law, attesting to the formidable strength of the Dragon God, who could embody his divine name as a law. Xiaolong, your name bears the essence of the dragon, and now you have comprehended the Dragon Goddess law. It seems the bond of fate is truly remarkable, Mephia remarked. Indeed, it is most extraordinary, he replied. In his past life, he was a descendant of dragons, though the dragons of this world bore no resemblance to the divine dragons of his previous existence, perhaps merely reflections of them. Chapter 37. The Destruction of the Divine Realm. Once this matter concludes, you must assist me wholeheartedly in grasping the law of time, Mephia declared, arms crossed in frustration. Very well. I shall ensure you comprehend the law of time, Li Xiaolong acknowledged, understanding her impatience, especially as he had already mastered 14 laws, bringing the total to 15 when including the synthesized law of the 5 elements. Let us venture forth. We must not keep them waiting. Even without perception, one could discern the happenings on the planet from the source space, and with but a thought, one could appear anywhere on the planet. Though limited to this world, it was inherently superior to mere teleportation. The inhabitants of Namek bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "We humbly thank you, Master Wuju. Your diligent cultivation is the greatest thanks you can offer me. There is no need for such formalities," Li Xiaolong replied, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment as he witnessed his disciples ascend to higher realms. It was no wonder that some found joy in nurturing endeavors. Li Xiaolong conferred with the Grand Elder regarding the matter of those above the 4th tier entering the room of spirit and time, ensuring that the Grand Elder, an essential ally, would first unlock Goku's potential. At this point, Li Xiaolong's words held the weight of divine decree on Namek, as every action he took greatly benefited them. Being under Li Xiaolong's command, they were unlikely to refuse his proposals. After concluding affairs on Namek, the two proceeded directly to Audrat, followed by Metamor. Upon replenishing the essence of both planets, Mor, Cecilia, and Galt, along with the previous 3 first-tier beings, also ascended to the 3rd tier, while approximately 200 first-tier beings emerged. Similarly, on Metamor, around 200 first-tier beings arose, including the chieftain, Anshura, Myliel, and the previous 2 first-tier individuals, all achieving the 3rd tier. In contemporary times, Samsung's prowess has finally earned its place among the celestial realms. Of course, Namek is home to the exceptional Shrag, who far surpasses the other stars, for Shrag possesses an innate talent of remarkable caliber, having been formidable even before his cultivation. Indeed, the tidal wave of breakthroughs resulting from the successive completion of the 3 original sources of Samsung has captivated the attention of the majority of deities. Even Whis is uncertain whether this phenomenon is attributable to Li Xiaolong, harboring merely a conjecture in his mind. Similarly, Li Xiaolong has conveyed matters regarding the hyperbolic time chamber to the Aradrat and Midamo stars, with both factions expressing their unanimous approval. Additionally, upon his departure, Li Xiaolong took with him a significant number of ascended warriors. Although over the years, there has been some exchange between Earth and the 3 races, with a few individuals participating in the governance of the cosmos, this has been limited to a select few. In the future, it is certain that these individuals will greatly increase their involvement in cosmic management, and Li Xiaolong's return to Earth is intended to allow them to acclimate in advance. He entrusted the gathered individuals to Li Xingqin and others, who were conveniently in the midst of transitioning responsibilities, facilitating arrangements for the 3 races. He then entered the hyperbolic time chamber with Myphia, where the essence of time is rich and coupled with his own mastery of time. He is confident that Myphia will swiftly grasp the principles of time. Before long, a day passed, yet within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, a decade had elapsed. Through Li Xiaolong's relentless efforts over these 10 years, during which he demonstrated the principles of time to Myphia daily. The heavens reward the diligent. Myphia finally comprehended the principles of time in the 9th year within a chamber. The subsequent year was spent with Li Xiaolong as her training partner, deepening her understanding of the principles and enhancing her application of them, moving beyond the initial rudimentary manipulation she had grasped. Throughout these 10 years, Li Xiaolong's own mastery of the various principles has also progressed rapidly. Although he has yet to reach the pinnacle of mastery, he senses that he is perilously close to attaining it. Xiaoya, let us venture to the realm of destruction to seek out Whis. He is an invaluable mentor. In this brief period, neither of them is likely to make substantial breakthroughs, so Li Xiaolong plans to seek Whis' guidance in the realm of destruction. Indeed, having such a divine teacher will surely yield immense rewards, and your insights will enable you to lead your followers to greatness. Of course, the foremost priority is for you to teach me first. Myphia expressed her complete admiration for Li Xiaolong's perceptiveness. The realm of destruction, akin to the King Kai's realm in the underworld, exists on a different plane or dimension from the mortal domain. For ordinary individuals, reaching these places is virtually impossible. For instance, Goku originally sought to visit King Kai's planet and could only do so after passing through the Serpent Road of the underworld posthumously. Subsequently learning to teleport there once he sensed its energy. However, for Li Xiaolong, who has comprehended the principles of space, these dimensional realms within the universe are transparent. Furthermore, having grasped the principles of angels, Whis' angelic aura shines like a beacon in the darkness of night. With a swift motion, Myphia teleported beside Whis, sensing the fluctuations in space and the presence of Li Xiaolong and Myphia, chose to ignore them and elegantly savored the delicacies in his hands. Lord Whis appeared quite at ease, while Li Xiaolong and Myphia seated themselves comfortably across from him. The culinary delights of Earth are truly exceptional in my eons of existence. I have never encountered such a plethora of exquisite dishes, Whis exclaimed as he indulged in his meal. The current gastronomic culture of Earth has evolved significantly from that depicted in the original texts. It has now integrated the culinary traditions brought by Li Xiaolong from the Dragon Kingdom, which has come to dominate the culinary landscape. In the original narrative, Earth's cuisine primarily revolved around the foot basin chicken culture, which, although rooted in the Dragon Kingdom, only scratched the surface. Each of the 8 culinary schools of the Dragon Kingdom possesses the capability to outshine cuisines from around the globe. Do you perceive the distinctions between the God of Destruction realm and the universe? Whis inquired, setting aside his empty food container. Indeed, there is a marked difference. The essence of heaven and earth is far more potent and tempestuous here. Moreover, while the laws in the universe remain concealed, they are vibrantly active within the God of Destruction realm. Certainly, you are correct. The divine entities possess unique advantages. Naturally, both the God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai, as polar opposites within the universe, bear responsibilities along with their benefits. However, it seems Lord Beerus is somewhat lacking in his duties. Shouldn't you, Lord Whis, oversee him more diligently? Li Xiaolong jested, casting a playful glance at Whis. Oh, Xiaolong, you possess quite the insight. Speaking ill of Lord Beerus behind his back may provoke his ire. When he awakens, you may find yourself in quite the predicament. I would relish witnessing a spar between you and Lord Beerus. Whis chuckled heartily. Surely, such a mighty deity as Lord Beerus would not hold a grudge against me. I too look forward to a contest with him. Frankly, I am quite eager to ascertain the true extent of the might possessed by the strongest of gods of destruction when he finally awakens, Li Xiaolong mused, contemplating the time that remains until Beerus stirs. Chapter 38, The Mastery of Laws. I wondered what extent Lord Beerus has mastered the destruction laws. Li Xiaolong pondered curiously. Lord Beerus's mastery of destruction laws has reached a point of no further advancement. Any breakthrough would signify an entirely different realm. Whis generously clarified in response to Li Xiaolong's inquiry. A point of no further advancement. So that is the pinnacle level, Li Xiaolong murmured to himself. No wonder they say the gods of destruction are the strongest in the universe. Having reached the perfection of destruction laws, it seems I have much work to do. Currently, my mastery of time laws is merely at the entry level, leaving me far behind Lord Beerus. Myphia, upon hearing of Beerus's complete mastery of destruction laws, was both astonished and invigorated. Her current ambition was to closely follow in Li Xiaolong's footsteps and attain Beerus's level of strength in the shortest time possible. Understanding Li Xiaolong better than anyone, she was confident that he would soon achieve, if not surpass, Lord Beerus's power. Indeed, the classification is quite appropriate. Whis finds himself in agreement with Li Xiaolong regarding the delineation of the realms of laws. It remains a mystery what realms the destroyers from other universes inhabit. Lord Beerus, being the most powerful destroyer, presumably represents the pinnacle of the destructive laws. After Li Xiaolong elucidated his classification of the laws, he expressed curiosity about the realms of the destructive laws held by the other universe's destroyers. You guessed correctly. The majority of destroyers from other universes occupy the realm of great mastery, with a few merely at the stage of minor mastery. However, those at the minor mastery level have only recently become destroyers and lack the innate talent that you possess. Therefore, it can be said that you have already attained the strength of a destroyer, though this pertains solely to the realm of laws. As for your combat prowess, that is another matter entirely, for they have trained for at least millions of years. To temper Li Xiaolong's potential pride, Whis added a final remark. Unexpectedly, Xiaoya has also grasped the laws so swiftly, particularly the law of time. You truly are the most gifted individuals I have encountered in billions of years. Whis was astounded by Maifia's comprehension of the law of time. Following that incident, Lord Zeno made adjustments across the universe, and considering that both of them are Earthlings, their rapid accomplishments are indeed remarkable. Whis reflected on some ancient events. It remains to be seen how Lord Whis plans to instruct us. The primary purpose of coming to the realm of destroyers is for Whis to mentor the two of them. Oha ho ho ho, Xiaolong. Are you so eager to grow stronger? Fear not. I have devised a tailored training regimen specifically for you. The original narrative offers scant details about the realm of destroyers, and it was only upon Li Xiaolong's personal arrival that he discovered the vastness of this realm, replete with many profound aspects. Under Whis's guidance, the trio approached a vortex that resembled a black hole, continuously expelling a kaleidoscope of colors. A torrent of wild energy surged forth, intertwined with chaotic laws. Such a place would swiftly engulf even Bu in its tumultuous embrace. This shall be your training ground, Whis declared. You can sense it, the ferocious energy and laws here. This is the hub of the realm of destroyers, the very wellspring of cosmic growth. It became clear that both the realm of destroyers and the realm of Kaishins each possess such a location, situated at the poles of the universe. By incessantly absorbing the wild energy and errant chaotic laws from the cosmos, this place facilitates a transformation before channeling it back into the universe, enabling continuous growth and evolution. Your task is to transmute this wild energy and refine the chaotic laws present. Whis's training plan for the two of them aims to elevate their realms of laws and dimensions. In this paramount source of cosmic energy, refining the wild energy into a gentler state will significantly enhance their comprehension of energy, thus fostering their ascension through dimensions. Refining those chaotic laws brings forth numerous benefits. The process not only allows both individuals to gain insights into the laws, but also enhances their mastery of these laws upon completion. However, do not rejoice too soon. For once the laws reach maturity, one can no longer rely on external laws for advancement. It must come solely from personal comprehension. Fortunately, transforming these chaotic laws into gentle and orderly ones will indeed aid in your understanding. Just as Li Xiaolong was preparing for an ambitious endeavor, Whis doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality. He had assumed he could continue refining these laws until they reached perfection. Yet in this world, nothing comes so easily. Nevertheless, with my level of comprehension, achieving the perfection of these laws should not pose a significant challenge. Li Xiaolong understood Whis's perspective. Otherwise, after billions of years, even the most unremarkable beings would have attained perfection in their laws. This place holds profound mysteries that I could contemplate and subsequently bring back to the Spirit Time House for further enhancement, allowing my followers to accumulate their foundational essence more swiftly. Upon entering, Li Xiaolong immediately sensed the intricacies of this realm. With Whis's elucidation, he envisioned bringing this model back to the Spirit Time House, where the accumulation of dimensional essence among his subordinates would undoubtedly accelerate, potentially leading to the emergence of individuals who grasp the laws. Put in your best efforts. I shall indulge in culinary delights, Whis remarked, leaving the two to their training while he sought out food. Li Xiaolong understood Whis's inclination. After all, with an infinite lifespan and immense power, the pursuit of progress could only be measured in eons. During this time, one must find diversions. Time flew swiftly, and soon 4 years had passed. Throughout these years, Li Xiaolong and Maifia traversed between Earth and the realm of destruction. During this period, Li Xiaolong also established a formation within the Spirit Time House akin to that of the Destruction Realm, designed to absorb the vital energies and laws from beyond the universe. However, due to his limitations, it was not as formidable as that of the Destruction Realm. Li Xiaolong speculated that the constructs of the Destruction Realm bore the hallmark of the Omni King. Though his own formation was profound, it paled in comparison to the strength of the Destruction Realm, which benefited from the support of the entire universe. Moreover, both individuals made remarkable progress. Each had ascended to the 8th tier, having only recently achieved this advancement. Their current strengths were as follows: Li Xiaolong, battle power, 8 trillion, super ability, 7, 6 trillion. Myphia, battle power, 7, 1 trillion, super ability, 7, 8 trillion. Additionally, Li Xiaolong had once again grasped 3 laws absent from the Dragon Ball universe: creation, yin, and yang. He also unified the yin and yang laws into a singular entity, forming the yin-yang law. Beyond the newly comprehended laws, he had attained mastery in all previous laws, particularly the 5 elements and destruction laws, nearing the boundaries of perfection. Similarly, Myphia had made significant strides. Her initial mastery of the time law had reached minor completion, and she had also comprehended the laws of demons and destruction. What astonished Li Xiaolong the most was that, with his assistance, Myphia had actually grasped the law of shadows. Initially, Li Xiaolong harbored doubts about whether she could comprehend a law that seemingly did not exist in this world. However, to his surprise, Myphia's affinity for the law of shadows surpassed even that of the law of time. At this moment, Li Xiaolong indeed halted his actions, for in his memory, he recalled that this year, specifically the 737th year of the Eiji era, an event pertaining to the original Dragon Ball narrative was destined to unfold. Chapter 39. The Destruction of the Universe. Must it truly come to this? It is essential to recognize that such actions would inadvertently assist the likes of Beerus and Whis. Just as Li Xiaolong was preparing to emerge from his meditation, in a parallel universe within the 7th universe, 2 shadowy figures were engaged in hushed deliberation. It is imperative that we proceed. This step is crucial. Although it aids Mechikabura, it also brings us significant benefits. The second shadowy figure's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Besides, what is there to fear, considering Beerus and Whis' current state? Even if they have gained strength, what threat do they pose to us? Moreover, the angels of today are no longer the same as those from eons past. The figure with the blade-like gaze continued. It is indeed true. The angels of today are not the same as those from billions of years ago. The mere god of destruction, Beerus, is hardly a cause for concern. I never anticipated that after that incident. Such a powerful figure as the Grand Minister would make such a foolish decision, essentially a self-inflicted handicap. When the time is ripe, I shall propose the first purge of the angels. The figure with the blade-like gaze spoke menacingly, as if harboring a profound vendetta against the angels. Enough. Since preparations are complete, let us commence and usher in a new era. Let us begin. This new era shall be initiated by us. The 2 shadowy figures ascended to different tiers of this parallel universe, forming intricate seals with their hands. A colossal starry array enveloped the 2 tiers of this universe. Although it was termed a starry array, its essence was distinctly different from the formations Li Xiaolong had comprehended. It could be considered a form of magic. Noble Demon Lord, please extinguish the life of this universe and allow it to return to your being. This is its supreme honor, the 2 shadowy figures murmured in unison. Logically, such a significant disturbance would have been sensed by Beerus, the god of destruction of this universe, but he remained unresponsive. This was because the 2 shadows had just eradicated all the Kaioshin of this parallel universe, including the old Kaioshin who was still bound to the Z-sword. Thus, the god of destruction, linked to the Kaioshin, quietly perished. Boom! Soon, the starry array completely enveloped this parallel universe, and a tremendous roar echoed through the void beyond it. This universe vanished into thin air, and an overwhelming surge of chaotic energy rushed forth to occupy the area, creating a phenomenon akin to tidal waves of energy. All universes in this vicinity felt the repercussions of this force. What has transpired to provoke such intense fluctuations? The 8th universe, adjacent to the 7th, was the first to sense the tremors of this disturbance. The parallel 7th universe, however, remained oblivious due to the slumbering god of destruction, Beerus, who was slow to respond. What? The 7th universe has vanished? What is that useless Beerus doing while the 7th universe simply disappears in a thin air? One god of destruction exclaimed in frustration. Although the 7th universe had ceased to exist, they too could not escape the fate of being punished by the Omni King. Damn it. It must be that Beerus is still asleep. allowing the enemy to slay the Supreme Kai. If Beerus falls, Whis will cease to function. And with the parallel 7th universe gone, Whis's power will revert to the other 3 counterparts. Wait, my power has returned? What has transpired with the disappearance of the parallel 7th universe? Whis felt the resurgence of his strength and began to speculate on the events surrounding the dissolution of the parallel universe. It seems that parallel universe 7 has perished. Otherwise, my power would not have returned, Whis deduced swiftly. What is this? Such a potent disturbance seems to emanate from beyond the cosmos. Both Li Xiaolong and Maifia sensed the overwhelming wave of energy. As they made their way to Whis for clarification, the still slumbering Beerus gradually stretched, awakening from his deep sleep. Has a portion of my power returned? Could it be that my counterpart in that universe has met his demise? Beerus murmured, sensing the surge of energy and innate potential. His eyes still hazy with sleep. What is this intense disturbance? What has happened? He called out loudly for Whis. Beerus had awakened. Li Xiaolong and Maifia, on their way to Whis, both perked up at the sound of Beerus's voice, excitement bubbling within them. After all, they had endured years of Whis's rigorous training. And now, with Beerus awake, they could finally engage him in a proper sparring match. Ah, Lord Beerus, you are awake. This is quite early. Even before your scheduled awakening time, Whis said with a smile, quickly tidying up his meal as he approached Beerus. Whis, I sense that a part of my power has returned, along with a tremendous disturbance. Do you have any insight into this? Beerus inquired, genuinely curious about the situation. Lord Beerus, my power has also returned. Based on my conjecture, it appears that the obliteration of the 7th universe in the 3rd parallel universe has caused this significant surge of energy. Whis articulated his hypothesis. Your power has returned as well? Then it seems your assumption is correct. Beerus acknowledged Whis' deduction. The destruction of the 7th universe in the 3rd parallel universe. Could it be that in the original narrative, Beerus awakened due to this event, subsequently patrolling the cosmos and ordering Frisia to annihilate Planet Vegeta? The timeline aligns perfectly. It must indeed be so. Li Xiaolong and Maifia, having entered just after Whis, clearly overheard the conversation between Whis and Beerus, and it dawned on them that the destruction of Planet Vegeta was initiated by Beerus's abrupt awakening, followed by his command to Frisia to obliterate it. Whis, what is the meaning of these 2 humans? You dared to bring these mortals into the realm of destruction without my consent while I lay in slumber. Beerus finally noticed the presence of Li Xiaolong and his companion behind Whis. Greetings, Lord Beerus. I am merely a passerby from Earth, Li Xiaolong declared. Although Beerus was unfamiliar with him, he was well aware of the formidable reputation that preceded the Destroyer God. Given your apparent disdain for mortals, I presume your strength is considerable. I wish to engage and spar with you. Observing the scornful expression on Beerus's face, Li Xiaolong resolved to teach him a lesson. While most of his principles were only partially realized, Beerus had merely attained perfection in the destruction principle. Even if his power had partially returned, it would not surpass Li Xiaolong's. Moreover, his own mastery over destruction could counter a portion of Beerus's perfected level, and he still possessed numerous other fully developed principles. A mere passerby from Earth? I never imagined that such insignificant beings would grow so audacious as to provoke a god of destruction. In Beerus's perception, neither Li Xiaolong nor Maifia exuded a particularly potent aura. Daring to challenge the majesty of a god of destruction, I shall grant you death. Beerus continued to regard Li Xiaolong with contempt. Chapter 40, Battle with Beerus. Lord Beerus, it would be wise not to speak too soon, lest you find yourself humiliated when I defeat you. Li Xiaolong, undeterred by Beerus's lofty demeanor, responded with equal boldness. Ho, Lord Beerus. You may find yourself in for a surprise. I am far from the simpleton you perceive me to be. Whis noticed the escalating tension between the two and, rather than easing the atmosphere, chose to stoke the flames further. Is this mere mortal truly so audacious? Beerus dismissed Whis's words with indifference. Indeed, it is precisely because I am this humble mortal that I wonder whether Lord Beerus dares to accept my challenge. Or is it that you fear confronting one such as I? A tremendous aura erupted from Li Xiaolong, accompanied by his dimensional prowess. Oh, I did not expect such a being to emerge among mortals during my slumber. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I, the god of destruction, shall oblige. For the first time, Beerus was stirred by Li Xiaolong's powerful aura, igniting a long-dormant battle spirit within him. Lord Beerus, do refrain from boasting too soon. Should I, a mere mortal, defeat you, you will have nowhere to hide. Li Xiaolong continued his provocation. Come forth, mortal, and show me your worth. If I find your performance lacking, I shall annihilate you. No being in this universe surpasses the power of a god of destruction. Li Xiaolong's words evidently incited Beerus's wrath. Beerus's gaze sharpened, and a formidable presence radiated from him, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble under the weight of his power. Please, Lord Beerus, grant me your guidance. Now outside, Li Xiaolong regarded Beerus with seriousness, releasing his full aura. What? This fellow possesses such immense power? How is this possible? Lord Beerus exclaimed in astonishment, for he had not detected Li Xiaolong's repressed aura until now, when it was fully unleashed. Even he was taken aback. Ha! Li Feng bellowed, an overwhelming energy erupting from him. Buzz! Lord Beerus, do not dawdle at such a moment. Without hesitation, Li Xiaolong took the initiative to strike first. Oomph! While impressive, is that all you possess? If your capabilities are limited to this, then brace yourself for the fate of being obliterated by this god of destruction. Beerus, now serious, effortlessly parried Li Xiaolong's assault with a single hand. Is it truly so? If that is the case, let's see how you fare against this. 5 elements Dharma body. Arise. A radiant manifestation appeared behind Li Xiaolong. Although named the 5 elements Dharma body, it was not formed through the convergence of the 5 elemental principles. To confront Beerus in his usual state, such elemental convergence was unnecessary. This Dharma body was instead a manifestation of his understanding of the 5 elements, capable of amplifying his strength by a factor of 10 to 20,000, contingent upon the might of his elemental comprehension. Initially dismissive, Beerus was suddenly confronted by an unparalleled aura, the gravity of which etched a look of seriousness upon his visage for the first time. It was evident that the power of Li Xiaolong's Dharma body posed a significant threat to him. Li Xiaolong did not push his elemental understanding to its limits. Thus, the amplification of his power was a mere 10,000 times, equating to an impressive strength of 8,000 quintillion. Boom! Beerus unleashed his full strength as well. Yet his aura was evidently not as formidable as that of Li Xiaolong's 5 elements Dharma body, standing at 6,500 quintillion. Oomph! Combat is not merely a matter of whose aura is stronger. Despite being overshadowed, Beerus consoled himself with this rationale. In that case, let us allow strength to speak for itself. And behold my great dragon technique. Li Xiaolong acknowledged Beerus's statement, recalling how Goku and his companions had once triumphed against stronger foes through the finesse of martial arts and extensive battle experience. While he may not possess the extensive experience of Beerus, who had lived for billions of years, his capacity for learning was unparalleled. Li Xiaolong's 5 elements Dharma body unleashed a great dragon technique directed at Beerus, who realized that no matter how he attempted to evade, there was no escape, compelling him to brace for impact. What kind of attack is this that evades all means of avoidance? Then let me endure it. Break for me. Although surprised, Beerus refrained from employing the destruction principle or his god of destruction transformation. Retreat. The 5 elements Dharma body would not hold back. It was time for Beerus to experience some hardship. Bang! Just as in the original narrative of Goku's battle with Beerus, a shockwave reverberated throughout the entire 7th universe, causing cracks to appear in the cosmic membrane. Whis furrowed his brow, raising his hand to shield the area where the two were clashing. How could this be? The god of destruction has actually lost in this exchange. I refuse to believe it. Once more, in this confrontation, Beerus found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Relentlessly pushed back by the 5 elements avatar, his mouth spewing blood from the blows. Yeah. Beerus unleashed his most formidable technique. A colossal feline-shaped attack directed at the 5 elements avatar. Observing this technique, I found it somewhat intriguing. It seemed to be an original creation by Beerus himself, and in terms of momentum, it appeared quite formidable. In that case, let us proceed with the Great Dragon of Might. Li Xiaolong did not resort to other techniques. Given the current intensity of the battle, the Great Dragon of Might would suffice. Countless dragon apparitions surged towards the massive anchor shadow launched by Beerus. Under the relentless assault of these dragon shadows, Beerus was soon defeated once more. The god of destruction isn't all that impressive. He cannot even conquer a mere mortal. Just moments ago, he was boasting with arrogance, and now he finds himself utterly powerless against Xiaolong's onslaught. It is time to demonstrate true strength. As the 5 elements avatar continued to push Beerus back, Myphia, displeased with Beerus, began to voice her disdain. Damn it, I admit I underestimated you, mortal. But this is where your journey ends. An enigmatic aura emanated from Beerus, enveloping him in a faint silvery glow, his pupils shimmering with a mysterious silver light. radiating an unwavering presence akin to a mountain that remains unshaken in the face of collapse. The ultimate instinct. I never anticipated that Lord Beerus would respond in this manner. The manifestation of ultimate instinct from Beerus was anticipated by Li Xiaolong. Beerus is among the few gods of destruction capable of mastering two divine techniques, one of which is the ultimate instinct, while the other is the god of destruction exclusive technique, self-instinct, which Beerus has perfected to an extraordinary degree. Prepare to face your defeat. Beerus's cold, emotionless voice echoed. Lord Beerus, do you truly believe you're the only one capable of ultimate instinct? Defeating me will not be so simple. Just as Beerus prepared to conclude this battle, Li Xiaolong's 5 elements avatar likewise emanated a silvery light, albeit far more potent than Beerus's. Li Xiaolong had subdivided his ultimate instinct into 3 stages prior to reaching the angelic realm, one being the ultimate instinct manifested by Beerus, the other being his current state of complete ultimate instinct, which is the same stage that Goku attained in Dragon Ball Super's finale. The final stage is the ultimate instinct extreme. Transcending this level allows one to maintain a state akin to that of an angel. Chapter 41, Planet Vegeta. What? A mere mortal has reached such a realm. This is impossible. Upon witnessing Li Xiaolong's avatar manifest a level of ultimate instinct that surpassed his own, Beerus's usually impassive face betrayed a flicker of shock. Lord Beerus, shall we continue? Came the avatar's indifferent voice. Damn it, must I truly resort to that technique? It is unacceptable. The majesty of a destroyer god cannot be provoked by mere mortals. Unleash my utmost technique. A faint silver aura dissipated, and an overwhelming sense of destruction emanated from Beerus, enveloped in a dark purple glow. Even through the barrier established by Whis, the entire universe trembled. Oh, has he finally unleashed this technique? It is indeed powerful to the point of being suffocating. Regarding Beerus in this state, Li Xiaolong was uncertain if he could triumph. But he was confident he would not be defeated. Bang! This ends here. Does Lord Beerus wish to shatter the universe? Surely he does not wish to test the wrath of the Omni King. Just as Li Xiaolong prepared to unleash his full power, Whis intervened just in time to halt both parties. The Omni King. Upon hearing this name, Beerus deflated like a punctured balloon, his ultimate technique vanishing in an instant. Boy, I shall let you off this time. But you, a mere mortal, are indeed formidable to have fought me to this extent. This time, I shall forgive your provocation. Beerus took a step back, and Li Xiaolong merely smiled, choosing not to shatter Beerus's pride. Oh-ha, oh-ho. Lord Beerus, you are mistaken. Xiaolong has comprehended over 10 principles. I fear that should he become serious, even you may not emerge victorious. Whis, ever the opportunist, added a dash of cold water to Beerus's enthusiasm. What? Beerus's mouth gaped in shock. He struck Li Xiaolong back and created distance between them. It seems I underestimated you. Thank you for your graciousness, Lord Beerus. Li Xiaolong did not press his advantage, instead offering Beerus a way out. TCH. Beerus's lips curled slightly, crossing his arms behind his back, turning his back to Li Xiaolong. Though reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. And what of her? What is her situation? Whis, do not tell me she is as powerful as he is. Beerus pointed at the excited Myphia, standing nearby. Oh-ha, ho. Myphia is Xiaolong's companion, akin to a wife. Although she may not be as strong as Xiaolong, she has also comprehended several principles, her strength only slightly inferior to his. By the way, Lord Beerus, if you do not put in enough effort, you may soon find yourself outpaced by the two of them. Oh-ha, ho. After finishing his introduction, Whis did not hesitate to douse Beerus with cold water. How infuriating! Beerus's previously calm demeanor was once again disrupted. You know, ever since that incident, what has become of the innate talents of the beings in our universe? Beerus spoke through gritted teeth, casting a fearful glance toward the expanse of the universe beyond. Lord Beerus, should we take a tour now that you have awakened? Let's not allow the Omni King to discover that you are slacking off. Whis chimed in cheerfully. Given such a significant event, it is indeed an opportune moment to awaken and survey the realm, perhaps to clear my mind. Casting a glance in Li Xiaolong's direction, Beerus clicked his tongue. Let them be. They are undoubtedly among the absolute powerhouses of our universe. When the Grand Zeno inquires, I shall share in the glory. Beerus mused, unaware that Whis's contributions were being usurped by his thoughts. Yet, even if Whis were to know, it would not concern him. Shall we depart, Whis? With a swift motion, Beerus and Whis vanished, leaving Li Xiaolong and Myphia behind in the realm of destruction. Wait, Are we leaving just like that? Mythia questioned, her uncertainty evident. This was not the demeanor she had associated with deities of destruction. Shouldn't they have been enraged and unleashed greater power to subdue the two of them? Beerus, indeed, harbored a profound fear of the Grand Zeno. All deities of destruction did, despite their supremacy in the cosmos. They appeared as mere children when faced with the Grand Zeno's might. I had no idea the Grand Zeno possessed such formidable strength. Our journey ahead remains daunting. Having never personally felt the overwhelming force of a deity of destruction, Mythia lacked a concrete understanding of the Grand Zeno's power. However, following this confrontation, she recognized the vast chasm between herself and the deity of destruction, gaining a clearer comprehension of the might of this supreme being. Rather than instilling fear, it ignited a sense of determination within her. The reason I concealed the powerful beings of Earth was due to my apprehension regarding the Grand Zeno and the Grand Minister discovering something. I suspect that the seals within our earthly bloodline and the primordial seals originate from one of these two figures. Indeed, I share a similar intuition, Mythia remarked thoughtfully. Observing Beerus and the other deities, their eyes betrayed a fear whenever that particular matter was mentioned, likely connected to the ancient history of our Earth. Mythia's instincts had always been remarkably precise, and Xiaolong affirmed his own suspicions, though the specific reasons, processes, and outcomes remained unclear, requiring his own exploration. While the two pondered these threads of intrigue within the realm of destruction, Whis and Beerus were soaring through the cosmos at a breakneck pace. Soon, Beerus passed by planet Vegeta, becoming aware of the Saiyan's actions over the years, which had severely hindered the development of other civilizations in the universe. Initially, Beerus contemplated annihilating planet Vegeta, but upon noticing the Saiyan's striking resemblance to Xiaolong, he decided to observe and see if any change was possible. Thus, he issued a decree for Vegeta to seek out the most comfortable pillow in the universe. The outcome, of course, mirrored the original Dragon Ball narrative. King Vegeta, in his arrogance, claimed the so-called most comfortable pillow for himself, lacking the requisite respect and disregarding others' actions. In King Vegeta's palace, Beerus stood over him, his foot pressing down upon the king's head. I commanded you to bring me the most comfortable pillow in the universe, yet you seized it from some distant planet. I cannot fathom how many lives you extinguished in the process. You retained the finest for your own use and offered me the second best. Did you think I would be oblivious? Beerus proclaimed, lifting King Vegeta by the head. You shall not act in this manner. Vegeta, who was secretly observing, was incensed to witness his father's mistreatment and dashed towards Beerus in a furious rush. Alas, before he could reach the god of destruction, a mere glance from Beerus rendered him prostrate on the ground. This moment marked Vegeta's first experience of such humiliation, reminiscent of his tragic encounters in the original narrative. Initially, Beerus had perceived a resemblance between Vegeta's group and the formidable Bruce Lee, considering granting them a chance. However, he was sorely disappointed by their ineffectiveness. With a casual flick, Beerus cast Vegeta aside, expressing his frustration by lifting King Vegeta with disdain. Chapter 42. The Annihilation of the 12 Parallel Universes. Let the destruction commence. In the void beyond planet Vegeta, Beerus gazed down at the planet as a faint aura of destruction coalesced at his fingertips. A resounding explosion echoed through the cosmos. However, the malevolent energy remained suspended around Beerus, and the planet below was yet to meet its demise. Was this disturbance a portent of something? Whis, let us depart, Beerus commanded, as both he and Whis turned towards the source of the explosion, which emanated from the void beyond the universe. The two deities transformed into radiant streaks of light, swiftly traversing the spatial continuum, abandoning the planet Vegeta without a second thought. Yet, as they departed, Beerus dispatched a divine edict into the cosmos. This proclamation swiftly reached Frisia's location, unfolding to convey the directive to obliterate planet Vegeta. Oh ho ho, a god of destruction, you say? Such a decree is simply irresistible. Though Frisia was notoriously arrogant, he instructed his subordinate, the Ginyu Force, to execute this divine command. However, before annihilating planet Vegeta, Frisia resolved to extract every ounce of value from the Saiyans. As the adage goes, evil begets evil, and the Saiyans of planet Vegeta were soon to confront their grim fate. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis arrived at the threshold of the cosmic membrane, where violent energy storms relentlessly battered its surface, causing spiderweb-like fissures to appear. In the dim expanse of outer space, colossal tempests surged toward the cosmic membrane, threatening its integrity. Whis, let us take action. Beerus urged, for this was a matter that warranted their intervention given the external threat. With a resounding clash, the two gods unleashed a unified attack of divine power against the oncoming storms. The presence of Beerus and Whis, and that recent roar and impact, how could they be intervening outside the cosmic membrane? As Beerus and Whis engaged, Xiaolong, who was immersed in his contemplations within the realm of the gods of destruction, quickly sensed the disturbance. Let's investigate. This turmoil seems akin to that which previously afflicted the parallel seventh universe. Perhaps we could be of assistance, Mayphia suggested, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Indeed, we should proceed, Xiaolong concurred, recognizing the importance of safeguarding their foundational seventh universe from any potential calamity. The two individuals executed an instantaneous teleportation to the exterior of the cosmic membrane, where they beheld an endless tempest of chaotic energy violently surging towards them. Two diminutive figures stood resolutely against the onslaught of the storm. Despite their seemingly insignificant size, they effectively thwarted the tempest's advance. Let us intervene, they nodded in agreement. And Xiaolong and Mayphia each took action to counter the storm's ferocity. Ah, you have arrived. My apologies for my earlier words. Among humanity, there indeed exists a formidable being such as yourself, deserving of reverence, remarked Beerus, whose burden was markedly alleviated by their presence. Though Beerus is the mightiest entity in the cosmos, his singular mastery of a specific principle limited his ability to contend with the relentless chaos of the energy storm, forcing him to resort to brute force. Prior to Xiaolong and Mayphia's arrival, much of the exertion had been borne by Whis, after prolonged exertion of his destructive principles was beginning to wane. If this continued, he would inevitably succumb to fatigue. While the tempest posed no immediate lethal threat to him, it was clear that he could not indefinitely stave off its fury, and the cosmos behind him would suffer dire consequences should the Supreme Kai be caught in the storm and perish. Lord Beerus, let us first address these storms. In contrast to Beerus, who had a singular understanding of destructive principles, Xiaolong had mastered over a dozen principles, allowing him to navigate the tumult with far greater ease and grace. Even Mayphia, in her engagement with the storm, proved to be on par with Beerus, showcasing the advantages of possessing a multifaceted mastery of principles. While grasping a singular principle may be simpler and offer rapid advancement when contending with adversaries of equal caliber, those who comprehend multiple principles undoubtedly hold the upper hand. It seems I must find a way to comprehend additional principles in the future, Beerus mused. Regrettably, there are both advantages and disadvantages to becoming a destroyer god. Had he not chosen this path, perhaps he might have been able to master various principles, or perhaps he would not have survived long enough to do so. Within him stirred a tinge of envy for Xiaolong and Mayphia. Although his ascension to the rank of destroyer god had afforded him a shortcut to becoming the highest deity with eternal life in the cosmos, such a position came with its constraints. Once one becomes a destroyer god, many potential avenues are irrevocably closed. This is an inherent characteristic of divinity, a precautionary measure implemented by the Omni King against destroyer gods. The divine rank may offer a swift path, but those imbued with destructive principles from a young age find their potential to grasp other principles nearly extinguished. Furthermore, in order to manage destroyer gods and prevent the emergence of those who might grow ever more powerful and alter the balance of existence, the Omni King has imposed restrictions upon their appointment. Perhaps this young man might indeed alter my fate, Beerus thought, his anticipation growing after witnessing Xiaolong's remarkable abilities. A similar scenario unfolded in the other universes of the 12 universes. However, aside from the universes not participating in the Tournament of Power, the remaining realms had only angels and destroyer gods to shield against the relentless storms. From this perspective, the seventh universe now possesses powers that far exceed those described in the original work. The storm is intertwined with various chaotic laws. Perhaps you might discern principles that resonate with your own through these insights. Xiaolong discovered that each storm contained an amalgamation of several erratic forces of law. He communicated directly with Mayphia through his divine consciousness, as her understanding of the laws was not as profound as his. Unless she encountered a law she had comprehended, it would be quite challenging for her to detect those concealed within the storm without an active search. No wonder I felt immense resistance while wielding the laws against these storms. It turns out my laws were in conflict with those present in the tempest. Mayphia then understood why these storms were so formidable, infused with laws that had even caused fissures in the cosmic membrane due to their sheer numbers. Could these two be so defiant against the natural order? In such circumstances, could they truly gain insights into the chaotic laws of the storm? Beerus observed Li Xiaolong and Myphia battling the storm, seemingly in a state of comprehension, and was taken aback. He too noticed the chaotic laws within the storm, yet his own development had become constrained. Even if he wished to comprehend these laws, he found himself incapable. Otherwise, after eons of destruction in the realm of the gods, the laws he had absorbed would have been sufficient for his enlightenment. What? This lad in this state, this reaction, it's impossible. How could he be progressing so swiftly? After some time, Beerus, who had been closely monitoring Li Xiaolong, was utterly astonished, his mouth agape wide enough to fit a fist. Amidst the storm, Li Xiaolong radiated a mysterious aura, enveloped in a glow of infinite warmth. This luminescence seemed capable of illuminating all malevolence in the world. Every violent energy approaching Li Xiaolong became gentle under its radiance. The energies already drawn to him became even more enamored, desperately seeking to merge with him in this divine light. In Chapter 43, The Grand Wedding, Li Xiaolong directly comprehended a new law, the law of light. In his perception, this law appeared to be absent from the Dragon Ball universe. He had grasped it through a lower-tier principle of the chaotic laws, known as the Holy Light Law, thus enabling his understanding of the law of radiance. This individual is truly remarkable, to grasp a brand new law in such a brief span of time. And this law feels as though it had never been encountered before, even in the presence of other deities. Beerus was thoroughly astounded by Li Xiaolong's state and completely convinced of his innate understanding. Initially, he had been skeptical of Whis' claim that Li Xiaolong had comprehended numerous laws. Now witnessing him achieve enlightenment in such a short period, all doubt vanished. Indeed, I previously sensed a similar aura of law from Whis, which seemed to be called the Holy Light Law. But isn't this a law unique to angels? Yet, this law's essence appears to be of a higher tier than that of the Holy Light Law. Beerus reminisced about the Sacred Light Law previously demonstrated by Whis and turned to him, who met his gaze, both nodding in silent affirmation of Beerus's conjecture. This lad truly knows how to surprise me. Whis, sensing the radiant aura of the laws emanating from Li Xiaolong, felt a stir within his own Sacred Light Law, reflecting on the matter with a hint of nostalgia. This marks the 6th unprecedented law I have witnessed from him. I wonder if he has grasped any other laws beyond my knowledge. Whis remained unaware of Li Xiaolong's mastery of the creation and yin-yang laws. The 4 of them stood against the cosmic storm outside the cosmic womb, and soon 4 months had passed. During this time, Li Xiaolong and Myphia had continuously astonished Beerus. Initially, Beerus paid little attention to Myphia until she comprehended a particular law. Over the course of these 4 months, Li Xiaolong and Myphia tirelessly battled the storm while simultaneously delving into the scattered laws within it. In a remarkable surge, Myphia unlocked 3 laws: space, slaughter, and battle, all of which she had refined during this period, benefiting from the various scattered laws that Li Xiaolong had shared with her for contemplation. Throughout these months, Li Xiaolong also explored 5 laws: world, destruction, immortality, light, and slaughter. In truth, had he devoted himself entirely to understanding these laws, he could have discerned several more. However, Li Xiaolong sensed that pursuing too many laws might hinder his future development rather than enhance it. He also perceived that grasping inferior laws could adversely affect his progress. After analyzing the situation, he concluded that each soul could only accommodate a finite number of laws. Thus, if one were to delve into inferior laws, the pursuit of higher laws would become exceedingly challenging. Upon reaching this conclusion, Li Xiaolong decided to prevent Myphia from further exploring inferior laws, an action that elicited envy and admiration from Beerus. For the inferior laws she had already comprehended, such as the battle law, Li Xiaolong planned to devise a method for their advancement to higher laws at a later time. Although the slaughter law is regarded as an inferior law within the Dragon Ball universe, Li Xiaolong was aware that a primordial deity had once attained enlightenment through the slaughter law, with his previous incarnation, the Chaos Demon God, achieving the same. Li Xiaolong remained uncertain about the connection between the Dragon Ball universe and his past lives. Yet he was determined to grow stronger and unravel the mysteries that lingered in his mind. For now, however, his primary objective was to navigate the myriad crises within the Dragon Ball realm and solidify his foundation. At last, the time had come. Who could have shattered the parallel 12 universes, causing such turmoil? I must discover their identity and ensure their destruction. Ultimately, after 4 months, the storm outside the universe subsided, no longer posing a threat to the cosmic womb. Beerus cast a menacing glance towards the direction of the obliterated parallel 12 universes and remarked, when the time comes. I would appreciate it if you could inform me, for I too wish to witness these vermin lurking in the shadows. Li Xiaolong shared a similar curiosity about these hidden instigators of chaos. Mafia, equally eager, anticipated that battling such formidable beings capable of annihilating the universe would provide her with great satisfaction. Certainly, you should return to your Earth now. I have expended considerable energy and require slumber to replenish my reserves. I would prefer not to be disturbed during my rest, Beerus stated. His original intention had been to patrol the universe and then return to his slumber. However, encountering the cataclysm of the parallel 12 universes had drained him significantly, necessitating a period of hibernation to recover. Li Xiaolong was aware that within Beerus's palace lay a formation capable of continuously drawing in vital energy and laws. However, the vital energy was gentle, while the laws pertained solely to destruction. Lord Whis, Lord Beerus, we too wish to bid you farewell. Additionally, I extend an invitation to both of you to attend our wedding. We have prepared an abundant feast in anticipation of your presence, Li Xiaolong expressed. Indeed, we would be honored if you could grace our wedding with your presence, as we have arranged an unprecedented array of culinary delights for you, Mafia added. They had initially planned to return to Earth after their recent emergence, only to be delayed for nearly 5 months due to Beerus's awakening and the incident concerning the obliteration of the parallel 12 universes. Oha ho ho ho, Xiaolong. Is it true that you are finally to be wed? I simply must attend, Whis exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he recalled that his culinary reserves were nearly depleted. Lord Beerus, I hope you do not mind. Oh ho ho ho. After all, they are my disciples, Whis added, concealing his fears of Beerus discovering his indulgent habits behind this pretext. Go ahead, Whis. Have I not encountered enough culinary wonders throughout the eons? They say they are the finest in the universe, yet not a single one has proven to be genuine, Beerus mused, reflecting on the countless cosmic delicacies he had sampled over billions of years, none of which lived up to their reputation. Let Whis convey my congratulations for your wedding. I must take my leave to rest, lest my presence adversely affect the universe, Beerus declared, appearing utterly drained. Very well, let it be so. We shall prepare, and when the time comes, we will come to escort you to Earth. Whis, we shall meet again when you awaken, Lord Beerus, Li Xiaolong affirmed. He firmly believed Beerus's assertion that when the god of destruction's destructive laws were excessively consumed, it would indeed pose a threat to the universe. Moreover, the god of destruction's slumber to absorb the destructive laws would ultimately benefit the cosmos. If the destructive laws within the universe became too concentrated, life could not emerge, and the extant beings could face mass extinction. Chapter 44, A Grand Wedding. After bidding farewell to Weiss, Li Xiaolong and Mafia instantaneously returned to Earth. Prior to their departure, Li Xiaolong had already communicated with Li Yun to assist in the wedding preparations. Their return to Earth was merely to ensure that nothing was amiss. Oh my Xiaolong, this wedding attire is simply exquisite. Did you truly conceive this design? You are remarkably talented. I adore it. At that moment, Mafia, adorned in an elaborate phoenix crown and flowing garments, joyfully planted a kiss on Li Xiaolong's cheek. Li Xiaolong's intention was to orchestrate a grand wedding in the style of the Dragon Kingdom. He drew inspiration from the royal regalia of the Zhu family's empress in history, meticulously crafting a set of phoenix coronation attire. The crown featured 12 dragons and 12 phoenixes, symbolizing unity, while the gown was predominantly a celebratory crimson, embroidered with 12 dragons on the left and 12 phoenixes on the right. The flowing garments displayed intricate designs of dragons and phoenixes amidst auspicious clouds, with a vibrant yellow base. Li Yun, upon receiving the sketches for the attire from Li Xiaolong, had been utterly captivated by its aesthetic appeal. Now, as it adorned both of them, they resembled celestial beings gracing the mortal realm. I aim to create a perfect wedding for your sister-in-law, which is why I designed this ensemble. If only I could conjure another, but it feels rather constrained. After all, this is a relic from my previous life, making its debut in this Dragon Ball universe. Li Xiaolong found it challenging to explain that, although there would be instances of Trunks traveling through time in the Dragon Ball saga, his essence was distinctly different from Trunks. Thus, he opted to acknowledge that he had indeed designed the attire himself. Since that is settled, let us hold the wedding in 10 days. The date aligns perfectly with a propitious occasion, ideal for such a celebration. Li Xiaolong was well versed in the calendar of the Dragon Kingdom, and had discovered that it also harmonized with this world, albeit after considerable calculations on his part. Absolutely. I shall notify everyone at once. Furthermore, I plan to live stream your wedding within our territory, allowing everyone to witness the splendor of you and your sister-in-law. Li Yun expressed his enthusiasm, appearing even more exhilarated than if it were his own wedding. Indeed, that sounds splendid. Additionally, I will invite a distinguished deity you are familiar with. Weiss must be given a private table and a separate chamber. We should also extend invitations to the inhabitants of Namek, Yardrat, and Metamor, Li Xiaolong added. Even if Li Xiaolong did not arrange it, Li Yun would ensure that formidable warriors from the three realms were invited. Once the arrangements were made, Li Yun departed to prepare, while Li Xiaolong and Maifia traversed the wedding venue, making adjustments where their preferences were not met. The decorations for the wedding were also designed by Li Xiaolong, adhering completely to the classical style of Dragon Kingdom nuptials. 10 days swiftly passed, and Li Xiaolong ventured into the divine realm to bring Weiss back to Earth. Beerus had succumbed to slumber, and Li Xiaolong chose not to disturb him, for should he extend an invitation to Beerus, it would likely unnerve those deities familiar with him. Xiaolong is indeed a formidable force in our North Galaxy, and under his leadership, Earth has become immensely powerful. What do you possess to rival me? Li Xiaolong invited the King of Worlds, the Grand King of Worlds, and the God of Worlds to attend his wedding. At this moment, the North King was brimming with confidence, frequently boasting before the other kings that his North Galaxy had birthed a powerhouse like Li Xiaolong. Under his guidance, Earth, Namek, Yardrat, and Metamor were witnessing the emergence of numerous strong beings. Do not be so smug. While Xiaolong belongs to your North Galaxy, my South Galaxy is no less impressive. Xiaolong is also developing within my territory, and it won't be long before we too generate a continuous stream of formidable warriors. The South King, witnessing the North King's arrogance, felt a pang of defiance. Why doesn't Xiaolong come to develop in my West Galaxy, East Galaxy? Our regions are no inferior to theirs. This time, we must invite Xiaolong to flourish in the areas we govern. The North King and South King were reveling in their displays, while the East King and West King were left in discontent, perplexed as to why Li Xiaolong did not choose to develop in their territories. Observing the brazen demeanor of the North and South Kings, they felt quite displeased. Once, they had flaunted their superiority before the North King. Now, the tides had turned, with Earth giving rise to the martial ancestor Li Xiaolong, leaving the North Galaxy far behind. Who could have anticipated that this humble Earth would yield such an abundance of powerful beings? I need not worry about booze matters any longer. Who is this individual, to be seated at a table solely arranged for him by Xiaolong? The God of Worlds gazed in astonishment at the assembly of powerful beings from Earth. It is now the year 735 of the Age of A, 12 years having elapsed since Li Xiaolong completed the foundation of Earth. In these past years, with the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber, Earth-strong beings have experienced explosive growth. Li Yun and his companions spent nearly 50,000 years within the chamber, reaching the pinnacle of the 6th tier. Had it not been for the preparations for Li Xiaolong's wedding, which involved inviting deities from across the universe, they would have likely ascended to the 7th tier long ago. Additionally, the 12 members of Li Xingqian have recently broken through to the early stages of the 6th tier, although their progress was more recent compared to Li Yun and the others, as they had spent a considerable amount of time breaking through to the 5th tier. Currently, the new generation of the Li family has fully taken over the management of Earth and the cosmos, with all contemporaries of Li Xiaolong now exceeding the 4th tier, having entered the hyperbolic time chamber to accumulate their foundation. Xiaolong, Xiaoya, congratulations. It is a delight to witness the wedding of two such talented disciples. Your culinary offerings are absolutely exquisite. Weiss was seated at a table of his own, while Li Xiaolong and Maifia attended to him. The others required no such attention, as everything was managed by Li Yun and his companions. I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to Viz for gracing us with his presence at our wedding. With the delightful cuisine you brought, it would have been impossible for me to stay away. Since Viz arrived, he has been indulging in the exquisite dishes, yet he maintains an air of elegance. The current god of destruction is rather disappointing. His reactions are overly dramatic, and even I, an angel, hardly recognize him. Sensing the discontent in the gaze of the god of destruction, Viz expressed his dissatisfaction with this individual. It is understandable that the current god of destruction lacks formal training. In due time, his ancestors will provide him with proper guidance. Li Xiaolong also perceives a certain narrow-mindedness in the god of destruction, who has even taken it upon himself to meddle in matters of the destroyer gods, neglecting his own responsibilities in the process, a true case of misplaced priorities. As the auspicious moment arrived, the time had come for the bride and groom to pay their respects to heaven and earth. Amidst the conversations of the guests, Li Yun approached the stage, having put considerable thought into his role as the host of this event. At last, The wedding of the martial ancestor and his esteemed bride has arrived. Indeed, it is a privilege to witness such a momentous occasion. The beauty of the martial ancestor's bride is simply breathtaking, and her gown is nothing short of exquisite. How I wish that our future weddings could feature such splendid attire. At this moment, the atmosphere of the wedding venue was electrified upon seeing Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia. Guests expressed their admiration for the couple, and many envied their magnificent outfits. The scene of the wedding was being broadcast live across various planets: Namek, Yardrat, Metamor, and numerous life-bearing worlds in the southern galaxy. All those under Li Xiaolong's command who could not attend the ceremony on Earth gathered around screens to witness this grand celebration. The moment had arrived for the newlyweds to make their entrance, and Li Yun's resonant voice echoed throughout the venue, silencing the crowd. At the end of the red carpet, Li Xiaolong gently carried Mei Fia as they walked towards the altar. After entering, they would proceed to the ceremonial bowing, also known as paying respects to heaven and earth. Typically, this ceremony takes place before the bridal chamber, but Li Xiaolong chose to rearrange certain traditions, as this is a Dragon Ball world where some customs must be adapted. Within the altar, a table adorned with tablets honoring heaven, earth, the emperor, parents, and teachers was set. Behind the table hung ancestral banners. Once Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia took their places, Li Xingqian and Silas approached to guide them forward. The next step involved performing 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations, paying homage to heaven, earth, ancestors, and parents. Since both Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia no longer have parents in this world, the elders of Li village stood in their stead. Following this, Mei Fia on the east and Li Xiaolong on the west performed the couple's bowing ritual. With the bride and groom in position, they presented incense and knelt in homage. As the host, Li Yun's voice resonated continuously in the venue. Soon, it was time for the couple to formally complete the bowing ceremony. They knelt, bowed their heads, and repeated this 3 times. With the ceremony concluded, the process of entering the bridal chamber was also observed. However, shortly after, Mei Fia reemerged to greet the guests. After the wedding ceremony, the festivities of feasting commenced. Li Yun had invited hundreds of the most esteemed chefs, initially believing he had overestimated the appetites of his guests. However, he soon realized he had underestimated the astonishment of those who had never before encountered such exquisite cuisine. Once the banquet began, the attendees from the cosmos devoured the lavish spread with an insatiable fervor, as if they were famished wraiths, leaving not even a morsel on their plates, which they licked clean. Was it possible these beings had never tasted food before? Li Yun, bemused, watched the ravenous extraterrestrial guests, particularly the deities, whose table manners were the most outrageous of all. Serve the dishes, he muttered, exasperated, urging the staff to expedite the meal. Following this splendid wedding, it was certain that Earth's culinary delights would be widely disseminated throughout the universe. In stark contrast to Li Yun's bemusement, Mei Fia was elated as she observed the voracious consumption, far more effective than her own efforts to promote Earth's gastronomy. Indeed, it was likely that these celestial guests would send emissaries to Earth post-wedding to learn the art of culinary creation. Li Xiaolong concurrat, recognizing that the best promotion lay in first-hand experience. Although the wedding was grand and splendid, it lasted merely 3 days. Afterward, many deities and their formidable followers reluctantly departed, taking with them copious amounts of food, including V's, who left with dozens of capsules of delicacies. Once the celestial beings and cosmic guests had departed, Earth returned to tranquility, with all those above the 4th tier retreating to the temporal sanctuary to cultivate their essence. Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia remained on Earth, occasionally entering the sanctuary to guide others in grasping the principles, although none had yet achieved such understanding. Naturally, the two would occasionally seek out V's. 5 swift years passed. During this time, Li Xiaolong ascended to the 10th tier, now possessing the confidence to claim superiority over the god of destruction, Beerus, in his full might. However, he seldom sought out V's anymore. Presently, V's combat prowess surpassed Li Xiaolong's, and he had little else to teach him. Visits would only result in Li Xiaolong being soundly defeated, for V's vast experience spanned millennia, and no matter how formidable Li Xiaolong's talent, he could not swiftly accumulate knowledge to match V's level. Meanwhile, Mei Fia had attained the pinnacle of the 9th tier, and the disparity in talent between her and Li Xiaolong became increasingly apparent. A significant factor was that Mei Fia was finally expecting Li Xiaolong's child. Outside the delivery room, Li Xiaolong anxiously awaited the arrival of his offspring. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, this was his first experience as a father, and his worries for Mei Fia were palpable. "Oh, How I dread this wait. Where could they be? My dear child, please do not torment your mother any longer. Once you emerge, you shall see how I handle you. He paced back and forth outside the delivery room, his heart aching at the sounds of Maifia's cries. Suddenly, just as Li Xiaolong finished his lament, the wail of a newborn pierced the air from within the delivery room. Accompanying this was a powerful and peculiar wave of energy emanating from the room. This little one has been born as a fifth-tier being. Could it be that this child is the true protagonist of Earth? Li Xiaolong deftly unleashed a grande formation, enveloping the surroundings, while the unique fluctuations emitted by the child were contained within the confines of the array. To be born as a fifth-tier entity is indeed astonishing. Should the divine beings become aware, they would undoubtedly report this to the High Priest or the Omni King. Since receiving a reminder from Weiss, Li Xiaolong's strategy has been to develop in secrecy, hence he concealed the disturbances caused by the child's birth. Although the recent grand wedding had unveiled a portion of his strength, Li Xiaolong had already implanted a prohibition in the minds of the gods, ensuring that information about Earth would remain undisclosed. Congratulations, Master Wuzu. Your wife has given birth to the Dragon Prince. Soon, someone emerged to deliver the joyous news. Excellent, excellent. As a reward, everyone under my command shall receive a celestial being, and all personnel on Earth will be rewarded with 100,000 universe coins. The magnanimous Li Xiaolong waved his hand generously, sharing in the elation with his subordinates. Thank you, Master Wuzu. The messenger, taken aback by the sudden surprise, exclaimed with joy. Xiaolong, let us name our child, Maifia said gently, gazing at the little one, now brimming with vitality. This child possesses such extraordinary talent, being born as a fifth-tier dimensional being. I hope he can shine like the sun, his divine light safeguarding Earth and illuminating all realms. Let us name him Li Haoyan. Li Xiaolong recalled another child, equally gifted, who had endured great trials, yet grew stronger, ultimately becoming unparalleled in history. Li Haoyan. This name resonates with immense strength. Let be so. Maifia concur with the choice. My dear child, although you are named Li Haoyan, your father will not allow you to act with absolute authority. I shall stand before you to shield you from all hardships. Having been in the Dragon Ball realm for 49 years, and with the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber amounting to over 10,000 years, Li Xiaolong finally welcomed his first child after 2 lifetimes. While he would not overly indulge the little one, he would undoubtedly impart all his paternal love. My dear child, you must strive to bring honor to your father. You shall compete alongside the protagonists of this world. I believe in you, for you have already surpassed many from the moment of your birth. Keep pushing forward. Li Xiaolong gazed fondly at the adorable little one, pondering the imminent arrival of the protagonist group. Is that event about to unfold? How swiftly time passes. It has been 49 years since we first met here on Earth. Maifia sighed in agreement upon hearing Li Xiaolong's words. Indeed, after next year, our Earth shall attract the attention of true deities. I hope our efforts do not go in vain. Li Xiaolong believed that as the protagonist, Sun Wukong would certainly capture the interest of the world's overseers. He even speculated that Sun Wukong's rise to prominence might be influenced by the Omni King, which explained his strong sense of urgency regarding intervening on planet Vegeta. Wow, it seems the little one has grasped Li Xiaolong's words. Though still with closed eyes, he is already waving his tiny fists. Such intelligence in the little fellow, able to comprehend our words. Witnessing his adorable demeanor has melted both their hearts. Little one, your companion will arrive next year. Your father has faith in you. Li Xiaolong refrained from intervening in Frisia's affairs. Recent intelligence suggests that Frisia is preparing to strike against the Saiyans of planet Vegeta. It would be prudent for them to keep an eye on planet Sadala. Surely, the Saiyans will be ready by then. When Li Xiaolong made his wish to the dragon, it was decreed that upon the destruction of planet Vegeta, the surviving Saiyans would be relocated to planet Sadala. Although the Saiyan bloodline inherently harbors a ferocious trait, the purification techniques he devised are remarkably effective against such tendencies. Once the ferocity in their bloodline is purified, the future development of the Saiyans under his guidance will indeed be bright. Compared to the inhabitants of Earth, Namek, Yardrat, and Metamor, the Saiyans possess a more potent innate talent at birth. Even after years of cultivation and enhancement on these planets, the overall potential of newborns does not increase as rapidly. Chapter 46. Frisia prepares to strike. Now, with Li Xingyun and the others having matured, it is time to entrust these matters to them. Maifia holds a favorable view of the younger generation from Li Village. Indeed, Li Village has now entered its 3rd generation, and we have finally welcomed our own children. Li Xiaolong and Li Yun represent the first generation, albeit in fewer numbers. Li Xingqian and his peers constitute the second generation, significantly more numerous than Li Xiaolong's cohort. The responsibilities are now in the capable hands of the third generation, with Li Xingyun's group boasting an impressive array of talents, including 20 super geniuses, and the third generation as a whole exceeds 200 individuals. As for the village chief generation and Li Zhongxian's cohort, Li Xiaolong categorizes them as the progenitor generation. They currently have little to occupy their time, their primary focus being diligent cultivation to enhance their strength. Most of the younger generation in the Xing lineage are already above the second tier, with Li Xingyun and his 20 companions having reached the third tier. Thus, the management is primarily entrusted to them. Li Xingyun, as Li Yun's child, has wholly inherited his father's talents, coupled with his early exposure to management matters. He navigates these responsibilities with ease, earning Li Xiaolong's strong endorsement. Xiaoyan, there is an important matter you must remember. Furthermore, Earth must fully cooperate in this endeavor, as it concerns a great deity. Your Uncle Long finds himself unable to surpass this deity and can only play a supporting role in this unfolding drama. Li Xiaolong briefly outlined the impending events to Li Xingyun. The latter is already somewhat aware of his plans, having spent considerable time with his father, Li Yun, visiting Li Xiaolong in his youth. Li Xiaolong's intention was to refrain from intervening in Wukong's affairs. However, he saw no harm in enhancing the martial arts bestowed upon Wukong. After all, Wu Tian had already ascended to the fourth tier, a fact that Li Xiaolong had deliberately orchestrated by having Wu Tian suppress his own power. Furthermore, Sun Gohan had also become a formidable third-tier warrior. Li Xiaolong resolved to allow little Wukong's journey to mirror the original narrative, lest it attract the attention of the Omni King or the Kaioshin of time. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse beyond planet Vegeta, a colossal spaceship hung in the void, surrounded by numerous smaller vessels acting as its escorts. This grand ship belonged to Frieza, who meticulously monitored every movement of planet Vegeta. Mr. Shambua, what is the current status of those Saiyan monkeys? Frieza inquired, seated within a smaller craft, his gaze coldly fixed on the planet outside. With his hands clasped behind his back, Shambua replied, most of the Saiyan monkeys have returned, though some from remote areas still require more time. Prepare the troops. This king intends to obliterate planet Vegeta in 5 days. It would be unfortunate if that esteemed individual were to place blame upon us, Frieza remarked, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips, sending chills down the spine. The annihilation of the Saiyan race would undoubtedly weaken the Legion's strength. A nearby alien shook his head, hesitant to voice any dissent, as he was a veteran subordinate of King Cold. Among King Cold's old retainers, only one elder, named by Libiru, could disregard Frieza's terror and even persuade him on occasion. Haha, it is a rare opportunity to gather these Saiyan monkeys together. This is the perfect moment to eradicate them and their planet. They currently submit to me under duress, but they will inevitably rebel. Besides, their destruction has been commanded by that esteemed individual. Frieza continued, his laughter echoing ominously. Mr. Shambua, after the destruction of planet Vegeta, please keep an eye on the communications of the Ugarans regarding those Saiyans who have yet to return. We must hunt them down. Understood. I will ensure that not a single Saiyan escapes, Shambua affirmed. Then let it be so. Frieza laughed heartily, nodding at Shambua while his chilling gaze remained fixed on the distant planet Vegeta. Spaceships streaked across the sky above planet Vegeta like radiant meteors. The appointed time for Frieza's annihilation of the planet drew ever closer, and many Saiyans have been summoned to return via spacecraft, including Bardock. It's Frieza's ship. What would he want? Is he here to flaunt his power? We Saiyans are not afraid of him, Bardock thought, feeling a wave of intense unease wash over him as he spotted Frieza's ship from a distance. His companions in the cockpit also noticed Frieza's vessel, one of them pointing at it with a fierce expression, exclaiming, what could Frieza be plotting to personally visit planet Vegeta? Bardock rested his chin on one hand, his expression gradually turning grave. A bold conjecture took shape within him, one so audacious that even he found it difficult to accept. Regardless of his intentions, should he truly provoke our Saiyans, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, Frieza's motives remained perplexing. Summoning us all back to planet Vegeta without any apparent task seemed unnecessary, as it could have easily communicated the mission's location via the scouters. The other Saiyans aboard the ship shared his confusion regarding Frieza's actions. Silence, please. Do not forget that you are still wearing scouters. Be cautious of being overheard. Bardock wisely cautioned the group. In the hearts of the Saiyans, Frisia had never been regarded as their superior or master, but rather as a collaborator, forced into compliance by his oppressive might. Bardock, a low-ranking warrior with a battle power exceeding 10,000, had attained the privileges of a higher-class Saiyan, and his mind remained sharp. He understood that, based on the information he had gathered during missions, they stood no chance against Frisia. Even if they were 100 times stronger, victory would elude them. "Ah, I forgot. I shall remove it now," exclaimed a Saiyan, hastily taking off his scouter upon hearing Bardock's warning. Yet their conversation had already been reported to Frisia by those eavesdropping, and similar scenes were not uncommon among the other Saiyans. "Let these Saiyan monkeys dance a little longer. Their time of despair will come," Frisia mused. Utterly dismissive of their discussions, from the face of absolute power, everything else was trivial. Indeed, he had every right to take pride in his superiority over the Saiyans. What scheme was Frisia concocting? Regardless, it boded ill for our kind, necessitating preparations. As Bardock gazed at the gathering ships and the colossal mothership in space, an increasing sense of unease enveloped him. Meanwhile, the other Saiyans remained blissfully unaware, sharing their triumphs over conquered planets, oblivious to the impending crisis that threatened their very existence. Chapter 47. Sending Goku to Earth. Upon landing on planet Vegeta, Bardock inquired about Frisia's arrival, but the Saiyan race, dominated by brute strength, harbored no doubts regarding Frisia's intentions. Nevertheless, Bardock gleaned some valuable information. Many Saiyans spoke of Frisia dispatching his subordinates to gather intelligence on the Super Saiyan, which confirmed his suspicions about Frisia's plans. A sense of urgency welled up within him as he hastened home to see his wife, Jine. Bardock took her by the hand, bringing along their son Goku in his incubation pod, and as they walked, he shared his unsettling conjectures with her. He revealed his intentions, including the prophetic dreams he had experienced, expressing his desire to send Goku to a distant planet for safety. Only in this manner can Kakarot grow into the formidable Super Saiyan of my dreams. Trust in my choice. After all, Kakarot remaining on planet Vegeta would lead to a fate no different from ours, as both he and the planet would ultimately fall to Frisia's wrath. What? Frisia dares to act so boldly? We must convey this information to King Vegeta. Surely he possesses some means of negotiation. Jine was profoundly shocked by Frisia's intentions, still clinging to a glimmer of hope regarding the so-called King Vegeta. Time is of the essence. We must send Kakarot away at once, for any delay could be disastrous. I suspect Frisia will soon take action. Yet, I find it difficult to part with Kakarot. Jine, being one of the milder Saiyans, holds a deeper sense of familial affection than Bardock. Frisia could strike planet Vegeta at any moment. I have heard tales in the cosmos of his ability to obliterate planets. It is far too perilous for Kakarot to remain on planet Vegeta. We must commandeer a spaceship and transport Kakarot to another planet. If my fears do not materialize, we can return for him later. Bardock grasped Jine's hand, carrying Kakarot in the incubation pod towards the location where the spaceship was docked. Despite her overwhelming reluctance, Jine was ultimately persuaded by Bardock's reasoning. They stealthily pilfered a spherical spaceship from Bardock's docking site. Over the years, the Saiyans had made no advancements in technology. When they seized Planet Plant, they also appropriated the remnants of its technology. After all this time, the Saiyans had plundered countless planets, but remained utterly ignorant of technological progress. Even the once mighty Plantians now showed signs of regression in their science, unable to comprehend the fusion of two disparate civilizations' technologies, despite acquiring knowledge from other planets in the universe. After stealing the spherical spacecraft, the couple concealed it in a location less likely to attract attention, placing Kakarot inside. Within the ship, Kakarot seemed to sense the impending separation from his parents, and his cries resonated through the vessel. Jine's maternal instincts surged. Unlike other Saiyans, her emotions mirrored those of Earthlings. Gazing at her son in the spacecraft, she implored Kakarot, "Do not cry. If all goes well, your mother will swiftly return for you. Just wait for us. We must launch at once. Delay could spell disaster." I hope my worries are unfounded. Bardock's sense of impending danger intensified, causing his entire being to tense. What if we steal another ship and accompany Kakarot to that planet? This way, we can better care for him. Jine still yearned to remain with Kakarot. No, it is far too risky. Frisia's minions are swarming outside planet Vegeta, all equipped with detectors. Our combat energy is far too conspicuous, while Kakarot's energy level is merely 2. It would be safer for him to proceed alone. If we accompany him, we would undoubtedly be intercepted by Frisia. Bardock resolutely dismissed Jine's suggestion. In my dreams, the place where Kakarot grows stronger is a planet known as Earth. The database contains information about Earth, indicating that its inhabitants and resources hold little value, labeling it as an inconspicuous and primitive world. On this humble planet, Kakarot has ample opportunity and a secure environment to enhance his strength. Should any misfortune befall us, Kakarot, upon gaining power, will seek vengeance on our behalf. If Bardock were to learn that the so-called inferior planet, Earth, is home to countless deities, where even the weakest possess hundreds of battle power, surpassing the combined might of other formidable beings in Universe 7, one might wonder if he would be left astounded. Very well, I shall heed your words and hope that Kakarot thrives and becomes formidable. As for Raditz, he is currently on a mission with Prince Vegeta, and I have faith that he will encounter no issues. If the events of your dream come to pass, with Frieza annihilating our planet, Vegeta, too, will remain unharmed. At that moment, he must take care of Kakarot. Jiren reflected on their other son, Raditz, who is known for uttering the timeless phrase regarding the Dragon Balls. I wonder how Raditz will react when he arrives on Earth to seek Son Goku, poised to deliver his famous line, only to be unexpectedly thwarted by a mere Earthling, who defeats him with a single blow. As they sealed the spaceship's hatch, the two gazed longingly through the transparent door at Kakarot within. Upon pressing the launch button, the vessel gradually ascended, suspended in the air as if it had gathered a reservoir of energy. With a swift whoosh, the spaceship soared into the clouds, swiftly transforming into a star that vanished amid the resplendent night sky. A report emerged. A vessel has departed from planet Vegeta. Should we intercept? A low-ranking soldier under Frieza's command detected Kakarot's ship and promptly informed his superiors. For a fleeting moment, confusion flickered in his eyes, but it vanished almost instantly. Assessing its battle power to be a mere 2 points, he decided to let it perish in the cosmos. Could this truly be the case? It seems my suspicions were not far from the truth, even if it is not the Omni King. It could be the Grand Minister or a being of equal caliber intervening in this matter. Neither the Saiyans nor Frieza and his subordinates have realized that two figures currently stand in the void between them, Li Xiaolong and Mai Fia. Li Xiaolong observed everything unfolding, including the report made by the lowly soldier. Initially, the small commander intended to issue an order to destroy the small Goku's ship. However, an imperceptible flicker of a rule's power passed by, causing a brief moment of confusion in the commander's eyes, leading him to allow the soldier to release Goku's ship. While others, including the god of destruction Beerus, would be unable to detect that fleeting power of the rule, Li Xiaolong is not among them. This rule, known as illusion, is considered a lower-tier principle, but the wielder possesses an extraordinarily formidable realm, likely exceeding the powers of the laws themselves. However, the world laws comprehended by Li Xiaolong represent the supreme laws of the illusory realm, while the Dragon Ball universe lacks such laws. Hence, that formidable individual confidently wielded the illusory laws. Even Mai Fia remained oblivious until Li Xiaolong spoke, revealing the circumstances that had just transpired. In this light, their prior decision to remain concealed and develop in silence appears to be astute. They must not reveal themselves until they possess the capability to independently establish a complete king system in the universe, lest they face catastrophic repercussions. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's conclusion, Mai Fia felt a shiver of fear within her heart. Had they exposed themselves prematurely, the Omni King or the deities opposed to Earthlings might have annihilated the entire 7th universe to eliminate them. Ever since discovering the seals embedded within the bloodline of Earthlings and the essence of Earth, Li Xiaolong understood that Earthlings had previously suffered attacks from one or several deities, who had even sealed the planet and its inhabitants to thwart any resurgence. Fortuitously, with Whis' reminder, they had avoided erasure by those divine beings, a thought that filled Mai Fia with relief. She resolved to repay Whis for his significant favor, having accepted such a monumental debt. Li Xiaolong had no intention of shirking from it. Kakarot, you must survive. If all goes well, we shall soon come to retrieve you. The spaceship carrying little Goku swiftly transformed into a cross-shaped starburst, vanishing into the cosmos. Bardock and Jiren nestled closely together, gazing at the stars, watching the cross-shaped starburst fade into the distance. This vessel had separated a family, yet it bore witness to a grand world, encapsulating countless cherished childhoods and heralding the rise of a formidable warrior. Kakarot is about to embark on an extraordinary life with the launch of the spaceship. A magnificent journey is poised to unfold. Now, let us indulge in the spectacle of the clash between two malevolent forces in the universe. Nay, it shall rather be a one-sided massacre. Li Xiaolong observed the two opposing factions below with keen interest. It is indeed a pity that Bardock, a rare genius, should perish in such a meaningless battle. Myphia regarded Bardock below with a tinge of regret. Ha! Littleya, you have unexpectedly developed an appreciation for talent. Fear not, for I shall discreetly intervene to rescue him. Such individuals can serve as part of our foundation. With the potential threats now acknowledged, Li Xiaolong resolved to amass his resources extensively, including nurturing the strong under his command. He intended to gather every genius he encountered. And what of that legendary Super Saiyan lad? I refuse to believe you are not intrigued. Myphia teased as she glanced at Li Xiaolong. It seems my thoughts have been laid bare. Indeed, Broly, though fraught with peril within his bloodline, remains a prodigy among prodigies. Once we address this risk, he shall undoubtedly become a significant asset in our future endeavors. Regarding the prodigious Broly, Li Xiaolong is determined not to let him squander decades on that desolate planet as depicted in the original narrative. At this moment, Broly has been dispatched to the planet Wampa by the envious King Vegeta. How do you intend to handle this young lad? I shall take him as my personal disciple. Such a level of genius is exceedingly rare in the cosmos, and we can no longer count on Goku. Li Xiaolong is resolute in preventing others from misguiding Broly. By taking him under my wing, I will tailor a training regimen specifically for him, a feat that others lack the capability to achieve. Even the likes of Myphia would find it challenging. Indeed, entrusting this young fellow to you seems most appropriate, for even Whis would struggle to offer him as much suitable guidance as you could. Initially, Myphia had contemplated accepting Broly as a disciple, but upon reflecting on Li Xiaolong's talent and their relationship, it becomes clear that Li Xiaolong's disciple would inherently be hers as well. Moreover, Li Xiaolong can provide Broly with the most fitting resources. Keeping him in her vicinity would only hinder the development of such a prodigy. Chapter 48. Frieza takes action. Just wait and see how this wicked Saiyan monkey reacts. Were it not for King Frieza's need for these Saiyan monkeys to plunder planets, I would have annihilated them long ago. Dodoria has harbored disdain for the Saiyans for a considerable time, and upon witnessing Vegeta preparing to act against them, it felt as if an emotional switch had been flipped within him. Observing Frieza piloting the spacecraft into outer space sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him, causing his facial muscles to twitch uncontrollably due to the intensity of his emotions. A mere lackey, yet he exudes such immense malevolence. Truly, Frieza is a source of chaos in the universe. Myphia could not help but display a look of disgust at the malevolence radiating from Dodoria. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge the formidable genetics of Frieza's lineage. I suspect the handiwork of some divine being is at play here. These naturally evolved cosmic entities have honed their talents over generations, unlike the cold demon race, which reproduces asexually yet possesses potent genes. Indeed, this individual appears relatively young and bears no signs of rigorous training, yet he has already achieved such prowess. One fears that his progress in training will be meteoric. Despite her aversion, Myphia cannot help but concede to Frieza's extraordinary talent. Such is the truth. Li Xiaolong recalls that in the original tale, Frieza, upon being released from hell by Goku, ascended to Golden Frieza in merely 4 months of training, directly matching Goku's Super Saiyan Blue form. While part of this can be attributed to the resentment accumulated during his time in hell, the ability to harness that power to enhance oneself underscores his exceptional talent. How do you plan to deal with this individual? Although you claim he is destined for his own fate, even after fate has run its course, he may still be of use. When it comes to someone as utterly malevolent as Frieza, Myphia feels no moral qualms about exploiting him. I shall forge him into my weapon. In due course, he will help us attract the attention of those divine beings, thus affording us the opportunity to rise. Concerning Frieza's role, Li Xiaolong had contemplated it long ago. What he desired was to have Frieza attract the attention of the deities, both overtly and covertly. While Li Xiaolong and his companion conversed in the void, Frieza was already aboard a spacecraft, en route to planet Vegeta. Would the tyrant Frieza unleash his wrath to obliterate planet Vegeta? I have long harbored disdain for these Saiyan apes. Truly, Frieza is a figure of remarkable wisdom. Alas, such a resplendent planet is on the brink of destruction, a magnificent world that will soon transform into a fleeting spectacle in the cosmos. All because of those foolish Saiyan monkeys. Though Shang Bo lamented the impending loss, his expression belied his words. A chill of indifference marked his countenance, and his voice bore an icy edge. Beside him, a blue-skinned extraterrestrial named Bolibulu, typically serving as Frieza's caretaker, spoke up. She appeared as a frail old woman, yet she possessed the audacity to express her opinions without reservation in the presence of the infamous Frieza. Without the Saiyan monkeys, Frisia's legion would suffer a significant decline in power. It seems that once the Scions are eradicated, he must swiftly replenish these losses. For such inexpensive combatants must be adequately restored. Although Frisia's reputation in the North Galaxy is notorious, and he is merciless to his subordinates, he seems to find himself at a disadvantage with Belibulu, who, crucially, faces no retribution from him. This unique dynamic grants Belibulu a rather special status within Frisia's ranks. It is said that Frisia has begun selecting warriors within his legion, and results should emerge soon, allowing their strength to be rapidly restored. Thus, Belibulu need not worry. For Frisia is indeed aware of these matters. Xiaolong, being a veteran within Frisia's legion, was responsible for this selection process. Despite being part of the same faction, power struggles still exist. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed serenely at planet Vegeta, his demeanor unruffled. It appears I have underestimated Frisia. Belibulu chuckled softly, a shadow of gloom flickering in her eyes as she turned her gaze toward planet Vegeta, which from afar appeared as a blue and white orb. Exceptionally beautiful against the dark backdrop of space, resembling a dazzling gem suspended in the void. At that moment, all the minions of Frisia's legion peered through the ship's observation windows, their eyes alight with fervor and their expressions brimming with excitement, as if they were about to witness a grand performance. At last, the tyrant Frisia was prepared to strike. Let the annihilation of the Saiyan monkeys commence. From this, one can discern the profound disdain the Scions experience in the cosmos. Even the minions under Frisia's command wish for their swift annihilation. It is my first encounter witnessing the king in action while serving in his legion. You may not be aware, but the king possesses the remarkable ability to effortlessly shatter a planet. On one occasion, during a mission, I was fortunate enough to witness the king transform a planet into a dazzling firework display. A sight so breathtaking it could only be described as the most exquisite spectacle in the universe. One of the underlings, brimming with excitement, seemed to derive immense pleasure and benefit from the thought of planetary destruction. You are indeed fortunate, he remarked, but I too shall soon behold such beauty. Hearing his boast, another minion could not help but eagerly anticipate Frisia's impending display of power. Although Frisia proclaims himself the emperor of the universe and is infamously notorious in the North Galaxy, he seldom intervenes directly. Thus, the opportunity for his subordinates to witness Frisia's personal involvement is exceedingly rare, making this impending explosion of a planet an event of extraordinary anticipation. Outside the planet Vegeta, the entirety of Frisia's legion held their breath, their gazes fixated on his figure, anxious not to miss a single moment. On the exterior of Frisia's flagship, he sat in his diminutive craft, emitting a chilling, maniacal laughter that sent shivers down spines, all while his eyes remained locked on the distant planet Vegeta. After a brief flight, Frisia came to a halt, extending a finger as a red sphere of light coalesced at its tip. With the emergence of this luminous orb, the already frigid void of space grew even colder. Suddenly, the minuscule sphere expanded dramatically, swelling to a colossal fireball several hundred meters in diameter before finally stabilizing. In proximity to planet Vegeta, this massive fireball appeared as mere grains of sand, yet the immense pressure it exerted was palpable, even to the Scions residing on the planet. This fireball was Frisia's planet-destroying projectile, a single one capable of obliterating an entire planet. Saiyan monkeys, prepare to meet your demise alongside your world. Frisia cackled maniacally. Although sound does not travel in a vacuum, the twisted visage of Frisia conveyed a chilling aura. Chapter 49. The Annihilation of Planet Vegeta. With a sinister gesture towards planet Vegeta, the concentrated fireball, resembling a miniature sun and brimming with tremendous energy, launched forth toward its target. As the fireball approached the boundary between Vegeta's atmosphere and outer space, it revealed its true power and terror. The immense energy of the fireball pressed against the atmosphere of planet Vegeta, generating a violent storm that swept across its surface. The air was rent with terrifying sounds of tearing and rending, echoing ominously across planet Vegeta. The atmosphere was forcefully pushed aside by a colossal fireball imbued with tremendous energy. From the surface, it appeared as if another sun had emerged in the sky above planet Vegeta. However, to the Scions, this celestial orb seemed to grow larger, emanating an overwhelming aura that left all Scions gazing in astonishment at the ever-expanding fireball. As it descended, the fireball radiated a terrifying heat, scorching everything in its vicinity to ashes. Finally, the moment had arrived for King Frisia to unleash his might, a spectacle that was nothing short of magnificent. The sheer force of his presence instilled a sense of hopelessness. Planet Vegeta and its Saiyan inhabitants were on the brink of annihilation. Was this truly the extent of King Frisia's power? Such an appalling aura and oppressive force. It was astonishing to witness the full measure of Frisia's strength. It was indeed our honor to behold his prowess in action. Among Frisia's ranks, all the extraterrestrials, upon witnessing the planetary obliteration beam hurtling toward planet Vegeta, were left in a state of shock, their hearts swelling with a flicker of admiration as they gazed at the diminutive figure aboard the spacecraft. A surge of fervor coursed through them. What was happening? Surely, Frisia had initiated his attack. He intended to obliterate planet Vegeta and eradicate the Saiyan race entirely. The gathering of Saiyans summoned by Frisia had been shrouded in mystery, prompting King Vegeta to assemble the elite warriors of their race in the royal capital. In that moment, the Saiyans in the capital reacted with urgency. A wave of energy surged forth as figures ascended into the air, realizing the impending crisis. All Saiyans unleashed their most formidable auras, charging toward the descending fireball with fervor. In other regions, Saiyans witnessed this scene and, too, unleashed their full power in united assault against the fireball. However, the royal capital housed the mightiest of the Saiyan warriors, representing the very essence of their lineage. Though notorious for their ferocity, their fighting spirit commanded respect. Was this the legacy of their ancestral blood? Alas, it had been tainted during its transmission. Otherwise, this race could have achieved greatness. Observing the Saiyans, regardless of their individual combat prowess, unleashing their full strength toward the planetary annihilation beam, one could not help but marvel at their indomitable spirit. In the future, it may be possible to preserve the remaining Saiyans' bloodline, purifying the taint that plagued it, allowing them to be reborn anew. Xiaolong, who had long harbored plans for the Saiyans, reflected on this. It was a tragedy that such a promising race faced extinction due to an incompetent leader. This individual truly deserved condemnation. As for King Vegeta, Mythia held him in utter disdain, regarding even the utterance of his name as an affront to her dignity. His demise was of little consequence to them. In fact, it would be advantageous. The future of a new Saiyan race would be entrusted to Bardock. Bardock, the first to transform into a Super Saiyan, or rather a pseudo-Super Saiyan in this era, garnered considerable optimism from Xiaolong. As the two engaged in conversation, the Saiyans below clashed with Frisia's planet-destroying energy sphere. Boom! 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 The energy beams unleashed by the Saiyans extinguished one after another, utterly powerless against the advance of Frisia's destructive force, which surpassed their meager combat power of merely over 10,000. The initial wave of resistance ended in failure. How could this be? Why was this attack so overwhelmingly potent? How could that detestable Frisia possess such might? At this moment, the pride of the Saiyan elite shattered, confronting a life-and-death crisis. Their previous notions and hopes regarding Frisia were ruthlessly obliterated. How infuriating! Is it truly the fate of my Saiyan race to be annihilated in this manner? Have I been so arrogant? A sliver of regret flickered in King Vegeta's heart as he realized that the anticipated scene of all Saiyans uniting to vanquish Frisia had not materialized. Instead, their forces crumbled like fragile paper with the slightest touch. Damn it, can we endure no longer? Is this how it ends? The Saiyans let out defiant roars of indignation. In the instant the planet-destroying energy sphere descended upon them, the Saiyans vanished without a trace. Saiyan. The more you writhe and scream, the more delighted I become. Frisia laughed with glee, reveling in the anguished cries of the Saiyans beneath his planet-destroying sphere. However, unbeknownst to all, those Saiyans who came into contact with the energy sphere emitted an almost imperceptible glimmer in a fraction of a second before impact. Would such a commotion go unnoticed by the deities? Mythia, observing the transfer of each Saiyan to planet Sadala, harbored concerns that their subtle maneuver might attract the attention of the Grand Priest and the Omni King. Fear not, I have woven an illusionary array across this battlefield, effectively shielding it from all means of divine perception. They seek only the outcome and are unlikely to inspect personally. Even if they do, they will see only the results I wish to present. Xiaolong's speculations proved accurate. The Saiyans, seemingly insignificant in their eyes, were indeed of no concern to the deities. Were it not for the fear of exposure, even Xiaolong's large-scale collection of these Saiyans would not have warranted their attention. As more Saiyans vanished beneath the planet-destroying sphere, the remaining ones, their eyes bloodshot with fury, stood resolute, unwilling to retreat even in the face of such dire circumstances. In a previous life, those traitorous turncoats would have surrendered long before the enemy arrived, a disgraceful act indeed. Li Xiaolong reflected on the stark contrast between those traitorous elements and the indomitable spirit of the Saiyans. Frisia, I shall not allow you to prevail. Bardock let out a furious roar, propelling himself forward to confront the energy sphere, arms outstretched, determined to catch the planet-destroying force. Upon witnessing Bardock's actions, countless Saiyans surged toward the annihilation bomb, striving to shield it with their own flesh and blood. A fierce roar escaped Bardock, amplifying his presence. As the aura enveloping him shifted hues, reminiscent of Goku's initial transformation into a Super Saiyan. Is this what you refer to as the transformation into a Super Saiyan? It undeniably ignites a fervor within. Mephi mused as she observed Bardock's aura soaring like a rocket. Indeed, it is unfortunate that his foundation is rather fragile. Otherwise, he might have succeeded in his transformation today. Should I lend him a measure of support? No, it is best not to draw attention. Li Xiaolong relinquished the idea of augmenting Bardock's energy. While Bardock's sudden surge was somewhat exhilarating, it paled in comparison to the overwhelming power at play. He was not the protagonist capable of triumphing over foes through sheer will. Ultimately, Bardock vanished beneath the annihilation bomb, and with his obstruction removed, the bomb descended upon planet Vegeta unimpeded, heralding the commencement of true devastation. The colossal annihilation bomb plummeted with unstoppable force, shattering the hardened surface as if it were mere paper, creating a vast crater in its wake, directly penetrating the planet's core. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted. Continents fractured with a thunderous roar, and the planet lamented as it transformed into a fiery inferno, lava engulfing its entirety. An apocalyptic scene had befallen this world. It is indeed a pity to squander the essence of this planet. It would be wiser to absorb it, merging it into the essence of the five elements, thereby enhancing their strength and the planet's essence. At that moment, Li Xiaolong clutched a pulsating orb of light, which seemed aware of its impending obliteration, submitting willingly as he prepared to collect it. Well, this planet was originally the mother star of the Five Virtues clan. Integrating its essence into the realm of the five elements could be seen as a return to its origins. Observing the essence orb in Li Xiaolong's grasp, Mephi attempted to make contact, only to find that no matter her efforts, she could not touch the orb that lay so close, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Boom! In the dark void of the universe, the explosion of planet Vegeta transformed the emptiness into a grand display of fireworks, as the planet shattered into countless pieces. In outer space, Frisia's minions had already maneuvered their ship far from the blast radius. In the monitoring room of the spacecraft, a wave of apprehension washed over as they observed on the screens the rapid disappearance of life signs, until in mere moments, not a single trace of life energy remained visible. Planet Vegeta, or rather the former plant, had been entirely erased from the cosmos in this fierce explosion. As the remnants of the explosion dissipated and the cosmos regained its tranquility, the once resplendent blue and white planet that orbited planet Vegeta had vanished, leaving behind a myriad of scattered and irregularly sized meteors, drifting mournfully in the void. These remnants were the sole testament to the existence of a planet that had once thrived, perhaps in countless years to come. These meteors might coalesce once more to form a new world, though whether life would arise anew remained uncertain. Chapter 50. Journey to Sadala. Lord Frisia, all traces of life in the direction of the former planet Vegeta have been utterly extinguished. Not a single Saiyan has escaped. All perished at the hands of your planet-destroying weapon. Shambo reported the findings to Frisia, his eyes filled with profound reverence for the tyrant. Ha ha, I personally took action. Mere Saiyan monkeys could not possibly survive, he cackled. The destruction of a high-ranking planet indeed produces a spectacular display of fireworks, far more beautiful than the others I have annihilated. Frisia's expression was grotesquely exaggerated, his purple lips and contorted visage rendering him utterly chilling. Beliblu interjected with a scoff. Lord Frisia, in your momentary thrill, you have obliterated such a formidable fighting force as the Saiyan monkeys. Your recklessness will hinder the Frisia Force-S expansion for a considerable time. Beliblu's words carried a tone of reproach towards Frisia, causing the other minions, who had been thoroughly awed by Frisia's display, to gaze at him in astonishment. Does Mr. Beliblu believe my actions were misguided? Frisia's voice dropped ominously, sending shivers down the spines of the minions, who feared he might turn his wrath upon Beliblu. Is it not so, Lord Frisia? Although the Saiyans may often prove ineffective, they are exceptional warriors. With minimal compensation, they could have aided us in our conquests. They're truly a valuable resource that can be renewed. We could have opted for a different approach to diminish their ranks, allowing the Scions to charge into battle willingly. Biliblu stood resolute, unyielding before Frisia's recent display of power, his gaze unwavering. All present, especially the lesser aliens, regarded Biliblu with astonishment, eager to witness how Frisia would respond to his audacity, with the exception of the elder figures like Shambo. Ha! Frisia narrowed his eyes slightly, and amidst the astonished gazes of his minions, he retracted his menacing aura, surprisingly not angered, and began to elucidate to Biliblu. Mr. Biliblu, you misunderstand. My destruction of the Scions was not for mere amusement. It was in accordance with the divine decree bestowed by Lord Beerus 11 years ago, who harbored a profound displeasure towards the Scions and sought their annihilation. I merely acted in compliance with Lord Beerus's divine will to eradicate the Scions. What? Lord Frisia is actually providing an explanation to Biliblu? Surely I must be mistaken. Countless minions were left in shock. Indeed, as King Frisia has stated 11 years ago, Biliblu was en route to the Great King's domain, thus missing this affair. The matter of the oracle is seldom discussed, and given Frisia's prohibition on casual mention of it, it is entirely understandable that you remain unaware. Shambo promptly emerged to echo Frisia's words. Lord God of Destruction Beerus, Biliblu exclaimed, astonished to learn that it was the oracle of Lord Beerus, a being far beyond their reach. The revelation that such a decree would descend upon Frisia left him utterly astounded. It turns out this oracle originates from Lord Beerus. If that is the case, it must be obeyed. I had thought, perhaps, that you, Lord Frisia, feared the legends surrounding the Super Scions and sought to annihilate them. Upon hearing Biliblu's remark, Frisia scoffed disdainfully, his expression akin to that of one who gazes upon inconsequential refuse. In this vast universe, aside from Lord Beerus, there exists no being whom I, the mighty Frisia, fear. To me, the rest are but mere trifles, ha ha ha. At this moment, Frisia was exceedingly arrogant, yet oblivious to the trials that time would later bestow upon him. This little fellow is remarkably conceited. Perhaps we should arrange for someone to give him a thorough massage to relieve his tension. Mephi mused, intrigued by Frisia's brash demeanor. He will face Goku in due time, and once he accepts his fate, we shall properly train him. Xiaolong, however, found little interest in Frisia, for he was now infinitely stronger than Frisia with but a mere breath. Indeed, it is best not to complicate matters further. Since our business here has concluded, let us proceed to planet Sadala. Surely those Scions have yet to awaken. When Xiaolong transported the Scions to planet Sadala, they were utterly exhausted and grievously injured. Yes, it is time to meet them and make some arrangements. I trust that after this experience of injury and crisis, their power will have increased significantly. He truly felt a twinge of envy towards these exceptionally gifted races. The Scions' ability to enhance their battle prowess through severe injuries is undeniably formidable. They grow stronger with every battle, unlike us Earthlings, who must diligently train. Alas, what a vexing predicament, Mephi lamented. Your words seem somewhat pretentious. While it may hold true for others on Earth, to apply such sentiments to myself and the Li clan would leave all who hear it speechless, she remarked. Despite her reasoning, the Earthlings under his guidance have diverged significantly from the original narrative. Moreover, the inhabitants of Li village represent Li Xiaolong's true foundation. All members of his lineage above his generation have surpassed the 5th tier, a feat unattainable through mere cultivation by other races. Indeed, while you encourage them to strive towards dimensional breakthroughs, once achieved, the absorption of vital energy to enhance their combat abilities will not be a simple task. Furthermore, as their dimensional understanding deepens, they will find it easier to grasp the principles of power, Mephi conceded, feeling somewhat reassured. Under the command of Li Xiaolong, both the inhabitants of Li family village and the rest of Earth's denizens, including the formidable beings from the 3 stars, were urged to exert their utmost efforts to transcend dimensions. The higher the dimension, the greater the comprehension, allowing for a swifter mastery of the laws of power. Should they seek to rapidly enhance their combat abilities, a higher dimension naturally aligns more harmoniously with vital energy. Moreover, Li Xiaolong had devised a method for expeditiously refining vital energy. Once they encountered a bottleneck in their dimensional cultivation and practiced this vital energy technique, the strength of his followers would experience an explosive growth. In the blink of an eye, Li Xiaolong and Myphia vanished from this expanse of stars. As for the so-called Super Saiyan, it was merely a fabrication designed to instill fear. Even if such beings truly existed, in the eyes of this king. They were nothing more than a trivial diversion. The notion of a Super Saiyan was merely a tale spun by the Saiyans to embellish their own reputation. Witnessing the obliteration of planets without the appearance of a so-called Super Saiyan, Frieza gradually swelled with arrogance, completely disregarding the warnings imparted by his father, Kurd. Shangbo, with a look of sudden realization, remarked that the Super Saiyan was merely a myth concocted by the Saiyans, a revelation that astonished him. Previously, he had thought of Saiyans as mere muscle-bound beings, but he was taken aback by their ingenuity in crafting such a narrative to deceive numerous powerful beings across the universe. Indeed, it was unexpected that the Saiyans possessed such wisdom. One must not underestimate the intellect of the cosmic beings. Bilibilu also appeared enlightened, expressing a certain lamentation. Very well. Let this matter rest, he concluded. Vegeta, that fellow, is still on a mission with a few ineffectual companions. Frieza certainly had not forgotten about Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyan race, who was held in high regard. Does Lord Frieza require us to eliminate their squad? They are currently on a remote planet executing a mission. I can obliterate them upon their return. Xiaolong displayed a keen enthusiasm for eradicating the Saiyans, particularly focusing on Vegeta. Had Frieza not previously revealed intentions to act against the Saiyans, he might have already targeted Vegeta's 5-member team. Let them be for now. They may still serve a purpose. I wish to ascertain whether this individual, burdened with expectations, can indeed become a Super Saiyan. Frieza dismissed Xiaolong's suggestion. This characteristic of the Dragon Ball universe's denizens was a shared trait. They were prone to flamboyance, regardless of whether they were Saiyans or other races. As you wish. Lord Frieza. However, aside from Vegeta's team, you shall not prevent me from eliminating the remaining Saiyans, will you? Xiaolong grinned at Frieza, lacking the fervor displayed by Bilibilu. That is at your discretion, but do ensure that Vegeta remains uninformed. Furthermore, disseminate the word that planet Vegeta suffered a catastrophic meteor strike, leading to its destruction and the extinction of the Saiyan race along with it. Rest assured, I shall execute your command flawlessly, Xiaolong replied, elated by Frieza's approval, as he readily accepted the assignment. Furthermore, the Frieza force is in urgent need of reinforcements. You must expedite the selection of suitable candidates. Mr. Shambo, Mr. Dodoria, this matter falls upon your shoulders, for several merchants have already placed orders for the planet. Should there be any delays, hefty penalties will ensue. Ha ha ha. Chapter 51. The Rebirth of the Saiyans. Oh, who would have thought that Lord Frieza would adhere to the merchant's regulations? It seems that Lord Frieza has undergone quite a transformation. Chimed in Bilibilu, his voice ill-timed. Frieza, Frieza, respunda vida genial smila. Mr. Bilibilu. I am not only a competent cosmic sovereign, but also a shrewd businessman at times. Despite his notorious reputation throughout the cosmos, Frieza, who prides himself as a formidable warrior, remains a man of his word. Take, for instance, the soldiers within his ranks. Many are mere cannon fodder, yet Frieza provides them with astonishingly generous salaries and benefits. This is one reason why, despite his infamous nature, many are willing to serve under him. He may not be a virtuous individual, but he is an exemplary leader. Though he may eliminate subordinates when displeased, he generally treats them with a degree of amiability, ensuring that elders like Bilibilu dare not overstep their bounds. In commercial dealings, Frieza often presents himself as a refined gentleman, displaying humility even towards the less powerful warriors within his legion, compensating them adequately. Awaken now, Saiyans. At this moment, Xiaolong and Myphia have already arrived on planet Sadala. This planet has been revitalized by Xiaolong using the Dragon Balls for several decades, during which time it has remained untouched by living beings, allowing its ecosystem to thrive splendidly, now exuding vitality. Upon seeing the Saiyans sprawled across the ground, Xiaolong waved his hand, infusing them with pure energy, which completely healed their injuries. Soon, the Saiyans began to stir awake. Where are we? We're not dead. Indeed. Are we not deceased? That accursed Frieza. We shall avenge ourselves. Yes, vengeance. Vengeance. The awakened Saiyans, oblivious to Xiaolong and Myphia, rallied together. Their thoughts of revenge ignited upon seeing their comrades unharmed. Only Bardock retained his composure. Assessing his condition, he scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted Xiaolong and Myphia. Silence. Xiaolong commanded with a low growl, though he refrained from exerting much power, lest these Saiyans burst apart. As Xiaolong's voice reverberated in the minds of the Saiyans like thunder, they gradually quieted and turned their attention to him. Bardock, please step forward and address your kin. Xiaolong encouraged, intentionally designating Bardock as the new leader of the Saiyan race. May I inquire as to the identity of this esteemed individual? Although he suspected that Li Xiaolong had saved the Saiyan in the arena, he was still unfamiliar with him and began to inquire. I am Li Xiaolong, and this is my wife, my Fia. You may refer to me as the martial ancestor and my wife as the martial ancestress. I am merely a passing earthling, and you shall come to understand what earth is in due time. A formidable aura erupted from Li Xiaolong, overwhelming all the Saiyans, including Bardock, forcing them to their knees. You Saiyans uphold the principle of strength above all. I find no fault in this. Thus, I hereby appoint the strongest among you, Bardock, as your new king. Do any of you have objections? Li Xiaolong, perceiving the simplicity of the Saiyans' minds, deemed it unnecessary to engage in superfluous dialogue, opting instead for a display of sheer power. Since there are no objections, let it be so. Why do you not pay homage to your new king? Is there dissent against my decree? Noticing that the Saiyans remained unmoved, Li Xiaolong unleashed his oppressive aura once more. Bardock found himself momentarily at a loss in this extraordinary situation. Faced with the undeniable pressure, the assembled Saiyans had no choice but to bow before Bardock as their new king. I am aware that some among you harbor discontent. Thus, let be known, should anyone defeat Bardock, they shall take his place as king. Once the crowd had acknowledged Bardock, Li Xiaolong added another layer to the challenge. Bardock, you must give it your all. This is a matter of your Saiyan honor. He provoked, wary that Bardock might hold back. With a wave of his hand, a magnificent arena materialized before them. You shall compete upon this stage, where any wounds sustained will heal automatically. Consider this a gift from me. This arena was conceived by Li Xiaolong, taking into account the Saiyans' propensity for battle and their resilience in the face of near-fatal injuries. It would serve as a foundation for the Saiyan lineage. I shall give my utmost, Bardock pledged. Upon learning that Li Xiaolong was an earthling, Bardock thought of his son. Kakarot, if Li Xiaolong bore no ill will towards them, Kakarot would surely flourish under the guidance of such a formidable being. Just then, a massive Saiyan leapt onto the arena. His physique bore a striking resemblance to Broly, robust and imposing like a mountain. However, upon closer inspection, Li Xiaolong discerned that he merely possessed a formidable stature, lacking the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. With a battle power exceeding 20,000, he is indeed impressive. In the context of Earth during that era, he could have ruled supreme, my Fia remarked, observing the hulking Saiyan. Indeed, yet today's Earth, even when combined with the entirety of the seventh universe, pales in comparison. Although this individual boasts over 20,000 in battle power, Bardock, having trained through the mimicry of Super Saiyan and recovery from severe injuries, has attained a staggering 1 million, an insurmountable gap. Surely, after some time under our tutelage, Bardock will fully transform into a Super Saiyan, came a consensus. As Bardock embraced the form of the Super Saiyan, bolstered by the recent infusion of energy from Li Xiaolong, his power surged dramatically. In the midst of their conversation, the robust Saiyan was sent hurtling into the arena's energy barrier by a single punch from Bardock, rendering him unconscious. Are you all right? Bardock exclaimed in astonishment, realizing he had not even exerted his full strength. Fear not, he shall awaken shortly. However, you may be unaware of your own combat prowess at this moment. Your power level has reached an astonishing 1 million. It is only natural to feel a bit disoriented after such a sudden increase, Li Xiaolong remarked, eager to move beyond the trivial exchanges of blows. What? Has Bardock truly become this formidable? The other Saiyans gasped, their disbelief palpable as they regarded Bardock with newfound respect. It was no wonder he had so easily defeated me with a single strike. He has grown so powerful. The stout Saiyan, now regaining consciousness, acknowledged Bardock's strength with a newfound admiration. Is there anyone else willing to challenge? Li Xiaolong inquired, satisfied with the outcome he had achieved. We humbly pay our respects to the new king. All the Saiyans knelt in unison, their allegiance to Bardock now firmly established. Haha, there is no need for such formality. Please rise, Bardock said, still grappling with the unexpected role of king that Li Xiaolong had thrust upon him. Now, Saiyans, you have endured your fated trials and have emerged reborn. I shall bestow upon you the means for your new existence. In the original course of history, your race was destined for annihilation by Frisia. All present Saiyans would have perished with the destruction of planet Vegeta. It is we who have granted you this second chance. And you must sever ties with the past, Mafia explained, stepping forward. Chapter 52, Loyalty of the Saiyans. We are profoundly grateful to the martial ancestor and his esteemed consort for saving our lives. I lead the Saiyans in pledging our allegiance to you, martial ancestor. With unwavering loyalty, Bardock declared, demonstrating his understanding by proclaiming his submission to Li Xiaolong. We willingly acknowledge the martial ancestor as our sovereign. Eager to follow in your footsteps and obey your commands, the Scions proclaimed, their newfound wisdom evident as they willingly recognized Li Xiaolong as their leader. After all, he had silently rescued them from the impending doom of planet Vegeta and possessed the power to immobilize even the mightiest among them, such as Bardock, with merely his aura. The sheer display of Li Xiaolong's ability to create from the void had left them utterly astounded. Very well, I accept your allegiance. You shall take pride in your choice today, for you are destined to witness an unprecedented era of prosperity for the Scions. Li Xiaolong was exceedingly pleased with the perceptive Scion, as he now had an additional group of formidable fighters under his command. Although they were referred to as a group of fighters, Li Xiaolong was determined not to neglect them. Only by empowering them could he ensure they would accomplish greater feats on his behalf. Among you Scions, there exists a legend of the Super Saiyan, a concept that even you yourselves are uncertain of its existence. Allow me to enlighten you. The Super Saiyan is indeed real. Li Xiaolong directly conveyed the knowledge of the Super Saiyan to them, thus providing them with a clear goal. What? The Super Saiyan truly exists? Whereas Master Wuzu encountered such a being, everyone turned to Li Xiaolong with astonished expressions. I have indeed witnessed a Super Saiyan, he replied, but there is no need for envy. With my guidance, each of you will have the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan, provided you exert yourselves diligently. Li Xiaolong envisioned Goku and his companions achieving this transformation. He was also aware of a Super Saiyan in the afterlife, one who was at full power. However, this Saiyan was an ancestor of the current Scions, having lingered in the underworld for far too long, rendering a return to life impossible. What? Master Wuzu, can we all become Super Saiyan? This is wonderful. Our choice has indeed proven to be correct. Following Master Wuzu is our path forward. Should anyone dare to express dissatisfaction or question Master Wuzu, I shall be the first to deal with them, proclaimed a robust Scion, sliding to his knees before Li Xiaolong. Please, Master Wuzu, grant me the methods and I, Belia, am willing to do anything for you. The stout Scion, named Belia, bowed deeply before Li Xiaolong. Very well. Since you demonstrate such loyalty, I shall bestow upon you a method for body refinement in combat. Furthermore, I appoint you as the Grand Elder of Planet Sadala, second only to Bardock. Among the Scions, you are to heed Bardock's commands. I hope you will diligently train, contribute to the new generation of Scions, and lead them to achieve greatness. Thank you, Master Wuzu. Thank you, Master Wuzu. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Belia repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Li Xiaolong held no particular disdain or fondness for individuals like Belia. However, he appreciated that Belia was the only one among the Scions to take such initiative, setting a commendable example. At the very least, Belia was willing to set aside his so-called pride in pursuit of strength, seizing every opportunity, unlike Vegeta, who often created unnecessary turmoil due to his inflated sense of pride, which he could not resolve on his own. With a swift motion, Li Xiaolong imparted a technique into Belia's mind, a uniquely tailored method for body refinement and combat. Though he was not a legendary Super Saiyan, Belia's physique was naturally suited for such practices. If he diligently followed the method, it was conceivable that his descendants might inherit or even surpass the bloodline of the Super Saiyan. Now, there is no need for impatience. I shall not favor one over another. Each of you will also receive a method for your own cultivation. Observing the other Scions in a state of urgency, Li Xiaolong offered words of consolation. Do you realize that the path you have trodden in the past was entirely misguided? He posed a probing question. Forgive me, esteemed Master Wuzu, but could you elucidate why our path was erroneous? Bardock inquired earnestly, devoid of ulterior motives. This brings us to the conditions necessary for you Scions to transform into Super Scions. To achieve this transformation, one must possess a tranquil mindset. It can also be described as having an adequate amount of S cells. Only when one harbors a serene disposition can sufficient S cells be generated within, which is the crux of my assertion regarding your previous missteps. Your rampant destruction across the cosmos, steeped in brutality, has distanced you further from the possibility of becoming Super Scions. Indeed, it is no wonder that since the eruption of civil strife, we Scions have regarded the Super Saiyan as mere legend. Our own actions have led us to this fate. Bardock, being somewhat versed in Scion history, recalled the turmoil that had erupted on planet Sadala, where benevolent Scions perished alongside the planet, while the savage ones roamed the universe until they finally settled on planet Vegeta. There are two additional prerequisites. One is to achieve a foundational combat power of 3 million, which Bardock will soon attain, while others must diligently strive. The final condition pertains to anger, although there exists an alternative means to fulfill it by concentrating all S cells within one's back. Satisfying these 3 conditions will enable you to transform into Super Saiyans. Regarding the transformation through anger, I do not wish to squander time having these Saiyans seek out opportunities to become enraged. I will impart to them the techniques for sensing and controlling their S cells, allowing them to transform into Super Saiyans as soon as their foundational combat power meets the requisite standard. Subsequently, I shall teach you the methods to feel and control your S cells, as well as techniques for rapid enhancement. Diligent practice will be essential. With gratitude, all Saiyans bowed in appreciation to Li Xiaolong for his benevolence. Furthermore, there exists a lingering peril within your bloodline from ancient times. Open your minds, and I shall resolve this latent danger within your lineage, ensuring that your future offspring will not inherit such vulnerabilities, and they will be even more formidable in their youth than you were. Li Xiaolong resolved to preserve the indomitable fighting spirit inherent in the Saiyan bloodline while purifying the remnants of chaos and cruelty, allowing them to naturally evolve into more peaceful and benevolent beings, yet retaining their courageous fighting hearts. The Saiyans are undeniably well suited to the combat principles I have previously comprehended, though it is a pity that these principles represent merely a lower tier of laws, with their prospects not particularly bright, lamented Myphia. Fear not. It ultimately depends on their fate. The principles of law are not so absolute. If any among them truly breaks through, they may very well advance the combat principles further. He concluded, the essence of a law is contingent upon the strength of its wielder. If the possessor is formidable, the law itself shall also flourish. As exemplified by Li Xiaolong's prior comprehension of the angelic law, the demonic law, and the dragon god law, originally feeble constructs that gain potency in tandem with their master, who has reached the pinnacle of this realm, Li Xiaolong could not help but contemplate the future of Yukon, pondering the potential for him to advance the combat law with his guidance. In Chapter 53, Bardock transforms into Super Saiyan. Tranquility enveloped the atmosphere as Li Xiaolong sought to alleviate the latent dangers within the bloodlines of the Saiyans. He urged all Saiyans to sit cross-legged, while the purifying divine light flickered in his hands, casting radiant beams upon each individual. Having addressed the perils within their bloodlines, it was likely that their innate talents would soar to unprecedented heights. Myphia reflected upon the seals embedded within the bloodlines of Earthlings, contemplating that if these seals were to be lifted, the innate potential of Earth's inhabitants would undoubtedly surpass that of the Saiyans and the frozen demons. She speculated about the level of power required to unseal the bloodlines of Earthlings, eagerly anticipating the transformation that would ensue. It was conceivable that, upon the unsealing, Earthlings would possess talents comparable to that of Saiyans, possibly even at the minimum threshold. She sensed that the time was near. Perhaps once she ascended to the 12th tier, she would be able to liberate the seals within their bloodlines. The Earth would become an even more formidable force. And even if they were momentarily hindered by certain divine beings, Li Yun and others would be capable of handling the remaining adversaries. Li Xiaolong was merely 2 tiers away from the 12th, yet his attention was divided by numerous responsibilities, such as the affairs of the Saiyans, which necessitated his direct involvement. Even if Myphia were to intervene, her presence would likely draw attention. These distractions had indeed scattered his focus. Had he not been compelled to address these matters personally, he might have already achieved the 12th tier within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, and perhaps even perfected the laws. Myphia felt a pang of sadness. Although her own dimension had recently ascended to the 10th tier, the chasm between her and Li Xiaolong was profound, leaving her disheartened by her inability to assist him. There is no need for such sorrow. Guiding the Earthlings toward their resurgence has always been our shared aspiration. A gradual process allows us to derive a sense of accomplishment, does it not? Moreover, with you by my side, what more could I desire? Furthermore, allowing them to confront the seals within their bloodlines is not entirely disadvantageous. Once I facilitate their liberation, their talents and training progress will likely experience exponential growth. Presently, the inhabitants of Li's village have begun to sense the seals within their bloodlines, particularly those of Li Xiaolong's generation and beyond. He has imparted to them the techniques to challenge these seals, enabling them to simultaneously resist the seals while training. Naturally, Earthlings of the 5th tier and above are also aware of the seals within their bloodlines, and Li Xiaolong has similarly shared the methods to confront these seals. Consequently, Virtually all individuals on Earth are now cognizant of the existence of seals within their bloodlines, motivating them to train with renewed vigor. Bardock truly deserves his reputation as the first to attain the state of Super Saiyan. Remarkably, amidst the gradual dissipation of the latent threats within his bloodline, he has significantly augmented his combat prowess. It appears that once the inherent dangers of his lineage are entirely resolved, he will undoubtedly ascend to the Super Saiyan form. As the divine light cascaded upon Bardock, his aura steadily intensified. Li Xiaolong surmised that when the latent threats were fully eradicated, he would be capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Belial, too, exhibited commendable growth. His aura was consistently strengthening. Xiaolong, your discernment is truly exceptional, remarked Myphia, observing how Belial's energy was noticeably increasing at a pace surpassing that of the other Saiyans, which led her to commend Li Xiaolong's keen eye for talent. I would never admit that it was merely because he was adept at navigating social situations that I appointed him as the elder. Li Xiaolong chuckled to himself, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. In truth, even the less combative Saiyans demonstrated considerable enhancement, slightly trailing behind Belial's progress. Even during the days of Planet Vegeta, there existed Saiyans who shunned battle, such as Jine, who was tasked with domestic affairs. Although few in number, these non-combative Saiyans amounted to several hundred, and their advancement often exceeded that of their equally ranked peers. While the latent threats in the Saiyan bloodline stemmed from ancient deities, they were considerably weaker than the seals present in Earthlings' bloodlines. With a dedicated effort over the course of an hour, Li Xiaolong successfully resolved the latent threats for all the Saiyans. Boom! A formidable aura erupted from Bardock, swiftly followed by Belial. And soon the remaining Saiyans unleashed their energies as well. Impressive. None fell short of our expectations, Li Xiaolong noted, as Bardock's combat power surged to 4 million, putting him on the brink of transformation into a Super Saiyan, while Belial reached 2 million. Observing the prowess displayed by the two, both Li Xiaolong and Myphia were greatly satisfied, confident that with diligence, Belial would effortlessly meet the conditions for transformation, though enveloped by the overwhelming auras of numerous Saiyans. Li Xiaolong and Myphia remained unaffected. Thank you, Grand Ancestor, for alleviating the latent threats in our lineage, Bardock expressed as he knelt before Li Xiaolong, pledging his loyalty. Undeterred by his newfound strength, you may now prepare to transform into a Super Saiyan, Li Xiaolong declared, conjuring a formation that enveloped the entirety of planet Sadala. He was determined that the fortune of being the first Super Saiyan of this era would not be claimed by Bardock. It rightfully belonged to Goku. Li Xiaolong was uncertain whether the Grand Minister and the Omni King had delved into matters of fate, yet he deemed it prudent to take precautions. Moreover, Goku was destined to be the forefront leader in his future interactions with the Divine. The fortune of being the first to transform into a Super Saiyan in this era must be bestowed upon Goku. Channel the technique, attune your senses. Concentrate the S cells within your body to your back, and awaken the dormant power within. Although he had encountered the Saiyans who had ascended to paradise, he was now in a state of full power, having transcended for countless eons, capable of maintaining this form at any time and place. In this realm, he had yet to witness the transformation into a Super Saiyan, and he yearned to reminisce about the fervor of his youth. As you command, Master Wuju. Bardock's transformation mimicked Goku's movements from the original tale, and soon a roar reminiscent of a constipated elder erupted from his lips. The sound of your transformation is indeed quite similar to what you described, laughed Myphia, amused by Bardock's antics. Go on, don't stop. Noticing Bardock's embarrassment from Myphia's laughter, Li Xiaolong urged him to continue his efforts. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's encouragement, Bardock persisted, emitting sounds akin to his earlier struggle, striving towards the transformation. The initial transformation for Saiyan is always challenging. However, once achieved, it becomes significantly easier. After all, every beginning is difficult. To alleviate the awkwardness, Li Xiaolong took it upon himself to explain, Belia, your ancestral issues have been resolved. If you diligently practice according to the method I provided, you shall meet the conditions for transformation within a month at the latest. I hope you will exert your utmost effort. Boom! Rustle, rustle, rustle. A surge of combat energy erupted, causing the very planet of Sadala to tremble. Boom! The immense force cleared the clouds above, releasing a shockwave that formed a colossal mushroom cloud. Debris flew from the ground, peaks shattered, the earth quaked, and the ocean roiled under the tempest's fury. as the entire Sadala planet quaked under this terrifying energy. After a protracted period, the intense pressure finally dissipated, the dust cleared, and the anomaly vanished. At the center of this overwhelming force stood a figure, hair defying gravity, golden locks aglow, enveloped in radiant light. Rustle, 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 rustle. It was this form, finally witnessed once again, having spent nearly 4 decades in the Dragon Ball universe, and with thousands of years in the hyperbolic time chamber. He was now witnessing a scene reminiscent of his past life. Li Xiaolong felt a wave of nostalgia. In the blink of an eye, he had aged into the thousands. Although the current Super Saiyan before him paled in comparison, none could stand against his might. Not even Super Saiyan 4 or Goku in his Ultra Instinct form. He still held a fondness for the passionate memories of his youth. In the eyes of the Saiyans, an overwhelming aura radiated from that golden light, the essence of golden flames. It proclaimed the birth of their king, the Super Saiyan. Bardock emanated a golden radiance. His hair standing upright, green pupils piercing through the air, his muscles bulging, and his expression cold yet strikingly handsome, resembling a grown-up Goku. Evoking memories of Goku from his childhood. Chapter 54. The inability to cultivate dimensions. How astonishing. We must strive diligently, lest we fall too far behind Bardock. Observing Bardock's formidable presence instills in Belial a burning desire to chase after him. Is this truly the Super Saiyan? Is simply magnificent. In the future, we too shall transform into Super Saiyans, all thanks to Lord Wuju, who has bestowed this upon us. Indeed, I once believed that the Super Saiyan was merely a fabricated legend, yet here stands King Bardock before us. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, it feels as though we are in a dream. We owe it all to Lord Wuju. It is indeed dreamlike. Just a moment ago, we Saiyans faced the threat of extinction, and now our king has transformed into a Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan is undeniably remarkable. I must also exert myself, striving to transform into a Super Saiyan and serve Lord Wuju. The multitude of Saiyans, upon witnessing Bardock's stoic visage, resolved within themselves to work diligently and achieve their own transformations into Super Saiyans. Come forth, Bardock, Li Xiaolong beckoned, lifting his hand to summon the still immersed Bardock before him. This sudden movement astonished Bardock, who had been lost in the surge of power, causing a look of shock to replace his usual stoic expression. Thank you, Lord Wuju. At last, the Super Saiyan has re-emerged among my kin. Bardock knelt before Li Xiaolong, still somewhat inflated by the recent surge of power. The inherent combat inclination within Saiyan genes fuels their passion for battle, yet this fervor was quickly extinguished by Li Xiaolong's casual gesture. Enough. You need not be complacent with your current state. Your form is merely the nascent stage of a Super Saiyan, consuming an immense amount of energy. Once you master overcoming the exhilaration and ferocity that come with transformation, you'll be able to sustain this state naturally and for extended periods. Only then can you truly unleash the Super Saiyan's unparalleled power, a state I shall refer to as Super Saiyan 1 at full capacity. Li Xiaolong elucidated the path Bardock must pursue. Beware of arrogance. You are merely at the threshold of Super Saiyan 1, not even at full capacity. Moreover, there are further stages beyond this, such as Super Saiyan 2, 3, 4, Super Saiyan God, and Super Saiyan Blue. The journey ahead is still quite extensive. Strive towards full capacity now. He promptly informed everyone about the transformations beyond Super Saiyan 1, providing insights into each stage to prevent any premature self-satisfaction among them, thus establishing clear goals for their efforts. What? This form is merely the initial stage of Super Saiyan? There are so many more forms ahead. Bardock's momentary pride was swiftly replaced by a sobering realization. I had no idea there were so many forms of Super Saiyan. The other Saiyans murmured in astonishment. Indeed, should you attain the forms of Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan Blue, you may accompany me for a bit of fun to bring me some joy. Thus, you must work diligently, Li Xiaolong added, timely dousing their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Is Lord Wuju truly so powerful? Indeed, if the esteemed martial ancestor were not formidable, he would not hold such a title, nor would he possess the ability to create from the void. It is evident that our subservience to the martial ancestor is the wisest choice. Although Bardock has transformed into a Super Saiyan, he remains unable to fully gauge Li Xiaolong's strength, secretly relieved that he has refrained from any reckless actions. Now, I shall impart to you the true methods of cultivation. Li Xiaolong raised his hand, imbuing the longevity technique and dimensional method into the minds of all Saiyans. Diligently practice these, for they will form the foundation of your strength. Should you encounter any confusion, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Additionally, you may begin to familiarize yourselves with the knowledge related to Qi. Once more, a radiant sphere of light was unleashed, through which all Scions received enlightenment regarding the concept of Qi. I wonder how their mastery of the longevity technique and dimensional method compares to that of humans on Earth and the inhabitants of the other 3 planets. Surely, they will not lag far behind. Mephia remains optimistic about the Scions. The results will soon manifest, and we shall observe the outcomes. The longevity technique and dimensional method are indeed the cornerstones of becoming a formidable warrior. Without mastering these 2 methods, even if the Scions were to elevate their Super Scion forms, it would ultimately be futile, as their lifespan would forever be a shackle. Even if others cannot defeat them, mere endurance could lead to their demise. Before long, Xiaolong and Mephia had spent a month on planet Sadala, both wearing expressions of bemused incredulity. The Scions are truly remarkable. Such occurrences are beyond my expectations, and I have gained newfound insights. Reflecting on her earlier words, Mephia realized she had spoken too soon. She had not anticipated that the cultivation of the longevity technique would progress so slowly. However, in terms of Qi, their talent is exceptional. Astonishingly, within just a month, all of them have begun to sense Qi, and their capacity has significantly increased, which left Xiaolong feeling somewhat regretful. Although they possess talent in cultivating Qi, the inability to master the dimensional method renders their efforts ultimately futile. After a century, they would still return to dust, only to serve as transient pawns. Initially, witnessing the inhabitants of the other 3 planets successfully practice the longevity technique and dimensional method, and considering the unique aptitude of Earthlings in this regard, it is shocking that the Scions have become a counterexample, leaving Mephia in disbelief for quite some time. Observing their pace in mastering the longevity technique, it seems they will require at least 50 years. Fortunately, the Scions have relatively long lifespans. By that time, their generation may reach the 1st to 4th tiers, though ascending beyond the 5th tier will be impossible. However, through successive generations, it is likely that in 3 to 4 generations, many will emerge capable of reaching beyond the 5th tier. Xiaolong found himself at a loss for words. He had previously harbored hopes of witnessing 1 or 2 prodigies directly mastering the dimensional method. Yet, it turns out that even the cultivation of the longevity technique is exceedingly slow, a phenomenon affecting the entire race rather than being an isolated case. There is little that can be done. However, it is a comfort that even though their progress in the longevity technique is slow, their accumulation of Qi is rapid, and with their transformation, they can still serve as competent fighters. Mephia offered this reassurance to Xiaolong. This must be one of the rules of the grand universe. If they were to achieve immortality, no one could ever rival them. Currently, Xiaolong's laws have largely reached perfection, touching upon the next phase of the laws, which is the principle of regulation. Though it is one of the grand universe's rules, it does not imply that the master of these rules is targeting the Scion race. Rather, it reflects the balanced principle of the grand universe, which cannot allow any race to be overly perfect. However, should they surpass this limitation, the Scion race would ascend to unprecedented heights. Yet, breaking the rules cannot be accomplished by an individual or a single generation. It requires the relentless efforts of countless individuals across numerous generations. Without Xiaolong, the Scion race would not even glimpse the possibility of such hope. Well, it is time for us to return to Earth. Initially, I had intended for them to cultivate their foundations in the room of spirit and time, but now it seems unnecessary, that would only futilely deplete their lifespans. It is better to let them enhance their talents gradually on planet Sadala. Since I have imparted all that is necessary, Xiaolong is also prepared to return to Earth. Chapter 55, Taking on Students Broly. Let us depart. We have been away for quite some time, and I miss my little Tion. My Fia radiated the glow of maternal love. Now, Li Haoyan is over a year old. Yes, I miss little Tion too. There won't be much to attend to upon our return, allowing me to spend quality time with the little one. As my first child in 2 lifetimes, Xiaolong dotes on him immensely. Bardock, we are heading back to Earth. I will impart instant transmission to you, and I will also send someone to communicate with you. If you have matters to discuss, you can reach out to them or come to Earth to find us. Calling Bardock, Xiaolong conveyed instant transmission and shared the necessary instructions. Now he can implant instant transmission directly into others' minds. Unlike before when my Fia had to study on planet Yardrat. After we leave, you must diligently practice and not become complacent. Furthermore, You should refrain from venturing into the southern galaxy. As for seeking revenge on Frisia, that task will be entrusted to your son, Kakarot. On planet Sadala, your talents will be enhanced most swiftly, and if you feel inclined to spar, you may do so in the arena. We shall heed the esteemed martial ancestor's command and diligently practice as instructed. The Scions will respond promptly to any directives from the martial ancestor. Xiaolong, is there something you have forgotten? Just as the two were about to instant transmission back to Earth, Myphia reminded him. Ah, indeed, I had forgotten about that. Let us make a brief detour first. As Li Xiaolong recalled this, the Scions bowed and clasped their fists in respect, bidding farewell to the martial ancestor and his consort. Is this planet Wampa? The environment is truly harsh. I feel pity for little Broly. Witnessing such a dreadful setting made Myphia furrow her brows. It is entirely my fault. I should have taken him away from this place sooner. Fortunately, his father has not yet arrived. Otherwise, this little fellow would be doomed to a lifetime of suffering. Li Xiaolong felt a twinge of guilt for his oversight, allowing such a small child as Broly to confront the harsh conditions of planet Vampa alone. In the original tale, it took Paragus a considerable amount of time to locate Vampa. Now, by rescuing Broly, he could spare him from the torment inflicted by his father. Li Xiaolong recalled that in the original narrative, upon finding Broly, Paragus subjected him to inhumane control, driven solely by his own ambitions. In another version of Broly's story that Li Xiaolong had heard, Broly, under Paragus's control, annihilated all life on Earth and dominated the galaxy. Yet even this tyrant was ensnared by Paragus's manipulation. All chaos stemmed from Paragus himself. Who are you? Broly cautiously emerged from a cave, sensing voices outside. Little one, I am Li Xiaolong, your master. We have come to take you home, he declared, his heart aching as he gazed at the injured child, reminiscent of Li Haoyan. Little one, I am Myphia, your mistress. I have come with your master to bring you home, Myphia said tenderly, lifting Broly into her arms. Home? Broly gazed at the two, bewildered yet comforted by their presence, sensing an overwhelming sense of safety despite it being their first encounter. Rest for a while, dear child. When you wake, we will be home, Li Xiaolong uttered, casting a healing spell over Broly. Enveloped in a warm glow, Broly swiftly drifted into slumber within Myphia's embrace. Let us first address the latent dangers within this child's bloodline, Myphia suggested, aware that her purification abilities did not match Li Xiaolong's extraordinary prowess. It was evident that his intervention would yield far greater results. Very well, I shall take care of it, Li Xiaolong replied, channeling divine light from his palm to envelop Broly entirely. The sleeping child, cocooned in the purifying radiance, wore a serene smile upon his face. Indeed, the threats lurking within Broly's bloodline were far more severe than those found in other Scions. While his innate talents surpassed that of his peers, the potentialities of this temporal anomaly were significantly more profound. Li Xiaolong, upon sensing the condition of Broly's lineage, felt little surprise. Such circumstances had been anticipated. The ordinary Scions of the Sixth Universe bore no such dangers within their bloodlines and exhibited a tranquil disposition. However, Caulifla's transformation into Super Saiyan had also spiraled out of control, indicating that the Super Saiyan bloodline was not as simple as it seemed, and could not be understood through the lens of ordinary Scions. Is everything all right? Can it be resolved? Myphia inquired, hearing Li Xiaolong's contemplative words. No problem. It merely requires a bit more time. It appears that the hidden dangers within the Ultra bloodline and the ordinary Saiyan lineage are not left behind by the same malevolent entity. The malevolent force that left its mark on the Ultra bloodline is significantly more formidable than the other. Upon sensing the concealed energy fluctuations within Broly's bloodline, it is evident that they differ greatly from those of the ordinary Saiyan lineage. This energy is far more potent and possesses a strong capability to erode one's consciousness. It is no wonder that the Ultra transformation is so prone to losing control. This is not solely due to the overwhelming power being difficult to harness, but rather the insidious nature of the consciousness erosion is the fundamental cause. Although this energy fluctuation poses no threat to Li Xiaolong, it is a perilous menace to the already fragile souls of the Scions. It is understandable that if this hidden danger is allowed to persist, the Ultra transformation may ultimately become a mere shell of great combat prowess, as Myphia analyzed. A shell? Consciousness? Soul? Could it be that there exists in this world a supreme being adept in the art of possession, with the Ultra bloodline serving as a vessel prepared for him? Upon hearing Myphia's words, Li Xiaolong suddenly recalled the concept of possession, akin to Captain Jinyu seizing another's body. It seems this world harbors many concealed secrets. Perhaps the Ultra Transformation is an avatar he has fashioned. I am compelled to uncover who is orchestrating this affair from the shadows. Li Xiaolong directly cast a causality technique into the aura of the hidden danger, tracing back along the threads of causality, anticipating that it would not be long before he could ascertain the situation. Why do I sense something peculiar, an indistinct feeling of being probed? Could it be that the Omni King or the Grand Minister has detected my presence? In a chaotic space-time far removed from the Omni King's universe, a shadow sat in contemplation, gazing quizzically towards the direction of the Omni King's realm. It has been quite some time without any findings. Evidently, the distance from here is exceedingly vast. However, based on glimpses retrieved from the causality threads, it is clear that the entity is infinitely far from the Omni King's universe. Li Xiaolong has already resolved the hidden danger within Broly's bloodline, and, after waiting a while without any feedback from the causality line, decided not to linger any longer. Is the deterrence of the Omni King and the Grand Minister truly so formidable that even such a powerful being would keep its distance? It seems the dangers associated with the Ultra Transformation are largely methods left behind for his return. Mai Fia's understanding of the Omni King and the Grand Minister is solely based on Li Xiaolong's narratives. Thus, she still lacks a clear conception of their true strength. Chapter 56. CRs. Beneath this system, the Omni King and the Grand Minister are supported by the entirety of the universe within the system, especially as they belong to the highest echelon of deities. Even if the adversary possesses means, they cannot possibly rival the Omni King and the Grand Minister, not to mention the backing of so many universes. Although the Omni King has obliterated numerous universes within his realm, those universes are but trifles to him. This subtle means of probing was never exhibited by the Omni King and the Grand Minister before. What technique could it be that even I cannot detect? It is known that even during his peak, the Omni King's probing could be perceived by me. The shadow, restless and probing, sought the elusive threads of fate connected to Li Xiaolong, yet it remained unable to discern their existence. The agitation of the shadow stirred countless storms within this space, powerful enough to rend the very fabric of a universe. Had it not been for the peculiar nature of this realm, such violent fluctuations would have undoubtedly reverberated across other universes. Let us return, Li Xiaolong suggested, intent on orchestrating matters pertaining to Broly and Goku. With no feedback from the threads of fate, he resolved not to squander time on Wampa Star and promptly led Broly and Mephia back to Earth. As they arrived, he recalled Paragus, who was still scouring the cosmos for the location of Wampa Star. Through the vast expanse of the universe, Li Xiaolong employed a teleportation array to send Paragus to Sadala Planet. I entrust him to you. Teach him well and ensure that he harbors no unwarranted ambitions. His abilities do not yet support such aspirations. A voice resonated in Bardock's ear, and in an instant, a flash of light revealed Paragus. As you command, Master Martial Ancestor. I shall diligently instruct Paragus to become your loyal warrior. The array of techniques displayed by Li Xiaolong left Bardock astounded, intensifying his reverence. Where is this place? Bardock, what brings you here? Paragus, having inexplicably materialized in this palace, felt a surge of fear until he recognized the familiar face before him, which rekindled a sense of superiority from his time on planet Vegeta. How dare you address me? You should refer to me as King Bardock, for he is the appointed king of our Saiyan people on Sadala Planet by Master Martial Ancestor. Kneel. Belial's overwhelming presence forced Paragus to the ground. Belial, how could you have grown so powerful? I am a noble elite warrior. How dare you treat me thus? Paragus, still mired in the habits of planet Vegeta, failed to grasp the current circumstances. Belial is the Grand Elder of our Science on Sadala Planet, appointed by Master Martial Ancestor. You would do well to comply. Planet Vegeta is but a relic of the past, and under the guidance of Master Martial Ancestor, I shall lead the Science into a new era. Bardock unleashed his own aura, radiating golden light as a figure enveloped in golden flames materialized before Paragus. Once again, Paragus was forced to the ground, his shock morphing into terror, tinged with a hint of astonishment. Super Saiyan, Sadala Planet. I never imagined these legends were true. Super Saiyans truly exist. Paragus mumbled in a daze. Indeed, it is Master Martial Ancestor who has rescued our Saiyan clan, restored Sadala Planet, and brought us here. It is he who imparts to us the methods of cultivation and the secrets of transforming into Super Saiyans. Bardock and Belial exchanged words, articulating the recent transformations of the Saiyans. Belial, in an astonishing display, directly ascended to the form of a Super Saiyan, a reality that Paragus found utterly unacceptable. It is worth noting that on planet Vegeta, Paragus was indeed stronger than Belial. Yet, witnessing someone he perceived as weaker achieve the Super Saiyan status, while he himself wandered the cosmos in search of his son, only intensified his feelings of envy. Do you desire to become a Super Saiyan? All you need to do is pledge your unwavering loyalty to Lord Wuzu, vowing never to betray him throughout your life. Strive for the prosperity of the Saiyan race, and diligently follow Lord Wuzu's commands, and we shall impart to you the methods to attain Super Saiyan status. Furthermore, Lord Wuzu had proclaimed that Super Saiyan was merely the beginning, with subsequent forms such as Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, and even more powerful Saiyan transformations, all achievable by adhering to Lord Wuzu's teachings. As Bardock and Belial noticed that Paragus was already shaken, they began to persuade and tempt him with eloquent words. Paragus, captivated by their rhetoric and the radiant golden auras they emanated, made his decision. I promise you, I shall never betray Lord Wuzu, and I will tirelessly work for the advancement of the Saiyan race. Henceforth, I shall obey the commands of Lord Wuzu and you. King Bardock, though aware that Paragus still harbored some ambitions, Bardock and Belial were determined to extinguish any unwarranted aspirations he possessed, as long as he complied. Uncertain of the true nature of Lord Wuzu, who had managed to save their Saiyan lineage from Frisia's clutches, Paragus resolved to learn more about him. Lord Wuzu was said to be the most potent deity in the cosmos, the guiding light for the Saiyans, rendering Frisia nothing more than a minor nuisance, easily vanquished with a mere breath. Even in their current state, both Bardock and Belial could defeat Frisia, yet before Lord Wuzu, they too were no more than insignificant insects. The two recounted their respective battle powers and the circumstances surrounding their past. What? Lord Wuzu is that formidable? And you both possess battle powers exceeding 100 million? As Paragus absorbed this information, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, extinguishing the flickers of ambition that had burned within him. While Bardock and Belial continued to elaborate on the situation, on Earth, Li Xiaolong wore a look of delight. Seers, the first to transcend to Super Saiyan? I cannot believe this individual has managed to break through the confines of the grand cosmic laws, achieving the transcendental bloodline of the dimensional laws from eons ago. What a delightful surprise. At that moment, the threads of fate had returned with information regarding the shadow in that space. It is indeed a transcendental. This Saiyan is truly formidable. Even the rising stars of his own race cannot escape his clutches. It is no wonder that the transcendent Super Saiyans lose their sanity upon transforming. It is, after all, his sinister machinations. Mephia gazed disdainfully at the information regarding this being named Seers, a transcendent Super Saiyan. Indeed, this individual is truly despicable, having devised a method to erode the consciousness of those with the transcendent bloodline. Once they transform, over time, they become mere shells of power, their awareness consumed. This villain also refines these soulless transcendent bloodlines into avatars. What a malicious stratagem. Chapter 57, The Omni King, the Omni Demon. After billions of years, although the birth of the transcendent bloodline is exceedingly rare, the vast passage of time has likely resulted in an absurd number of his avatars. Who would have anticipated such a hidden powerhouse? While his methods are reprehensible, one cannot deny that he is a natural-born schemer. Mephia felt a sense of shock. After all, this Seers, as a Saiyan, is remarkably cunning and astute. It is known that Saiyans typically possess more muscle than brain cells, often favoring brute strength over contemplation. According to the information relayed by the causal line, Seers possesses tens of thousands of avatars, most of which boast combat prowess at the level of 100 quintillion. I estimate that he has around 100,000 avatars, though it is unlikely to exceed that number, as those avatars cannot cultivate dimensional techniques. Ironically, his own methods hinder their cultivation. Nevertheless, such a schemer likely views his avatars merely as expendable resources. It is astonishing to witness a Saiyan exhibit such cunning. Many of these avatars likely possess the strength of a destroyer god. Should they all launch an assault on the universe, it would undoubtedly wreak considerable havoc, unless the angels and the Omni King intervened. Otherwise, no universe will be able to withstand their onslaught. Since learning of the destroyer god's strength, Mephia's reverence for them has waned. After all, with a bit more progress, she could soon surpass an average destroyer god. Of course, surpassing Beerus, the strongest of them all, will require additional time, though that duration will not be extensive. Her current ambition is to keep pace with Li Xiaolong and, subsequently, to attain the angelic level as swiftly as possible. The information from the causal line indicates that Crs is infinitely distant from our universe. This individual was banished billions of years ago during a divine war. The information reveals that at that time, the universe was not nearly as vast as it is now. In fact, it was countless times larger than the current universe. Following that divine war, the universe was shattered into its present form, after which the Omni King took the initiative to integrate the cosmos under his dominion, followed by other deities amalgamating the smaller universes. So, such a great conflict transpired billions of years ago. I wonder if Earth was sealed as a result of that battle. Mephia speculated that the conflict was likely connected to Earth sealing. From this information, it is evident that this individual was merely a pawn in that battle. His mastery of dimensional magic was only achieved following that grand conflict, and it was not until millions of years later that another divine war erupted. His primary involvement was in this latter battle. The more Xiaolong learned, the more he regarded this Saiyan as a remarkable talent, one who grasped the art of survival and had even reached a level capable of challenging the Omni King. Truly, he would make an excellent subordinate. Xiaolong silently committed this individual to memory, resolved that he would seize the opportunity to recruit him under his banner in the future. Indeed, had he been an ordinary Saiyan, he would have perished amidst the tumultuous era of battle, rather than evolving into such a concealed powerhouse. Mephia also held a degree of respect for this Saiyan. Although his actions toward his own kin were reprehensible, they could not overshadow the brilliance of his cunning. Moreover, we have gleaned crucial information. Although the Omni King ultimately triumphed in the Second Divine War, he was shattered into two parts, one being the current Omni King and the other the Dark King. What an unexpected revelation. Xiaolong marveled at the information in his mind. Indeed, it was astonishing that in seeking a disciple, one could uncover such significant news. It was truly a delightful surprise. However, it was also surprising to learn that the Omni King, even in his fragmented state, retained such formidable power. How strong must he be in his complete form? We have a long journey ahead and must remain vigilant. Mephia has now begun to grasp the enormity of the Omni King's strength. Reminiscent of her earlier feelings when she first learned of the Destroyer Gods with only a power level of several tens of thousands. We have only trained for a few years, while they have honed their abilities for billions of years. Given time, we shall inevitably surpass them. You must have faith in me. Dear, I will lead you as we surpass them one by one. Noticing Mephia's despondency, Xiaolong offered words of encouragement. Yes, I believe in you. After all, you have already guided us through many seemingly impossible challenges. Under your leadership, Earth has grown immensely powerful. We will surely achieve our goals. Mephia replied, her spirit resilient. The sense of helplessness she once felt upon learning of the Destroyer Gods was far more daunting than her current situation. She was now on the verge of catching up to the strongest Destroyer God. Indeed, let us progress together. The involvement of this Saiyan in the fragmentation of the Omni King was significant. After the Omni King was divided, there was no longer such overwhelming power to govern the universe, leading to the idea of decentralized governance. This explains the multitude of universes and Omni Kings under his dominion, as well as the emergence of parallel timelines, aligning with the newfound information. Indeed, it is astonishing that the Omni King would employ such methods to govern the universes within his system. One wonders how many universes he currently governs across this vast cosmos, and how many Omni Kings exist. Mephia's curiosity was piqued. There is no rush to uncover this just yet. After all, one can only speculate about the myriad of strategies possessed by such a powerful entity as the Omni King. We shall prepare thoroughly before delving into this matter. For now, our focus must remain on the art of survival, for we are still far too weak in the presence of such formidable beings. Xiaolong harbored some conjectures about the Omni King's dominion over the universe, suspecting that he presided over countless realms. After all, the information gleaned from the causal threads indicated that, from his own universe to the realm of Saiyars, a staggering 90% of the universes belonged to the Omni King. It was likely that the number of these universes had already reached several tens of thousands. Should all these Omni Kings converge into one could only imagine the magnitude of their power. Xiaolong contemplated earnestly, recognizing the arduous journey ahead. He refrained from sharing these thoughts with Mephia, as even a single avatar of the Omni King was immensely formidable. The prospect of tens of thousands was utterly daunting. Moreover, there remained the fragmented remnants of the full demons, entities that Xiaolong recalled with trepidation, for even the fusion of the Omni King and his loyal guardians could not vanquish them. If the Omni King and the full demons were to unite, hope would seem all but extinguished. After all, even a mere avatar of the Omni King could govern 12 or 18 universes. one could only surmise that a united Omni-King and full demons might wield authority over the entire grand universe. This, perhaps, elucidated the origins of the Second Divine War, as those deities sought to resist the overwhelming might of the Omni-King. It seemed that the Second Divine War arose from the necessity of those deities to curtail the Omni-King's power, and thankfully, they managed to scatter him. Otherwise, opportunities for resistance would have been scarce. Indeed, with such deities present, they naturally stood in opposition to the Omni-King. Their presence allowed them the luxury of time to develop and grow stronger. Myphia's eyes lit up at this notion, affirming that they need not worry excessively. Although those deities were not without their own dubious intentions, perhaps even instigating the earlier conflicts on Earth, their primary role now was to withstand the pressure from the Omni-King. They must remain vigilant against these shadowy deities to avoid being ensnared by their machinations. Xiaolong maintained a degree of familiarity with these concealed deities, such as the sealed Mikakapura, the Demon Lord, and the Dragon God, among others. Chapter 58, Wukong's Amnesia. Worrying about other matters was superfluous. Their current task was to lead their subordinates in continuous cultivation to prepare for the impending conflict. Xiaolong had no desire for Myphia to expend excessive energy on these concerns. Their focus must remain on cultivation and guiding their followers. At that moment, he recalled the young warrior, Sun Wukong, who had already arrived on Earth. Xiaolong, play with Broly at home while your parents go to find you a good friend. Now over a year old, Xiaolong, a prodigy born into the fifth-dimensional realm, exhibited the cognitive abilities of a child aged 7 or 8, having been able to run and jump shortly after birth. Broly is your father's apprentice and will soon be your brother. You must get along well with him. In contrast to the quiet Broly, Xiaolong's personality was notably more exuberant, having inherited the exceptional talents of both parents, his intellect far surpassing that of ordinary children. Over the past year, Xiaolong has imparted simple teachings to Xiaolong. However, the martial arts that are quite challenging for ordinary earthlings have been effortlessly grasped by the young lad after just a few explanations from Xiaolong. This has filled both of them with anticipation for the boy's future, envisioning him as a formidable figure akin to Xiaolong when he matures. Father, mother, you need not worry. I shall protect my brother Broly with utmost diligence. I will impart all the martial knowledge you have taught me to him, so he too can become a strong warrior, the little one declared in a sweet, childlike voice. Indeed, my dear Xiaolong, you are so obedient. Truly the little treasure of your father and mother, already thinking of how to assist us, Myphia said, planting a gentle kiss on the boy's cheek, causing him to burst into joyful laughter. Now you and brother Broly can play at home. Your father and I will return shortly, Myphia continued. Broly from now on, Xiaolong is your elder brother. Be sure to get along well with him, she added, bestowing a kiss on Broly's cheek as well. In contrast to the lively Xiaolong, Broly exhibited a notably introverted demeanor, his face flushing as he nodded shyly. The two then teleported directly to Baozi Mountain, which, compared to the original story, remained largely unchanged, though the little cottage had significantly improved. Greetings, martial ancestor and martial ancestor lady, Sun Wukong, sensing their arrival, emerged from the cottage and was visibly delighted to see Xiaolong and Myphia. Excellent. Once this task is completed, you shall enter the hyperbolic time chamber. To compensate you for suppressing your realm for these years, I will reward you once you enter, Xiaolong remarked, surveying Sun Wukong with satisfaction. Thank you, martial ancestor. This is merely my duty. In comparison to what you have done for Earth, my contributions are insignificant, Sun Wukong replied humbly. The current Sun Wukong is far more formidable than his counterpart in the original tale. He has achieved the pinnacle of the fourth dimension and is on the verge of ascending to the fifth. In anticipation of Sun Wukong's arrival, he had adhered to Xiaolong's directives for years, stifling his own progress. Meanwhile, his contemporaries had been entrenched in the hyperbolic time chamber for decades, with time outside flowing at a ratio of 1 day to 10 years. Consequently, many of his peers have spent nearly 100,000 years within. Most of his contemporaries have ascended to the fifth dimension, with a select few reaching the sixth. Fortunately, Sun Wukong remains among the top tier of Earthlings in terms of talent. Once he fulfills his destiny with Sun Wukong, he will enter the hyperbolic time chamber to break through to the fifth dimension. With the assistance of the martial ancestor, he would not lag behind too much and might even surpass them, thanks to the opportunities bestowed upon him. Sun Wukong feels fortunate to have been chosen by Xiaolong, unaware that this was his fate from the beginning, the only difference being that he now has Xiaolong to guide him. Grandfather, who are this dashing uncle and the celestial lady? Little Wukong inquired as he noticed Sun Wukong lingering outside without returning. Is little Wukong so sweet-tongued at such a young age? Upon hearing the words of little Wukong, Li Xiaolong was somewhat taken aback. The Wukong in the original narrative had never uttered such melodious phrases. Wukong, this is the martial ancestor and his wife, who have come specifically to see you. Sun Wufan promptly introduced. You should address the martial ancestor and his wife accordingly. He quickly corrected little Wukong's title. It's all right. Let him address me as he pleases. Furthermore, I intend to have Wukong accompany Hao Ian, and I shall impart some teachings to Wukong in due course. They will be brothers in arms, so such a title is acceptable. Li Xiaolong remarked, unconcerned about the manner of address. Having resided in the Dragon Ball world for nearly 40 years, he finally encountered the fervent dreams of his youth. A sense of relief washing over him. The uncertainty he felt upon his arrival in this realm had dissipated through years of relentless effort. As Earth had grown immensely powerful under his guidance, he and those dear to him had strengthened alongside him, fulfilling a modest goal he had set for himself long ago. Little Wukong, you may call me Uncle Long from now on, and this celestial sister shall be addressed as Sister Fei Fei, Li Xiaolong declared, establishing the titles firmly. Uncle Long, Sister Fei Fei, little Wukong joyfully touched the back of his head and chuckled. Indeed, little Wukong is truly well behaved. Seeing the adorable demeanor of little Wukong, Mai Fia was quite fond of him. In her eyes, Li Haotian, Broly, and little Wukong each embodied different types of cuteness. Since the martial ancestor has spoken, we shall heed his suggestion. The people of Earth were unanimous in their compliance with Li Xiaolong's words. Martial ancestor, there's a matter I must report to you. A few days ago, Wukong fell off a cliff with me, and I discovered that he has lost his previous memories. His temperament has also become considerably gentler. When I first took in Wukong, he was quite volatile, but since his injury, he has turned exceedingly mild. Sun Wufan reported the matter of Wukong's amnesia. Has it occurred again? It seems there's indeed a hand, or perhaps a force of world correction, manipulating these events. I must ascertain whether there is someone orchestrating this, or if it is indeed the so-called world correction at play. A glimmer of divine light sparkled in Li Xiaolong's eyes as he enveloped little Wukong in a healing beam. Martial ancestor, observing Li Xiaolong's actions, a divine light surrounded Wukong. In Sun Wufan's eyes reflected a yearning for such a healing method. In Li Xiaolong's vision, a series of images unfolded, all featuring little Wukong. And these scenes flowed backward like a stream of water, retracing the events that had transpired during this time. The images froze at the moment Wukong fell from the cliff. And Li Xiaolong persistently replayed and scrutinized this segment for confirmation. Surprisingly, he found no evidence of external interference. Could it be that the so-called world correction truly exists? If it were a powerful entity intervening, it would certainly not elude my causal line of inquiry. Moreover, Sun Wufan is also a level 4. Even if Zeno were to act against a level 4, I would be able to detect it. Li Xiaolong continued to mutter to himself, leaving Sun Wufan in a state of perplexity. Please keep an eye on little Wukong for now. I can manage here, said Li Xiaolong, as little Wukong peacefully succumbed to slumber under his healing techniques. Chapter 59. The Force of World Correction. Xiaolong, what exactly is the force of world correction? Mai Fia inquired, having never encountered such a concept before in Li Xiaolong's musings. Emerging from his earlier mystical state, Li Xiaolong articulated his understanding. The force of world correction refers to the world's inherent ability to self-repair and rectify historical narratives. For instance, the plots found in novels and tales on Earth represent the historical threads of those narratives. Should someone disrupt this plot, the world's laws will intervene to restore and complete it. This embodies the force of world correction. What? The world possesses such a capability? Does that imply our endeavors may be in vain? Mai Fia exclaimed, taken aback by this astonishing revelation. After all, the existence of this so-called force of world correction seems far more daunting than the formidable foes like the Omni King. Those adversaries are tangible entities. Yet this conceptual force is elusive and immutable. Do not be alarmed. The force of world correction is not as fearsome as it appears. There is a saying, the small can be reversed, but the great cannot, as long as the main trajectory of the world's history continues along its original course. Our significant alterations will have little impact, Li Xiaolong reassured her, noting her profound reaction. The so-called great is merely an accumulation of countless small influences. If we are sufficiently powerful and effect enough small changes, we can indeed reverse even the grandest of trends. Moreover, if we grow strong enough, we can shatter the very force of world correction, he continued to elucidate his understanding of the dynamics between the great and the small. Even in the primordial chaos, when Hong Jun merged with the Tao, he uttered the phrase about the irreversibility of the great. Yet, with sufficient power, one can indeed breach the restrictions imposed by the Tao. Regrettably, the most promising factions, the three pure ones, the Witch Clan, and the Goddess Nuwa, have long fallen into Hongjuan's snare. The ultimate fate of the primordial realm seems destined to be completely under his control, with its denizens manipulated at his whim. This is precisely why I sought to connect with Wukong. He is the protagonist of our universe, the pivotal point in our historical narrative. Li Xiaolong disclosed to comfort Mei Fia. How do you know that Wukong is the protagonist of our universe? It is truly astounding. Does such a protagonist truly exist? Mei Fia responded, once again astonished by Li Xiaolong's declaration. Indeed, there exists a protagonist in this world, and in this era, the protagonist is Wukong. The Omni King may have once been the hero of the Divine War epic. My awareness of Wukong's status arises from the feedback of causal lines from CRs, along with fragments of cosmic information gathered along our journey. Although the two are companions on the path of cultivation, it is rather preposterous for one to be aware of historical narratives. Moreover, to avert any unforeseen consequences, it is prudent to keep such knowledge concealed. This revelation is even more astonishing than Trunks' time travel. Could it be that the information from this universe contains details about Goku? Mei Fia speculated. Indeed, based on the feedback from these universes, Goku's conduct aligns perfectly with the archetype of a protagonist. In every universe where Goku exists, he is undeniably the central figure. Even outside the Omni King's realm, wherever Goku resides, he embodies the essence of that universe's hero. Hence, I conclude that our universe's Goku is likewise the protagonist. You are indeed meticulous, Xiaolong. I had overlooked such a significant detail within the information. Fortunately, you uncovered it, or we might have missed a matter that pertains to our very existence. Mei Fia's initial alarm had now transformed into a sense of dread. I merely happened upon the information regarding our universe's Goku and subsequently analyzed it. Henceforth, let Xiaolong guide Goku and his generation. Besides, the young Goku has garnered the attention of many deities. Our interference may provoke their intervention. With Xiaolong's innate talent, I am confident he will adeptly lead the current youth toward the grand path. Li Xiaolong harbors high hopes for his son, Li Xiaolong, intending for him to lead the younger generation. With the likes of Broly, Goku, Vegeta, Krillin, and Piccolo as his foundation, it seems fortuitous. I feel reassured by the prospect of young Tian guiding his peers. By the way, what are your thoughts on Dr. Brief's daughter? Tai's age surpasses that of young Tian significantly, yet his younger daughter appears promising. She is bound to grow into a brilliant scientist. Marrying into our family wouldn't be a poor match. What do you think, Xiaolong? Just as the atmosphere remained somewhat tense, Mei Fia unexpectedly shifted the conversation to young Xiaolong's future marriage. Well, this matter is somewhat premature. Let them decide for themselves when they mature. After all, if we arrange it and they do not fancy each other, it would be unwise. Let their younger generation choose their own paths in marriage. Bulma is also an excellent prospect. We shall see how they feel as they grow. This sudden topic caught Li Xiaolong off guard. Nevertheless, he remains deeply confident in his son Xiaolong, for he has inherited the exemplary genes of both himself and Mei Fia. When he matures, he shall undoubtedly become a paragon. Moreover, Li Xiaolong is quite displeased with Bulma's union with Vegeta in the original narrative. As long as it does not involve Goku, he hopes to alter this aspect. Contemplating this, he believes that having Bulma as his daughter-in-law would be quite splendid, for she is a genius among geniuses, having developed a time machine even in the direst of circumstances. Although the nature of the universe under the King of All system implies that traversing time to alter the past results in the creation of parallel timelines, and that time machines merely navigate these parallel realms, this invention must be acknowledged as possessing an undeniable level of flawlessness. In the Dragon Ball universe, other iterations of Li Xiaolong might wonder if there exists any woman of similar stature to Xiaolong who could rival Bulma in excellence. As for Goku's situation, how do you intend to address it? Will allowing Xiaotian to lead them ensure their safety? Although Li Xiaolong reassures that all is well, Mei Fia remains somewhat concerned for Li Xiaolong. Let us approach Goku's circumstances with a sense of natural progression. As long as we do not alter the primary narrative arc surrounding him, even if Xiaotian assumes the role of his elder brother, it should pose no issue. From my observations, while Goku remains the protagonist in those universes, the events he experiences tend to differ slightly, so there is no cause for alarm. Although Li Haoyan was born into the fifth-dimensional realm, which might attract the attention of those powerful entities lurking in the shadows, it is crucial to note that his lineage is not solely derived from the blood of Earthlings in the Dragon Ball universe. He possesses half of Li Xiaolong's bloodline. Even if those deities were to discover Li Haoyan's uniqueness, they would merely regard him as a super genius with a hint of Earthling heritage. Li Xiaolong primarily seeks to evade the scrutiny of the Grand Priest and the King of All. However, without the method of causal detection, they would be incapable of discerning the identity of this concealed orchestrator through Li Haoyan. Chapter 60. Dr. Gallo. Master Wuju, I wonder when the fate you speak of will arrive for me. Li Xiaolong's words regarding his destiny have left son Wukong waiting in anticipation for many years. His curiosity, now overwhelmingly intense. Your fate is to be trampled beneath Goku's feet. Li Xiaolong refrained from speaking in riddles, opting to reveal the truth directly. What? To be crushed by Goku? That cannot be. Surely the young Goku could not defeat someone of my fourth-tier caliber. Son Wukong was taken aback, unable to fathom that his destiny involved being crushed by the very Goku he had taken in. This is because your fate has already been altered by me. However, this destiny was decreed by a deity far mightier than I, necessitating that you feign death beneath young Goku's feet before retreating into the hyperbolic time chamber for introspection. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, numerous individuals of fourth tier and above are currently in seclusion, a prospect son Wukong has long looked forward to. Will I still have the opportunity to visit Goku after this? I genuinely care for that boy. He has become like a grandson to me. Son Wukong gazed longingly at young Goku. You may emerge to see him at your leisure, provided you first report to me. I shall prepare the necessary concealment strategies before you can leave. Furthermore, Goku will also enter the hyperbolic time chamber, though he will only be permitted in the outer layer. As for the hidden star, he may only access it once he has fulfilled his destiny. Li Xiaolong contemplated that by the time of the Tournament of Power, he would likely rival the strength of the King of All or the Grand Priest, or perhaps he would have created his own universe beyond the King of All system. At that point, he would have no need to fear them, for he would be surrounded by exceptional talent. I am reassured, for I shall heed the arrangements of the esteemed martial ancestor. Li Xiaolong's directives have garnered great satisfaction from son Wukong, as there exists no superior method. It is imperative to note that your destiny awaits you in a decade. Thus, patience is essential. During this interval, you shall nurture little Wukong and delve into the profound realms of martial arts. Li Xiaolong imparted a radiant beam of enlightenment into son Wukong's mind, a luminescence imbued with extensive knowledge. This included insights into the cultivation of dimensional techniques, unique martial secrets, and seeds of law, alongside interpretations of these laws. Such wisdom shall enable son Wukong to grasp the laws with greater swiftness and opportunity than his peers. Although Li Xiaolong intends to bestow similar gifts upon formidable subordinates who surpass the 8th tier in the future, son Wukong is already significantly ahead in this regard. Moreover, I would encourage you to frequently invite little Wukong to our abode, fostering interactions between him and Haoyan. I shall also ensure that Haoyan visits you often. As Li Xiaolong departed, he imparted this advice, primarily to prevent little Wukong from becoming too detached from society. While this may nurture his sincere heart, it is crucial that Wukong remains grounded in the present. I extend my gratitude to the martial ancestor for permitting Wukong to visit Li Xiaolong's home. For son Wukong perceives this as a remarkable opportunity, and he recognizes Li Xiaolong's intentions to facilitate interactions between his son and Li Haoyan. Upon their return to Li Village, they found it flourishing beyond recognition compared to Li Xiaolong's initial arrival. Nevertheless, the original sections retained their primal charm, a consensus agreed upon by all inhabitants. Centered around the ancient Li Village, the new settlement expanded outward, now rivaling the grandeur of the Western capital in the original narrative, albeit with advancements that render it more sophisticated, teeming with technological marvels such as flying vehicles, mechs, robots, and androids. Thus, the village can no longer be simply termed Li Village. Li Xiaolong aptly named the new city Shindu, as a token of his nostalgia for his homeland. Additionally, there remains a matter I nearly overlooked. It is imperative that Dr. Gero produces the androids. Presently, these androids surpass the fully realized perfect cell from the original tale, a testament to Dr. Gero's remarkable endeavors. Dr. Gero, a focal point of Li Xiaolong's attention, was initially absorbed into the Technology Institute. With Li Xiaolong's unwavering support, Dr. Gero swiftly developed the androids. Through relentless refinement, the current iterations are extraordinarily powerful, boasting combat capabilities reaching into the trillions. However, these androids possess a significant limitation. They are incapable of cultivating the eternal technique or dimensional arts. Furthermore, their path to strength necessitates continual modifications and enhancements, as they lack the infinite energy cores present in the original androids, which allowed for a cycle of consumption and accumulation of strength. However, for those devoid of innate talents in cultivation, magic, or science, this opportunity is nothing short of a revelation. The notion that one can ascend to greatness effortlessly, merely through a bit of transformation, is profoundly enticing. All that is required is to serve Xiaolong as an artificial being, paving a comfortable path ahead, an opportunity that even those gifted in cultivation might envy. For the sake of our objectives, I trust he will comprehend our intentions and support our actions. We shall ensure he is adequately compensated, Mei Fia remarked. It seems we are left with no other option. Li Xiaolong replied with a hint of resignation, lamenting his own weakness. If he were sufficiently powerful, he could easily confront those hidden deities, divine officials, and sovereigns, rather than merely biding his time in cautious development. Dr. Brief's Universal Capsule Corporation has indeed expanded, with the two most brilliant scientists on Earth being Jero and Brief, with Bulma being a prodigy of the next generation. Yes, it has already spread throughout the entire southern galaxy and is furthermore extending to other regions. With the assistance of the octopus in the Galactic Center, there should be little resistance. After all, the Universal Capsule is a relic of divine caliber within the cosmos, and there exists no justification for obstructing such a boon for their subordinates. Li Xingyun provided an update. The management of current affairs has been entrusted to their generation. Li Xiaolong is quite pleased with their achievements. Although their takeover was somewhat abrupt, they have quickly adapted, managing with no less competence than Li Yun and Li Xingchen. In contrast, the other three regions frequently experience conflicts over the universal capsules, primarily due to the insufficient quantity deployed there to meet the vast demands of those areas. The strategy Li Xiaolong initially set forth dictated that, aside from the Southern Galaxy and the Galactic Center, the other three regions would only be addressed after Goku eradicated the Frozen Demon Clan. By then, the talents from the Southern Galaxy and the Galactic Center would have accumulated sufficiently to launch directly into the three major regions. In light of this, it is best to maintain the current state. Let them contend amongst themselves. After all, the ones suffering will be those obstinate elements of the future. Moreover, should anyone dare to extend their reach towards the Southern Galaxy, do not hesitate to sever their grasp, exhibiting a modicum of deterrence. Indeed, Uncle Long, Li Xingyun, and the others felt immense joy at Li Xiaolong's directive. They were finally to engage in more substantial endeavors. Chapter 61, Dimensional Storm. Little Yun and the others have matured as well. How swiftly time has passed. In the blink of an eye, several years have elapsed, and we continue to forge ahead on our path. Mei Fia reflected as she observed Li Xingyun and the others diligently at work. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, nearly 40 years have passed in the outside world. When we first met, we were merely in our teens, and now it seems we have achieved a small milestone in our aspirations. The road ahead remains long and arduous, yet having a goal is a blessing. What is truly daunting is the prospect of drifting aimlessly through each day. Compared to his previous life, Li Xiaolong finds greater joy in his current existence. Here, he is surrounded by beloved companions who share his ideals, a cherished son, and his kin, as well as those he has painstakingly nurtured under his command. Of course, there are also formidable challenges awaiting him, and Li Xiaolong believes that such a life is far more meaningful than the monotonous days of his former self. Let us refrain from venturing out for now and focus on some introspection here on Earth. We cannot become complacent, suggested Mei Fia. I was just about to say the same, Li Xiaolong began, but both of them instinctively turned their gaze toward a distant direction beyond the seventh universe, where a violent dimensional disturbance was emanating. Well, it seems our plans have been thwarted for the time being. This disturbance is quite severe, suggesting it is not far from the seventh universe. We must address it, Li Xiaolong remarked with resignation. Let's go investigate together. Earth can manage without us for a while. It is best to resolve such threats promptly, Mei Fia replied, somewhat exasperated, for she had hoped to enjoy some quality time with Li Xiaolong upon their return. Xiaolong, did you feel that disturbance as well? I intended to inform you to see if we could resolve the situation there, but it appears you are already preparing to depart, came the voice of Whis from nearby. The two exclaimed in unison, calling out to Whis, and nodded in acknowledgement. Whis, what is the nature of that disturbance? Given its proximity to the seventh universe, they inquired. Feeling a sense of urgency, to clarify the situation before proceeding. That disturbance is a dimensional storm, caused by entities from another dimension attempting to breach the barriers and enter our seventh universe. During this process, the location where they attempt to descend will generate a dimensional storm, Whis explained. Do you have any knowledge of what specifically seeks to descend upon our seventh universe? Li Xiaolong pressed, eager to understand the impending adversary. That being is a competitor who failed against Lord Beerus eons ago. After being defeated, he sought to annihilate the universe and was ultimately sealed away in a different dimension by me. It is astonishing that after countless millennia, someone has managed to break that seal, and now he is on the verge of transcending to our seventh universe, Whis elaborated. What? Such a powerful being exists? It seems we are in for a formidable battle, Myphia exclaimed first. Currently, in the seventh universe, Lord Beerus is in slumber, and the other beings are of little use. Only the two of you possess the strength to contend with him. We angels remain neutral in such matters. It is imperative that you take action, Whis candidly stated, revealing the necessity for their intervention. Rest assured, Whis, we shall handle this matter and ensure he does not enter the seventh universe, Li Xiaolong affirmed. Though it was Myphia who eagerly responded, and he had no objections to her enthusiasm. At last, a worthy adversary of equal caliber to truly engage in battle, Myphia declared with excitement. For many years, she had been overshadowed by Li Xiaolong. During her last battle against Beerus, the most formidable god of destruction, she found herself unable to prevail. Now, however, a challenger of moderate strength had finally appeared, and she was eager to engage in a fierce battle to release the pent-up frustration within her. Let us depart and initiate instantaneous movement, she urged. As the three vanished from the hall, Xiaolong, allow me to take the lead this time, Myphia asserted before the dimensional storm commenced. Very well. This time you shall take the reins. I shall provide support, Li Xiaolong replied, placing his trust in Myphia's capabilities. Your timing is impeccable, as your strengths should be evenly matched. Of course, this does not account for you, Xiaoya. Should you choose to employ the various principles you have comprehended, Whis interjected. Is that so? Then I can truly relish this battle, Myphia responded, her spirits lifted by Whis's words. Boom! Although sound could not traverse the void of space, the commotion generated by the dimensional storm reverberated through the nearest cosmic membrane. Li Xiaolong pondered the strength of this former competitor for the title of God of Destruction, curious about the stages of the dimension and how much progress had been made over the eons since his sealing. This individual, known as Beerus, was a ninth-tier dimension when I sealed him. In that realm of confinement, time and space were stagnant, devoid of energy, so his strength should not have significantly improved since then. His defeat to Lord Beerus stemmed solely from his failure to comprehend the principles. Is that so? To contend with Lord Beerus without grasping the principles is indeed impressive, Li Xiaolong mused, aware of the overwhelming force the principles exert upon those who lack understanding. Indeed, Beerus's conventional strength was far superior to that of the then Lord Beerus, and now, after all these years, he has likely ascended to a 10th-tier dimension, comparable to both of you. However, his conventional prowess within that dimension remains unchanged, yet he stands on equal footing with Xiaoya. Whis was well acquainted with the nature of the seal he had imposed. Was he truly that formidable eons ago? Had he not been sealed? To what heights might he have ascended? Myphia mused, surprised to learn of the history behind her adversary. In truth, it matters little. That individual has always been unable to grasp the power of the principles. No matter how formidable his conventional strength, he remains incapable of contending against those who have comprehended the principles. Xiaoya, you are aware of the overwhelming dominance the principles exert over conventional warriors, are you not? A hint of regret flickered across Whis's face. Strictly speaking, Beerus was also his disciple, yet he had sealed this disciple himself. Once, Whis had regarded him as his most exceptional pupil. However, it was unforeseen that Beerus would ultimately fail to comprehend the principles, leading to his descent into madness. It seems that this individual has experienced a profound fracture of his path, leading him to descend into the abyss of darkness. It is rather surprising to discover that the hearts of the formidable beings within the Dragon Ball universe are so fragile. Aside from the relative ease of cultivating ki, it appears that other aspects of this world are significantly lacking. Could it be that there is an inherent flaw within this realm? Reflecting upon his own experiences, as well as the animated series he witnessed in his previous life, along with the insights shared by Whis, Li Xiaolong speculates on the reasons behind the notion that the Dragon Ball world seems primarily focused on power or ki and authority. It appears that all deities inherit their divine positions, and the laws seem to be intrinsically tied to these positions. These deities only experience a meteoric rise after inheriting their divine status, after which they seem to fall into a state of tranquility. Regardless of how talented they were prior to inheriting their divine roles, they become subdued afterward, Li Xiaolong quietly analyzes. In Chapter 62, titled The Battle Against Beerus, it is noted that Beerus was capable of defeating a being who had reached the 9th-tier dimension eons ago, and at that time, he had already comprehended the laws of power. Yet, after countless millennia, he has only attained the 11th tier, with his destructive laws merely reaching perfection, and he has yet to grasp any other laws. Based on the prodigious talent Beerus displayed eons ago, such stagnation over such an extended period seems utterly illogical. Li Xiaolong begins to perceive the anomalies surrounding Beerus. Given Beerus's extraordinary abilities in the distant past, it would be reasonable to expect that even a creature as simple as a pig could acquire other laws over such a protracted time frame. Could it be that the so-called divine positions play a role in this? Perhaps the Omni King seeks to suppress those with exceptional talents, compelling them to compete for divine status, thereby manipulating these gifted inheritors. This notion lingers in Li Xiaolong's mind. Is it possible that the seals placed upon earthlings are the handiwork of the Omni King, intended to prevent them from breaking through and posing a threat? Once again, Li Xiaolong directs his suspicions toward the Omni King. Having reached an impasse in his thoughts, Li Xiaolong decides to directly inquire of Whis. Through Whis's elucidation, although he does not explicitly state the connection to the Omni King, Li Xiaolong surmises that it is indeed orchestrated by him. The dimension represents a realm of existence, and the current universe has severed its connection to this aspect of inheritance. The combat prowess of living beings, whether cultivated or naturally developed, has a ceiling, capped at the level of Jing, 10 to the power of 16, referring to the standard state of combat ability. Once one's standard combat prowess reaches the level of Jing, it becomes imperative to cultivate the dimension, which not only surpasses the limits of combat power, but also facilitates comprehensive growth, including longevity. A person can be likened to a water bucket, with a maximum capacity for vital energy. The dimension is akin to continually enlarging this bucket, allowing it to contain more than merely vital energy. Strictly speaking, once one has cultivated their own dimension to the 5th tier, the vital energy will transform into divine power. And the same applies to the inherited divine status. Thus, it is only after Wukong ascends to the status of a Super Saiyan god that he can continue to enhance his abilities. However, at that point, his base combat power does not yet reach the level of King, but with the divine power of the Super Saiyan god, he can still strive for further breakthroughs until his base combat power attains the pinnacle of the divine power of the Super Saiyan god. According to Li Xiaolong's conjecture, this upper limit is at the level of Ji, 10 to the power of 24. Essentially, a higher dimension signifies greater combat prowess. However, this principle falters under the authority of the Omni King, as those who inherit divine positions also inherit the dimensions that accompany those roles, merely intertwining their existence with the universe without any additional enhancement. For instance, the Supreme Kai embodies this concept, possessing a dimension of the 10th order. Yet his combat power is significantly lacking. This is not solely due to his responsibility for creating life. A considerable portion of this deficiency arises from the fact that his realm was not cultivated through personal effort but inherited through divine office, thus resulting in his notably low combat power. Any dimension achieved through personal cultivation would ensure that his combat strength aligns with that dimension. Otherwise, remaining untrained in dimensions relegates one to the status of a mere mortal, destined for a finite lifespan. Beerus, too, is simultaneously empowered and hindered by his divine status. He must endure the drawbacks of his position, unable to elevate his realm, and he faces diminishment due to the emergence of parallel universes within the Omni King system, which accounts for their slow progress. Of course, all of this was conveyed to Li Xiaolong in a rather clandestine manner by Whis. Much of it derived from Li Xiaolong's own reasoning based on Wiss's words. Boom! Just as Li Xiaolong was engaged in conversation with Whis, the center of the dimensional storm erupted once more with a surge of formidable energy, accompanied by the sound of space fracturing. That area appeared as a shattered mirror, a dark void manifesting as fragments of broken space continually fell into it. Whis, I never anticipated that you were the one who sealed me away. Now, the first being I encounter upon my release is still you. Are you here to re-imprison me? Yet, the one who liberated me informed me that angels can no longer intervene in cosmic matters. As for Beerus, let him come to face my challenge. After countless eons, I wonder how much he has progressed. A voice emanated from the void, resonating through mental vibrations, facilitating communication even in the vacuum of space. Beerus, I never expected that after all these millennia, you remain troubled by this matter. You are a prodigious warrior of the seventh universe. Yet now you find yourself standing against it. There is still time for you to turn back. Do not remain ensnared in your delusions. We have both erred. Whis uttered a perplexing statement, leaving those present in a state of bewilderment. There is no turning back. The condition for my release was to defeat Beerus and become the sovereign of the seventh universe, a promise I have made. Moreover, their objectives are not dissimilar to my own. Beerus evidently dismissed Whis's words. Enough of your grandiloquence. Let us settle this with a duel. If I triumph over you, then we shall converse, said Myphia, unable to tolerate the incessant prattle of Beers and wishing to avoid wasting time. Who do you think you are? Interjecting in a divine discourse? Prepare to meet your demise. Beers, irked by Myphia's interruption and perceiving no formidable aura surrounding her, dismissed her as a mere weakling. He carelessly unleashed a wave of energy, not even glancing in her direction, and turned back to continue his dialogue with Whis. How dare you underestimate me? Prepare to feel the force of my fist. In response to Beer's disdain, Myphia, though not angered, unleashed her power and charged towards him with a punch. What? Is there such strength in the seventh universe? Beers was taken aback by the formidable energy radiating from Myphia, and before he could react, she struck him with a punch that sent him flying a considerable distance. In an instant, Myphia teleported behind the airborne Beers, delivering another blow that sent him hurtling away. What? This is instantaneous movement. Could it be that she is a prodigy from the planet Adralat? As Beers was struck again, he was astonished by Myphia's teleportation ability, suspecting her to be a genius from Adralat. So, do you still dare to underestimate the heroes of the world? Myphia paused her assault, mockingly gazing at Beers. Indeed, you must be a remarkable genius from Adralat. How about becoming my subordinate? Join me, and you shall gain knowledge and martial techniques unattainable on your home planet. Beers boasted arrogantly. Preposterous. You think I would consider serving under you? I would think twice even about carrying your shoes. Myphia found Beers' arrogance amusing, wondering if all-powerful beings were so conceited. Since you refuse to be my subordinate, then you shall descend into the abyss. Prepare to perish. Beers, infuriated by Myphia's words, unleashed his energy and charged at her. Is it that easy to provoke you? No wonder you fell into disgrace after being defeated by Bylus. Your heart is as fragile as glass. Xiaolong found it amusing that a being of Beers' caliber could be so easily angered by Myphia. Such a person is merely a puppet controlled by their emotions, he mused. Wait, emotions? The 7 emotions and 6 desires, I see now. The second path of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, mastered by Luo Ho. Li Xiaolor murmurat, sa mingli antranza. Xiaolong is truly enviable. Has he begun to comprehend something? Merely observing has granted him insight. Such a talent must be well protected, was thought, smiling at Li Xiaolong. Meanwhile, Myphia continued her battle with Beers. To hell with you. You're hardly qualified. A mere puppet swayed by emotions like yourself does not deserve to utter such words, Myphia provocatively retorted while engaging in combat. The silhouettes of the 2 fighters flickered in the expanse beyond the 7th universe, as countless storms erupted and subsided due to their clash. Sealed for countless millennia. I never anticipated that a mere junior would dare to speak to me in such a manner. Even the ancestors of your Adalat star would step back in my presence. You, an inexperienced descendant, truly lack awareness of your insignificance. To welcome my arrival, let your demise serve as my feast for the dusting of the occasion. Bylus could hardly endure Myphia's mockery. Who told you I am from Adalat? I am a true earthling, and as for you, an ancient being lingering for eons. Perhaps you should bury yourself in the annals of history. After living for so long, have you truly become so feeble? If I were you, after such an extended existence, and remaining so weak, I would seek to end my own life. Myphia's taunts reached their zenith. Ah, cursed junior, I shall make you pay dearly. Die for me. Bylus's eyes turned crimson, bulging ominously from the intensity of his emotions, as if they might burst at any moment. Are you truly only adept at verbal sparring? A mere talker who cannot back it up? Have you become so pathetic after all these years? Show me your true strength. If you can, is your feeble punch a mere gesture of affection? While deflecting Bylus's furious strikes with the swiftness of a gale, Myphia continued to provoke him, aiming to incite him to unleash his full power in their battle. Very well, You insufferable mortal. You have enraged me completely. Billis roared, forcing Mayfia back, and began to gather energy in place. Observing this, Mayfia refrained from intervening, choosing instead to await the moment when Billis would elevate his power to its utmost. Chapter 63. Defeating Billis. Boom! The overwhelming force Billis unleashed expelled the chaotic energy surrounding them. You will pay dearly for your actions, he declared, noting that Mayfia did not seize the opportunity to attack him while he charged his energy, but instead waited. Enough with the idle chatter, old man. Let's fight. Mayfia responded, unleashing a power that matched Billis' intensity as she surged forward. Had he not been sealed for countless years, one could only wonder how formidable he might have become. However, it seemed that his energy could not be infinitely amplified. There would likely be a threshold beyond which he could not ascend. At present, her own energy was not significantly superior to his. Upon sensing Billis's peak energy, a serious expression crossed Mayfia's visage. The intensity of Billis's aura was now comparable to her full force. For a being of such ancient strength, Mayfia understood the necessity of treating him with utmost seriousness. Although he had yet to grasp the laws, one could never be certain of any hidden abilities he might still possess. As the devastating divine light surged forth with Mayfia charging at Beers, he suddenly moved. A swirling mass of black energy coalesced in his hand, which he unleashed directly towards Mayfia. Once freed from Beers' grasp, this energy rushed towards her with alarming speed. The chaotic vital energy surrounding them seemed to be drawn towards the black light, wildly converging and causing the dark mass to swell. It ultimately expanded to the size of a black sun, its formidable aura exponentially amplified beyond its initial release. In an instant, this black sun loomed before Mayfia, its fierce energy akin to a razor-sharp blade poised menacingly at her face. The aura of the law of destruction? Mayfia pondered. Xiaolong had previously mentioned that this world lacked the law of destruction. Thus, she found it curious that Beers' attack bore its essence. It seemed imperative to capture him for interrogation. Or perhaps Xiaolong could transform him. Recognizing the destructive undertones within Beers' assault and recalling Xiaolong's earlier grasp of the law of destruction, Mayfia resolved to have him covertly transform Beers. She refrained from doing so herself, as her power and dimension were commensurate with Beers', and after eons, Beers' mental fortitude was undoubtedly superior to hers. Is it possible? Xiaolong appears to have gained new insights once again, she thought, casting a glance in his direction. To her surprise, he radiated an enigmatic aura, seemingly entranced, indicating yet another moment of enlightenment. Mayfia felt a pang of envy. While others might encounter such epiphanies only once in a lifetime, for Xiaolong, it seemed as effortless as breathing. His innate talent was astonishingly formidable. The realizations of others paled in comparison to his ordinary insights. Truly, the comparison is disheartening, she mused, resolving to unleash her wrath upon Beers. With a fierce resolve, Mayfia channeled her understanding of the true essence to counter Beers' attack, laced with the law of destruction. Understanding the difficulty others faced in comprehending the laws, Xiaolong categorized the process of enlightenment into two stages. The initial stage involved grasping the true essence, which represented the realm of the laws. Following this, one could transcend to comprehend the power of the laws. Let the true essence of power shatter, Mayfia declared, directly confronting Beers with her embodiment of the law of power. Upon collision, Beers' destructive aura met with her force, akin to an inflated balloon encountering a sharp needle, resulting in an explosive rupture of the black sun. What? Impossible! Beers exclaimed, stunned. His most potent strike, which he deemed invincible, crumbled effortlessly before Mayfia's seemingly casual blow. The moment their attacks clashed, his onslaught was easily dismantled. With a resounding impact, Mayfia's true essence of power surged forward, striking Beers directly and propelling him backward with tremendous force. This is impossible. As Bills was sent flying, his mind erupted with turmoil. He had not anticipated that this attack would possess such formidable power, even after shattering his own. He felt as if every inch of his body was on the verge of being obliterated, a sensation even more excruciating than when he was struck by Beerus's destructive force. Oh, it seems I have underestimated the law of force, he mused, astonished that the true essence of force could rival the power of other foundational laws, even those at the minor mastery level. He recalled Xiaolong mentioning that the law of force ranked as the foremost among them, and now, witnessing its manifestation, he found himself inclined to believe it. Seeing the effects of her own law of force, Mephia was equally astonished. She had not expected that mere true intent could yield results akin to those of a law. It appeared she would need to focus on mastering the law of force, relegating other laws to a supportive role. After observing the effectiveness of the law of force, she decisively resolved to prioritize it, acknowledging that her comprehension was not as extraordinary as Li Xiaolong's, who grasped concepts as effortlessly as one consumes food and drink. Damn it! Break, break, break! Bills cried out in frustration as he was propelled backward, simultaneously gathering energy to repair himself while launching a counterattack infused with the true essence of force at Mephia. It was only after traversing a distance equivalent to an entire galaxy that he finally extinguished her true essence. Who on earth is this individual? How can they be so powerful? He pondered, recalling that she had claimed to be from Earth. Earthlings, were they not obliterated eons ago? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him, as if uttering a word would lead to his irrevocable doom. This sensation, how could it be? Bills felt as though a noose was tightening around the very essence of his fate, plunging him into profound terror. Hey, you must be Bills, right? So, what other tricks do you have? Show them to your aunt. Mephia, clearly not yet satiated, was eager to deliver a thorough beating to this arrogant foe. Damn it, how the mighty have fallen, Bills thought, casting a fearful glance at Mephia. Who are you calling out? Looking for a fight, are we? Upon hearing his words, Mephia wasted no time and launched into action, executing the renowned Prince battle technique. However, this time, her rendition was notably advanced. Even a simple energy blast was enough to send Bills hurtling away. Ugh, why do I keep talking? This individual is overwhelmingly powerful. Despite their barely superior aura, their attacks are vastly more potent. Bills was now reaping the bitter consequences of his arrogance, as Mephia's energy blasts bombarded him relentlessly, leaving him battered and bruised. Had he not been channeling energy to heal himself, he would likely have perished under her onslaught. Unlike the Prince battle technique of the Tragic Tower, which merely produced smoke screens, Mephia's version boasted remarkable accuracy. Her energy orbs seemed to possess a homing instinct, striking Bills with uncanny precision. Auntie, I concede. Please, cease your attacks. Bills pleaded, thoroughly defeated by Mephia's Prince battle technique, desperately begging for mercy. Chapter 64. The Transformation of Bills. Having recognized the formidable nature of my esteemed aunt, one might question her intentions of casting me into the depths of despair. In this moment of confrontation, the aftermath leaves a desolate Bills in its wake. Auntie, I concede my errors. My previous remarks were mere folly. Please, treat me as inconsequential as a passing breeze and spare me your divine wrath, Bills implored, having never before endured such torment, now humbled. Oh, hallelujah. It appears I have underestimated you. Your aura rivals that of Bills, yet in battle, you exhibit a devastating prowess that is truly unexpected, VES remarked, elated upon witnessing the conclusion of their clash, akin to discovering a rare treasure. Is it possible that VES failed to perceive the essence of strength I wield? It seems so. After all, Xiaolong mentioned that this realm lacks the laws of strength, particularly the foremost of them. It is reasonable that VES cannot discern this essence of strength, Mephia mused, reassured by V's genuine demeanor. As their battle concluded, Li Xiaolong emerged from his moment of enlightenment. Has it ended so swiftly? Bills, this is beneath you. Where is your prior bravado? He taunted, observing the pitiful state of Bills. Who dares mock me? Would you accept my challenge? Bills retorted, still reeling from Mephia's previous onslaught, now confronted by another audacious challenger, whose presence felt almost ethereal. Are you certain of that? Li Xiaolong replied, his expression a blend of amusement and incredulity upon witnessing Bills's dismal condition. Not just anyone can best me. Bills, oblivious to his predicament, continued to provoke. Is Bills always this fearless? Mephia whispered to VES. Alas, let him reap what he sows, VES replied, bemused. Very well, I shall indulge your trivial request. Moreover, it presents an opportune moment to test the newly grasped law of 7 emotions and 6 desires, Li Xiaolong contemplated, as Bills unwittingly sought to serve as his experimental subject. Oh, a new law? I am eager to witness it, Mephia exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she turned her gaze toward Li Xiaolong. As the name implies, the law of 7 emotions encompasses joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire, while the 6 desires arise from the senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. What is he doing, standing there motionless? In that case, I shall not hold back, Bills thought, feeling a twinge of unease yet propelled by his bravado. Charging towards Li Xiaolong with an air of determination. Feel my wrath, Bills declared, his fist shattering the air before him as he launched his assault. An orthodox strike. But alas, it bears no effect on me. Let us see how you respond to this. Sorrow. Li Xiaolong raised his hand, a radiant light emanating from within Bills, illuminating the space around him. What is happening? Why is there light radiating from within my body? A profound sense of sorrow envelopes me, evoking tears that yearn to flow. Beers, who is still en route, abruptly halts, his visage contorted in anguish, as if he has endured unspeakable tragedies. What could have prompted such distress? Was he not preparing to challenge Xiaolong? Just moments ago, an extraordinary radiance emanated from him. Could it be the influence of Xiaolong? Myphia speculates quietly within her thoughts. This method is unlike anything she has ever witnessed. It is truly remarkable. Even Weiss cannot discern how Li Xiaolong executes his techniques, though he surmises it pertains to some form of principle, one he has never encountered before. Curse be it, what sorcery have you invoked? Cease at once. Beers, in his lamentation, recognizes the source of his torment as Li Xiaolong's power, lamenting and voicing his protestations. Let me attempt this instead. The light within Beers shifts, radiating a joy-inducing brilliance. Cease this at once. What manner of sorcery is this? Beers finds himself uncontrollably swept into a state of euphoria, laughter erupting from him, as the tears of sorrow transform into those of joy. Xiaolong, during our recent battle, I discerned that he harbors the essence of destruction. I recall your assertion that no such principle exists in this world. Might you consider subtly guiding him towards enlightenment to uncover the secrets of his destructive essence? Myphia's voice resonates in Li Xiaolong's mind. Such a revelation makes this increasingly intriguing. Upon hearing Myphia's words, Li Xiaolong's interest is piqued. His ability to comprehend principles absent in the Dragon Ball realm stems from the fact that he is not originally from this world, and being of dragon lineage naturally endows him with the capacity to grasp these concepts. With Weiss present, can you guide him without detection? Myphia inquires with concern, recognizing that despite being sealed, Beers was once Weiss's disciple. Rest assured, with my current capabilities, Weiss will remain oblivious. He could not even perceive how I invoke the 7 emotions and 6 desires, let alone my adeptness at guiding him towards enlightenment, a technique I wield with utmost confidence, especially as it is foreign to the Dragon Ball world. Then hasten to enlighten him, for once this matter is resolved, we cannot predict how Weiss might choose to handle him. After all, Beers was rescued by schemers, and even as Weiss's disciple, he could not remain in the cosmos indefinitely. He would surely be dispatched elsewhere or reported to the Grand Priest for judgment. With a focused mind, Li Xiaolong conjures the intent to seal perception. In an instant, Beers, who was once laughing heartily, stands still as a statue, enveloped in silence. It is astonishing how effortlessly he has been guided towards enlightenment. Though Beers has existed for eons, his spiritual essence is not overwhelmingly potent. While he may surpass Myphia in sheer quantity, his essence pales in comparison, and the influence of the 7 emotions and 6 desires serves to diminish his resistance, rendering the process of enlightenment remarkably unobstructed. Li Xiaolong found the process of converting Beers to be significantly simpler than his initial attempts with the demon race, evoking a sense of reflection within him. This was primarily due to his mastery of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, which greatly diminished Beers' resistance. Moreover, the 7 emotions and 6 desires serve to divert a substantial portion of Beers' mental energy, leaving the remainder insufficient to pose any challenge to Li Xiaolong. In Chapter 65, titled Heritage, Borderlands, Li Xiaolong contemplated the secrets that lay within this individual, compared to the damage typically inflicted upon souls during a soul search. His conversion of Beers allowed for a far more benign exploration of the latter's memories. This method not only enabled him to access the majority of Beers' recollections, but also preserve the integrity of the soul, thus achieving 3 objectives at once, including the acquisition of a loyal subordinate. Li Xiaolong mused that his conversion technique bore some resemblance to the soul enslavement practiced by the old lord of Luo City. As long as he did not reveal his method, it would likely remain undetected. His thoughts drifted to that particular lord of the starry expanse. What is this extraordinary object doing in the Dragon Ball universe? No wonder this fellow has grasped the essence of destruction. It appears to originate from this realm. Li Xiaolong reflected while accessing Beers' memories, revealing something truly astonishing. an artifact that was undoubtedly not a product of the Dragon Ball world. He decided to postpone further examination until his return to Earth, wary of encountering anything too extraordinary that could attract Whis' attention, considering Beers was his disciple. Li Xiaolong resolved to back up Beers' memories first, planning to delve deeper upon his return. Just relay your messages to me, as you did before. Li Xiaolong conveyed subtly to Beers through soul energy, ensuring that Whis would remain oblivious to any anomalies. Given that the essence of soul energy far surpassed that of mental energy, existing on an entirely different plane, Li Xiaolong was confident that no one within the Dragon Ball realm possessed such capabilities concerning the soul. Master, I concede. I beseech you to spare me your formidable powers. I have erred in my judgment. Please grant me mercy. Beers exclaimed dramatically upon the cessation of Li Xiaolong's manipulation of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. This individual was indeed a master of theatrics, as noted by my Fia, who communicated with Li Xiaolong. Xiaolong, do spare him for my sake, Whis interjected at that moment. Since you have requested it, I shall grant you this favor, Li Xiaolong replied, eager to abandon the pretense, for prolonged acting would inevitably lead to exposure. His primary desire was to return to Earth swiftly and explore the memories of the inheritance Beers had acquired. Thank you immensely for your mercy. Beers expressed his gratitude profusely. It was evident that Whis held a deep concern for his disciple, a sentiment not lost on my Fia, who remarked on how fortunate it was that Li Xiaolong had not overstepped his bounds previously. After all, Beers was a favored disciple of Whis from eons past, and it appeared that Whis had discerned Beers' imminent understanding of the laws. Once this individual comprehended the principles, his advancement would likely be remarkably swift. Li Xiaolong noted that Whis now regarded Beers with a sense of warmth and anticipation, a stark contrast to the earlier indifference he had displayed. Bees, Li Xiaolong inquired. I wonder how you plan to handle Beers. While Vis could not take action against his most formidable subordinate, it was prudent to seek Li Xiaolong's insight. Xiaolong, are you aware of the Demon Clan? Vis refrained from answering Li Xiaolong's question, instead posing one of his own. Indeed, Li Xiaolong replied. It was the Demon Clan that wrought devastation upon our Earth. Furthermore, we still possess spatial rifts leading to the Demon Realm. In my earlier days of weakness, I ventured into the Demon Realm for training. He withheld some of his knowledge. You are correct, but that only scratches the surface of the Demon Clan. Now, both of you possess the capability to comprehend deeper truths. The Demon Realm you visited is merely a subordinate realm, existing outside our 7th universe, derived from the rules of the Grand Cosmos. To us, that realm is insignificant, Vis stated with a serious demeanor. I see. So according to you, Vis, there exists an original demon realm, from which these subordinate realms emanate due to the grand cosmic rules, Li Xiaolong elaborated, following Vis's lead. Precisely. Somewhere beyond our universe lies a place known as the Dark Demon Realm. All demon realms are derived from the grand cosmic rules based on the Dark Demon Realm. Vis continued his exposition. Ah, that explains why the demon realm seems so feeble now. Are you suggesting that you intend to send Beers to battle those from the Dark Demon Realm? Li Xiaolong provocatively asked. No. Beers currently lacks the strength to engage in combat within the Dark Demon Realm. Eons ago, there existed a demon god named Majikapura, who fell into conflict with the Grand Priest, my father, resulting in his injury and subsequent sealing by the god of our universe. The Dark Demon Realm was created by Majikapura. Vis unveiled an answer to Li Xiaolong's previous queries. No wonder. Even if the god of the universe was immensely powerful billions of years ago, Majikapura was capable of contending with the Omni King for resources to create a universe. How could he have been sealed? It turns out he was wounded by the Grand Priest. Li Xiaolong's lingering doubts were finally dispelled. What transpired afterward? What became of Majikapura? My Fia feigned ignorance and inquired. After being sealed, the inhabitants of the Dark Demon Realm he created launched a massive assault on our universe. However, the front lines were held back by our forces positioned far from our universe. Hence you felt no impact. We refer to that area as the Borderlands. I plan to send Beers there for training. Vis finally revealed his intentions for Beers. Such a place exists? I must seize the opportunity to engage in battle there at some point. My Fia expressed her eagerness. You two should wait until your progress is significantly advanced before venturing there. After all, individuals of your caliber are exceedingly rare across all universes. Although that area is a battlefield, it serves as a training ground for those who have reached a bottleneck in their development. Vis interjected swiftly to deter my Fia's enthusiasm. After all, Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia are undoubtedly the most gifted disciples he has encountered over the past billion years. He certainly does not wish to put these prized gems in jeopardy. Indeed, Weiss, we comprehend the gravity of the situation, and there are numerous matters on Earth awaiting our attention. Thus we shall not venture to that location for the time being. Weiss holds both of them in such high regard, and Li Xiaolong is not a cold-hearted individual. His primary objective remains the cultivation of his subordinates. Xiaolong, do you truly not wish to visit that place? It is so conducive to battle. Mei Fia expressed her eagerness for such a combat-ready location, subtly transmitting her thoughts to Li Xiaolong. Let us discuss this matter further upon our return to Earth. After all, it is not imperative for us to be physically present. Li Xiaolong, not wishing to dampen Mei Fia's enthusiasm, was already contemplating sending a clone to that place for training and intelligence gathering. I knew you would understand. Mei Fia exclaimed in delight. Beers, I perceive that you are on the brink of comprehending a new law of power. That is why I have sent you to the border for training. I hope that by the time you return, you will have grasped that principle. Weiss conveyed to Beers with great anticipation. Chapter 66. Encountering a fellow countryman. Since our business here is concluded, Weiss, we shall return to our cultivation. Please take Beers to the border for his trial, Li Xiaolong expressed, eager to return and delve into the memories of Beers that lingered in his mind. Do visit Earth often, Weiss. We shall prepare a sumptuous feast for you. Mei Fia warmly welcomed Weiss, the angel who was both mentor and friend for since their acquaintance. The strength of their subordinates had risen rapidly. Indeed, I shall, Weiss affirmed, already soaring with Beers towards a particular direction. Li Xiaolong established a causal link with the two, negating the need for Beers to devise a way to communicate the location of the border back to them. Let us return as well. We have uncovered something remarkable through Beers, and I am eager to unravel the information contained within. Accompanied by Mei Fia, Li Xiaolong instantaneously transported himself back to their abode on Earth. After notifying everyone of their return and requesting not to be disturbed during this period, the two retreated into their seclusion chamber to examine the memories backed up from Beers. To their astonishment, they encountered formations and classical palaces in this world, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Upon sharing the backed-up memories with Mei Fia, both began their exploration. What Li Xiaolong had previously witnessed was indeed a grand and magnificent classical palace. After Beers inexplicably traversed an invisible barrier, he found himself before the ancient palace. The plaque above the palace was indecipherable to Beers, yet Li Xiaolong could understand it. Tai Chi Palace, the three gilded characters boldly proclaimed on the plaque. Evidently the name of this resplendent palace. The three characters seemed to encompass all, emanating an unparalleled profundity. Is this the source of Beers' true essence of destruction? This palace is truly stunning. It surpasses all the architecture on our Earth by countless measures and exudes a remarkably comforting aura. Indeed, it feels ethereal, Mei Fia reflected in admiration. Indeed, Xiaolong, Mei Fia remarked, her gaze fixed curiously on Li Xiaolong. Have you noticed those transparent barriers outside the palace? They resemble the formations you devised. You are quite perceptive. Those are indeed formations, and they far surpass the ones I created. In comparison, my formations seem rather rudimentary, Li Xiaolong replied with a hint of excitement. How could someone have crafted formations even more formidable than yours? Could there have been a genius surpassing you in the past? Mei Fia questioned, a look of confusion crossing her face. Seeing her inquisitiveness, Li Xiaolong decided to divulge the truth. Xiaoya, the reality is that I am not of this world. This palace is reminiscent of the architecture of my homeland, and these formations were conceived by the predecessors of my lineage. My ability to create formations is inspired by their legacy. Upon witnessing the formations, the palace, and the plaque, Li Xiaolong felt an undeniable certainty. These artifacts undoubtedly belong to the ancestors of the Xia clan. Although it might not be the same world, there was no doubt they were remnants of his forebears. Xiaolong, I had an inkling about your origins. Yet, that matters little. What truly counts is that we are companions on this journey. We shall progress together and face all challenges. Shall we not? Your reasons for withholding the truth are yours to keep until the appropriate moment arises for you to share, Mei Fia reassured him, not holding his secrecy against him. Indeed, Xiaoya, you are the best. The truth is I hail from a realm entirely different from this one. I am uncertain who or what brought me here, but I believe there is a purpose behind my arrival. I can only pursue what I feel compelled to do and explore the secrets of this world alongside you, Li Xiaolong confessed, his expression complex. To be honest, I find my previous world, which once seemed so clear, now elusive. It appeared to be a realm of pure material existence. Yet the phenomenon of my crossing over is perplexing, especially now that remnants of my homeland exist in this world, he reflected, feeling increasingly bewildered. His initial excitement had transformed into a state of confusion, as if he were enveloped in a web of countless enigmas. Xiaolong, if pondering leads to confusion, but let's not dwell on it. Together, we shall gradually uncover the truth. One day, we will find clarity. You have me by your side, as well as the forces you have diligently cultivated. These are your roots in this world. Maifia encouraged, sensing his turmoil. You are right, Xiaoya. I still have you. And together we will unravel these mysteries, just as I will ultimately dissolve the seals upon you. Li Xiaolong reassured himself, resolved to confront the enigmas alongside Maifia. How did beers so inexplicably traverse such sophisticated formations? Could something within this palace be guiding him? Li Xiaolong mused, finally recognizing the suspicious elements surrounding him. Indeed, this formation is remarkably more sophisticated than your own. Your formation could not even withstand my presence, let alone that of Beers, who is inferior to me. Furthermore, this occurred eons ago, when Beers was even weaker, leading Maifia to harbor doubts. The two continued to delve deeper, following Beers' recollections, traversing pavilions and towering structures, passing through a grand plaza adorned with incense burners, from which wisps of fragrant smoke ascended. Li Xiaolong seemed to catch a whiff of the alluring aroma, and both felt a profound stabilization of their souls. Simply witnessing such a scene bestowed upon them a sense of tranquility. Could this truly be a realm from some ancient myth? Li Xiaolong pondered. Upon crossing the plaza and entering a tall tower, inscribed with the words Transmission Pavilion, profound sounds emanated from within. As Li Xiaolong listened, he felt on the verge of understanding something significant, yet the fleeting nature of the sounds left him grasping at air. Next, they passed by the entrance of an alchemical chamber, where a massive Dan furnace stood, and aromatic medicinal scents wafted forth, elevating their spirits. Though it was but an illusion, eventually, guided by Beer's memories, they arrived at a serene courtyard, seemingly designed for quiet contemplation. In the courtyard, a willow tree swayed gently in the breeze, and a pond adorned with splendid lotus blossoms lay nearby. A round table and chairs were positioned between the willow and the pond, where a figure sat, engrossed in a game of chess, as if engaged in a match against the cosmos itself. Ah, my fellow townsmen, you have finally arrived, echoed a voice in Li Xiaolong and Maifia's minds. Though Maifia could not comprehend it. May I inquire if you are the one who has brought me to this world? Li Xiaolong asked. If you seek the truth, come find me here, the figure replied, disregarding Li Xiaolong's inquiry, immersed in its own thoughts. Is it possible that this entity cannot hear my words? Indeed, after countless millennia, this is merely a memory experienced by Beers. To converse across such vast temporal distances requires an extraordinary level of cultivation and enlightenment. It is improbable for such a deity to exist within the Dragon Ball universe, Li Xiaolong reasoned. Subsequently, the two witnessed how Beers attained the essence of annihilation and how he exited the Tai Chi Palace. As for the subsequent memories, they lacked the inclination to explore further. Perhaps they would examine them later, for although Beers was sealed, he had undergone numerous experiences prior to that, potentially holding valuable information. What did the master of this palace convey? Maifia, unfamiliar with the language of the Xia clan, inquired. He mentioned that to know everything, we must journey to that place. It seems we have no choice but to go. Li Xiaolong expressed concern for Maifia's safety. I am aware of your worries for me, but I shall not allow you to embark on this journey alone. Moreover, he is your fellow townsman, and I trust he will not wish harm upon me. Besides, we have our avatars to assist us. We can dispatch an avatar to undertake the journey, she reassured him. Maifia was reluctant to allow Li Xiaolong to journey alone, given that the Tai Chi Palace required traversing the border. She suggested that they send a clone to explore the border region for some experience, before proceeding to the Tai Chi Palace. After all, the barriers erected by the Demon Clan needed to be addressed before they could advance. Li Xiaolong noticed that Weiss, who was heading to the border, had already returned. And to his surprise, the border lay directly in front of the Tai Chi Palace, which the Demon Clan had established as their stronghold. It became clear that they needed to tackle both challenges simultaneously. Without opening the border, accessing the Tai Chi Palace was impossible. Let our true selves remain in seclusion on Earth while the clones venture to the border and the Tai Chi Palace, Maifia proposed. Indeed, that is the most prudent course of action, Li Xiaolong agreed. He had devised the technique of creating clones long ago. However, the process was taxing on one's spiritual essence, which had limited their use over the years. Nevertheless, his method for crafting clones was highly sophisticated, unlike the avatars of CERs that were bound by limitations and restrictions. While CERs faced constraints in their transformation practice, Li Xiaolong's clones bore no distinction from the original self, inheriting all talents and knowledge. Regardless of the distance, their spirits remained connected, allowing for real-time memory sharing, devoid of any potential for rebellion or the emergence of separate consciousness. Furthermore, upon attaining a higher level of cultivation, the clones could seamlessly merge with the original, a strategy Li Xiaolong prepared for his future path of enlightenment. With the assistance of clones in comprehending various concepts, his journey of cultivation would inevitably be more effortless than that of others, and his methods were unparalleled. In later stages of cultivation, maintaining a singular state would be essential, and the clones would be capable of perfect integration with the original, resulting in substantial enhancements to their spiritual essence and other attributes. The two summoned their clones from the time chamber, concealing their forms, and the clones instantly teleported to beyond the seventh universe. The border is situated several realms away, encompassing a dozen systems of the Omni Kings. The energy expenditure for teleportation is considerable. Let us conceal ourselves and proceed slowly, Li Xiaolong remarked, gazing toward the border. The clones, despite being separate entities, did not significantly differ in aura from their originals, having cultivated diligently within the time chamber since their creation. Their dimensional realms were also at the 10th tier, and their combat prowess was nearly on par with that of their originals. The primary responsibility of these clones was to grasp the laws of the universe, ensuring that their comprehension matched that of the originals. Anything learned by the originals would also be known to the clones, although they had not delved into the realm of magic. The expanse beyond the universe was indeed vast. Apart from the erratic, chaotic energies and scattered laws, it seemed rather desolate. Myphia curiously surveyed the space beyond the universe. Although Li Xiaolong had previously traced the causal threads to find CRs and had gleaned information about the outer universe, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. It is precisely due to these erratic, chaotic energies and disordered laws that the universe can sustain itself and even gradually expand. Without these sources of energy and matter, it would inevitably be depleted. Li Xiaolong gazed at the cosmic sphere before him. Observing the universe from beyond, he perceived it as a series of seemingly transparent balloons, each flickering with light, the radiance of distant galaxies visible even from the exterior. The four corners of the universe represented the realms of the divine, the destructive divine realm, the celestial realm, and the underworld. Viewed from outside, the cosmic sphere appeared immensely vast, rendering humanity as insignificant as mere specks of dust, evoking a profound sense of their own diminutiveness. The smaller universe, shrouded in dark energy, must belong to the demon realm, from which he could sense the lingering essence of the demonic beings he had previously transformed. Myphia observed a considerably smaller cosmic sphere on the outskirts of the seventh universe and confirmed, indeed, that is the demon realm, and I can sense that it now bears our essence, a subtle trace that only we can discern. Others are unlikely to detect it. It seems that our presence is at the core of this demon realm, and I feel that, should I desire it, I could easily annihilate this realm. After sensing this revelation, Li Xiaolong was taken aback by this astonishing conclusion. This ability resembled that of the Omni King, albeit a significantly diminished reflection of such power. Could this be the authority of the universe, or perhaps that of its creator? However, I must acknowledge that this is merely a nascent fragment of authority. Considering the information he had previously gathered about the Omni King, Li Xiaolong surmised that the advanced form of his capability would likely evolve towards that of the Omni King. He contemplated conducting an experiment once he emerged from the Tai Chi Palace, perhaps refining an unclaimed universe or attempting to create a miniature universe. He suspected that he would need to ascend to the 12th tier before he could create a universe as expansive as the 7th. Li Xiaolong shared his thoughts with Myphia, who wholeheartedly supported him, recognizing that they would inevitably confront the Omni King in the future. Understanding the capabilities of their adversary would provide them with a strategic advantage. Even if they did not engage in outright opposition against the Omni King, possessing a form of deterrent power would be invaluable. Xiaolong, look ahead. There are numerous remnants resembling shattered cosmic membranes. They actually appear quite beautiful, Myphia pointed forward. Indeed, it was true. These were likely remnants left by battles that had shattered the fabric of the universe. The sheer devastation was awe-inspiring. It was evident that the combatants must have been deities of the 12th tier or higher. Awakened from his reverie, Li Xiaolong gazed at the remnants of the shattered cosmic membranes, his spirit ignited with the fervor of battle. Given the current circumstances, it appears that by the time we reach the 11th stage, we should be able to achieve our goals. We are progressing rapidly, and there are still many hidden deities within this vast universe. We must strive to keep pace with these concealed beings. My Fia, equally filled with determination, acknowledges the strength of her opponent, yet both are immensely talented individuals. She is confident that she will soon catch up with their strides. Chapter 68, The Majestic Border. Observing the situation, we must be nearing the border. These fragments of cosmic membranes are likely remnants from the shattered cosmos of the border region. My Fia is somewhat uncertain about her bearings. Indeed, after traversing a few more cosmic distances, we will arrive at the border. The space we navigate has been fragmented by past battles, and unlike other realms, this area reveals no multitude of existing universes. It is filled solely with the remnants of shattered cosmic debris and endless void. Through the feedback of causal lines, Xiaolong perceives their current location with clarity. Let us hasten our journey. I am eager to behold the true nature of the so-called border. My Fia expresses her growing excitement, yearning to engage with the formidable beings of the demon race. The two figures swiftly traverse the void, their speed surpassing that of light multiple times over. In the emptiness of this realm, they face far fewer obstacles than in the cosmos. What is termed flight within the universe transforms into teleportation in void space. The disparity between these two realms is indeed vast. Wow, Xiaolong, do you see that? It appears there is a luminous band ahead. After a brief period of flight, a faint light band gradually materializes before them. As they advance, the band enlarges, revealing its form more clearly. Xiaolong, could it be that this luminous band formed by the cosmos is the so-called border? It is truly magnificent, a border forged from the universe. It is breathtaking, an unimaginable spectacle. My Fia, gazing at the interconnected cosmic bands ahead, feels a shiver of awe. This is indeed the border. I never anticipated it would be so grand and awe-inspiring. Constructed from individual universes, it must have been crafted by the Omnipotent One or a divine officer. Truly formidable. While Xiaolong is equally astonished by the grandeur of the border. His thoughts drift towards future adversaries or competitors, gaining a clearer understanding of the magnitude of their current disparity. It seems we still have a long journey ahead. We must diligently cultivate our strengths. The gap is indeed substantial, Xiaolong remarks with earnestness. Do not worry, Xiaolong. I firmly believe we shall realize our ambitions. Our advantage lies in our innate talents, and I trust that with our abilities, we will swiftly catch up to them. Furthermore, we are discreetly accumulating power while they remain unaware of our existence. This is indeed our advantage. My Fia acknowledges Xiaolong's insights into the strength of their opponents and the extent of their differences. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, their fighting spirit intensifies. As the two approached the border, they soon discovered that every few dozen universes was marked by a colossal portal. Selecting the nearest one, they drew closer. Before the immense gateway, two celestial guardians inquired about their origins and purpose for arriving at the border. It was surprising to find that even the guardians stationed at this entrance were of the 6th tier. It was no wonder that powerful beings were so scarce in the universe, as most must have been dispatched to combat the demon race at this border, Xiaolong mused. However, considering the state of the 7th universe, it seemed that a fracture had emerged in a certain era, or perhaps a significant upheaval had occurred. Otherwise, such a scarcity of formidable beings would be inexplicable, especially when many appeared to be unaware of their cultivation. We hail from the 7th universe, here to hone our skills and engage in battle against the demon race. Someone will soon come to guide us, Xiaolong stated, having already instructed Beers to meet them upon reaching the border, as he was well informed through the feedback from the causal line. Please wait a moment. The two celestial guardians responded courteously, as the dimensional aura emanating from Xiaolong and My Fia far surpassed their own. Their auras reached the pinnacle of the 8th tier, which was one reason for the guardians' politeness. We are indeed the ones you are to guide. Please complete the registration and expedite our passage. Beers soon arrived at the portal and conversed with the guardians. They then employed a device to scan the two individuals. And Xiaolong sensed that the beam of light was capable of revealing the information of those it scanned. Anyone subjected to it would have their details laid bare. Though the device had its limitations, Xiaolong discreetly cast a veil of concealment around himself and My Fia. They had no intention of exposing themselves to the king and the high priest. Shortly, the guardians completed recording their information and did not issue any credentials, allowing Beers to lead them directly into the inner sanctum of the border. To their astonishment, the guardians soon speculated that these two were indeed individuals affiliated with Lord Weiss. It was remarkable that Lord Weiss, reportedly their mentor, had managed to cultivate 3 such outstanding disciples in such a brief period. After the trio departed, the guardians engaged in light-hearted gossip, pondering whether Li Xiaolong and Maifyu were indeed Weiss's disciples. Their conjectures were not unfounded, as both could be considered as students, having received his guidance. Why, then, did the device not indicate that they were disciples of Lord Weiss? One guardian inquired in confusion. Are you foolish? They are disciples of Lord Weiss. Surely they possess means to evade the device's scrutiny. You ought to know that this device can only scan individuals of the destroyer level, retorted the more astute guardian, playfully tapping the other on the head. I've told you countless times not to tap my head. It stunts growth and hinders intelligence. They continued their playful banter, passing the time during their watch. After Beers led the two individuals into the border realm, the environment underwent an immediate transformation. In stark contrast to the void of the outside world, the interior of the border realm could be aptly described as vibrant with life. Countless universes were interconnected, each teeming with numerous galaxies and a myriad of life-bearing planets in perpetual motion. It was unexpected to witness such a flourishing scene within the border realm, where the number of formidable beings surpassed those in the external universes by a significant margin. Maifyu curiously surveyed the cosmic landscape within the border realm, her senses expanding to immediately detect the presence of many powerful entities. Just call us young master and young mistress, Li Xiaolong instructed, refraining from allowing Beers to address him as master. Understood, young master, young mistress. The border realm was established eons ago, though at that time I was merely an apprentice destroyer and had only heard of it. This is my first visit, since its inception billions of years ago. Many indigenous powerful beings have emerged within the border realm. It can be said that aside from the initial powerful beings who migrated from beyond the border, most of the strength here has been cultivated locally over the millennia. Beers elaborated, having gained some understanding of the border realm during his time there. Indeed, it seems that the universes beyond the border must have experienced significant upheaval. Otherwise, after billions of years, even with a considerable influx of powerful beings, there should have been a sufficient number of them born, Li Xiaolong analyzed in response to Beers' observations. After my sealing, I am unaware of what transpired in the universe that led to the decline of powerful beings. However, I sensed immense energy fluctuations from the outside world, while in that alternate space millions of years ago. That event must have contributed to the decline of powerful entities. Beers recalled, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Is that so? It appears that a significant event must have occurred millions of years ago, possibly shrouded in secrecy or too severe to be disclosed, Maifyu remarked gravely. Regardless of the reason, it underscores the seriousness of the situation at that time. We shall gradually uncover the details of this matter later. For now, let us assess the situation within the border realm. Do you have any information regarding the most formidable personnel stationed by the demon race? Li Xiaolong expressed a keen interest in the status of the demon race, as their journey to the Taiji Palace would necessitate traversing through the demon stronghold. If they possessed beings of angelic caliber, it would not be an easy endeavor. According to my recent investigations, I have discovered that the demon stronghold is guarded by dozens of beings at the destroyer level, while our border realm has only produced a few dozen such entities over billions of years. They are stationed here at the border, and it seems neither side has any presence of angelic beings, Beers reported based on his findings. Indeed, beings of angelic caliber are not easily birthed. If they were to be stationed here, they would be susceptible to targeting. Losing even one would be a significant blow. If that is the case, I am somewhat relieved. The situation seems manageable. However, infiltrating the Taiji Palace under the watchful eyes of dozens of destroyer-level beings will not be a simple task. Although the absence of angelic beings alleviates some pressure, the presence of numerous destroyers is still formidable. Xiaolong, have you forgotten the hidden secret technique you created? As long as we wield this technique, even if we stand before them, they will be unable to detect us unless we willingly reveal our presence, Maifyu reminded. Indeed, this is true. However, I have discovered that the formation outside the Taiji Palace must be unraveled by me before we can enter. This must be a test set by the master of the Taiji Palace. Unfortunately, breaking that formation will create significant disturbances, and they will undoubtedly notice and intervene. Li Xiaolong explained. He too considered the hidden technique, but he had just used causal foresight to glimpse the formation outside the Taiji Palace and realized that it must be broken to gain entry. Isn't it odd that a fellow countryman would not extend a warm welcome? Instead, he has created so many obstacles. Just wait until I see him. I shall scold him soundly, Maifyu said, somewhat exasperated. After all, there was an important inheritance at stake. We have a saying that one should not hastily divulge techniques. So it is reasonable to impose some tests. Li Xiaolong dared not let Mafia reprimand that individual, who knew how powerful he might be or what his temperament was like. Yet, it was certain that he surpassed the sovereign king, for that place had once been the sovereign king's territory eons ago, and since he had not detected any anomalies, it indicated that the other party was indeed above him. Are there any restrictions or requirements for combat outside this border? Young master, combat in this region is relatively free. One can venture out alone for training or form teams for battle. Deities of the highest caliber seldom leave this border. Considering my level, I am among the strongest forces here, and the demon clan is quite similar to us, having fought for countless millennia and treating this place as a training ground. Li Xiaolong responda. Beers is among the strongest beneath the destroyer god. During his time here, many have come to know him, and he often receives requests to form teams for battles. Why are there so many powerful individuals here, yet their cultivation seems so peculiar? Mafia inquired, puzzled. Peculiar? Rather than attributing it to the border and the cosmic cultivators, it would be more accurate to say that it is Earth that is peculiar. Li Xiaolong understood what Mafia was alluding to. Indeed, apart from those from Earth who possess methods for cultivating qi, it seems that other cultivators lack such practices, relying solely on talent for their qi to grow naturally or employing special means. The dimensional laws demand a high level of talent. Aside from select few, all others are strong beings whose qi increases naturally. Mafia then realized that it was indeed Earth that was strange. I presume Beers knows part of the reason, correct? Li Xiaolong looked at Beers. Yes, young master and young madam, but I cannot disclose this reason, nor can it be examined by you. If I do, I would immediately dissipate, and you would see nothing, Beers replied calmly. Is that so? Now I understand. Li Xiaolong instantly grasped that this matter was related to the sovereign king. Otherwise, such an effect would not manifest with Beers. So is indeed connected to the sovereign king? We must be even more cautious. After all, we are operating in his domain, Mafia conveyed telepathically. Do not fret. The sovereign is currently oblivious to our presence, preoccupied with his own affairs. Besides, my methods of concealment ensure our safety. As long as we avoid unnecessary risks, we shall encounter no difficulties. Let us first venture to the border and engage in combat. It will provide us with insight into the composition of the demon clan and allow us to formulate an appropriate strategy, suggested Li Xiaolong. Indeed, I have longed to witness the prowess of these wild demons. Do not disappoint me, Mafia replied, brimming with anticipation. Billis, standing before them, had no authority to speak, as he was entirely unaware of their discussion and, after being converted by Li Xiaolong, was bound to absolute obedience. The demons in this region hailed from the dark demon realm, or had evolved here over countless millennia, undoubtedly more formidable than the demon clans born under the cosmic rules of our universe. At that moment, Li Xiaolong recalled a demon he had previously converted, namely Dapula, who was recognized as one of the formidable generals under Micah Kapura, at least at the level of a destroyer god. However, in the demon realm beyond the seventh universe, Dapula was merely an avatar, lacking the strength of his true self. This avatar was likely a naturally born counterpart of Dapula, influenced by the grand cosmic rules, and subsequently refined into an incarnation, Li Xiaolong surmised. Let us first examine the causal thread of Dapula, Li Xiaolong mused, a thread appearing in his hand, visible only to him, extending infinitely into the distance. It seems these beings are indeed hiding far away, even distancing themselves from the dark demon realm. Never mind. I shall not squander time. I retract the causal thread, for my focus should remain solely on the formidable demon god Micah Kapura, the creator of the dark demon realm. No matter how far you hide, it matters not. When I find you, you shall inevitably become my loyal subordinate, Li Xiaolong declared, gazing towards the direction from which the causal thread had stretched. Xiaolong, you could also convert powerful beings here at the border. We could even convert those of the destroyer god level among the demons. This way, we would not only achieve our goal of reaching the Taiji Palace, but also gain dozens of loyal subordinates of that caliber. Mafia proposed as the three of them flew towards the demon territory, conversing along the way. Not yet. I am merely an avatar at present, and my spiritual strength is not sufficiently robust. Attempting to convert beings of the destroyer god level would be excessively challenging and could lead to backlash, considering those beings have lived for billions of years and possess greater mental fortitude than my current form. Only after my true self breaks through to the 11th tier can I hope to convert such beings, Li Xiaolong reflected. While he had contemplated this matter, the limitations of his avatar were evident. Based on the current pace, his true self should soon approach a breakthrough to the 11th tier. having entered a spiritual time chamber for seclusion after dispatching his avatar. Indeed, given the extraordinary talents of the two individuals, had they devoted themselves entirely to seclusion within the spirit time house, they would have long since transcended to the 11th tier. However, numerous tasks necessitate their joint efforts, thereby consuming their time in the spirit time house. Presently, the two avatars possess strength comparable to their original selves and can effectively act in their stead, allowing the original to immerse fully in intensive training. Once the original achieves a breakthrough, it would be prudent to engage in combat with the demon clan, tempering the weaker individuals. Following this breakthrough, they could decisively address these demons. Xiaolong favored this strategy, for a direct confrontation would undoubtedly attract the attention of the demon clan's angelic level warriors. Should such formidable entities be summoned, it would inevitably alert the powerful beings of the Omni King, potentially exposing him entirely to their scrutiny. This method is the most prudent, maximizing their concealment and enabling the conversion of numerous destruction god-level warriors. Moreover, after ascending to the 11th tier, their visit to the Taiji Palace to meet his old acquaintance would be rendered more secure. My Fia, who initially proposed this plan, wholeheartedly supported Li Xiaolong's decision. Young master, ahead lie the figures of the demon clan. Beer's voice resonated. Following his gaze, Li Xiaolong observed several demon silhouettes emerging in the expanse ahead. A total of 5 demons encircled the demon guard, advancing toward the left front of Li Xiaolong and his companions, oblivious to their presence. Young master, why venture into such perilous territory? With the blessings of the demon lord and your unparalleled talent as the foremost genius of the demon clan, a brief period of patience would naturally elevate your strength, rendering the 9th tier within reach. Why risk yourself here? One demon inquired. Their communication conducted through the resonance of their vital energy, enabling Li Xiaolong to discern their words immediately. To his surprise, he found the vital energy in this outer cosmic space to be remarkably congenial, granting him such an unexpected ability. Let us follow discreetly, avoiding detection. We shall assess their situation first, Li Xiaolong instructed, enveloping the 3 of them in an invisibility formation. Xiaolong, can you hear their conversation? Why can I not? My Fia asked. Curiosity piqued. This ability is something I have only just discovered. Their dialogue is communicated through the resonance of vital energy, and I naturally perceive their exchange. I surmise it is due to this energy's affinity toward me that I can understand them, Li Xiaolong elucidated. Another day of envy for me. I almost suspect you are the favored child of the universe, my Fia remarked, a hint of playful bitterness in her tone, as if struck by 1,000 blows. Fortunately, this favored child of the universe is my partner, she quickly added, her spirits lifted. Then, Xiaoya, you must be the favored daughter-in-law of the universe, Li Xiaolong teased. Am I merely heir? Bill, feeling somewhat awkward, attempted to diminish his presence as the young master and mistress of Gyukulate flirted openly before him, though his insignificance was already apparent. Indeed, young Master Gyukulate, there is no necessity for you to venture into danger. One can never predict when a formidable adversary of equivalent rank might suddenly emerge from the border, at which point we would find ourselves unable to resist. Another demon clan member advised. It was evident that this individual held considerable influence. Li Xiaolong discerned that the 5 demon bodyguards were all of the 9th tier, and anyone capable of commanding such powerful protectors must possess a formidable backing. This fellow is likely a descendant of a celestial-level powerhouse, Li Xiaolong conjectured. Young Master Gyukulate, as the offspring of our clan's venerable elder and our foremost talent, you are indeed overstepping this time. The formidable beings at the border are known to strike at the mere sight of our kind, another bodyguard reiterated. Indeed, a descendant of celestial-level might. I never imagined such circumstances existed within the demon clan. This is quite reminiscent of the archetype of a prodigal sect leader, Li Xiaolong thought, observing the complex demeanor of Gyukulate. Please, cease your counsel. My mind is resolute. I shall not return until I have broken through to the 9th tier. As the first genius of our demon clan in nearly 10 million years to reach the 8th tier in a mere million, I am determined to shatter our records once more. I shall ascend to the 9th tier within a million years and become the greatest genius in the history of the dark demon realm, Gyukulate declared defiantly, as if the 9th tier was already within his grasp. This individual could indeed be considered a genius, although it took him a million years to attain the 8th tier. The dimensional techniques practiced by these demons were exceedingly rudimentary. Such accomplishments warranted the title of genius, and Li Xiaolong felt a newfound admiration for Gyukulate. If this fellow were to acquire my longevity technique and a complete understanding of dimensional laws, he would undoubtedly make remarkable progress, much like Shrag from Namek Li Xiaolong used, recalling Shrag's similar rise to power through innate talent. Xia, are you interested in these individuals? If you lack a desire for combat, I shall convert them. Li Xiaolong proposed, eyeing Gyukulate with potential. The six continued their flight, blissfully unaware of the impending danger that was gradually encroaching upon them. Or perhaps it was an opportunity for them. Since we were already out, we might as well engage with these formidable beings and stretch our limbs. Mayfia decided upon spotting the 5 ninth-tier demons, eager to experience their methods and discern how they differed from those of the 7th universe. Then go ahead and play a bit. Just a light sparring will suffice. Li Xiaolong expressed no concern, knowing full well that Mayfia's strength far surpassed theirs. Hey, you demons up ahead, come forth and spar with your auntie. Should I take a liking to you, I may just let you go, Mayfia provocatively challenged, her voice resonating with energy. Who? The demons, startled, began to scan their surroundings. Enough, stop searching. Before you. Mayfia suddenly appeared in the line of sight of the six. What? When did she arrive? They were utterly astonished, for their strength, while not formidable at the border, was certainly not trivial. Chapter 71, Unexpected Gains. Esteemed Elder, this is the offspring of one of our demon lords. Although we cannot fathom your strength, please do not harbor ill intentions towards our young master. Our demon lord is not someone you can provoke. The demon clan member attempted to maintain composure. I have no interest in you, young master. You 5 shall engage in combat with me. If I am pleased, I may even let you leave, Mayfia remarked, unwilling to witness the lack of fighting spirit in these individuals. Is the demon clan so inept? Unable to muster any combativeness in my presence? Have they become mere soft shells? Mayfia found herself at a loss for words, yet she realized that her sudden appearance had indeed startled them. I hope this esteemed elder honors her word. Brothers, let's advance. The task of protecting the young master rests upon us. The 5 of them unleashed their full momentum towards Mayfia. Why am I being portrayed as the villain? You are the demon clan. Do you even acknowledge the concept of integrity? Mayfia scoffed, her movements never ceasing as she deftly countered the attacks from the 5 demon clan members. Even now, you do not unleash your utmost strength and techniques? Still probing me? Mayfia felt a surge of irritation upon noticing that the 5 demons were merely testing her, not committing fully. Brothers, let us reveal our strongest techniques. It seems we cannot leave easily today, one of the demons declared. Ice world, manifest! A demon roared. Instantly, a realm of ice and snow materialized within the void, the biting cold wind enveloping them. A wondrous world appeared out of thin air, its spatial extent comparable to that of the sun. Within this realm, the temperature plummeted to over 100 degrees below zero. In such an extreme environment, even the chaotic aura felt gentle against the frigid air. Oh, I did not anticipate such a delightful surprise. Is this not the embryonic form of a domain? Li Xiaolong, observing from the sidelines, glanced in surprise at the demon who conjured the ice world. Indeed, one must never underestimate the heroes of the world, apart from that ancient Kalart. There are further gains to be had, rendering this journey worthwhile. Given Li Xiaolong's exceptional talent and insight, he should have comprehended the concept of a domain long ago. However, such realizations often require a catalyst. Otherwise, he would not have been pondering in this direction without reason. Now, this catalyst has presented itself. I hope the others do not disappoint me and can also bring forth surprises, Li Xiaolong mused, absorbing insights from the embryonic domain of the ice world. Gravity field, suppress. Another demon raised both hands, exerting force downward. In the realm of the frozen world, a peculiar gravitational field suddenly enveloped Mayfia, rendering her body exceedingly heavy, akin to the gravitational pull of a black hole. With a slight furrow of her brow, she instinctively released some of her internal energy to counteract the oppressive force, as she wished to maintain her composure and appearance. While her physical strength could easily withstand the gravitational force, she was keen to avoid any dishevelment of her hair or attire. Observing the emergence of another domain prototype, Li Xiaolong felt a surge of delight. Not only had he encountered a genius from the demon clan, but also 5 hidden talents among them. Such brilliance could only truly flourish under his guidance, and he had already resolved to take these 5 under his wing, not to mention the demon prodigy, Gutchalat, whom he would not let slip away. The intensity of this gravitational field was approximately 10,000 times that of Earth's gravity. Upon comparing the two, Mayfia's expression turned to one of surprise. This journey had proven worthwhile, as she was now witness to such astonishing techniques. She also noted Li Xiaolong's state of contemplation, realizing that the methods employed by the two would surely captivate him. If he deciphered their techniques, she would soon follow suit, filling her heart with joy. Your techniques are commendable and have earned my approval. Is there more? I wish to see further, Mephia expressed eagerly, glancing towards the remaining 3 individuals. Nothing to worry about. It seems this elder is a hidden master. In that case, my brothers, unveil your strongest techniques. I am certain this elder will not be difficult after witnessing our prowess. One of the leaders proclaimed. Absolute spirit space, reveal yourself, commanded the slender demon among the remaining 3, conjuring a domain prototype that astonished even Li Xiaolong. As the absolute spirit space manifested, it seamlessly intertwined with the frozen world, seemingly devouring the vital energy within, causing an eerie void. Mephia even felt as though the energy within her was being drawn out. Li Xiaolong's eyes gleamed with excitement as he contemplated the necessity of bringing them under his tutelage. Believing that their potential would surpass that of Guchalat, the so-called first genius of the demon clan. In the spirit world, another individual from the remaining 2 invoked a domain prototype that similarly overlapped with the previous one. This particular domain was focused on the mental realm, although it bore little effect on Mephia, given that Li Xiaolong's creations for soul and mental defense were of an exceptionally high caliber. This technique was nothing short of sorcery in the context of the Dragon Ball universe. Such a technique is indeed wondrous, bearing a striking resemblance to Xiaolong's mental assault secret art. Although it holds little significance for me, it serves as an overwhelming force against others of equal or lesser strength. It is no surprise that they would go to great lengths to protect the ancient Kalart Myphia, who is equally discerning. She recognizes that if these 5 individuals are nurtured properly, they could develop into strategic-level talents. I had not anticipated that it was merely a nascent form of the mental domain. I now wonder what the final individual's domain manifestation will be. Having witnessed the 4 previous manifestations, Li Xiaolong is no longer astonished, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the last one. Phantom space, emerge! We must triumph! The final individual roared, as an ethereal domain manifestation appeared, merging seamlessly with the others. These 5, having traversed the long passage of time together, never expected their domain manifestations could fuse, resulting in a combined form that vastly surpasses the sum of its parts. The power of this fused domain is amplified 1,000-fold compared to what they could achieve individually, leaving both Li Xiaolong and Myphia visibly moved. While this may not pose a threat to the 2 of them at present, encountering a 10th-tier individual from the Dragon Ball realm would be a different matter. Only those at the pinnacle of the 10th tier might hope to escape. Otherwise, those below that threshold would stand no chance against the 5. I did not expect you 5 to reach such heights. I am quite pleased with your efforts. Accept your defeat with grace. To be candid, had it not been for the variable that is Li Xiaolong, Myphia might still be an ordinary head of a superpower academy on Earth, perhaps recognized for her talent, but never exposed to such vast knowledge and experience. Thus, she holds great admiration for those who have independently grasped such impressive techniques. While she too can comprehend certain concepts, most of her insights stem from Li Xiaolong's inspiration, making her admiration a mutual recognition among geniuses. In her eyes, Li Xiaolong can only be regarded as a monstrous talent. Chapter 72, 5 Guardians, 1 Disciple. How is this possible? In the midst of the 5's horrified gazes, Myphia unleashed a punch. The force of her strike appeared soft and feeble. Yet once it departed her fist, it transformed into a tempest capable of tearing apart black holes within the fused domain manifestation. A crisp crack echoed, soon followed by a chorus of similar sounds, as the fused domain manifestation shattered like broken glass, countless fissures appearing across the spatial membrane. As the punch's force reached its destination, the membrane ruptured, creating a void through which the fused domain manifestation collapsed and deflated like a punctured balloon. How is it possible? With a single strike, our combined attack was shattered. She didn't even attempt to thwart us. Our most powerful assault was effortlessly obliterated. The 5 of us stood in stunned silence, gazing at the remnants of our domain's essence, as if our very beliefs had been shattered by Mephia's blow. As the domain's form disintegrated, chaotic energy surged towards us, forming a miniature tempest. How dare you disturb my enjoyment? With a mere wave of her hand, Mephia obliterated the storm that could ensnare even a 9th-tier warrior. As the energy tempest dissipated, the void left behind was swiftly filled. Senior, we have exerted ourselves to the utmost. If you are satisfied, we humbly ask for your mercy. We shall forever remember your kindness. The one who invoked the ice world was evidently the leader, as he consistently stepped forward to speak. She may be willing to let you leave, but alas, I'm not one to allow such talent to slip away before me. At that moment, Li Xiaolong and Beers revealed themselves. What? There's still more? Brothers, it seems our young master has led us into a dire predicament. Rather than await our doom, let's fight valiantly. The arrival of two more formidable foes, particularly the excessively handsome man whose aura eclipsed that of the woman, left the demon clan unwilling to surrender. They rallied themselves for a final struggle. Forgive me. It is my fault you are here with me. Had I not insisted on coming here, you would not be facing this fate. I am deeply sorry, but rest assured, my father will avenge us. Gukarate was filled with regret, hoping that after his demise, his father would seek revenge for them. With our young master's words, even in death, it will be worth it. The others observed that Gukarate, the demon clan's foremost prodigy, was unafraid and resolved to stand together with them, earning their respect. Pray tell, what is this self-sacrificial demeanor? Speak of death no more. When did I ever say I would strike against you? As the six prepared for their final stand, Li Xiaolong interjecta, perplexa. Were the demons truly this obstinate? Senior, are you not here to eliminate us? Gukarate, hearing Li Xiaolong's words, felt as if he had glimpsed dawn after a long night and eagerly inquired, joined by the questioning gazes of the others. Who said I intended to annihilate you? Did I ever say that? The world is not solely about conflict. There exists the matter of human relationships. Li Xiaolong shrugged helplessly, with Mefia and Beers mirroring his sentiment. What is this world? Human relationships? The six were left bewildered, feeling as if they had just experienced a roller coaster ride, despite having never encountered one before. Well, it is evident that you possess remarkable talents, and I have decided to impart some guidance to you, so there's no need for you to feel so tense. It is only because of our fateful connection that I choose to educate you. Others yearn for my attention, yet I do not even grant them a glance. Li Xiaolong, uninterested in explaining the intricacies, directly stated his intentions. You ought to express your gratitude to my esteemed young master. It is worth noting that even the god of destruction, Beers, has sought my young master's counsel, yet he remains indifferent to such requests. In response to Beers' timely support, we reluctantly accepted this proposition under the pressure of his aura. Given the current circumstances, we have no choice but to acquiesce, especially since Li Xiaolong expressed a desire to nurture talent. We are also curious to see what this esteemed elder intends to do. Fear not. I hold great regard for individuals of your caliber. Relax, and first behold what I possess. With a mere gesture, Li Xiaolong manifested a realm that resembled a universe, teeming with life. Countless flora and fauna thrived on vibrant planets, while innumerable celestial bodies danced in the vastness of space. This realm encompassed all, and the five individuals became entranced by the profundities within. Even Gwillet experienced a flicker of enlightenment. With a wave of his hand, the infinite starry expanse vanished, pulling the group from their contemplative state, and they eagerly turned their gazes toward Li Xiaolong. Now, you see I have not deceived you, Li Xiaolong stated, taking his time to guide them gently, engaging in conversation to subtly influence them, ensuring a more secure transformation. It seems we have been reckless. Gwillet, the calmest among them, spoke first. Then perhaps you can introduce yourselves to me. Noticing that while the group had tempered their presence, a hint of tension lingered. He encouraged them to share their backgrounds to alleviate the atmosphere. Esteemed elder, I am Gwillet, the progeny of a 12th-tier demon god. I embarked on this journey for training, and my father entrusted these five as my protectors. Little did I expect to encounter such esteemed elders so soon. Gwillet began to elaborate on his background, intending to impress Li Xiaolong and his companions. It appears that the demon god Demigula has concealed himself well. Following his split from Mikakapura, he has taken refuge in the dark demon realm and has become a prominent elder, in addition to fathering Gwillet. During the observation, Li Xiaolong had already examined Gwillet's causal connections, and he was taken aback to discover that Gwillet was indeed the offspring of the demon god Demigula, who had hidden himself in the dark demon realm post-separation from Mikakapura. It was a case of being blind to what lies beneath one's own nose. Surely, upon learning this, Mikakapura would be infuriated, though, to be fair, his countenance was already rather dark. Furthermore, his progeny has become the most gifted individual in the dark demon realm in a millennium, a fact that would surely humiliate Mikakapura. Ah, I am aware of your father. Though I have yet to pay him a visit, I have long held a connection with him. Li Xiaolong continued to weave his narrative. Your talents are indeed remarkable. However, it is regrettable that the methods of cultivation you employ are misguided. As the saying goes, without proper direction, effort may be in vain. If you were to follow my guidance in your cultivation, I assure you that within a few years, you could ascend to the 9th tier. Within a century to the 10th tier, and within a millennium, reaching the 11th tier would not be beyond your grasp. Gyukulate possesses such potential. Yet Li Xiaolong has discerned that the dimensional techniques practiced by these demon tribes and the formidable beings at the borders differ greatly from his own. Their practices are merely inferior versions. Nonetheless, even if he were to share his dimensional techniques, few would be able to master them. Only a select few would succeed, and their progress would not surpass what they currently possess. This is due to Gyukulate's talent being sealed by Demigula, which emboldened Li Xiaolong to make such bold promises to Gyukulate. Chapter 73, The Battle Universe. Is it truly so? I humbly request that you accept me. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's words, Gyukulate immediately bowed in reverence, for no cultivator could withstand such temptation. Is this how one surrenders? The five were momentarily perplexed. The situation had turned so swiftly. Just a moment ago, they faced a life-or-death crisis, and now, in an instant, they were bowing in submission. What about you? Please introduce yourselves. Li Xiaolong directed his gaze toward the other five. Esteemed elder, my name is Docris. We are 5 brothers. This is Cyberlon, this is Morg, this is Night Shadow, and this is Virgos. We are demons born of this borderland, and for countless millennia, we have stood united against formidable foes, ultimately grasping the attack techniques that you have witnessed, and we seek your guidance, esteemed elder. The order of Docris's introduction reflects the sequence in which they manifest their domains. Their ranking follows suit. Feel free to inquire. I hold great esteem for you. Unlike Gyukulate, a gifted cultivator, Li Xiaolong found greater admiration for Docris and his brothers. While he had many talented cultivators under his command, few possessed the ability to derive their own insights as these 5 did, and they provided him with inspiration. Might I inquire what you call that technique? I sense it could greatly enhance our attacks. It seems that our technique, upon advancement, would resemble what you just performed. Docris remarked with an expression of yearning for understanding. A pertinent question, indeed. It is precisely the reason I have chosen to instruct you. Your attack technique is known as the embryonic form of a domain. Since it is but an embryonic form, it has the potential to fully materialize into a domain. What I just demonstrated is indeed a domain. In fact, once you 5 merge your embryonic forms, you will be on the precipice of a domain, which is where your fates intertwine with mine. Then, esteemed elder, what is the extent of the disparity between the embryonic form and the domain itself? Docris was particularly keen on this matter. To illustrate, the difference between the embryonic form and the domain is as vast as that between Gyukulate and his father. It is my desire to ensure that such talents as yours are not obscured, which is why I have chosen to guide you. What are your thoughts on this? Li Xiaolong presented an example they could comprehend. We are willing. We pay our respects to you, esteemed elder. In the demon tribe, the concept of a master is virtually non-existent. Since that is the case, you shall henceforth refer to me as young master, and as for her, she is my companion on this journey, so you will address her as young mistress. From now on, you shall serve as our guardians. I have many formidable allies under my command, and I shall introduce each of them to you in due course. As the psychological defenses of the 6 individuals crumbled, Li Xiaolong quietly commenced his transformative technique. This method he employs now differs significantly from that of the 7th universe's demon realm. It will impose no adverse effects upon those transformed. In fact, they shall find their innate potential subtly enhanced post-transformation. Having acknowledged the young master, the 6 silently felt their newfound strength and respectfully saluted Li Xiaolong, while also observing their own enhanced vitality. There is no need for astonishment. This is merely a modest skill of mine. Having transformed the 6, I have nothing left to conceal and therefore directly implanted the dimensional laws into their minds, simultaneously bestowing upon them the methods of cultivation within this realm. Billis, I perceive that you comprehend the essence of destruction. This insight into the laws of annihilation is now yours. I urge you to cultivate diligently and swiftly grasp the principles of destruction. Li Xiaolong treated Billis no less favorably than the others, imparting to him the understanding of the laws of destruction, along with the methods of realm cultivation and the complete dimensional laws. As for Mephia, I have already provided her with the realm cultivation techniques in her true form on Earth. With these matters concluded, I wonder if you, Docris, have spent so many years in this border region. Are you aware of where formidable warriors gather to battle? We wish to witness the splendor of this borderland. In response, Docris replied, Young master, If we speak of places where powerful beings congregate, we must mention the combat universe. Between our demon clan's stronghold and this borderland, there exist numerous universes. These were created by the great figures of old, in response to the overwhelming destruction wrought in battles. Even battles of destruction, god-level intensity, cannot shatter these realms, unless one employs the legendary powers of the laws in combat. Dakras promptly elaborated, as he is a native demon of this borderland and possesses considerable knowledge of the situation here. Oh, the combat universe sounds intriguing. Yet, are there truly so few who grasp the laws in this borderland? Li Xiaolong discerned the underlying implications in Dakras' words. Logically, should not all beings below the level of destruction gods have an understanding of the laws? Indeed, young master, the number of those who comprehend the laws here can only be described as pitifully scarce. Although there are dozens of beings at the 11th tier, those who have grasped the laws are but a handful. Many speculate that the cataclysmic battles from eons ago shattered the universe, making the comprehension of laws exceedingly difficult. Dakras articulated the prevailing conjectures of the borderland over the years. Li Xiaolong found merit in this reasoning, even if it were not the sole cause. It certainly contributed to the situation. Are there distinctions among these combat universes? According to Dakras' introduction, the number of battle universes is not as vast as that of the border realms, amounting to merely a few dozen. Each of these universes boasts a distinct environment, ranging from those enveloped in eternal ice to realms with immense force fields, as well as universes that exert mental pressure on individuals, those that isolate vital energy, and realms entirely composed of illusions or engulfed in flames, among others. Each of these battle universes is unique, characterized by singular environmental conditions. It seems that the embryonic form of your domain is likely derived from insights gained within these battle universes. Evidently, this combat realm is not devoid of merit. It is plausible that the deities who conceived these battle universes had such considerations in mind. Alternatively, Li Xiaolong tends to favor the latter notion, for the gods of the Dragon Ball world do not appear to be particularly benevolent. Indeed, as the young master has articulated, our understanding of the embryonic forms of our domains stemmed from these universes. However, it is certain that the deities who originally created these universes did not anticipate such outcomes. The reason we were able to comprehend the embryonic forms of our domains was purely incidental. Dakras reflected, even feeling a tinge of gratitude. I recall that incident in the ice universe, where the 5 of us were besieged. Our skirmish inadvertently triggered an explosion, unveiling a remarkably enigmatic scene. It was during that unforeseen event that I grasped the embryonic form of my ice domain. Subsequently, the 5 of us ventured into other realms, generating similar explosions, which led us to comprehend embryonic forms that resonated with our beings. In truth, our ability to grasp the embryonic forms of our domains was entirely contingent upon that singular incident. We possessed no extraordinary talents, Dakras admitted with a hint of embarrassment. Opportunities favor those who are prepared. Without innate talent, one might encounter manifestations of domain evolution, yet glean nothing from it. However, you are indeed those endowed with talent, and you excel in creating opportunities. Otherwise, you would not have all comprehended embryonic forms of your domains. While Dakras' understanding of the embryonic form was a fortuitous occurrence, the remaining 4 derived their insights from collaborative efforts, and rather than fracturing their bond, their connections have grown even tighter. This is precisely why Li Xiaolong values them. Chapter 74, Strange Creatures. Now, let us embark on a visit to this battle world, spoke Myphia, who had remained silent until now, her curiosity piqued by those combat universes. You 6 should focus on diligently cultivating the knowledge I have imparted to you. If you have no specific destination, I can arrange a place for you, Li Xiaolong stated. Reluctant to dispatch such a large group simultaneously, especially since the 6 would benefit from solitude in their cultivation. Master, my journey has not afforded me any noteworthy locales. Encountering you has far exceeded my expectations for this experience. I kindly ask for your guidance. Gu Kailate expressed, not wishing to return just yet. Though he was utterly loyal to Li Xiaolong, he retained his own thoughts and was not merely a puppet. And what are the 5 of you? Li Xiaolong inquired, turning his gaze toward Dakras. All decisions rest with the young master. Our homeland was destroyed during a battle, and we have wandered the borderlands for years without a suitable place to go. Should we return to the main camp for cultivation, it may expose us. We shall follow the young master's arrangements, Dakras replied, the 5 of them now solely focused on comprehending the teachings bestowed by Li Xiaolong. Very well. I shall escort you to my homeland for a period of seclusion. Li Xiaolong intended to have them retreat into the spirit time room, for he had further tasks to assign to them. With a mere gesture, an incredibly distant teleportation array materialized. The reason the two did not utilize the teleportation array upon their arrival was due to the vast distance, compounded by the absence of a guide. Constructing a teleportation array from the 7th universe to the border would deplete his resources entirely, rendering it an unwise endeavor. Now, the ability to employ the teleportation array was made possible by his main body on Earth, which facilitated the construction of the array. With the assistance of his primary form, the energy required for the array's creation was significantly diminished, allowing this avatar to effortlessly conjure the formation with a simple wave of his hand. This is the teleportation array I have established. You shall be journeying to my homeland, a place that lies exceedingly far from here, even under full force. Angels would require months to reach it. You will seclude yourselves there for a time, after which I have tasks to entrust to you. After imparting these instructions, he beckoned them into the range of the teleportation array. A radiant light enveloped them, and the 6 individuals vanished from sight. Master, have you returned as well? Outside the spirit time room, Li Xiaolong's main body was there to receive them. Upon seeing him, the 6 felt a twinge of confusion. Yet, Li Xiaolong provided no explanations. Instead, he raised his hand and enveloped them into the spirit time room. What you encountered earlier was but my avatar. This realm is the universe of the Omni King, where exposure is perilous. Thus, it is best for you to cultivate here. Li Xiaolong succinctly outlined the situation before leading them to arrange their accommodations. The vitality of Master S domain is astonishingly rich. I feel that if I were to cultivate here for merely 2 years, I would surely break through to the 9th tier, exclaimed Gu Kailate, marveling at the environment of this hidden star. This place surpasses my father S domain in the Dark Demon realm by thousands, even tens of thousands of times, though the Dark Demon realm constitutes a complete universe. The environmental quality is indeed worlds apart. Gu Kailate resembled a curious child, eager to explore and touch everything in sight. This place does indeed possess advantages over the external universe. You shall focus on your cultivation here. By the way, the flow of time in this location is 3,600 times that of the outside world. Thus, while 10 years pass here, only a single day elapses outside. As Li Xiaolong spoke, he walked alongside them, offering insights. What? They all exclaimed in astonishment. Surprised, are you? When I first received this information, I exhibited the same reaction, noted Xiaolong, who had approached unnoticed. Dragon Clan? Gu Kailate inquired, puzzled upon meeting Xiaolong. In the world of Dragon Ball, the Namekians are indeed referred to as part of the Dragon Clan. There has long been a legend that the Namekian race was created by the dragon god, Xiaolong, and their ability to forge Dragon Balls stems from this origin. I am Xiaolong, a super Namekian from Namek, and a loyal warrior of Master Wuju. I look forward to our future interactions. The Xiaolong of now was far removed from the one Li Xiaolong had first encountered, who had relied solely on innate talent to gather energy. At present, Xiaolong has spent 1,000,000 years in the Spirit Time House, having ascended to the pinnacle of the 8th stage. He has fully mastered his orange form and has also developed several new advanced forms, making him the most formidable warrior under his command. However, there are individuals more powerful than Xiaolong, namely Li Yun and others, who have now reached the peak of the 9th stage. They are all family to Li Xiaolong and constitute his strongest allies. Should you encounter any perplexities, do not hesitate to consult Xiaolong, as he has been among the earliest to accompany us. In the realm of Inyan Star, martial arts are exceptionally prosperous. Feel free to seek guidance from me or others, as there are numerous martial prowess practitioners here. Seeing Xiaolong exhibit such enthusiasm for the first time, Li Xiaolong was pleased and entrusted the group to him while he resumed his seclusion, for he still needed to break through to the 11th stage before he could smoothly enter the Taiji Palace. Xiaolong willingly took the 6 individuals under his wing, familiarizing them with Inyan Star and introducing them to the formidable warriors in seclusion, ensuring they became acquainted. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals followed the route outlined by Dakras, journeying forward until they encountered a vast universe, approximately twice the size of the 7th universe. From the exterior, this cosmic sphere appeared as a blazing fireball, emitting boundless flames. This must be the flame universe Dakras spoke of. Indeed, its essence is rooted in the laws of fire, which are remarkably active within the universe. Other combat universes likely perceive the flame universe in a similar light, and Li Xiaolong comprehended why Dakras could effortlessly conjure the phenomena of domain evolution. Under such a vibrant singular law, under specific conditions, immense energy activation can incite the evolution of a singular developmental law domain, allowing one to directly comprehend this law domain. Any powerful individual under Li Xiaolong in seclusion at Enian Star could fathom the embryonic form of the domain. Provided it aligns with their own law domain, no wonder they caught his attention. Now that the method for cultivating the domain is imparted to them, their strength is bound to receive a significant enhancement. It is hoped that this journey to the Taiji Palace yields fruitful outcomes. Doctors mentioned that this combat universe has birthed indigenous peculiar beings, possessing many wonders worth observing. In truth, Li Xiaolong held little interest in the combat universe itself. Rather, he was intrigued by the indigenous creatures. He pondered the extraordinary attributes of beings born in such a singularly lawful universe. Chapter 75, The Flame Tribe. Observing disturbances in that direction, they decided to investigate. Outside the cosmic sphere, one could distinctly feel the fluctuations within the universe. If one possessed cultivation probing techniques or ocular divine powers, they would be able to clearly witness the happenings within the cosmic sphere. 3 individuals instantaneously transported themselves to the battlefield, where 2 factions, each comprising 5 members, engaged in combat upon a singular planet. Despite all participants being of the 9th tier, the unique nature of the universe rendered their combat energies insufficient to obliterate the planet, unless they employed the power of laws in their assaults. Ordinary energy projectiles would scarcely inflict damage upon the world. This methodology could also be applied to Earth, which remains rather fragile. Even a moderately potent attack could shatter it. However, concealing any alterations to the planet posed a significant challenge, as any manifestation of laws would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Omni King. Indeed, it was necessary to explore more of the universe, and the moment he stepped out, he encountered a wealth of discoveries. Unlike Maifia, who approached this journey with a purely recreational mindset, Li Xiaolong sought to observe and assimilate the wisdom of others to enhance his own capabilities. Although he had previously completed the elemental laws of Earth, he had not considered the concept of law intensification. The benefits of intensifying the laws were exceedingly apparent. Not only would it facilitate an easier comprehension of the laws for Earth's inhabitants, but it would also enable the new generation to grow increasingly attuned to these laws over successive generations. However, the process of intensifying the laws exacted a tremendous toll on the planet's essence. Upon surveying the conditions of this fiery combat universe, Li Xiaolong discerned that the flame universe had not been created without reason. At its core, there seemed to be a spring of flame laws. This spring continuously erupted, dispersing chaotic flame laws into the outer realms. The flame universe's ability to sustain such prolonged consumption of intensified laws was entirely reliant on this spring. Could it be that other combat universes shared a similar foundation? It was indeed an eye-opening revelation, as such elements had never been depicted in the original narrative. Upon witnessing the Law Spring, Li Xiaolong marveled at the wonders of the world and recognized that, beyond the Dragon Ball universe portrayed in the original work, numerous extraordinary entities and powerful figures remained undisclosed. "You are all surrounded by me. I intend to either vanquish you or be vanquished by you. Do your utmost to please me, and perhaps I shall spare you if I am amused." Ahaha! While Li Xiaolong was still deep in contemplation, Maifia could no longer remain passive. She charged into the fray, brazenly separating the 2 groups and declaring her intentions with unparalleled audacity. Who is this bold heroine, daring to intrude in our battle? Indeed, her audacity in meddling with others' conflicts was astonishing. Observing her companions, it was evident they feigned ignorance, remaining motionless as spectators. What madness is this? Does she not see her allies merely watching from the sidelines? It was truly outrageous. Nothing infuriated him more than someone posturing before him. "Brothers, let us engage." The 10 individuals, who had previously been embroiled in chaos, now coordinated their attack against Maifia, each contributing their voice to the collective effort. Now, this is more like it, Maifia thought, thoroughly pleased with their reaction as she prepared to face them. Moments later, 10 individuals lay sprawled upon the ground, moaning in agony. "Who are you, fair warrior? We have done you no harm." "Indeed, esteemed lady, we mean you no offense," they lamented, bewildered. "Oh, where did this hidden deity emerge from to so ruthlessly vanquish us?" The 10 continued to writhe on the ground, utterly perplexed, for they had been engaged in their own battle and had not provoked her. How could one person so effortlessly surround and obliterate them? "Your conflict has ravaged the flora of this planet. This is but a just retribution," she declared. "But look around you, fair warrior. This planet is ablaze. Where's the lush greenery you speak of? We are wronged. One member of the demon faction theatrically demonstrated the essence of grievance, having been the most severely beaten, his visage resembling that of a fallen deity. Still daring to dispute? Your weakness is your sin, the warrior retorted, reveling in the sight of their lamentation. Occasionally, it brought her great joy to toy with others. Was this the so-called art of transferring smiles? Happiness does not vanish. It merely shifts from one to another. But being weak does not necessarily invite punishment, one of them protested. Weakness does not always lead to suffering. It simply means that I, the esteemed Mei Fia, choose not to strike you today. Her demeanor reminded Li Xiaolong of a cartoon eagle from a past life, as memories long buried resurfaced unexpectedly. Have these individuals been enlightened? Noticing their lack of fighting spirit, Mei Fia lost interest in further play and resolved to convert them into her subordinates for intelligence work at the border. Xia, you may enlighten them, Li Xiaolong suggested, having no desire to engage them further, and this would also enhance Mei Fia's proficiency in the art of enlightenment. Do you know where the indigenous races of this universe reside? Soon, Mei Fia had successfully converted the 10 and inquired about the location of the fiery races within this realm. I know, my master. This universe is known as the Fiery Cosmos, home to but a single race, the Fire Tribe. This tribe is peculiar, their beings of flame, as if eternally ignited. They cannot be perceived through conventional means, for they seem devoid of any aura. Even we, beings of divine stature, cannot sense their essence. We can only observe them with our naked eyes. Once, I beheld their gathering place on a certain planet. One among the 10 eagerly responded, revealing an unexpected potential for insight that had gone unnoticed prior to his conversion. It appeared not all demons were irredeemably wicked. Indeed, I was present at that time. The Flame Tribe possesses an innate affinity for fire, as if they were the progeny of flames themselves. Attacking them with fire-based assaults proves utterly futile, while they harbor a profound fear of water. However, within this realm of flames, water is entirely absent. Previously, an individual adept in water magic effortlessly triumphed over a formidable member of the Flame Tribe. Witnessing a companion outshine him incited another to hastily interject. Is it true that a single race can emerge from one universe? Yet, considering the circumstances of this fiery cosmos, it is indeed plausible that such a tribe could arise, as the governing principles are exceedingly singular. What, then, is the population of the Flame Tribe? Since only one race can exist per universe, Mei speculated that their numbers should be considerable. Reporting to you, my master, the Flame Tribe is exceedingly rare. If they choose to conceal themselves, locating them becomes nearly impossible. Moreover, the Flame Tribe exhibits remarkable cohesion. Should one provoke them without swiftly resolving the conflict, they will soon be overwhelmed by the others who arrive, the speaker remarked, a hint of trepidation in his voice, suggesting prior encounters with similar circumstances. Let us proceed to the planet where you encountered the Flame Tribe, Li Xiaolong expressed. Intrigued by the Flame Tribe, he surmised that this race might be a direct manifestation of the laws of evolution, differing from other life forms. While all life ultimately arises from the intertwining of laws, the Flame Tribe likely evolved directly from the law of fire, earning them the designation of spirits of the law. Chapter 76. The Wandering Flame, my master, we have arrived at the location where the Flame Tribe was once encountered. The group swiftly approached the planet mentioned by the individual. Unlike the previous desolate planet, this one radiated vitality. For Li Xiaolong, who had cultivated the laws of life, the abundant life force of this planet felt akin to a sun illuminating the night. He was utterly convinced that it was a planet teeming with life. This planet indeed harbors the Flame Tribe, and their numbers are quite substantial, amounting to hundreds. Within Li Xiaolong's mental perception, there appeared to be no signs of life on the planet, yet under the scrutiny of his soul's power, nothing could evade detection. At the core of this planet lies a space in close proximity to its essence, wherein hundreds of Flame Tribe members reside. For others, traversing the planet's material would be insurmountable, yet for the Flame Tribe, it is as effortless as moving through air. Li Xiaolong observed several members of the Flame Tribe gliding through the mantle of the planet, reminiscent of humans soaring through the atmosphere. The Flame Tribe is indeed remarkable. Who could have anticipated their residence within the planet's core? Without the probing of soul power, no one would have discerned the planet's anomalies. After Li Xiaolong's suggestion, Mei also employed her soul power to investigate, marveling further at the sight of the Flame Tribe members navigating the mantle. Xiaoya, look at the center of that village. It appears they are conducting some sort of ritual. Let's go and take a closer look. Li Xiaolong remarked as he noticed that the majority of the Flame tribe had congregated at the heart of the settlement, seemingly engaged in a ceremonial observance. As they lingered momentarily, Li Xiaolong and Mai Fia instantaneously transported themselves to the gathering of the Fire Clan. The two appeared nonchalantly in midair, observing the rituals conducted by the Fire Clan below. Despite their ostentatious entrance, the inhabitants remained blissfully unaware, as both had employed concealment techniques. Li Xiaolong was confident that as long as he activated his stealth abilities, even standing before an angel, he would remain undetected. Mai Fia, though slightly less adept, could still elude the attention of the destroyer god, Beerus. Indeed, the existence of such ethereal beings, the spirits of law, was astonishing. The universe is replete with wonders. However, it seemed that their essence had been tainted by a fusion with cosmic matter at the moment of their birth, rendering them weaker than one would expect. A true spirit of law would inherently possess mastery over the laws of existence. Observing the Fire Clan below, Li Xiaolong felt a wave of contemplation wash over him. The ceremony commenced, and as Li Xiaolong continued to observe the Fire Clan, he heard a voice below announcing the beginning of the testing phase. Has it started? Let us see what these individuals are truly up to, he mused, deciding to watch closely. Mai Fia's attention was drawn to a female member of the Fire Clan, who appeared more formidable than her youthful counterparts. It seemed she had piqued Li Xiaolong's interest. Have you set your sights on that young one? He inquired. Let us wait for this ceremony to conclude, and perhaps we can take her as a disciple. Li Xiaolong had already acquired several disciples and felt it was time for Mai Fia to have her own. He harbored high hopes for Bulma, Android 18, and Chi-Chi, intending for them to eventually become Mai Fia's students, though they were still too young or silent at present. In a couple of years, he planned to facilitate their apprenticeship under her guidance. Xiaoyan, you shall be the first to test, announced an elder of the Fire Clan, seated before a cylindrical device. The young girl Mai Fia had been watching obediently approach the apparatus and struck it with her palm, causing it to illuminate in a series of radiant segments. Ultimately, the light stabilized after reaching 14 segments. Second stage, fourth tier, exclaimed the elder, overwhelmed with excitement. What? A second stage, fourth tier. Sister Yin is truly remarkable. She is indeed a genius of our carefree clan. The youths of the subterranean Fire Clan whispered among themselves. Ahem, silence. Next, Xiaomei, you shall proceed. The officiant called out to the next participant, while Xiaoyan encouraged her peers from the sidelines. Suddenly, Li Xiaolong was struck by an uncanny sense of familiarity regarding the scene unfolding before him. Fire, testing. A plaza, it mirrored the very inception of his own journey as the Emperor of Fire. Contemplating the situation, he recognized the striking resemblance to a certain narrative he was familiar with. Could that boy be the Emperor of Fire from this universe? If the subsequent events align, then I shall soon have another disciple, he thought, his anticipation growing as he observed the young man Xiaoyan had been watching. Soon, the elder above began to recite the name of the one who had failed the test. Xiaoyan Yao stepped forward as the officiant called out the last name. The boy, named Xiaoyan Yao, felt a wave of anxiety as he approached the testing apparatus upon hearing his name. With a swift motion, he placed his palm on the device, which illuminated a grid. Xiaoyan Yao nervously gazed at the grid, but after it lit up 4 squares, it ceased to respond. He staggered back as if struck by a profound blow. Xiaoyan Yao, first tier, for segments, the officiant declared callously. Indeed, he was once our super genius. Look at him now, like a drenched rat. This so-called genius is certainly no act. If it weren't for the chief's protection, he would have been expelled from our Xiaoyao clan long ago. Xiaoyan Yao, does he even deserve our clan's name? A group of children from the Yinhua clan murmured amongst themselves. Brother Yin Yao, I believe in your talent. You possess more potential than I do. You're merely facing a temporary setback. Once you overcome this, you will surely soar. A girl named Xiaoyan comforted him. Perhaps I simply lack talent, Xiaoyan Yao replied, somewhat disheartened. Brother Yin Yao, you once told me that no matter the difficulties, one must confront them head-on to conquer them. How can you so easily give up now? Xiaoyan expressed her disappointment. Ah, this fellow must be the Fire Emperor of the Yinhua universe. Could he possibly share my fate? Li Xiaolong observed the situation below with growing excitement. I am eager to see if he is akin to me. And what of his grandfather? I sense nothing, he mused, probing with his spiritual force. This fellow is the natural embodiment of a law spirit. He has no grandfather. Instead, he has integrated a complete level of the fire law. But why is his fortune continuously increasing? Li Xiaolong quickly discerned Xiaoyan Yao's situation. Although he had merged a complete fire law, the fortune displayed in Li Xiaolong's divination was growing incessantly, far beyond what a single complete fire law in the Yanhui universe could sustain. Chapter 77. The grandfather turns out to be myself. Could it be? Have I become the grandfather? A suspicion arose within Li Xiaolong, who then employed causal inquiry to investigate the reason behind Xiaoyan Yao's increasing fortune. To his astonishment, the causal thread led directly back to himself. I never expected that in watching a spectacle, I would inadvertently involve myself. Who will I turn to for an explanation? Ah well, I had intended to take this fellow under my wing anyway. Let him be my grandfather, Li Xiaolong mused, somewhat exasperated. What grandfather? There is no grandfather here. Xiaolong, do you see the Yanhui clan as a potential addition to your ranks, or should they be left to develop independently? Mei Fia, somewhat perplexed by Li Xiaolong's musings, inquired. However, over the years, she had grown accustomed to his eccentricities. In her eyes, Li Xiaolong often spoke in cryptic tones. Accept this, the Fire Clan is truly exceptional. A race entirely embodying the evolution of laws, deserving to be called the spirits of law. With my guidance, they shall undoubtedly soar to great heights, escaping the confines of this minuscule fire universe. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. How much more so for a race like the Fire Clan, the spirits of law? In this Dragon Ball world, none are more suited than I to nurture these spirits of law. Spirits of law? These beings you previously speculated about truly exist. Is it possible that other combat universes also have a significant probability of giving birth to such spirits of law? I recall you mentioning that these beings are innately attuned to the laws. Though I am perplexed by the weakness of the Fire Clan with your cultivation. Will they not all eventually become adept at mastering the laws? Maifia herself has comprehended the laws, and she understands the immense difficulty of such an endeavor. For many, dimensional mastery may come relatively easily, yet the understanding of laws is a formidable challenge. Take, for instance, Beerus, who could contend with gods of destruction eons ago, yet still has not grasped the laws. Similarly, among the numerous gods of destruction in our border regions, only a scant few have attained this understanding. The probability of comprehending the laws is astoundingly low, perhaps even less than 1 in a billion. If all combat universes were to give rise to corresponding spirits of law, then Li Xiaolong could gather and cultivate them, ensuring that in the future, his ranks would be filled with numerous subordinates who have grasped the laws, surpassing even the gods of destruction. Xiaoya, I noticed you were observing that Xiaoyan closely. What do you think? Would you be interested in taking her as your foremost disciple? I find her talent commendable. Under your tutelage, she would surely ascend to greatness. Li Xiaolong also assessed Xiaoyan Ying's potential, which was only slightly inferior, considering she is destined to be the partner of Xiaoyan Yao. I hold great hope for this young one. Since you suggest it, I shall accept her as my disciple. After all, you already have numerous disciples. I must not fall behind. Maifia had been deliberating on whether to take Xiaoyan Ying under her wing, but upon Li Xiaolong's recommendation, she decided to accept the apprentice. What do you plan to do with the Fire Clan? Since both of you intend to recruit the talents within their ranks, Maifia does not wish to use her transformative techniques on her foremost disciple. The Fire Clan must still undergo transformation, as this race will serve as our valuable allies in the future. However, there is no need to transform Xiaoyan Yao and Xiaoyan Ying. Additionally, I noticed that the Fire Clan is divided into groups. We could have the two disciples unify the Fire Clan. This would provide them with valuable experience and allow us to consolidate our subordinates. That is feasible, yet we cannot linger here for too long. Once they have unified the Fire Clan, how shall we transform these Fire Clan members? They are merely transient in this borderland, with their primary destination being the Tai Chi Palace. It is impossible for us to remain here for an extended period. Let me leave a fragment of my soul within the little one, Xiaoyan Yao. This way, I can guide him while also enlightening the Fire Clan he gathers. Additionally, I shall establish a formation here to assist the fragment in its transformative task, sparing us the trouble of constant back and forth. Just as Li Xiaolong was pondering how to resolve the issue with the elder Xiaoyan Yao, he found himself unexpectedly becoming the elder himself. Would this not harm your avatar? Would it jeopardize its stability? They still have more significant missions to accomplish, and if this inflicts too much damage on the avatar, Mei Fia would prefer that Li Xiaolong refrain from such actions. It is of no concern. I will only part with a small fragment of my soul. As Xiaoyan Yao continues to gather the Fire Clan, this fragment will grow stronger, eventually allowing me to transform it into another avatar. Li Xiaolong was reluctant to part with too much of his soul, as it would adversely affect both the avatar and the original self. Leaving behind a rather ordinary fragment would suffice. This fragment could simultaneously guide Xiao the child of destiny, while gradually cultivating its strength, enabling it to further evolve into another avatar. That sounds reasonable. Should I also allocate a small fragment of my soul to Xiao, this little one? Mei Fia felt a slight temptation. There is no need for that. After all, your soul's essence remains somewhat feeble. Dividing your soul would inflict too great a toll on you, resulting in a cost that outweighs the benefits. However, once I establish the formation, you can create a spiritual projection within it, allowing the little one to visit you often, and you may instruct her. A spiritual projection is a manifestation formed by the amalgamation of mental energy and vital essence. However, it cannot endure for an extended period. Once the vital essence and mental energy are depleted, the projection will vanish. With the formation support and maintenance, your spiritual projection can exist for thousands of years without issue. Xiaolong prepared to set up a formation to assist the fragment's transformation, incorporating defensive and teleportation functions. Most importantly, the formation must autonomously absorb external energy to sustain its operation, thereby continuously maintaining itself while providing ongoing replenishment for Mei Fia's spiritual projection. With this in mind, Xiaolong, adhering to the principle of proximity, established the formation in the center of the square. Mei Fia then infused her spiritual projection into it. Xiaolong subsequently cast a transformative technique, and all members of the Fire Clan, apart from Xiao and Xiao, were transformed. Though the people were transformed by Xiaolong, they continued their activities as usual, displaying no signs of abnormality. The two little ones remained unaware of any discrepancies. Xiaolong imparted the eternal life technique, dimension law, domain cultivation method, and the guidance for cultivating the laws into the minds of the Fire Clan, urging them to practice diligently. Now, it is time to guide the two little ones. With their tasks completed, Xiaolong and Mei Fia parted ways to find their respective disciples and lead them into the initiation ceremony. Let me ponder how I should make my entrance. This little fellow lacks parents, having been born and nurtured by the heavens, and he certainly does not possess any rings left by his mother. Observing the room for any adornments on Xiao, Xiaolong found himself at a loss regarding his mode of appearance. This individual had no rings to speak of. Let me see what this little one might wear. The spirit of the laws requires no such trinkets. After scanning the vicinity, Xiaolong discovered that Xiao bore no ornaments. Alas, with nothing at hand, am I to be deprived of the opportunity to conjure something myself? Very well, I shall create a ring for him. Since I could find no existing item, I might as well fabricate one. Chapter 78. The grandfather's entrance with a direct invocation of the creation laws. A radiant glow erupted, and the vital energy within the room surged toward a singular point. Such commotion naturally roused the contemplative Xiao. In truth, with Xiaolong's capabilities, he could have avoided such upheaval. Yet he desired precisely this effect to capture Xiao's attention. A glow emerged from the ground, and the surrounding vital energy hastily converged towards that luminous spot, prompting Xiao to regard it warily. Ah, a slumber lasting 100,000 years. Who could have awakened me? Sensing that the moment was ripe, Xiaolong's soul fragment emerged directly from the newly created ring. Who are you? Xiao observed the sudden apparition of a figure that seemed rather ominous. His body tensed as he assumed a combat stance, fixated on Xiaolong's soul. Oh, is it you, little one, who has roused me? My gratitude extends to you for your patronage over these years. Otherwise, I would have been compelled to slumber for many more millennia. Xiaolong began to weave his tale. What patronage? Have I supported you in any way? Xiao was perplexed by Xiaolong's words. Is the vital energy you have absorbed over the past 2 years. Without your generous offering of energy, I would have surely remained in slumber for thousands of years more. Xiaolong replied lightly, intending to tease the young one. What? So it turns out that my stagnation and even regression over these 2 years are the result of your meddling? You owe me for my lost energy. You have caused me great distress. Upon hearing Xiaolong's words, Xiao was immediately filled with fury, realizing that all his recent tribulations stemmed from this rascal, an unforgivable transgression. Little one, do not be so wrathful. Know that standing before you is a genuine high deity. Although I am but a remnant of my soul, I am indeed a high deity of authentic prowess. Perhaps I represent your greatest fortune in this lifetime. Are you certain you wish to be governed by your emotions? According to the cosmic hierarchy, levels 1 to 4 are classified as low-level deities, 5 to 8 as mid-level deities, and 8 to 12 as high-level deities. Xiaolong currently stands at the 10th level, thus qualifying as a high deity. What? A high deity? Master, I humbly bow to you thrice. Li Xiaolong's words left Xiaoyan Yao momentarily stunned. In an instant, he knelt upon the ground at lightning speed, bowing his head 3 times. This unexpected display left Li Xiaolong utterly taken aback. He had initially intended to gently guide this individual into recognizing him as a mentor. To his surprise, with just a single utterance, this young man had prostrated himself before him. With a mixture of exasperation and satisfaction, Li Xiaolong gazed at the kneeling Xiaoyan Yao. Rise, my good disciple. I accept you as my student, he declared, raising his hands in a gesture that seemed to lift an invisible force, allowing Xiaoyan Yao to stand. I knew it. Since you, Master, are a divine being of such high caliber, you must have come here for more than mere conversation with a humble mortal. Xiaoyan Yao chuckled, standing by with a grin. You possess a keen insight. I did not expect such perceptiveness from you. Indeed, as a practitioner, one must not only have an indomitable spirit, but also the ability to observe circumstances. I have high hopes for you, Li Xiaolong remarked, taken aback by Xiaoyan Yao's cleverness. Such an individual would seize any opportunity that presented itself. Master, may I inquire why you exist within this ring, and in such an ethereal state? I do not recall possessing such a ring, Xiaoyan Yao asked, intrigued by the circumstances of his newfound mentor. This ring is something you brought back during one of your excursions. Do not dwell on it. From now on, wear this ring, for it is a rare treasure. Akin to a divine artifact, Li Xiaolong responded, wishing to steer the conversation away from the ring's origins. My current state is known as a soul body. My physical form was destroyed during a battle eons ago, and my soul fortuitously found refuge within this ring, Li Xiaolong continued, activating his persuasive mode. How remarkable! I had no idea that such a small ring could be a divine artifact, allowing your residual soul to persist within it. Rest assured, Master, I shall always wear this ring, Xiaoyan Yao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the ring on the ground. Had Li Xiaolong not spoken, he would have dashed forward to retrieve it immediately. What manner of battle could have led to the destruction of your body, Master? It truly sparks my admiration, Xiaoyan Yao expressed, captivated by the prospect of such an extraordinary conflict. That level of combat is not something you are prepared to encounter just yet. Only high-ranking deities of at least the 10th tier may participate, Li Xiaolong interrupted, curbing Xiaoyan Yao's aspirations. My dear disciple, eons ago, I was an alchemist of great renown, capable of concocting elixirs of the 10th tier during my prime. I shall impart all my knowledge to you. Once you become an 8th tier alchemist, you will be able to craft a soul rejuvenation pill for me, enabling me to restore my presence within a corporeal form. Your innate affinity for alchemy is undeniable. It would be a travesty not to educate such a gifted disciple. Regarding the method of alchemy, such a concept does not exist. Li Xiaolong has yet to invent one. It is merely a rudimentary form of alchemy, which Li Xiaolong could easily create in a heartbeat, although it may only be classified as a low-tier alchemical technique. Everything evolves and transforms gradually, does it not? Although Xian Yinya completely failed to comprehend what Li Xiaolong meant by alchemy, it did not hinder his perception of its sophistication. Moreover, he felt as though he was destined for the art of alchemy. Master, rest assured, your disciple shall diligently cultivate the alchemical techniques you have imparted, and I shall soon achieve the 8th tier of alchemy to create the soul rejuvenation pill for you, enabling your swift return to your true form, Xian Yinya confidently vowed. What a splendid child! Were I to express such sentiments to an individual known as the fantasy floor, I would likely receive a retort suggesting my imminent demise. Observing Xian Yinya's reaction, Li Xiaolong could not help but compare him to that peculiar character from the fantasy floor. He hoped never to encounter such a person again. Should he do so, he would leave it to Xian Yinya to deal with them. Li Xiaolong had no desire to engage with such individuals, for he too possessed a certain fastidiousness. My disciple, I perceive that you are endowed with the perfect flame law, a sacred constitution most suited for my alchemical pursuits. I firmly believe you will undoubtedly surpass me in the art of alchemy. Furthermore, the reason for your stagnation in cultivation lies in the suppression of your progress by the perfect flame law within your body. Li Xiaolong ceased teasing the young lad and revealed the cause of his stagnation. What? Such a constitution exists? Then, Master, do you possess a solution? I knew it could not be your fault. A divine being of your caliber could extinguish me with a mere breath. How could you possibly need my meager essence? It would scarcely suffice to fill the gaps in your teeth. Although he had learned the reason for his lack of progress, Xian Yinya remained untroubled, confident that Li Xiaolong would surely have a remedy. Despite your inability to progress in cultivation over the years, Have you not noticed the steady increase in your physical prowess and combat capabilities? Those you tested before were no match for you, and their attacks could not inflict any harm upon you. Rather than asserting his ability to resolve the issue, Li Xiaolong instead inquired of Xian. Indeed, master. Had you not pointed out, I would have remained oblivious. I never realized that my combat strength has soared despite my stagnation in cultivation. I have been preoccupied with my realm and failed to notice the advancements in these two aspects. Taking a moment to reflect on his circumstances, Xian felt a surge of excitement as the previous gloom dissipated. Precisely, my disciple, remember this. When heaven bestows great responsibility upon an individual, it first tests their resolve and fortitude, subjecting them to hardship and deprivation. To achieve greatness, one must endure trials and tribulations. This is not to suggest that suffering is inherently good, but rather that those challenges you survive will ultimately render you stronger. You have endured these years of hardship, and now you have encountered your master. Li Xiaolong began to instill a sense of purpose in Xian. Indeed, master. What does not kill me will ultimately make me stronger. However, I feel most fortunate to be valued by you. Otherwise, despite my innate talent for alchemy, I would have no place to learn the art of pill refinement. At this moment, Xiaoyan adeptly flattered his master. Chapter 79, The Art of Alchemy. Both Li Xiaolong's true self and his avatar were wholly immersed in the comprehension of alchemy, an art as vital as formations, paving a path that can extend infinitely forward. As long as one's talent is exceptional, there are no limits on this road. The revered Taoist of morality, the most formidable sage of the primordial era, embodies the path of alchemy, underscoring its profound significance. Furthermore, the golden pill path to enlightenment was conceived by this sage, drawing inspiration from the art of alchemy. My disciple, my knowledge of the alchemical path is inherited from a great deity who shaped the cosmos. I have merely scratched the surface, and I hope you will surpass me on this journey. The potential of the alchemical path is boundless, and with your innate gifts, I firmly believe that under my guidance, you shall undoubtedly become the foremost alchemy emperor in our realm. Seizing the opportunity while the alchemical techniques were still being formulated, Li Xiaolong began to inspire Xiaoyan with grand visions. Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations, although it was merely a vision. How could the pursuit of cultivation be trivialized? One need only observe the tragic fates of those who traverse into the treacherous realms of cultivation, where a moment's inattention might lead to their demise, with no one to urge them onward. Reliance rests solely on oneself. My disciple, I shall first impart to you the foundational text of the alchemical art, the inspiration from the supreme alchemical method. Though it is but the first chapter, it will suffice for your studies for quite some time. This initial chapter can elevate you to the rank of a fifth-tier alchemist, while I have only managed to cultivate the second chapter, which remains unrefined. Before long, Li Xiaolong, alongside his avatar, crafted the text, drawing from his own understanding of alchemists. He recognized that the first chapter could indeed lead to the mastery of a fifth-tier alchemist. Hence he named it inspiration from the supreme alchemical method, after confirming the name's safety through the laws of causality, aware of the gravity that such ties could entail. Thank you, master, for imparting this knowledge. After Li Xiaolong transmitted the first chapter into Xiaoyan's mind, he took some time to assimilate it before kneeling thrice before his master. Enough, my dear disciple. There is no need for such formalities between us. By the way, you should refine this ring. Simply drip your blood upon it, and it will be imbued with your essence. Inside, I prepared a small gift for you. While creating the ring, Li Xiaolong had envisioned a storage ring from his memories, utilizing the principle of a universal capsule as the model to forge this unique blood-bound spatial ring in the Dragon Ball world. Obediently, Xiaoyan bit his finger, allowing his blood to fall upon the ring, and soon he sensed an inexplicable connection forming between himself and the ring. Take a look and focus your thoughts on the ring. You will be able to perceive the space within it. Similarly, if you wish to retrieve something from inside, concentrate your mind on the object, and you shall extract it. Professor Li Xiaolong demonstrated this unique spatial ring to the little one. Wow, master, this is truly marvelous. It is indeed a divine artifact, so convenient. The space inside is even larger than our village, exclaimed Xiaoyan, noticing a beautiful furnace nestled within. Oh, what a lovely furnace. Let me take a closer look. Delighted, Xiaoyan gazed at the golden furnace, which had been crafted by Li Xiaolong in tandem with the ring, inspired by the image of the legendary Bagua furnace. Although it was not as powerful as the original, its radiant golden exterior made it quite exquisite. Master, Is this the elixir furnace you prepared for me? It is absolutely stunning. I feel that using this furnace will enhance my alchemical success rate by at least 30%. Xiaoyan Yao beamed with joy, akin to a child filled with exuberance. I'm glad you like it. I shall cultivate within this ring from now on. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. Additionally, if you encounter an insurmountable crisis, call upon me, and I will assist you. However, I hope you will strive to resolve difficulties to the best of your ability, Li Xiaolong said, his ethereal form shrinking and floating above the ring. Rest assured, Master. Unless faced with an enemy I cannot defeat, I shall not invoke your aid, Xiaoyan Yao replied, eager to rely on his own strength. Moreover, there is another task for you. During your growth, strive to unify the Yinhua clan. At present, they are far too disorganized, leaving them vulnerable to annihilation by outsiders from the cosmos, Li Xiaolong added, assigning the mission of unifying the Yinhua clan. Master, what do you mean? There's more than one universe? This is astonishing. The notion that the universe was boundless had long been ingrained in Xiaoyan Yao's understanding, and the revelation of multiple universes left him profoundly impacted. Indeed, there exists more than one universe. Beyond this one lies an infinite expanse of other universes, the exact number of which I cannot ascertain. I, too, am from another universe. However, a battle eons ago caused my ring to be cast into this realm, leading to our meeting. Disciple, do not aspire for unattainable heights. Your current task is to diligently cultivate and elevate your strength. Without power, all else is but illusion. Noticing Xiaoyan Yao's gaze drifting into reverie, Li Xiaolong employed a gentle soul voice to draw him back from his endless fantasies. Disciple, do not aim too high. Master, please instruct me in alchemy. Coming back to reality, Xiaoyan Yao eagerly sought guidance in the art of alchemy. Fortuitously, there are materials within the ring suitable for crafting the pure elixir. Allow me to demonstrate. This elixir will help you overcome the challenges of your cultivation. Li Xiaolong conjured several medicinal herbs, which were, in fact, the result of his doppelganger's creation through the laws of nature. The perfect fire of your essence has been tirelessly burning away the impurities within you by harnessing the vital energy you absorb. Once these impurities are completely incinerated, your cultivation will soar to unprecedented heights. However, there is no need to wait for this process to reach fruition. My pure Dan can effectively eliminate the impurities within you. Li Xiaolong elucidated the reason behind Xiaoyan Yao's inability to cultivate. Upon hearing this explanation, Xiaoyan Yao felt a sense of irony, as if success and failure hinged on the same factor, though he was unaware of the origin of this sentiment. Master, do you not require an alchemy furnace? Seeing Li Xiaolong effortlessly levitating the herbs in his hand, seemingly ready to commence the alchemical process, Xiaoyan Yao presented the furnace to him. My dear disciple, as a 10th-tier alchemist, I need not a furnace to concoct 5th-tier elixirs. However, this is my limit. I can only produce up to 5th-tier elixirs. Pay close attention and learn well, Li Xiaolong instructed, as a flame ignited in his palm, causing the various spiritual herbs to swirl around the fire. This alchemical technique resembles the pinnacle of the supreme alchemy method imparted to me by my master. Truly, he lives up to his title. There is still much for me to learn, Xiaoyan Yao mused, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Li Xiaolong's alchemical endeavor, motivating himself internally. Master, I vow to become an 8th-tier alchemist and craft the soul-returning Dan for you. Disciple, remain focused and do not let your mind wander, Li Xiaolong cautioned. Having sensed the young one's distraction, he felt a sense of comfort, having an inkling of the thoughts swirling in the boy's mind. Chapter 80, Purging the Meridians. Truly breathtaking, exclaimed Xiaoyan Yao as he beheld the gradually forming elixir, a rich aroma of herbs enveloping the room. Congeal, Li Xiaolong commanded with fervor, and the nearly completed elixir began to spin rapidly, drawing in the surrounding vital energy in a frenzy. A brilliant light radiated from the elixir, and Xiaoyan Yao felt as though he were enveloped in a blinding whiteness, unable to perceive anything. As the light dissipated, a single elixir floated serenely in the air, adorned with exquisite cloud patterns, the rich fragrance permeating the entire room. Xiaoyan Yao sensed an inner voice urging him to consume the elixir. Master, is this truly a superior elixir? The 10 cloud patterns are indeed striking. Suppressing his yearning, Xiaoyan Yao curiously examined the pure Dan hovering before him. As a soul entity, I can only manifest this elixir's beauty. Had I a corporeal form, I could have crafted one adorned with at least 11 cloud patterns. 12 would depend on fortune. But I have great faith in you, My obedient disciple, Li Xiaolong remarked. In his formulation of the supreme alchemy method, he categorized elixirs into 4 grades: primary, intermediate, advanced, and finally, the superior tier. The cloud patterns represent the distinct characteristics of the alchemical techniques, not a measure of celestial approval. As long as the supreme alchemy method is employed, the resulting elixirs will bear these patterns. Every 3 cloud patterns constitute a level, and just now, it was Li Xiaolong's inaugural attempt at alchemy in this world. Fortunately, it was not entirely embarrassing. He successfully produced a pill adorned with 10 cloud patterns. The entire alchemical method was of his own invention, making such an achievement quite commendable. Disciple, quickly consume this immaculate pill. Its efficacy is at its peak now. Once the time has passed, its potency will dissipate, Li Xiaolong urged, eager to witness the inaugural effect of the pill in the Dragon Ball realm. He had just sensed a profound realization in his heart. Could it be that this world, upon witnessing my creation of the first elixir, has been complimented and rewarded me by allowing me to observe whether my fortune has increased? Li Xiaolong activated his fortune-gazing technique and turned his gaze inward, only to behold a river of dark red fortune suspended above his head. If someone in the Dragon Ball world were versed in the ways of fortune and possessed the ability to perceive it, they would undoubtedly be terrified at the sight of Li Xiaolong's fortune. In this realm, most individuals' fortunes manifest as white, with a scant few appearing in green and blue, while purple is exceedingly rare. As for golden fortune, Li Xiaolong had only encountered 2 individuals thus far. The first was little Goku, and the second was the recently transformed Xiaoyan, whose fortune turned golden just as Li Xiaolong decided to take on disciples. The fortune-gazing technique was a secret art that Li Xiaolong stumbled upon by chance, largely thanks to Mythia. Once, she lamented the inherent flaws in the mechanism of selecting geniuses, wishing there were a way to discern true talent directly, rather than relying on mere luck to encounter absolute genius. Upon hearing the mention of luck, Li Xiaolong recalled the path of fortune. As a genius, one inherently possesses a portion of original fortune, which is invariably more substantial than that of ordinary individuals. Through relentless contemplation, he ultimately deciphered the fortune-gazing technique, concurrently grasping the laws of fortune. With the fortune-gazing technique, Li Xiaolong indeed uncovered numerous hidden geniuses under his command, and after he discovered and nurtured them, their fortunes ascended at least 1 tier. Although the Dragon Ball realm lacks a heavenly path, the universe itself tends to reward actions beneficial to it. He recalled that his previous fortune was merely a deep crimson with hints of purple. Now, it had transformed into a profound dark red. He was astonished that the creation of the pill and the impartation of his alchemical methods had significantly elevated his fortune. It stands to reason. The path of alchemy parallels that of formations. It seems prudent to seek an heir for my formation techniques, which could further enhance my fortune. The creation of formations had already augmented his fortune considerably. Once a successor is found, the world should bestow additional rewards. Li Xiaolong resolved to seek someone to inherit his path of formation. The nature of fortune is indeed wondrous. He could almost sense a breakthrough to the 11th level approaching. Moreover, as his fortune increased, those around him experienced slight enhancements in their fortunes as well. Xiaoya's fortune seemed poised to evolve to crimson soon. Having comprehended the laws of fortune and developed the fortune-gazing technique, Li Xiaolong observed that a person's fortune could be discerned through its color, providing profound insights into their true nature. From the lowest to the highest, the colors are white, yellow, green, blue, orange, purple, gold, red, red-purple, and red-black. The hues of red, red-purple, and red-black are unique to him, while he has observed gold on the Destroyer, Angels, Little Wukong, and Mephia. All others fall below the gold tier. Originally, my fortune was golden, but it evolved into red-black after creating the Eternal Life technique, the art of formations, and alchemy. I am uncertain if there exists a higher tier beyond red-black. A person's fortune is not immutable. It can fluctuate based on the individuals they encounter and the decisions they make. One can also be influenced by someone of exceptionally high fortune like Li Xiaolong. For instance, those geniuses on Earth experienced at least a 1-level increase in fortune once Li Xiaolong discovered them. At this moment, Xiaoyan had consumed the purity pill, and the potent effects of the medicine were vigorously cleansing the impurities within him. As time progressed, Xiaoyan seemed like a porcelain doll, his skin developing intricate cracks. I must endure. Only by successfully refining this medicinal power and purging my marrow can I become a formidable force and repay my master's kindness. Xiaoyan felt as though he might explode. The intense pain had numbed his pain receptors, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, refusing to utter a sound even as the agony tore at him. Such resilience is a testament to the trials along the path to strength. Seeing Xiaoyan Yao's determination, Li Xiaolong was immensely pleased. With a mere gesture, he summoned a colossal torrent of vital energy from the cosmos, which, upon encountering Xiaoyan Yao, seemed to have found its true home, surging fervently into his body. As the vital energy merged with Xiaoyan Yao, the cracks on his skin gradually faded, and the pained expression on his face slowly relaxed. The overwhelming medicinal power transformed into a gentle force, harmoniously integrating with Xiaoyan Yao's flesh and blood. It appears that this pill requires refinement. It could also enable ordinary people on Earth to purify their essence and potentially cultivate a new generation of strong individuals. With the Flamefire clan, there would be no shortage of alchemists under his command, laying the groundwork for the mass production of warriors. A low, resonant sound of breaking emanated from within Xiaoyan Yao, followed by an enigmatic aura radiating from his body. He ascended directly to the second tier, his energy continuously climbing until it peaked at the pinnacle of the second tier. Not bad. He did not squander all the medicinal power solely for elevation, but also focused on strengthening his foundation. Observing Xiaoyan Yao's actions, Li Xiaolong nodded in satisfaction. After the purity pill's potency had cleansed the impurities within him, a portion of the medicinal energy remained, which Xiaoyan Yao transformed predominantly into his foundational strength.